Against the backdrop of the advent of the supernatural age, the rules of the world are undergoing a radical change. Meteorites fell, tsunamis shook the world, the order of civilization was on the verge of collapse, and countless forgotten ancient relics and natural treasures reappeared in the world. Some say that this is the best era for mankind to explore the unknown. Others say that this is a catastrophic era when mankind is closest to destruction. Yuan, in this turbulent new era, lives his peaceful life without any disturbances. His awakening is unexpected and sudden, but his superpower, different space, does not seem to bring much practical value. It can create an independent small space to isolate him from the outside world, but when facing nuclear bombs, radiation, and natural crises, it is questionable whether such ability can really save himself. Yuan originally just wanted to slowly explore this ability at home, but a sudden mysterious incident dragged him into the vortex. A mysterious voice from the end of the universe announced the arrival of the Ninth Era, and the order of the Earth was redefined. 17 cities around the world were chosen to represent branches of human civilization and kept in a place called the Safe Zone. And Yuan, because he was hiding in a different space, was missed by the mysterious rules and became a lonely ghost outside the Earth. When he released the alien space, he found himself floating in a vast universe. The Earth had disappeared, and the remaining 17 cities flew away like comets, heading towards a new world called Pongacontinent. And he was completely forgotten in this civilization migration. Yuan, a person, was regarded as a civilization. Waking up from despair, Yuan relied on the ability of the alien space and barely landed on Pongacontinent. A mysterious system prompt echoed in his mind. The 9th Epic Civilization screening has officially begun. Civilization number 7812 HSKKJ 18. Total population 1 person. He, an ordinary person, was forced to become a human pioneer in the 9th Era and face an unknown continent alone. In this vast land, the towering ancient trees, the roaring beasts, the quiet jungle, every detail declares the strangeness and danger of this continent. Yuan, an ordinary person with no survival experience, can only rely on his awakened ability and will. Just when he was facing a survival crisis, God gave him a unique gift, the eyes of the pioneer. This ability allows him to read detailed information about his surroundings, whether it's the medicinal value of a weed or the threat level of a creature. However, he faced not only ferocious beasts and harsh environment, but also the torment of loneliness and endless unknowns. He knew very well that every step on this land could be his last. Yuan calmed down and continued to move forward, trying to comfort himself. There are at least 17 human cities in Pongacontinent, and my hometown Yunhai City is among them. As long as he finds one of these cities, he will be able to see his compatriots and his parents. This is a hope, although it is slim, but it is still hope. However, despite hope, the most pressing issue right now is survival. Fire, food, and shelter. Yuan racked his brains to recall all the knowledge about survival. Unfortunately, Bear Grylls had faded out of the entertainment industry, and democracy had also stopped showing up, and he had long forgotten the survival shows he had watched back then. Thinking of the giant python he had just encountered, Yuan became more aware that he had to act cautiously in order to survive the first night. He casually picked up some dry branches and pulled out a few wild vegetables that looked edible. He laughed at himself in his heart. Gathering wild vegetables. Is this the first step towards civilization? Is it a reward for a Daluo Jinxian? Unfortunately, no so-called divine hint appeared. Yuan was still nervous, especially when he saw the insects swarming in the grass in front of him. Centipedes as thick as fingers, swarms of locusts, and brightly colored beetles. Each one of them made his scalp tingle. A poisonous centipede with 90 legs. The bite is not fatal, but it will make your arms swell up like a bun. Seeing the feedback from the pioneer's eye, Yuan couldn't help but wrap his clothes tightly, move away from the grass, and move towards the drier pile of stones. However, an unexpected light flashed from a distance, attracting his attention. What is that? He held his breath, gripped the snakescale axe tightly, and quietly approached the source of the light. 50 meters away, a dilapidated van appeared in his sight. The car had long been entangled by vines, the tires were nowhere to be found, and the body of the car seemed to have been twisted by some huge force, with the surface badly damaged. Only the 2 headlights were intact. The bright light, just now, was the sunlight reflected by the headlights. How come there is a car? Lu Yuan widened his eyes in surprise. It is suspected to be the remains of a civilization from the 8th era. Your civilization has developed, and you have discovered the remains so quickly. The feedback from the pioneers, I made Lu Yuan laugh and cry. My civilization only has me. It's not developed at all. He cut the vines, leaned his head into the car, and was immediately frightened and took a few steps back. There was a skeleton on the seat in the car. The passage of time had turned the skull into a flawless white, and the flesh and blood had been completely decomposed. But the skull's empty eye sockets seemed to be staring straight at him. Even more shocking is that this skeleton is clearly not human. Its squat body and canine-like protruding jaw are undoubtedly characteristics of an alien creature. It seems like a big step for mankind. Lu Yuan suppressed the fear in his heart. Reason told him that this car was a rare shelter for him in an unknown environment. Outside the car was a dense jungle and lurking wild animals, so he needed a safe place to spend the first night. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, cleaned out the skeleton, and hastily buried it with stones and soil, whispering, "Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, don't blame me." Although he was an atheist, what happened today had shaken his beliefs. At this moment, a cold reminder sounded suddenly. Your human civilization, the 18th branch, discovered the remains of the 8th era civilization. Congratulations on reaching the only milestone, the first explorer of the 9th era. Your civilization unlocks the reward, Explorer's Eye, allowing you to see the remains of civilization and hidden treasures. One person is randomly awarded. A beam of white light accurately hit Lu Yuan's left eye, and the intense burning pain made him lose consciousness. When he woke up, the sun had already set. He sat in the dilapidated car, waved away a few flying insects that were biting him, and muttered, "These milestone rewards are pretty good, but it's a bit troublesome to make people faint. Fortunately, I was lying in the car, otherwise I would have been taken away by a beast." After calming down again, Lu Yuan tried to use the newly acquired Explorer's Eye. A colorful halo immediately appeared in the field of vision. Red represented danger, green represented ruins, and gold represented treasure. However, using this ability quickly made him dizzy and consumed more mental energy than he expected. What shocked him even more was that the surrounding ground was almost entirely covered with green, glowing ruin signals. This meant that there was a city-level ancient civilization site buried beneath this area. My civilization has developed. Lu Yuan stared at the emerald-like underground traces beneath his feet, with sporadic golden and red spots of light in his vision. Such a spectacular sight made him excited for a moment, but then he felt powerless again. An entire ruined city. Dig it? With my bare hands? He smiled bitterly and shook his head. What came to his mind was not the treasures of civilization, but a bowl of fragrant beef ramen. Thinking back to the 16 yuan bowl of ramen downstairs, the chewy noodles, the rich soup, the tender beef, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, realizing that he was starving. No, I can't think about this anymore. The ruins in front of us cannot be used immediately, but the urgent need for survival cannot be ignored. He dragged his tired body and began to search for wild vegetables and water sources. The ability of the pioneers allowed him to discover several edible wild grasses and bugs. Bugs! He frowned and turned to complain to the sky. "God, since you gave me 2 abilities, I won't scold you today. Please give me some more food tomorrow." There were limited options for shelter, so Lu Yuan could only transform his old car into a temporary shelter. But rubbing 2 sticks together to make fire was almost an impossible task for a clumsy person like him. He reluctantly took out his Warwick 888 mobile phone. "Sorry, my new phone." He used a snake-scale axe to smash the screen of his phone and took out the lithium battery. This wilderness survival technique he had seen in the news might be his life-saving straw at this moment. "You journalists don't lie to me." With a slight sound, the flame ignited his hope. He used rusty iron sheets to polish a simple pot and cooked the wild vegetables and grass roots he collected into a pot of bitter soup. "I ate too much and got constipated and finally suffocated to death. I must not repeat the mistake of the protagonist in the novel," Lu Yuan said self-deprecatingly while chewing wild grass. The sun sets, and the night quietly covers the earth. Lu Yuan curls up in the car, surrounded by darkness, with only stars and a pale green moon in the sky. There is no noise of insects, no hustle and bustle of traffic, and this kind of tranquility makes him feel overwhelmed. His thoughts drifted away, and he thought of the 300 yuan he transferred to his sister in the morning, and he couldn't help but feel a little comforted. It's still too little, I should give more. Then he thought of his plan, looking for treasures, discovering more milestone rewards, and using relics to improve his survivability. But these rational thoughts were soon replaced by uncontrollable fantasies. If what happened today hadn't happened, would I still be lying in bed playing games now? He couldn't help but smile to himself, and then closed his eyes. Good night, today's me. The morning sun shone through the car window. When Yuan woke up, he felt something sticky on his face, so he slapped it. His palm was covered in blood. Damn mosquitoes, he cursed, only then realizing that everything that happened yesterday was not a dream. God, please give me some good luck today. He casually tidied up the ashes of the fire, put on the snake-scale axe, and embarked on the journey of exploring the valley. Above this hidden ruin, he kept scanning the surroundings. Soon, he picked up a metal can, which was rusty but not leaking, and could be used to store river water. Soon after, he found a dilapidated car that had turned over. Inside the car was a moldy notebook, but unfortunately the paper had long since decayed, and even the pioneer could not read any useful information. But this toothbrush can still be used. Yuan picked up a plastic stick, smiled bitterly, and shook his head, suddenly remembering the rumor that charcoal can be used as toothpaste. Why didn't anyone in the civilized era teach me this? Yuan's exploration continued with absurdity and helplessness. First, he picked up a huge brown trash can, about 1 meter high, covered with mold and bugs. Unfortunately, there was a big hole in the bottom of the trash can, making it useless. Yuan shook his head regretfully and gave up this treasure that seemed to be able to be used for storage. It's bad. What a pity. He muttered to himself, turned around, and prepared to move forward, but suddenly discovered the danger. Not far away, a leopard with a golden horn was staring at Yuan. It let out a low growl from its throat, and its sharp claws and fangs revealed a deadly threat. Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be calm on the surface, opened his arms, and tried to pretend to be powerful. I'm not easy to mess with, he shouted, and threw the can he just picked up away. Pah! The can fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The leopard was frightened and turned around and ran away. Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then he bravely shouted, "If you dare to come over again, I will eat leopard meat today." In fact, he was very panicked. If the leopard really pounced on him, his only plan was to use the different space to save his life. Fortunately, this leopard obviously did not want to provoke an unknown enemy. It seems that I have evolved the deterrent ability of the terrifying upright ape. Yuan laughed at himself and continued to move forward. Along the way, Yuan discovered an insect nest. A group of bee-like creatures were flying around, but they were ridiculously large. Each one was the size of a billiard ball, and the queen bee in the nest was a meter tall. Avoided them from afar, not daring to offend these social creatures. Traces of civilization can be seen everywhere, but more of it is swallowed up by nature. Yuan walked in the ruins covered by plants and sighed. If humans become extinct, it may be like this hundreds of years later. Soon after, he encountered a huge purple piranha plant, which was 100 meters tall, with branches and leaves extending 1 kilometer away and exuding a sweet and tempting fruity fragrance. Yuan looked at the football-sized fruit and murmured, "This taste is simply a gift from God." However, when a bird was attracted by the fragrance of the fruit and tried to get closer, the piranha plant instantly threw out its vines, captured the bird, and swallowed it. In just a few seconds, the bird disappeared without a trace. Yuan shuddered and prayed, "God, let it drop a fruit, and I will believe you immediately." After waiting for a long time, the fruit did not move at all. He sighed, turned away, and cursed in dissatisfaction. "God, it's unreasonable that you don't even give me this little thing." Near the piranha plant, Yuan picked some small red wild fruits. Each fruit was only the size of a peanut, but the taste was fishy and hard to swallow. "The dog won't eat it, but I will." He swallowed a few of them with gritted teeth and felt so sick that he almost vomited stomach acid. Even so, he still gritted his teeth and continued to look for other food. Soon, he finally found a treasure-buried ruin deep in the canyon. A string of city ruins emitting green and golden light came into view. Yuan was so excited that he dug in the ground and actually dug out a gold necklace. The necklace was engraved with rose patterns and weighed 500 grams. Yuan stared at the necklace for a few seconds and threw it back to the ground helplessly. What's the point of carrying a pound of gold now? When I starve to death, gold can't even buy a bowl of rice. In the ruins, Yuan found a circular building. The building was structurally intact, and had obviously been specially reinforced. He approached tentatively and saw a heavy mechanical door. "Is this a shelter?" he wondered secretly. The pioneer eye in the right eye suddenly responded with a message. "The password is 887-2134. The door can be opened manually." Lu Yuan's eyes widened, amazed at the magical power of his eyes. After entering the password, the mechanical door made a harsh click sound, as if it had experienced countless years of corrosion, and finally opened reluctantly. As the door was pushed open, a rotten smell hit him in the face, making him frown. The walls are covered with cracks, the pillars and beams are leaning, and the whole building is filled with an ancient yet desolate atmosphere. When Lu Yuan was marveling at the historical weight of the ruins, a black shadow suddenly rushed towards him like lightning. Shit! A chill instantly ran down his spine. Lu Yuan activated the alternate dimension instinctively, instantly separating himself from reality. The shadow missed and fell to the ground with a dull thud. He looked closely and saw that it was a spider the size of a basketball. The spider's body is covered with a hard black carapace. Its 8 scarlet compound eyes emit a terrifying light, and its fangs drip with green venom. The strange pattern on its back makes people feel dizzy and palpitating at a glance. Is the spider a hunter or a prey? Lu Yuan's rationality had been defeated by hunger at this moment. In his eyes, the spider was no longer a threat, but a sumptuous dinner. Asterisk, if I don't eat, I'll have to chew on stones. Today you're my chicken leg, he shouted in his heart, raised the snake scale axe, and rushed out from the different space. Snap! The axe hit the spider's eye, but the hardness of the shell caused the axe to bounce back, causing his arm to numb. Although its eyes were split open and smelly liquid splashed, the spider was still struggling and trying to fight back. Lu Yuan rushed forward with red eyes, pressing the spider's trunk with his body. The cold touch of chitin made his scalp numb, but he knew that if he retreated at this moment, he would probably be pierced by the venom in the next second. D. He swung the axe again, chopping several times until the handle broke and flew out. In desperation, he simply inserted the wooden handle into the spider's wound and poked it with all his strength. The spider finally let out a shrill scream, collapsed to the ground, and its limbs twitched a few times before it became completely motionless. Lu Yuan collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. He looked at the dead giant spider in front of him, and suddenly a complex emotion arose. Is this thing really edible? He murmured, but his thoughts wandered off involuntarily. The aroma of barbecue seemed to be lingering in his nose, and the hunger made his eyes sparkle, as if he saw the most delicious chicken drumstick in the world. However, a cold voice shattered his fantasy. Your civilization has achieved a unique milestone, the first hunter in the 9th epoch. Lu Yuan was stunned, and then listened to the voice continue to explain. Unlocking conditions. The first civilization to kill a higher extraordinary life. Congratulations on hunting down the guardian of the ruins, the purgatory demon spider, which can threaten the survival of a civilization when it grows up. But the roles of hunter and prey are always reversible. Today you become the hunter. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched as he stared at the spider corpse on the ground, with 1,000 question marks floating through his mind. You call this thing an advanced extraordinary life form? Can it destroy civilization? Then isn't it a bit too useless? As he complained, he suddenly realized that he might have jumped the gun in a battle that had not yet started. This thing hasn't grown yet. It's me, old Lu, who doesn't follow martial ethics. I'll come and chop it up the next day. If this spider had thoughts, it would probably shout angrily. Why don't you give me time to grow? Lao Lu. The voice of God sounded again, announcing the reward. You get the only milestone reward, storage space. The storage space is a place where time stops, perfectly preserving the spoils of war. The size depends on your personal ability. After hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sighed. Can you give me some fighting skills? I just want combat skills now. The familiar light descended again, and a burning sensation instantly attacked Lu Yuan's brain. The pain almost made him faint, but the strong desire to survive made him grit his teeth and persevere. 2 hours later, Lu Yuan finally recovered. Along with the pain, he discovered that he had gained a new ability, storage space. The storage space is different from his alternate dimension ability. It cannot accommodate living things, but the passage of time is almost zero, and it preserves food perfectly. 1 cubic meter? That's enough. Lu Yuan gestured with satisfaction. This ability is enough to solve many practical problems. With his newfound skills, he dragged the spider's body into a nearby building, but was disappointed to find that it was a data center. The office area outside is filled with computer-like equipment, while the core area is filled with rows of supercomputer mainframes, and the computer room is densely packed with perhaps hundreds of large devices. If there was still electricity, I could also experience the future technology. What made him even more frustrated was that although the archive room on the ground floor was full of documents, it took time to decipher the text, and the deciphering system relied on the pioneer's eye to operate slowly, so it could not be rushed. Yuan patted the glass door, feeling its thickness, and had to give up. There's not even a can of food. It's amazing. He imagined a scene that would take place thousands of years later. An expedition team from an alien civilization discovered this place, fought a fierce battle with the guardian spider for the data center, and finally returned with a full load. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is of no use to me. At most, it can serve as a shelter from the wind. Yuan dragged his tired body back to yesterday's camping site, extinguished the fire, and brought the charcoal and firewood back to the data center. He lit a fire and began to deal with the corpse of the purgatory demon spider. It's a shame to waste, we must make good use of it. He carefully dissected the spider, took out the venom glands, and stored them in an iron box. The venom glands contain strong neurotoxins, which can be converted into safe substances after high-temperature treatment. This made Yuan's eyes light up. This is the best trap material. He cleaned out the venom glands and internal organs, cut off a few spider legs, and roasted them over the fire. The sizzling spider meat gave off a strange smell, like burnt rubber mixed with a hint of meat. Yuan took a bite and was stunned. It tastes like beef. The muscle fibers of spider meat are extremely tough, with a unique taste, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and surprisingly delicious. Although there was no seasoning, Yuan ate it with gusto. After eating 2 spider legs, he found that he was full. The energy contained in spider meat was much higher than ordinary food, and it quickly filled his stomach. 1 spider is enough for me to eat for 3 days. Yuan leaned against the wall contentedly, feeling that he had finally solved the number 1 problem of survival. Happiness is sometimes so simple. A full stomach is the greatest satisfaction. After eating, Yuan leaned against the fire and began his daily routine of God's ridicule. He looked at the gray sky and said tentatively, "God, since you are so powerful, can you give me a beautiful wife?" He paused, then added, "It would be best if he was a god descending from heaven, with unparalleled combat power and a love-brained personality." At this moment, the sky suddenly became overcast, and a golden lightning bolt struck a tree in the distance. Yuan was stunned for a moment, and his mouth twitched. "Why are you angry? I just made a request." He explained loudly, "A strong wife is too easy to be cheated on. Only those who are in love are loyal." At this time, the rain outside the window became more and more violent. Lightning tore through the sky, and raindrops hit the windows. Yuan stared at the stream formed by the rain and muttered to himself, "Is there a sea on Panga continent? I saw something like a lake yesterday." Suddenly, he remembered the value of rainwater and hurriedly took out a container to collect the rainwater. After boiling the water, he tasted it, and a sense of satisfaction suddenly arose in his heart. It would be perfect if there were wolfberries. Yuan laughed and mocked himself. Fortunately, the shelter protected him from the wind and rain and was not as unbearable as the broken car. After calming down, he began to plan his next work. The venom glands can be preserved to make poison. Spider hooks can be made into needles. And the internal organs? How about using them to catch fish? Thinking of this, Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. The resources in the city ruins were rich, and he could easily make a few fishing traps. He planned to eat something better tomorrow. At this moment, the cold reminder from the end of the universe sounded again. Open all biological attribute systems, allowing upper-level organisms to observe the attribute information of lower-level organisms. Yuan quickly used the pioneer's eye to observe himself, and the attribute panel emerged. Form, 5.4, Qi, 4.5, Spirit, 5.2, Extraordinary Level, Level 1, Innate Abilities, Different Space, Pioneer's Eye, Explorer's Eye, Storage Space, Evaluation. This person is extremely mediocre, but has 4 innate abilities, which is rare. Could he be the illegitimate child of God? Seeing the illegitimate child evaluation, Yuan's mouth twitched. The attribute panel made him realize that although his extraordinary level was not low, he had no idea how to improve it. He scratched his head and could only hope for the remains of civilization under his feet. As long as I can decipher the text on the ruins, I may be able to find the secret of extraordinary power. Thinking of this, he became more excited about future explorations. The next morning, after eating a spider leg, Yuan peeled off the eyeball-shaped pattern on the spider's back and casually stuck it on his clothes to add a bit of deterrence. He began his daily, scavenging work. The wasteland, a trace of time erosion, buried the glory of the city. There were scattered bones and collapsed buildings everywhere, as if telling the story of the prosperity of the past and the desolation of the present. Soon, under the guidance of the golden light, he picked up a complete storage box. Although it contained a pile of smelly cloth, the container itself was not damaged, which was a good harvest. There are fewer and fewer complete things like this. Then he found a vine about 10 meters long, which was strong enough to be used to make a rope. He swung it a few times, wrapped the vine around his arm, and continued on his way with satisfaction. Axe! His eyes lit up, and he found a heavy, rusty axe. Although it was rusty, its weight made it much more lethal than the snake-scale axe he had used before. This is definitely an SR-level weapon. He swung it excitedly a few times, and couldn't wait to eliminate the old axe. Continuing forward, he found several glassware, plastic buckets, and a toolbox in the collapsed house. Although the tools were rusty, the whetstone inside was still usable, making him satisfied with today's harvest. While scavenging, he found two skeletons, one large and one small. The small skeleton was protected in the arms of the big skeleton, which was obviously the result of the adult using his body to protect the child when disaster struck. Love and emotions are not unique to humans. Yuan sighed for a moment, buried the two skeletons, and then performed a few simple sacrifices as a comfort to his heart. At this moment, a one-eyed wolf appeared in his sight. It bared its teeth and growled, trying to scare Yuan away with its momentum. However, the eye of the pioneer quickly gave its attribute information. Form, 4.2 Chi, 6.8, Spirit, 1.2, Extraordinary Level, Level 0, Ability, None. Yuan could tell at a glance that this was an old wolf that had been expelled from the tribe. Its legs and feet had already become weak, and it was obvious that it was on the verge of death from disease and hunger. Yuan clenched the axe in his hand and approached the weak old wolf cautiously. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and began to calculate in his mind. This wolf is so big, the meat must be enough for me to eat for half a month, right? Its three-dimensional properties are not very good. I can easily deal with it with a few axes. Seeing this, the old wolf growled, took a few steps back, and stared at Yuan fiercely. The weak growl seemed to say, "Don't come over here." Yuan took a closer look and found that the wolf's left eye had long been blind. Yellow pus was oozing from the rotten wound, and tiny insects were wriggling in and out, making people feel uncomfortable. The wolf's fur was a mixture of gray and white, and its mud was covered with weeds. Its skinny body was trembling slightly, as if it might fall down at any time. Even so, the wolf still used all its strength to disguise itself as a strong man. Although its steps were unsteady and it almost fell while retreating, it still forced itself to stare at Yuan vigilantly. It's afraid of death. Yuan suddenly felt a complex emotion. He was not a sentimental person, but the situation of the old wolf in front of him was hard for him to look at. He hesitated for a moment and finally took out a piece of spider viscera from the storage space and threw it over. He had originally intended to use this thing as bait, but now it became the last food for the old wolf. Here, take it. When you're full, get away from me. Don't let me see you again, or I'll chop you off. He spoke rudely, but his eyes revealed a hint of pity. The old wolf smelled the fishy smell and took a few steps closer hesitantly. Even though it was starving, it remained alert, keeping its eyes fixed on Yuan's movements, and only started to devour the food voraciously after confirming that it was safe. What a troublemaker. Yuan picked up his axe and turned away, avoiding the old wolf's greedy eyes. But his mood inexplicably improved, as if he had accomplished something insignificant but comforting. Mercy may be the inherent privilege of intelligent life, he murmured. After returning to the shelter, Yuan began to make a fish trap. He chiseled a hole of moderate size from the box he had picked up and used a plastic pipe to make a curved passageway to fix it at the hole. This way the fish can't escape even if they want to. He clapped his hands triumphantly, threw the spider's entrails into the box as bait, tied it with vines, and sank it into the water. I hope I can get something tomorrow. Looking at the trap sinking to the bottom of the water, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to the shelter. As the sky gradually darkened, his body ached and the sweat on his back had soaked through his clothes. Before leaving, he took a special look at the place where the old wolf had just been lying and found that it had left, and even the spider's internal organs on the ground had disappeared completely. I hope you can survive this. Yuan shook his head and dragged his tired steps back to the shelter. A new day has arrived. As soon as the sky was light, Yuan could not wait to get up and rush to the direction of the fishing trap with two dark circles under his eyes. After all, this was related to his survival plan and must be dealt with first. On the way, he couldn't help but use his old profession, the skill of picking up garbage. He walked and stopped and found another abandoned car. There were 6 cans, 12 plastic bottles, and 3 damaged semiconductor devices in the car, which looked like some kind of electronic equipment. He stuffed all of these things into the storage space and even picked up a rotten old school bag. Ordinary level supplies are better than nothing. He emptied his backpack, put it on his shoulder, and continued walking towards the trap. As he was walking, a golden light in the bushes caught his attention. He immediately stopped and dug the soil with an axe. After a few digs, a small iron box was revealed. What good stuff is this? Yuan opened the iron box with great anticipation and found a brown glass bottle inside. The bottle had an exquisite body and the plastic film was intact. There were dozens of small blue pills in the bottle. The titanium alloy, right? I immediately analyzed the information. A drug containing trace amounts of extraordinary elements that can treat most bacterial infections by enhancing the immune system. Although it has passed the expiration date, the packaging is intact and the drug may still be effective. Yuan was overjoyed, holding the glass bottle with a grin. Ha! An SSR-level treasure. He carefully put the glass bottle away, but in his heart he was thinking, could it be that I did a good deed by feeding the old wolf yesterday, and as a result, my good luck exploded? In his survival plan, disease is more deadly than hunger. Although there is little food, he can always find something to fill his stomach, such as grass roots, wild fruits, or insects. But if he is infected with diarrhea or dysentery, he may only wait for death in this barren land. The fact that the medicine of this civilization could actually enhance immunity really impressed him. Human civilization really still needs to work harder. Yuan sighed in his heart. Good luck never stops. When he excitedly rushed to the location of the fish trap, the scene in front of him made his heart beat faster. Plop! Plop! The big box in the trap was shaking slightly, and it was obvious that there was a harvest inside. There was a gleam of joy in his eyes, but as a seasoned survivor, he did not rush closer. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings. Yuan was well aware of the dangers of killing fish by the river, and he didn't want to die in the mouth of a crocodile for a box of fish. Sure enough, he found a pair of familiar eyes in the grass. It was a wolf, staring at him with its one eye. "It's you, old buddy." Yuan laughed out loud. Then his face darkened. "You're not going to attack me, are you? You ungrateful bastard. You really don't have any conscience at all." The old wolf seemed to understand Yuan's words. It slowly walked out of the grass with its tail hanging down, looking extremely lonely. This guy has no ill intentions. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and then turned his attention back to the box. The moment he opened the lid, his eyes lit up. Good boy. The fish of all sizes in the box were jumping around lively. The largest one was even 30 centimeters long and weighed 5 or 6 kilograms. It was like a harvest celebration. Spider viscera are so useful. I guess I need to prepare more next time. Yuan was in a very good mood. He picked up the smallest fish and threw it to the old wolf who was begging for food next to him. The old wolf looked at the fish, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, as if he couldn't believe that Yuan would give him food so easily. "Do you have any conspiracy?" It stared at Yuan, as if doubting what this human was planning. Yuan noticed its hesitation and waved his hand impatiently. "Eat quickly. Don't waste time. I'm not interested in eating your pus-filled wolf meat." The old wolf finally let down his guard, carefully picked up the fish, swallowed it in a few bites, licked his mouth with his tongue, looking as if he was still unsatisfied. Yuan put all the fish in the box into the storage space and started a new round of arrangements with satisfaction. He pulled a large fish out of the box, cut open its internal organs, and put it back into the water to bathe the area. Tomorrow will definitely be another great harvest. Yuan clapped his hands excitedly and glanced proudly at the old wolf. The old wolf stared at the discarded fish entrails, anxiously spinning around, scratching the stone with its claws, and whining softly. It obviously didn't understand why Lu Yuan would waste such a precious thing. "Look at you." Lu Yuan laughed, picked out a piece of white and tender fish bladder from the fish's belly, and threw it to the old wolf. "Catch it." The old wolf pounced and caught the fish bladder. But when it bit through the bladder, the liquid inside suddenly burst out and covered its face. "Oh, what?" Lu Yuan couldn't stop laughing at the old wolf's reaction. It was so scared that its hind legs went limp, its tail was tucked between its legs, and it almost collapsed to the ground. The remaining liquid from the fish bladder hung on the corner of its mouth, swaying in the wind, looking very funny. However, after a brief fright, the old wolf quickly came to its senses, swallowed the rest of the fish bladder clean, and a look of satisfaction appeared on its face. "This guy is quite interesting." Lu Yuan looked at the old wolf's embarrassed but not embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but sigh softly. How good it is to be alive. Even a wolf is trying his best. The old wolf wagged its tail even more happily and looked like a dog begging. Lu Yuan looked down at the small medicine bottle, and a thought flashed through his mind. "I don't know if this medicine is effective anyway. Why not try it on you?" He broke off half of a small blue pill, mixed the powder with the fish intestines, and threw it to the old wolf. The old wolf swallowed it without any hesitation and seemed not to be worried at all that humans would poison it. "What a stupid wolf." Lu Yuan shook his head, but he felt a little hopeful. What if this medicine can really cure it? After dealing with the fishing trap, Lu Yuan carried the fish on his back and prepared to return to the shelter. The old wolf followed quietly behind him, always keeping a safe distance. Every time Lu Yuan looked back, it would wag its tail gently, trying to show friendliness, but didn't dare to get too close. "You guy, you really want to blame me after eating my food?" Lu Yuan was alert in his heart. After all, wolves are social animals, and he didn't dare to completely let his guard down. But as he watched the old wolf gradually turn into a dog, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Did I trigger the ancient story of taming wolves? He suddenly remembered the description of the dignity and wildness of wolves in Wolf Totem. But the wolf in front of him had obviously already thrown away his so-called dignity just to live one more day. Lu Yuan thought about it again and finally decided to keep the old wolf. He was too lonely, and the 3 days of talking to himself made him feel very tormented. This kind of loneliness is not something that ordinary people can easily understand. It is like an invisible shackle that tightly binds Lu Yuan's spirit and makes him unable to breathe. Every time he tried to escape, the numb emotions came over him like a tide, dragging him into the abyss. He felt lonely, as if he was in a dead end, and his future was dark. "If I had a girl to accompany me, I wouldn't be so negative," Lu Yuan muttered to himself, but a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There is no girl in reality, only this wolf. Although it is sloppy, dirty, and has wounds all over its body, it is at least a living creature. Even if I can't raise it as a companion, it's not bad to keep it as a dog. "Okay, since you follow me, I'll give you a chance." Lu Yuan finally compromised. After returning to the shelter, Lu Yuan put today's harvest in a proper place and lit a bonfire. The flickering fire in the room brought a long-lost sense of warmth and security. The old wolf did not rush in, but just wandered outside the door, whimpering softly, shaking its tail from time to time, looking cautious. Lu Yuan glanced at it and did not immediately invite it in. He knew the hierarchy of wolves. As the superior, he had to eat first and then give alms. Otherwise, the wolves would misunderstand the hierarchy. If this guy thinks he is the boss, who will listen to whom in the future? The fish soup rolled in the tin box, gradually turning milky white, and a rich aroma filled the room. While Lu Yuan was cooking the soup, he grilled the sliced fish on the iron plate. Soon, the aroma filled the air, and the fish skin was golden and crispy, glistening with oil, which was appetizing. He gently tore off a piece of fish meat. The aroma was fragrant, and the tender taste made him sigh with satisfaction. "It's just a little lack of salt, a little fishy," Lu Yuan muttered to himself. "Let's go look for the ruins tomorrow. I should be able to find some seasoning. Even if there's no salt, it would be okay if I could find some plants that can remove the fishy smell." He couldn't help but sigh that humans are always eager for a better life. A few days ago, he was so happy about a spider leg that he couldn't stop smiling. Now, when he eats boiled fish and grilled fish, he starts to complain that the taste is not good enough. After Lu Yuan had eaten and drunk his fill, he put the remaining fish bones and leftovers into a box. He also specially cooked 2 fish and brought them to the door to hand over to Old Wolf. The Old Wolf smelled the aroma and hesitated whether to approach. It stared at Lu Yuan with its only eye, then looked at the fish soup with a complicated expression as if it was wondering if this was a trap. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. If you don't want to eat, get out of here. Don't act pitiful here. There are many animals in the world. I can't do without you. The Old Wolf struggled for a while, but finally lowered his head and licked a mouthful of the fish soup. Then his eyes widened, and he drank the soup mouthful after mouthful. His tail began to wag, and his face showed an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It tastes delicious. Lu Yuan joked, approaching it and holding out his hand. Come, let me touch it. The Old Wolf was obviously a little nervous about Lu Yuan's approach. It whimpered softly and sniffed Lu Yuan's hand. But in the end, it did not resist and let Lu Yuan touch its head gently. It's quite prickly. Lu Yuan smacked his lips. Your fur is really hard and dirty. The Old Wolf narrowed its one eye, seeming to be enjoying being touched, and after being touched for a while, it simply lay on the ground. In the next few days, Lu Yuan began to establish more interactions with the Old Wolf. He gave it a simple name, One Eye. Although the name seemed perfunctory, the Old Wolf seemed to adapt to this name quickly. Every time he came back from hunting, Yuan would greet him with his tail wagging. Lu Yuan would occasionally give him a piece of meat or two, and watching him wolf it down, he would feel a strange sense of satisfaction. You are really useless except eating and shitting. Lu Yuan teased the one-eyed man while grilling fish. However, after he said this complaint, he suddenly felt that he was not much better than One Eye. It's hard enough to live. Why do you ask for so much? One Eye gradually became more and more like a dog. Lu Yuan could not only touch its head at will, but he could even grab the hair on its belly to help it clean the lice. Every time the lice made a click sound, Lu Yuan would feel extremely relieved. Oh, the one-eyed creature would occasionally let out a low roar, as if to warn Lu Yuan not to go too far. But every time Lu Yuan took out a piece of fish, its threat immediately disappeared. Kneel down, Lu Yuan ordered, holding the fish. The one-eyed man stared at the fish for a few seconds, then slowly squatted down and stared at Lu Yuan with his only eye, with a flattering expression on his face. You are becoming more and more like a dog. Lu Yuan smiled and patted its head gently. In just 1 week, Lu Yuan's life had changed a little. The arrival of One Eye relieved his loneliness a lot. Although the wolf was of little use, its company made Lu Yuan feel a little more alive. Chapter 12, Happy Cooperation, Buddy. Why hasn't domesticated animals achieved a milestone in civilization? Lu Yuan looked at the old wolf rolling on the ground and threw the dried fish over. The old wolf stretched out his tongue and swallowed the dried fish into his stomach. When this guy saw that Lu Yuan had no fish in his hand, he pretended to be arrogant and disdainful, and he really deserved a beating. Theoretically, the domestication of animals is definitely a major turning point for civilization, right? Why are there no milestones? When he saw the opponent's extraordinary level, 0 attribute, Lu Yuan immediately understood. It seems that civilization has to achieve a milestone by domesticating extraordinary beings. Otherwise, other civilizations would have already completed the process of taming animals. So or would it be my turn? So Lu Yuan said angrily, You are so useless. Why aren't you an extraordinary being? Dude, we're missing a milestone. Ouch! The old wolf looked like he was trying to please and gently bit Lu Yuan's trouser leg. This life is so comfortable. You can get something to eat by wagging your tail and begging. How could this wolf attack the great master? Lu Yuan snorted coldly and felt that it was really smelly. This guy's hair was covered with urine, feces, and abscess secretions, so he was dragged and took a bath in the river. This guy struggled wildly and screamed sharply, just like killing a pig. Ouch! Ow, ow, ow. You deserve another beating, right? After being punched and kicked by Lu Yuan, the old wolf showed a look of despair. He completely lost his dignity and lay down in the river, letting himself be ravaged. Gradually, it experienced the joy of playing in water. After washing, it was still lying in the water, feeling very comfortable. The one-eyed creature looked at Lu Yuan, its bloody mouth half opened. Woof! Why don't you have a massage? Give me a massage quickly. I'm waiting anxiously. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. You're being shameless, aren't you? You struggled when you were washing, and now you're playing with water like crazy. When the fluffy fur got wet, the old wolf was actually very thin, and the deep scars on his back represented the battles that had taken place in the past. The blind eye was obviously injured in a battle. Clothes make the man, and wolf fur make the wolf. After taking a bath and cleaning the pustules, the old wolf suddenly became majestic and powerful, and even the two deflated eggs became plump. You stay here to bask in the sun while I check the fishing traps. It lolled its tongue and looked excitedly at Lu Yuan's great fishing harvest. Its poor brain capacity cannot understand why there are a steady stream of fish in this box. Oh, woof. Mastery, can we wolves learn this skill? If you can learn it, you will be a real werewolf. It can be seen that its health condition is improving rapidly. Maybe it's because the little blue pill really works, or maybe it's because his nutrition has been comprehensively improved and the old wolf's health level has risen several levels. The pus in the blind eye gradually disappeared. At least there were no maggots crawling around. An old panga gray wolf has established a close relationship with you and regards you as a superior. With your careful care, it may live a few more years. Shape 4.85.6. Chi 8.89.2. God 1.61.9. Extraordinary level, level 0. Ability none. There seems to be some improvement in the lower range of its attribute values. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, it barked wildly a few times and ran away like the wind. Lu Yuan looked closely and saw a giant crocodile nearly 10 meters long approaching quietly. He quickly activated the alien space to protect himself. The old wolf's bones have aged, his muscles have degenerated, and he has even lost a few teeth. The only outstanding thing about him is his survival instinct, which he has developed after years of experience at the bottom of the underworld. When encountering a powerful enemy, Lu Yuan, before I could react, it howled and ran away. Highlight the ungrateful nature of a person. Fortunately, being able to give advance warning has been a great help. After an hour, when the crocodile left, Lu Yuan exited the alien space and found the wolf lying in the grass with a smug look on its face. Nice cooperation, buddy. Huh? Under the leadership of Lao Lang. After more than a week of simple investigation, Lu Yuan roughly understood the distribution of forces within a radius of 50 kilometers. The strongest boss-level creature is undoubtedly the giant piranha. With a height of hundreds of meters, tens of thousands of forked vines, and a mass of 10,000 tons, it is the top of the local food chain. When Lu Yuan investigated it, he only found a series of. The strength gap between the two sides is so great that the eye of the pioneer cannot detect the attribute panel at all. It would be great if I could take a bite of the fruit. In addition to the piranha being the strongest boss, there are also 5 O-level extraordinary beings occupying a radius of dozens of kilometers. King snake, scorpion, donkey-headed monster, salamander, and poisonous bee queen. These names were chosen randomly by Lu Yuan. They look like some kind of king snake. Its diameter alone was 1 meter, as thick as a water tank. It is 20 to 30 meters long and may be heavier than several elephants. The poisonous queen bee is a giant bee that is more than 1 meter long. It flies with a buzzing sound like a drone and commands a colony of hundreds of thousands of bees. This group of bees seems to have formed a symbiotic relationship with the carnivorous plant booze. The donkey-headed monster is a rotten, unidentified monster with bones exposed in some places. It lies in one place, motionless. There was a gray miasma surrounding the donkey. Corrupted and fallen creatures. There will be no loot even if you kill them, so don't let them know of your presence. Property? As for Scorpio, it is a big scorpion with small scorpions densely packed on its back. And the salamander, a fire-breathing lizard, is as large as an elephant. Anyway, Lu Yuan would definitely not rashly provoke these inexplicable things. Alas, I killed the most promising hell spider in this area, but I was bullied by a small fry. Life at the bottom of the underworld is not easy. Investigating the surrounding area is a very tiring task, but Lu Yuan did not forget his job during this week, and he still picked up a lot of garbage diligently. First, the first major piece of garbage. Lu Yuan found a large group of crops that were suspected to be potatoes and pumpkins. The tubers and fruits of these plants contain a lot of carbohydrates and are excellent staple foods. There's also a plant like the breadfruit tree, whose fruit also contains a lot of starch, which is basically ready-made flour. In this way, his long-term food problem was basically met, and even the highest goal of a balanced diet was achieved. Lu Yuan had serious doubts. He found a former supermarket. After the house collapsed, various plants came into contact with the sun and grew wildly, forming this botanical garden. The vitality of plants is really enviable. They can grow if given some sunlight. Human beings need so many things, but they still can't live well. Sometimes, Yuan would stand on the high ruins and daydream about the glorious civilization that once existed. Are the streets of alien civilizations as lively as those in human cities? Are there any neon lights? Are citizens of alien civilizations as full of conflicts and disputes as humans? Are there novels, anime, and other entertainment products in other worlds? Prosperity is just an embellishment of decline. When prosperity fades away, only decline remains forever, covering up the former glory bit by bit. Where will I be in 100 years? Where will the entire human race be 1,000 years from now? As time passed, even with the company of the old wolf, Yuan became more and more lonely, which became his biggest trouble at the moment. Chapter 13. The writing system of the meta-civilization has been deciphered. When I'm lonely, sing. Undoubtedly the best in the world. Yuan, who was inspired to write poetry, sang a song. Wandering on the road. Are you leaving? Fragile and proud. That was also what I looked like. It's boiling and restless. Where are you going? Mysterious, silent. Are you really listening to the story? Yuan suddenly became out of breath. The old wolf stared at him and called out, "Oh, Nestins. Forgot the last word." He laughed loudly. There is really a lot of garbage in this supermarket. In addition to the botanical garden outside, Yuan also found a lot of bottles and cans. He even found a seasoning he was obsessed with: salt. There were about as many as a box. Even if something like salt gets wet, it will only clump, which does not affect its actual use. Naturally, he happily accepted the treasures left by the alien civilization with a smile. Also, Yuan finally found a photo of a local. The average height of its individual is about 1.5 meters. It walks upright, has relatively short hair, wears clothes, and has a head shaped a bit like a corgi. It has 2 bright eyes and high erected ears. It is not ugly. Family photos of more than a dozen foreigners showed bright smiles to Yuan. There's only this photo. The disappearing lives drift away like smoke and clouds. Their names and stories have all been reduced to the dust of history. Yuan seemed to be stimulated by something and started exercising like crazy. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers of long-distance running every day. He was so lonely, and since he found a stable source of food, his thoughts had become more and more complicated. He witnessed death and decline and became the tombkeeper of a foreign civilization. A wolf cannot soothe a lonely heart. Only exercise, practice, become Superman. As a result, a week later, the Superman project came to an end because his knees began to hurt. A boring human being who overexercised, causing hidden injuries to his knees. Shape, 5.5. Chi, 4.6. God, 5.2. Extraordinary level, level 1. Evaluation, still so mediocre. Don't imitate Saitama-sensei. You really don't have that talent. Find other ways. Yuan was speechless. Can't you say some words of encouragement after everything is like this? But this is indeed the fact. Without extraordinary training methods, a little improvement using conventional physical training methods is considered good enough. The road to transcendence is difficult. At this moment, Yuan suddenly heard a sharp howl of a woo and hurried out of the door. He was stunned to find something particularly amazing. The old wolf actually found a female wolf and started breeding. Who the hell is this? Is he your girlfriend? Yuan squatted down and glanced at Xinlong's crotch. No balls, really a she-wolf. The new wolf seemed to have a handsome appearance, with a square head and good hair quality. It's a young and beautiful wolf. Come here and jerk off for me. Yuan let out a strange cry. The she-wolf rejected his call and looked a little wary. The experienced old wolf walked forward, stuck out his scarlet tongue, and asked Yuan for fish. You are really an old cow eating young grass, and you don't feel ashamed. Yuan smiled and threw a boiled potato over. The female wolf sniffed it, raised her proud head, and looked at him with disdain. He looked at old wolf again. Old man, is this the place where you mentioned where you can get free food? The old wolf wailed miserably, blaming Yuan for not giving him face and secretly eating the potatoes. It just likes to eat potatoes. They are delicious and meaty. They surrounded the female wolf and started licking her ass. Yuan looked at the old wolf licking his ass and felt quite helpless. What's wrong with you? You just want to lick a dog. Do you really want to mate? I can only throw in a small fish I just caught. The female wolf glanced at Lu Yuan in surprise, then glanced back at the old wolf and started eating with satisfaction. Ouch, that's it? Not enough to fit between teeth. Lu Yuan took out another small fish. 2 more small fish were found. Another huge fish was found. Submit to me. The female wolf froze there, opening and closing her mouth, and her eyes were simply confused. The fluffy tail swayed chirpily. It made a wong-wong sound as gently as possible. Lu Yuan got goosebumps. Has the wolf here become a spirit? Or is this actually a fox? Taking this opportunity, the old wolf rushed forward and held down the buttocks of the female wolf. The evil and savage tongue stretched out so long, it looked like the evil plot was succeeding. Soon, the buttocks of both parties were glued together, and the great harmony of life began. "You, what are you doing?" Lu Yuan scolded loudly, feeling that his eyes were hurt, and he was about to shed hateful and bitter tears. The soul was hit by 10,000 points of critical damage. Why can there be such a naked money transaction in this ghost place? Is it the distortion of wolf nature or the loss of morality? The most important thing is that it still uses my money. The police, arrest these 2 bastards. Lu Yuan returned to the room silently, wiped the corners of his eyes, feeling sad and unspeakably depressed. Once upon a time, he was also a handsome young man. Not only have I received love letters from female classmates, but I have also received love letters from my classmates' parents. Unfortunately, at that time, he was addicted to playing games. I have no interest in falling in love. The main reason is because I meet a lot of weird people on blind dates. If God gives me another chance, I will definitely, or try some traditional crafts now. Ah! The female wolf seemed unable to bear it and moaned loudly outside. The sound was extremely sharp, penetrating people's eardrums and reaching people's thoughts. Lu Yuan couldn't help but stick his head out, looking at the old but strong figure, and cursed. "From today on, you are only fit to eat potatoes." Ouch! Please note that the eyes of the great pioneers have deciphered the writing system of the meta-civilization. You can now read the information of this civilization. Suddenly, a message came to my mind. This was the spiritual fluctuation from the pioneer's eye. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he no longer paid attention to the wolf, who was enjoying the harmony of life. He trotted into the data center and began to read the text files made of acid-free paper. 1 day ago, the pioneer eye only showed. Text files made of acid-free paper require a certain amount of time to decipher the text. But now, the text content actually shows up. Central Archives C Library, Performance List. Kudiga, I was late once this month and left early once, Performance B. Cole is good enough, but he is unwilling to work overtime, so his performance is lowered by 1 rating. Performance B. Shinchi Wolfberry, going to the toilet 3 hours a day, Performance C. Chapter 14, Notification of Civilization's Critical Illness. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and complained. It turns out that people from other worlds also like to fish at work. Kaogong is also the end of the universe in another world. Why? This guy named Shinchi squats on the toilet for 3 hours every day and hasn't been fired yet. Isn't this the end of the universe? While most of the files actually have some meaning, papers on biology, physics, chemistry, economics, etc. occupy the vast majority of the archives. A true treasure of civilization was in front of him. Lu Yuan expressed his admiration, but he couldn't understand it at all and felt that he was illiterate. Oh, and politics. It's barely understandable. Meda Civilization, the 6th branch, the mayor of Guer City, Mei Ganda, presided over the government executive meeting and delivered an important speech. The main content of this meeting covers the maintenance and upkeep of industrial equipment, the trade-in of consumer goods, and the reuse of renewable items. Research and promote large-scale equipment updates, trade-in of consumer goods, recycling, and the construction of a rule of law government. Focus on the current main line, clarify goals and tasks, understand the rules, clarify the direction, learn methods, and increase wisdom, especially focusing on solving social stability and the urgent, difficult, and anxious problems of the masses in order to achieve the expected goals and achieve obvious results. A familiar feeling came over me, like this kind of political report. I didn't want to read it after reading the first line. Lu Yuan has always believed that those who write materials are real talents. Of the 10,000 words of content, only 100 words seem to be effective, but you can write so much text. Why don't you write online articles? He patiently read the article carefully. What this government work report means is that when Guer City, the 6th branch of the meta-civilization, first came to Pangaea, its resources were in short supply, and it was difficult to replenish many supplies. So we must enforce controls and find ways to recycle some important items. Like rubber, metal, coal, and oil, we must use less. Lu Yuan couldn't help but worry. Would humans encounter the same problem? Obviously, yes. There are only 17 large cities that humans have teleported to Pangaea. How many reserve resources can a city have? It would be great to be self-sufficient in food. Coal and other things will be gone when they are used up. From this perspective, God actually encourages various civilizations to leave the safe zone as early as possible. Will humans make the same choice? How long will humans hide in the safe zone? Next paper, does God exist? When can we cancel the safe zone in our city? On the potential harm of hiding in the safe zone for a long time. Author, Kariku. Who is it? It summoned 13 cities of my civilization to enter the Pangaea continent. Each city has a population of about 10 million. We are called the sixth branch of the meta-civilization. The culture of each city is slightly different, and there is only one city in a country. Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. It seemed that there were 17 cities on Earth, and the meta-civilization had 13. Its voice appeared 50 years ago and has not appeared since then. It is more like a bystander. Apart from the initial settings, it just quietly observes the changes in Pangaea continent. Our Meta civilization has stayed in the safe zone for a full 50 years, while the outside world has been a full 5,000 years. We have wanted to revoke the safe zone several times, but in the end it was rejected. Will it also give us more time? What is the final outcome that awaits us in the end? The author of this paper, Kariba, wrote this paper with a worried attitude. He also appealed to the people not to covet comfort and move towards Pangaea as soon as possible. It's normal appeal, but it may not be useful. Next article. When will meta-civilization cancel the safe zone? On the opportunity cost of hiding in the safe zone for a long time. Question mark. A question mark appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. He looked at it and found that they were indeed two different articles, but they were published at different times. Do you use the same word count for your articles? Do your leaders know? After a brief look, the content has not changed much from 50 years to 60 years. Well, 10 years have passed, and the meta-civilization still has not left the safe zone. Normal. Next article. When will meta-civilization revoke the safe zone? Our meta-civilization has stayed in the safe zone for 70 years, and the outside world has changed dramatically. The expert called for the safe zone to be revoked as soon as possible and move towards Pangaea. Only in Pangaea, there are more resources. How can we develop if we are stuck in a safe zone and have no resources? Is it too easy for you experts to keep your iron rice bowl? There's not even a subheading this time. Lu Yuan sneered. Next article. When will the sixth branch of the meta-civilization be able to march towards the Pangaea continent? Next article. Study on the importance of Pangaea to meta-civilization. Gradually, the mocking smile on Lu Yuan's face disappeared, and instead he felt a sense of fear. These articles are like death notices, announcing the death of a civilization. It is not the individual who dies. What dies is civilization. Does anyone care? Yes, they do. But ordinary people don't care. Most people choose comfort. 300 years. In the 50th year, experts are calling for the abolition of the safe zone. But in the 300 years, the meta-civilization still did not enter Pangaea. 300 years in the safe zone. In Pangaea continent, it is already 30,000 years old. There is a gap of nearly 30,000 years between the earliest civilization to leave the safe zone and the civilization that has not yet left the safe zone. This is an insurmountable chasm of time. No matter how smart and stunning you are, how can you make up for the 30,000-year development gap? What frightens the Meda civilization even more is that with the rapid passage of time, the environment of Pangaea is gradually getting worse. The frequency of incomprehensible horrific disasters is increasing rapidly. The observation frequency has increased from once every 10 years to once a year. Do we still have time? Lu Yuan held his breath and continued reading. What is an incomprehensible disaster? Refers to some extremely large-scale, vicious supernatural phenomena. For example, a certain area is surrounded by black mist, and all the creatures inside undergo horrific mutations. Red raindrops fall from the sky, turning all creatures into pus. A large number of corpses resurrect from the dead, attacking living creatures indiscriminately, etc. These inexplicable disasters appear more frequently in later stages. Eventually, Pangaea turned into patches of desert where no one existed. We even observed the fall of the Sky City. Powerful civilizations outside, in order to avoid such disasters, generally build movable sky cities. But this kind of super civilization will eventually fall. Do we still have time to build a sky city? Chapter 15, we must embark on the extraordinary road as soon as possible. 8th era, how much time is left? Civilizations hiding in safe zones will indeed not be affected by these super disasters. But is hiding in a safe zone really a one-and-done thing for a long time? What is the ending waiting for us? Yuan took a deep breath. If the god who created Pangea really existed, would he allow these rotten civilizations to survive? The author of the paper expressed his worries, but did not give any effective suggestions. Dealing with problems is harder than asking them. If we can leave the safe zone, maybe we can get the legacy of the city in the sky. That city is only a short 17,000 kilometers away from our safe zone. He can only worry. Whether to revoke the safe zone is a difficult and complex political issue. It is a common problem that all citizens need to face. It is determined by the deep connotation of a civilization. When civilization chooses to be comfortable, then you can only be comfortable. Yuan felt quite heavy after reading this. After all, judging from the previous performance appraisal form and human resources form, human nature is common. Do the 17 branches of human civilization really have enough courage to cancel the safe zone and enter the Panga continent? Yuan expressed doubts about this. To put it bluntly, we are all the same. He remembered a famous saying, trust in the wisdom of future generations. Therefore, later generations believed in the wisdom of later generations. And as a result, generation after generation, they fell into the same trap again and again, which is simply laughable. But after worrying for a while, he could only smile. He stayed in Panga continent for nearly 15 days. At a time speed of 1:100 in the safe zone, it was only 3.6 hours. Everyone has their own joys and sorrows. He might die tomorrow, so how could he have the right to care about such a major event in civilization? Just live your life. We are the 18th civilization of mankind. We are already a great civilization that has left the safe zone. Next, he found another useful article. What do the 3 attributes of form, energy, and spirit represent? Author, Mahago. Yuan concentrated and read carefully. In today's digitized universe, most life forms have 3 attributes: form, energy, and spirit. Understanding the true connotation of the 3 attributes can help us open up an extraordinary path in the future. After statistics, we believe that the proportion of people born with superpowers in the meta-civilization is about 1/10. The rate of birth of observation ability is approximately 1 in 100,000. With the help of these observers, we have obtained basic information about the 3 attributes of form, energy, and spirit. The probability of developing observation ability is 1 in 100,000? Yuan was slightly surprised. One's pioneer eye may be a superior observation ability, because it can not only observe the attribute panel, but also read the information of items and even decipher the texts of other civilizations. This ability is really powerful. No wonder it calls itself the Great Ability. The reward for the only milestone is pretty impressive if you think about it. Back to the point, this paper argues that the attribute of form is a general term for tangible things in the body, such as blood, muscles, internal organs, skin, etc., which are all part of form. Shape often represents strength and physique. Qi refers to the general term for intangible things. A person's blood, muscles, internal organs, and other substances are almost the same in the 0.00001 seconds before death and in the 0.00001 seconds after death. So, why do people die? What changes lead to death? Experts from the Meda civilization believe that the qi disappeared. If qi is lost, it will lose its functions of promoting metabolism, warming the internal organs, defending against external evils, and transforming nutrients. Qi is also an important factor in perceiving the outside world. Most living things in the world have qi, and many sensory abilities are gained through the function of qi. The attribute of God is the most complex. Form and qi are the basis of God, and God is the master of form and qi. To explain in the most popular language, God is I and is the soul. Without the existence of I, everything is meaningless. Yuan compared his own attributes with those of Lao Lang. His 3 attributes were basically around 5 points, which was considered a relatively balanced type. The qi attribute of Lao Lang is relatively high, 6.89.2, and the God attribute is relatively low, less than 2 points. It seems quite reasonable. The old wolf's danger perception ability is indeed much higher than mine. Is it because his energy is higher? After the old wolf did something bad, he came over to have fun. After the hookup, it was so good. An exhausted wolf after completing something sacred. Even though it is old, it is still enjoying its young body. It has regained its self-esteem as a wolf and is showing off its powerful reproductive ability to you. Don't let down your friends when things are tough. Go, 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 busy with business. Yuan was watching so intently that he had no time to pay attention to this bastard. He sorted the files out, went to the next cabinet, and checked them one by one. Most of them are scientific papers, as well as some geographical articles, military data, etc. The sixth branch of the meta-civilization. After 300 years of development in the safe zone, supernatural powers have spread to the common people, and 90% of the population has abilities. The strongest warrior in the army, with a level 3 extraordinary level and various attributes around 18 points. Yuan didn't know how powerful level 3 was. He didn't know how valuable the 18 attributes were because the data in the paper were all about muscle cell activity, and he couldn't understand it at all. Maybe you can fight those mini-bosses? Is it even possible to fight against the regional boss Piranha? If I had level 3 strength, I would have been walking sideways on Panga continent. Yuan deeply understands that now is the most precious period of land development. Whether it is the only milestone or extraordinary beings that have not yet grown up, there are all kinds of natural and earthly treasures that can be picked up everywhere. But as long as 10 years pass and those extraordinary beings with super potential grow up, Yuan will no longer be his opponent. In 100 years, if a civilization leaves the safe zone and enters Pangea, there will be direct competition. The only milestone may not even be achieved. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of crisis. He took the time to search for useful information in countless files. He must embark on the extraordinary road as soon as possible to have the courage to enter the Panga continent. Nowadays, with a mortal body, bravely venturing to the ends of the earth means risking one's life. Chapter 16 Special Ability, Extraordinary Fire. This search lasted another week. Yuan was anxious and busy, turning into a top student and studying the papers here seriously. I have never taken the college entrance examination so seriously. Unlike the top student Yuan, the scumbag Lao Lang changes his girlfriend every day. After all, he is the former Wolf King, and his ability to pick up girls is still the same as before. That pink tongue is very flexible and has great licking skills. If you show off your strong financial resources, there will always be money worshippers who will take the bait. From this perspective, the happiness of a bad student is indeed much higher than that of a top student. The beautiful female wolves began to stay here and refused to leave after eating the free lunch. Occasionally, there are a few smart she-wolves who seem to know that Yuan is the boss, deliberately lying at his feet and gently biting his shoes, as if they want to be favored. The academic master, extremely irritable, Yuan, naturally caress their bodies unceremoniously. The belly is soft and spongy, and the back is still clean. The knees and wrists are half-circled, and the golden lotus is 3 inches narrow. The love in the middle reveals something. I forgot the front, and I also forgot the back. The wolf that has never given birth to a child is indeed beautiful in shape, gentle in temperament, and has soft fur. After counting the number of wolves, there are actually 711 cubs. What a gift! Wolves sometimes bring game, such as hares, weasels, skunks, etc. to help him improve his food. Today the old wolf also brought a pheasant in his mouth. Cack! Pheasant stared at Yuan with a dead look on his face. It's a pity that it's a rooster. If it were a hen, I would have kept it to lay eggs. Yuan quickly bled the pheasant, plucked its feathers, wrapped it in leaves, buried it in the soil, and made an earthy beggar's chicken dish. While waiting, I smelled the aroma of meat and my index finger was moved. Damn it, how long has it been since I had KFC? Half an hour later, Yuan dug the beggar chicken out of the soil. The crispy chicken skin and tender chicken meat were a perfect blend. The fragrance filled the air when he took a bite. At the same time, it also made him shed bitter tears. So delicious. Ouch! The wolves couldn't wait any longer and began to wag their tails and drool. Yuan wanted to enjoy the pheasant all to himself, so he threw some egg yolk pie to them. Well, this was a new food he developed using bird eggs, starch, and minced meat. I originally wanted to make bread, but unfortunately, there was no yeast, and it turned into a hard failure that could only be fed to wolves. However, these guys actually love to eat egg yolk pie. They actually started fighting with each other. Yuan enjoyed watching them fight for food with great interest. He suspected in his heart that this group of wolves were actually dogs. Perhaps their ancestors were indeed the remains of the meta-civilization. After the extinction of the meta-civilization, their ancestors wandered on the Pangea continent, and over time, they turned into wolves. Now that it has met humans, the wolf has turned into a dog again. When I die, the dog will transform into a wolf again. This is what is called reincarnation. After enjoying the pheasant, Yuan threw the chicken bones away, and suddenly, with a crash sound, all the bones were snatched away. Then they lay on the ground in a mess, basking in the sun lazily. Simple happiness. Yuan grew up in the city and never raised a dog. He just hated the dog poop that he saw everywhere. But now that I think about it, pets can indeed warm people's hearts, and they can easily feel happy. It's no wonder that so many aunts and uncles treat their dogs as children, dress them in clothes, and talk to them casually. Because it is really not easy for people to feel happiness. It was also on this day, in an ordinary archives room, that Yuan finally found what he wanted. A paper called Supernatural Origins. Author, Thane Hook. We want to know, what is the origin of extraordinary abilities? What is its specific principle? Currently, there are about 1.05 million people with naturally awakened superpowers in our city, and they are generally unable to cultivate. Only a few abilities can be cultivated, that is, their attributes can be improved. There is another ability that can not only be cultivated, but also taught to each other. We call this rare ability extraordinary fire. When the god created the Pangea continent, he once gave a hint to spread the extraordinary fire. Therefore, we have reason to believe that every branch of civilization will have at least one extraordinary fire. How to spread the extraordinary fire to more tribesmen and let everyone learn the method of cultivation is the top priority of every civilization's early development. Only by improving everyone's strength can we cultivate enough talents, abolish the safe zone, and officially move towards Pangea continent. Unfortunately, it was too late for us to realize this. It took us a full 100 years to complete this step, and 10,000 years have passed in Pangea. How many years did other civilizations take? Extraordinary fire. It seems that God really said the words spread the extraordinary fire. Yuan was convinced that every civilization has at least one extraordinary fire-capable person. But what about me? What should I do? Although I have 4 abilities, I only don't have extraordinary fire. God, I am also a civilization. Why is there no extraordinary fire in the 18th civilization of mankind? He felt that it was too difficult for him. He was already alone and depressed. He was forced to study here patiently, just wanted to embark on the path to transcendence. It turns out that what our compatriots can easily do is a huge obstacle for us. The result is simply a bucket of cold water poured on oneself. Next, this report introduces the general principle of the ability of extraordinary fire. Scientists from the meta-civilization divided the world's energy into 2 parts. The first is the energy in the physical world, such as kinetic energy, potential energy, internal energy, etc., all belong to physical energy. The second is the energy of the spiritual world, which is also the source of various superpowers. In the physical world, the accumulation of mass can form stars, which continuously bloom with light. In the spiritual world, the gathering of thoughts can form extraordinary fire. As long as a person is alive, he will continuously generate spiritual energy, thus feeding his own fire. The stronger the fire, the stronger the individual's physical fitness. This is the origin of practice. Of course, the spiritual energy generated by a person himself is limited, and often needs to be supplemented by external resources to accelerate the pace of practice. A civilization that has not left the safe zone has very scarce resources, and it is difficult to cultivate strong masters. In addition, everyone has different aptitudes for cultivation. Some people have poor aptitudes, and no matter how much external energy they supplement, they can only absorb a tiny bit. Some people are gifted, and even without the supplement of external energy, the fire can still grow rapidly. The ability of super fire occasionally appears on wild monsters. These monsters often stand out and evolve to an extremely powerful level. Chapter 17. Defeat the Salamander. Chapter 17. Target of Crusade, Salamander. Yuan widened his eyes and was stunned for a long while, and finally understood why the pioneers I claimed that it was a waste of resources after he killed the purgatory spider. because the spider had not yet cultivated the extraordinary fire. It was beaten to death by itself. If God gives me another chance, I still have to kill it. Lu Yuan howled to the sky, his whole body shaking like a sieve. He deeply lamented the fickleness of fate. He even recalled a girl he had a crush on in high school, but did not pursue her because of lack of courage. Finally, after graduating from college, they got in touch by chance, and the girl said, Actually, I liked you at that time too. If you miss it, you miss it. Of course, the above is purely Lu Yuan's fantasy. There is a girl he has a crush on, but the casual connection does not exist at all, and I like you too is a delusion created by the mental patient himself. Living alone in this ghost place, imagine yourself and make up for the regrets in your life without breaking the law. However, after reading the second half of the paper, he once again saw the real hope of embarking on the path to transcendence. Because the thesis is written, as long as you hunt a monster with the ability of extraordinary fire and use its fire, you can rekindle your extraordinary path. He is not hopeless. The big boss, Piranha, must not be chosen. That thing is too strong. The vine spread for several kilometers. It was dragged over before I even got close. There is nothing I can do. You can only choose one from several mini-bosses. Lu Yuan took out a simple hand-drawn map on which the terrain detected during this period was drawn. So, which extraordinary creature is the easiest to kill? Which monster is most likely to possess extraordinary fire? After repeated thoughts, Lu Yuan focused his attention on Salamander, a fiery red, four-legged monster similar to a lizard. He is about 3 meters tall, 8 meters long, weighs more than 10 tons, and looks extremely burly. The detection values are all? The first reason to choose Salamander is that this monster is solitary and lives alone in a dry canyon. Most of the other extraordinary creatures live in groups and have a large number of subordinates. The King of Hell is easy to see, but the devil is difficult to deal with. Lu Yuan really couldn't afford to provoke a large number of wild monsters. Creatures that live alone will be easier to deal with. Secondly, the environment in the canyon is relatively complex and the rocks are rugged, making it easy to escape even if you cannot defeat them. That canyon was the closest to his current location, and the transportation was slightly more convenient. Third, this guy can breathe fire. Since it can breathe fire, is the probability of possessing extraordinary fire higher? Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but cheer up and patted the table hard. Then it's you who decides. The Salamander Crusade plan officially begins today. Ouch! There were several wolves beside him. He didn't know why the owner was so excited, but they all roared together, like a dog bragging about walking a horse. Lu Yuan wanted to hunt the salamander quickly so that he could embark on the path to transcendence. However, it is really difficult for a mortal to fight against an extraordinary monster. He was alone, and even though there was a civilization ruin under his feet, he couldn't pick up any hot weapons such as guns and ammunition. Even if you can pick up tanks and cannons, they will no longer be usable after so many years. You only have one life, so you must be well prepared. After thinking about it, the best way is to dig a trap. The trap can hold at least one elephant and must be at least 34 meters deep. The amount of work involved in this pit alone is quite large. You also have to arrange spears, nets, and other miscellaneous things at the bottom of the trap. These things can be found in the ruins of the city, but it still takes a lot of effort to sharpen the steel bars. Even a trap is still not safe, and the opponent is a serious, extraordinary being. So he took out the spider venom gland that he had treasured for a long time. This is the neurotoxin left behind by the higher ruin guardian hell demon spider. Even though the biological age of the spider is only a day, the words higher guardian of ruins are very valuable. I hope it can be poisoned directly, Lu Yuan muttered to himself. And the most troublesome point, what if the salamander doesn't have the ability to extraordinary fire? Without extraordinary fire, even if you kill the salamander, it will be no different than killing it in vain. Taking huge risks to do something that may not bring any benefits really makes people feel the heavy pressure. But he had no choice. The hard and boring work wore away his will and destroyed his nerves. When there was no one to communicate with and no one to seek advice from, the depression he felt was naturally unknown. Sometimes Lu Yuan just wanted to lie down and lie there until the end of time. But thinking that I still had hope of returning to my hometown, I could only pat my butt, force myself to stand up and devote myself to work. Just like that, 2 months of preparation time passed quietly, and today was the 100th day he had been here. Loneliness is like a louse on a wolf. crawling all over your head without you noticing. When you catch one, another one crawls out. I want to escape, but I find that the whole world is full of lice and there is nowhere to escape. Fortunately, with the company of wolves, he can still smile and pretend to be a normal person. On this day, Yuan was very lucky to catch a wild snakehead fish weighing 50 kilograms with a fishing net. It means that the final bait is also ready. And his 100 days converted into safe zone time was actually only 1 day. It's been 100 days. I seem to be slowly adapting to the life here, and I feel like this is a dream. An idea came into my mind that as long as I die, I will wake up from my dream. Humans, what happens in your day? Have you accepted this cruel reality? Yuan mingled among the wolves, lying lazily on the ground, thinking about the past. He hadn't shaved or cut his hair for a long time, and his slovenly appearance was no different from that of a savage. I am a fool. If I lose today, I will turn into a lizard. Not only must we win, but we must also pray that the salamander really has extraordinary fire. Only in this way can I embark on the extraordinary road and move towards the distance. Sometimes I wonder, what's the point of going far away? Can I really find my fellow human beings? I don't even know which direction they are, so how can I look for them? The wolves had no idea what he was talking about, and they were playing with each other. The old wolf was gnawing on unknown weeds on the ground. There are also several female wolves who are pregnant. Their bellies are obviously bulging, and they will soon give birth to wolf pups. This is a group full of hope. Chapter 18 Dialogue between Man and Wolf. Yuan rubbed his eyes, feeling that he couldn't stay like this anymore. He carried the 50-pound fish he had just caught onto a modified cart, then picked up his backpack full of weapons and walked slowly into the distance. The old wolf and several female wolves followed behind, following suit. Occasionally, I would use my claws to dig at the big black fish. Old man, why don't you let us enjoy such a big fish? My wives are pregnant and need nutritional supplements. You can't touch it. That's what I want to offer to the Lord of Hell. After walking like this for more than 2 hours, we arrived at the dry canyon where the salamander was. At the edge of the canyon, he dug a large, deep pit with sharp steel spears inserted in the pit and a net bag woven with vines. On the wooden mast at the edge of the pit, there were even 2 boulders weighing 300 kilograms. These huge rocks were carried from afar by Yuan with all his efforts and with the strength of a few wolves. The strongest thing about human beings is not their physical strength, but their intelligence. With his strength, it is impossible to lift a 300-kilogram boulder to a height of 10 meters, but as long as he uses the pulley, he can save a lot of effort. A moving pulley saves half the effort. If 2 movable pulleys are used, 3/4 of the force can be saved. If 3 movable pulleys are used, 7/8 of the force can be saved. But that's all. Due to the limitations of manufacturing technology and material levels, he would never be able to lift larger boulders. This is almost the place. The opponent I want to challenge. Yuan muttered to himself, looking into the distance. Ah! The old wolf suddenly bit Yuan's trouser leg. His eyes became sharp, signaling him not to move forward anymore. Yuan pulled a few times, trying to break free. Ah! The old wolf bit hard and roared at Yuan ferociously, expressing the huge danger ahead. The fire lizard, with its aura as huge as the abyss, stimulated the nerves of every wolf and made them nervous. Even the she-wolves were constantly on the prowl, their hair standing on end. That is the absolute crushing of the superior over the inferior. As long as it is a slightly smarter creature, it will not dare to cross the thunder pool. Old man, you don't understand. You can eat, sleep, eat, and stay home every day to have children, but I can't. Yuan pointed to his temple. I have to find some hope for myself. Seeking extraordinary power is my only pursuit. If I can't find it, I can't go home. If I stay here all the time, I will go crazy. He described his state of mind at this moment in an understatement. The old wolf raised his head and looked at his master. It found that the owner was different from when they first met. When they first met, Yuan actually didn't have any murderous intent. At first glance, he looked like a harmless type, like a sheep eating grass. That's why it dared to follow from afar. At that time, the old wolf was really at the end of his rope. What could he do if he didn't beg? At this moment, Yuan's face was thin and he looked a little haggard. There was an indifferent light in his eyes. That is a disregard for life, and even one's own life is not cherished that much. The skin all over his body was tanned by the sun, calluses formed on his hands, and there were scars on the back of his hands, like scratches made by a knife. This is the result of long-term labor. If it met the current Lu Yuan, it would never dare to beg. Actually, I want to lie down every day, lie down like you guys, and do nothing. This kind of thinking is increasing day by day. It has evolved from thinking about it for a while when I get up every day to thinking about it every hour and every few minutes. I feel like life is no longer interesting. If I could insert the dagger neatly into my heart, I would be able to end my absurd life. Lu Yuan paused, his cold eyes reflecting the dim sunlight. So, no matter what, I will challenge it once. For myself. The wolf and the man looked at each other. The old wolf still had a ferocious expression. The wrinkles on his nose were wrinkled up, and he had an expression that said, "Are you seeking death?" Lu Yuan's face was expressionless. In less than a minute, the old wolf felt his master's strong will and obediently relaxed his mouth. Lu Yuan touched the wolf's head and sighed. He couldn't remember when he started to like talking to himself alone. He didn't know when he realized that his vitality was losing. This flow of vitality is not at the physical level, but at the spiritual level. He began not to care about his appearance. He didn't even bother to brush his teeth and wash his face, and he didn't care about what food he ate today. At first he wanted to have a good bite, but now he doesn't care so much. He didn't even care about his own life, as if nothing could arouse his passion. Only the company of the old wolf and a few female wolves gave him a small amount of comfort. Without them, he might have gone crazy. It's been 100 days. It's time to tidy up your appearance. Even if you really go to hell, you won't be so ugly. Lu Yuan took out a pair of scissors, cut his hair short, and shaved off his beard. He shaved carefully, like a farewell ceremony. In his eyes, the world is crawling with lice called loneliness, which cannot be avoided or escaped. His entire body was covered with lice, and only his 2 eyeballs were still barely bright. I originally wanted to recite a poem to add to the atmosphere, but in the end, I lost interest. Lu Yuan took out another bottle of animal oil from the storage space, which contained precious spider venom glands. He used a sharp knife to pick up the spider's venom gland, and then stuffed the entire knife into the fish's belly along its mouth. Then he used the bottle of oil to thoroughly wipe the tip of each spear. After doing all this, there is no other work. Let's go. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, pushed the cart, and slowly stepped into the territory of the fire lizard. The old wolf wandered anxiously outside the canyon. It just looked from a distance and didn't dare to come in, not even howl. This car was modified by Lu Yuan himself. The tires are very large and made of waste rubber. They can also pass on slightly bumpy roads. However, many places are rusty and the bearings are still a little deformed, so it cannot run very fast. This path has been visited many times, and there are no particularly high rock drops. Lu Yuan saw the clouds on the horizon. They were fish-scale clouds high in the sky. Did it mean it might rain today? God is as darkly humorous as ever, and if he dies, he will pretend to cry in mourning a few times. Inside the quiet canyon, the sunlight shines on the sallow meteorites, refracting withered spots, and the big fish was lying quietly on the car. The eyeballs are not sunken yet, they are quite fresh. The tires scraped against the rocks, making a knock sound. Chapter 19: Hunting Salamanders. Lu Yuan's back began to sweat, and sweat trickled down his back. He felt that all over his body, the sleeping cells were slowly waking up. He felt the presence of qi, which was a cold and chilling aura, a symbol of powerful life. The cold god of death is driving away the group of lice called loneliness. I'm afraid of death. Lu Yuan thought in his heart. If you win, then don't die. There was a hint of hot fishy smell in the breeze, which was the strong body odor of the salamander. Lu Yuan didn't dare to move forward anymore. He left the trolley where he was. This is upwind. It must smell fishy. His body trembled slightly. Come on. I know you won't be poisoned easily. Let's have a real fight between dragons and tigers. Lu Yuan hid behind a big rock in the distance and waited quietly. His nerves were slightly tense, but not too nervous. He could just feel the beating of his heart and the long-lost passion, like a dead tree growing in a spring, recovering bit by bit. This surge of adrenaline gave him a magical feeling of I'm actually alive. Something strange, not offensive. In fact, a long time ago, not too long ago, 100 days ago, Lu Yuan had no idea what the brain circuits of those people in extreme sports were. He always wondered if those guys jumping around on the top floors of tall buildings were crazy. Now I seem to understand a little bit. When we continue to strive forward, but keep moving backwards until we touch the eternal darkness, we will know the meaning of being alive. Hey man, don't you want to eat some of the free food? Lu Yuan shouted. It's free. Come on, eat it. The salamander seemed to be asleep. After waiting for more than an hour, its huge body slowly emerged from the cave. Lu Yuan's mood suddenly became nervous. The fiery red skin and thick scales are like a heavy tank, a powerful existence that can crush you into minced meat with just a slight scratch. He actually wants to fight such a creature. Still, a one-on-one challenge. 100 days ago, lying in bed, I would never have been able to imagine where I am today. Come on, come on. After all, the salamander had no wisdom, so he stepped forward and swallowed the black fish, then waddled back into the cave. He has tried the effect of spider venom before, and it can easily poison a large fish weighing dozens of kilograms. But whether it is effective for extraordinary beings is unknown. Stomach acid and the high temperature in the salamander's body are likely to destroy the poison of the spider toxin. If the poison bait plan doesn't work, he can only use traps to solve the battle. Are you asleep? Or are you dead? You won't die so easily, right? While Lu Yuan waited, he frowned, worried about another possibility. According to the information of meta-civilization, after death, a creature with the ability of extraordinary fire will form a layer of supernatural phenomena like phosphorus fire on the surface of the body. The more powerful the extraordinary fire, the longer it takes to dissipate. But basically, it won't take more than an hour. If the salamander died suddenly, Lu Yuan would immediately go to the location of the body and use the power left by its fire to ignite his own fire. Of course, the premise is that the salamander is indeed. He really has the ability of extraordinary fire. Otherwise, everything is in vain. It is so powerful, there must be something I want, Lu Yuan said to himself, firming up his determination. I will not make a mistake in judgment. His rough right hand grasped a metal spear. After 3 months of work, his palm was already calloused. It may be because I squatted for too long, causing my legs to feel slightly numb. Suddenly, he heard a shocking roar. The entire ground trembled slightly, rocks rolled down, and a small earthquake occurred. The huge monster weighing more than 10 tons was struggling frantically in the cave. The most exciting moment has arrived. Can spider venom really kill salamanders? Lu Yuan's heartbeat quickened rapidly. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. He vaguely saw the sturdy body in the cave. The fiery red scales looked particularly ferocious under the setting sun. However, the next moment, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. The eye of the pioneer gave a line of information. A strong lizard-like extraordinary life seems to have been poisoned by some strong toxin. But obviously, this poison can't kill it. Do you really want to challenge it? Maybe you will disappear from the world tomorrow. I can only challenge it because I am about to lose my human attributes. My passion is being lost day by day, and the difficulties I will face in the future are as huge as the universe. It's just a little difficulty. I'm going to regain the courage that belongs to humanity now, Lu Yuan said loudly to himself. He jumped up from behind the rock and roared. Come on, come and eat your grandpa. At the same time, he kicked the cart away. Perhaps due to long-term friction, the last section of the gravel road at the entrance of the cave was quite smooth. The car rolled into the cave along the downhill road and made a bang sound as if it hit something. The salamander had unbearable abdominal pain and was in extreme pain. After being pricked by the trolley, he instantly became angry and transferred his hatred. The head poked out of the hole, its blood-red eyes and erect scales bursting with murderous intent. Its wrath could be felt from a distance. Come and eat your grandpa? You idiot! Lu Yuan turned around and started running the fastest in his life. He must lure this lizard into a trap. Even without looking back, you can still hear the roaring like a storm. During that scorching run, Lu Yuan felt unspeakable fear. When the ant faced the wrath of God, his whole body was trembling, and even his hair stood up. This trace of fear pulled him out of the numb and cold world and brought him back to the vibrant world. So I'm still afraid of death. Ha, come and eat me. The setting sun shines on everything, and the green leaves on the trees are blooming. Just like the high-speed photography techniques used in movies to express the awakening and rapid growth of all things. In this scene, the ordinary valley is full of life and death moments of killing. Each step of the fire lizard can cover a distance of more than 10 meters, and the murderous aura it exudes is full of violence and ferocity. A familiar belief suddenly emerged in Lu Yuan's heart. His life would start anew with this hunt. His speed was no match for the salamander, and he deliberately ran along the path where the large amount of rocks were located. Boom, boom, Boom! These stones were like blocks of foam and were knocked away by the giant beast behind it. Chapter 20. Old Wolf's Relay. Damn, this guy is so strong. In just a few minutes, Yuan was already sweating all over. It was not because of the scorching sun in the sky. The intense exercise caused lactic acid to accumulate in the muscles all over his body, causing him to feel terribly tired. His lungs were sore from the intense breathing. Awoa! The old wolf's voice was howling in the distance. It was so anxious when it saw its master being chased, but it didn't dare to come in. That fire lizard is so strong that it can beat a wolf into a pulp with just one slap. Yuan concentrated all his mental strength, picked up the courage of a human being, and competed in speed with the poisoned salamander. The giant beast's speed exceeded his expectations, and it had already arrived behind him and made a flying movement. Still haven't reached the destination. There is still a full distance of 400 meters, and even a world-class athlete needs 40 seconds. As for him who was exhausted, it would take at least a minute and a half. The dim sunset stretched the shadows of both sides extremely long. Yuan saw the shadow of the giant beast. This shadow had long enveloped him, like a claw extending from hell, attacking his body. The sound of wind, raindrops, and the afterglow of the setting sun mixed together to form a cruel frost. Are you going to die? Yuan felt a little sad. He had tried his best, but his legs felt like lead, and he couldn't run as fast as he started. He has no resentment, but feels a little unwilling to accept his own strength. But he was unwilling to activate the different space. Because once the alien space is activated, the giant beast is likely to return to its lair to recuperate due to the intense toxins. When Salamander recovers from the poisonous predicament, Yuan will not have another chance. After all, he only has one spider venom gland. Without poison, he really had no chance. Come on, come and eat your grandpa. Roar! Murder is coming. The salamander lunged forward. Yuan gritted his teeth, picked up the steel spear with his rough fingers, thrust it hard on the ground, and jumped several meters to the side with the help of this counterthrust. The wind blew past. With a leap, the fire lizard landed where he had just been. Due to the huge inertia, its huge body rolled forward more than 10 meters, knocking away several huge rocks. Yuan was hit on the head by some gravel, and blood flowed from his eyes. He got up from the ground as fast as he flew and continued running towards his destination. But that's all. The salamander also climbed up again. 400 meters was still an insurmountable chasm. He was lucky to have successfully dodged once. Given the huge speed gap between the two sides, he could not expect to dodge a second time. There are limits to human endeavor. Is this all? The sun slowly set, the wind and rain began to get stronger, and the black-humored god was watching the world. Just as he watched the deaths of countless heroes, he has always been neutral. Just then, Yuan heard a wolf howling. The wolf howled very loudly, as if it was both a provocation and a curse. He saw the old wolf. The old wolf finally crossed the dividing line and launched a vicious mental roar at the salamander. The female wolves also hid in the back, howling wildly. The roars added up to be a real provocation. The old wolf is a very smart wolf. It knew where the trap was and also knew Yuan's speed, so it was impossible for it to lure the fire lizard into the trap. So, it tries to relay the last journey. Its old bones need to run. Don't die. I'll hide first. Yuan's nose felt sore. He accepted the old wolf's kindness and activated the different space. A thin layer of ripples on the water protected him inside. The fire lizard found that the hateful guy in front of him had disappeared, and then he heard an even more hateful wolf howl not far away. This damn ant actually dared to provoke me. It rushed forward angrily, wanting to beat these damn weak things to death. The old wolf turned and ran away. It was actually very scared, and it was pissing and shitting all the way. Fortunately, it was not far from the trap, and after running for a distance, it reached the edge of the trap. It was a little hesitant, not sure if its old bones could jump over the trap. The salamander came roaring and rushed towards the old wolf like a dump truck. Yuan's heart was in a knot. His eyes blurred, and he heard a terrible wolf howl. He saw the old wolf being knocked away for more than 10 meters and flew directly into the bushes. The fire lizard fell into the trap with a bang. Several huge rocks hung on wooden poles smashed into the trap, smashing its head and causing it to bleed. Hit! Yuan immediately canceled the alien space and rushed forward with a spear. The huge beast was still struggling in the trap. Several sharp spears pierced its abdomen, and bright red blood spurted out. Roar! A wounded and poisoned lizard-like extraordinary life form. The wound on its abdomen seems to be more serious. But please note that its vitality is still strong and the wound is slowly coagulating. You still can't kill it. Yuan took another look at the old wolf that was knocked away and was lying motionless in the bushes. Old wolf! At this moment, he was already in a state of extreme anger. His whole body was shaking and rage was constantly bubbling out of his chest. I still haven't won. I still haven't. But all his means were exhausted, and he could do nothing. After a while, the salamander broke free from the vine net and crawled out of the trap. No matter where he crawled, he was no match for it. A huge feeling of despair enveloped Yuan, as if the weight of the entire world was pressing down on his spine. He racked his brains and thought, but he couldn't think of any solution. The next second, he saw the spear tightly clutched in his hand. It was a spear made of ground steel. The raindrops in the sky became larger, and everything around was covered with a layer of white mist. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. People can only rely on themselves. A lifespan of less than 30 years, Yuan muttered, is like a dream and an illusion. How can a person who is alive once be immortal? There was thunder across the sky, lighting up the world. He gripped the spear tightly, jumped into the trap. Let me borrow your fire. With this jump, he jumped directly onto the huge body of the fire lizard. Yuan let out a wild, beast-like roar from his throat, and the sharp spear turned into an afterimage, stabbing fiercely towards the fire lizard's eyeball. A stream of hot and boiling liquid splashed onto Yuan. The salamander started to struggle madly. Roar! The entire earth pit trap collapsed, and sand and gravel sprayed onto Yuan's face like shotgun shells. Then in the next moment, a ball of fire like a fuel air bomb shot up into the sky. The scorching heat evaporated a large amount of water vapor, and everything around became foggy. This is the fire lizard skill, fire breathing. Chapter 21, Yuan and the world. The scorching heat enveloped everything in the trap, and the raging flames turned the stones into red magma, which fell down in clumps. A thin layer of light appeared on the surface of the fire lizard scales. This layer of light curtain can prevent it from being burned by high temperatures. Fire breathing, a move that is only used when dealing with powerful enemies. I didn't expect it to be used here. This skill requires a lot of energy and also needs the fuel in the body to support it, so the number of times it can be used is limited. Its huge body trembled slightly. After turning the ant in front of it into ashes with one bite, the fire lizard felt its own weakness and had to hide back in its cave to heal its injuries. Luckily, I wasn't hit directly. Yuan was anxious and afraid. The massive secretion of adrenaline put him in an extreme state of excitement, and the blood in his veins almost boiled. After using the eye-poking stunt, he immediately hid in a different space, but did not suffer any damage. Looking at his left arm again, he saw a hand sprayed with scorching fuel, causing burning pain. Just 0.1 seconds later, he will be ignited and burned to death. A special kind of fuel has a temperature of about 3,000 degrees Celsius after being ignited. It's so dangerous, Yuan immediately took off his clothes and wiped the fuel clean. The thoughts in my mind were racing. I poked one of its eyes blind. The spear is coated with poison, and the closer the eyes are to the head, the faster the poison spreads. I might as well think of a way to blind its other eye. The furious salamander drained his fuel reserves and slowly ran out of energy. When it was about to climb out of the pit, Yuan once again released the alien space, grabbed a scale on its body, and stabilized his body. Your grandpa is here. This step is very dangerous, but he had to do it. Without climbing on the salamander, Yuan would not be able to harm this behemoth, nor could he catch up with the running beast. Salamander noticed that the foreign object appeared on his body and struggled wildly again, bouncing high, trying to knock Yuan down. With a boom, its huge body hit the stone next to it. Yuan struggled to hold on. Under the violent jolt, his internal organs were almost shaken out. Ouch! Old Wolf's voice sounded loudly again. Yuan's eyes widened, and he suddenly realized that the whole world seemed to be reversed, and the body of the salamander was pressing towards him. He understood clearly in his heart that this was a death roll. The salamander wanted to use its body weight to crush him to death. Another space. Snap! The salamander's back pressed to the ground, causing a large amount of water to splash out. The spaces between the two sides directly overlapped, and Lu Yuan could faintly see that the flesh and blood and wriggling internal organs of the giant beast were like a dense mass of red muscles squeezed outside the soap bubble. If I had to describe this phenomenon, I can only explain it as Lu Yuan and Salamander belong to two sides of a piece of paper. No matter how much damage Salamander does, it cannot affect the other side of the paper. But we have to admit that Lu Yuan's ability in different spaces has its limits. Activating it multiple times in a short period of time will consume more mental energy. The different space cannot be activated instantly and requires about 0.10.2 seconds of activation time. The worse the mental state, the longer it takes to activate. In addition, except for his physical body, the entry and exit of other objects would destroy the space. Integrity. It is not feasible to project a spear outward from within the alien space. You must release it first and then project it. Otherwise, once the spear touches the boundary of the alien space, the entire alien space will be shattered, and he himself will suffer a very serious mental shock. Therefore, every time when he is old 6 and launches a sneak attack, he has to cancel the alien space first and then launch the attack. It stopped, it got tired. Having come this far, Lu Yuan was unwilling to give up. After releasing the alien space, he immediately grabbed the scales and tried to climb onto the back of the fire lizard. His entire skin was red, and the veins on his arms were bulging like a mad beast. The scales of a salamander were quite rough. The rain in the sky is getting heavier. The fire lizard, which was already panting heavily, found that its opponent was sticking to it like taffy. It roared angrily and jumped up from the ground in anger, trying to throw Lu Yuan away. Come on, let's see how long you can last. Lu Yuan used the spear in his hand to block between the two scales and held them there. He roared loudly, although he was close to exhaustion and didn't know how long he could hold out. Whenever the salamander launched a death roll and wanted to crush him with its huge body, Lu Yuan immediately activated different space to avoid it. After the salamander calmed down, he had to release the different space and provoke the opponent crazily to make him exercise violently. You must hurry up. Lu Yuanru told himself that as long as he was thrown out or suppressed by the opponent, he would never have a chance again. This slowly evolved into a long-term war of attrition, with heavy rain pouring down like tears from the sky, moistening the earth. The moonlight was hidden in the dark clouds, and it was hazy. The huge salamander encountered an enemy that looked like brown sugar. It swayed left and right, rolled to death, and almost exhausted all means. It never expected that it would encounter an opponent that was as unkillable as Xiaoqiang. Several times, the salamander seemed exhausted and motionless. Lu Yuan wanted to climb up to the neck and hit the other eye with a spear, but found that the other person had regained his strength again and started struggling crazily again. Therefore, he could only reactivate the different space to protect himself. With a long period of intense exercise, the spider toxin slowly invaded the salamander's nervous system, and the loss of large amounts of blood continued to take away the vitality of this giant beast. Its movement speed has indeed slowed down. When the adrenaline on both sides gradually depletes, the competition is about willpower. The heavy rain slowly stopped. Lu Yuan's whole body was burning. He didn't know where he was injured. The frequent use of different spaces has almost reached the limit, and the vision begins to become blurry. Without the ability to evade the alien space, Salamander would not need a second to kill him. To live or to die, that is the question. Both his arms and legs felt like they were filled with lead, and they didn't want to move at all. The world is really cruel. Why are extraordinary beings so powerful? Do you still need to persist? Can you really defeat your opponent? His consciousness was really blurred. In a trance, he saw the shadow of his family, and the familiar faces were smiling at him. So Lu Yuanqing couldn't help but think, if he died, maybe this damn nightmare would be over? Then he turned his head again and saw the old wolf. The old wolf's two front legs scraped the ground and crawled slowly in the bushes. Only the wolf's head was exposed. The single eye flashed green in the moonlight. This is a wolf full of the desire to survive, just like Lu Yuan did when he first saw it. Even if it is injured, it still survives. Chapter 22, Cross-Border Hunter. Brother, you're not dead yet, so I can't die either. When I get back, I'll treat you to a good meal. Lu Yuan took out a piece of dried spider meat from his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth, and started chewing it. Spider meat jerky contained a lot of energy, but the inventory was small, so he was willing to use it only at this critical moment. His eyes were red. He was terribly tired. His whole brain was about to explode. His lungs felt like steel needles were piercing them, and his heartbeat was already 200 times per minute. His red-hot skin made him look like a cooked monkey. After replenishing some energy, Yuan evacuated the alien space and stabbed the fire lizard's eyeball again with the spear. Kill! The salamander was already panting heavily. When it saw the enemy suddenly appear, it stretched out its front paws angrily, intending to knock the ant off its head. Pa! After being hit, Yuan staggered as if he was run over by a car, and even his bones were creaking. But when he was halfway in the air, he forcibly used the different space to protect himself once again. The next second, the alien space dissolved itself, and Yuan fell to the ground, with mud and water soaking his clothes. An abnormal blush appeared on his face. Black spots appeared in front of his eyes, and sweat wet his eyes. It was the first time that he had pushed himself to his limits. An unspeakable pain arose in his body. 100 days ago, he could never have imagined that he would actually fight against such an extraordinary monster alone. There are countless reasons to escape, but only one reason not to escape. The opponent is almost dying. Yes, this salamander is really dying. Otherwise, if he was photographed, he would have been beaten into a pulp. Now he was just slightly injured. It doesn't matter where you're injured. Now is the time for the real duel. So Yuan climbed up tenaciously. The salamander also crawled up, its whole body trembling, its one eye staring at Yuan, almost unable to stand. It wants to breathe fire. However, the fuel was exhausted and no fuel could be sprayed out. Whoosh! More than 10 meters away, Yuan threw the spear from a distance, trying to hit the opponent's eyes. There is a rope tied to the back of the spear, so it can be retrieved immediately after being thrown. If the salamander pursued him, he would run away. The distance of more than 10 meters was also a natural barrier for a salamander that had been poisoned, bled a lot, and had been exercising for who knows how long. Yuan was extremely tired and was just holding on by relying on his last breath. His eyes were red, and he was on the verge of physical and mental collapse. The salamander retreated, turned around, and tried to escape. It trembled and began to fear this tiny enemy. Can you escape? Yuan caught up and recalled a story he had seen a long time ago. In ancient times, humans often relied on strong physical strength and willpower to survive their prey. By running, humans can outrun their prey alive, and by not sleeping for several days and nights, they can forcefully tame eagles. Yuan just ran and threw tirelessly. Running, throwing, these two actions continued until dawn. The giant beast was covered in dried blood and lay motionless on the ground. As the first ray of sunlight at dawn shone on Yuan's split lips, he felt that the two heavy arms did not belong to him at all, and the two legs were almost weak. In this dark night, he defeated many things. Defeat your enemies, defeat yourself, and defeat those damn lies called loneliness. Want a new life? Win it all? Ha! Ha! Yuan laughed loudly and stuck his spear hard into the gravel. Even though he had no strength at all, he still made a gesture of welcoming the sun with both hands. Happy, indescribable pleasure. Nothing in the universe is invincible. In my ears was a long-lost cold voice. Congratulations to you for achieving the only milestone, Cross-Border Hunter. You are the 9th era, the first intelligent life to cross 5 extraordinary levels and hunt extraordinary beings alone. Milestones, somewhat unexpectedly, appeared as a matter of course. God is always just the icing on the cake, not the timely help. Is there a milestone for crossing 5 levels? Is there a milestone for crossing 10 levels? Is there 100 levels? It seems that some people will be busy in the future. I want to challenge Daluo Jinxian. Yuan was thinking wildly in his mind. After laughing so hard, I was extremely exhausted and in a state of confusion. My whole mind was so empty that I couldn't even hear what reward God had given me. Reward, eternal body. He just slowly crawled towards the red fireflies. Those little bits of flame are the extraordinary fire escaping from the lizard corpse. Salamanders really have extraordinary fire. Not surprising. On the contrary, I feel that this is what I deserve. He must use his last willpower to use this fire to embark on the truly extraordinary path. Pangea, safe zone. Yuan's 100 days of hardship were just a short day for the 17 human cities in the safe zone. What can happen in a day? Enough for social chaos. First of all, everyone experienced a real, wandering city trip. The Earth disappeared suddenly, leaving only 17 cities alone in the universe. Gravity actually disappeared at that moment. Under the influence of a mysterious force, these cities flew a large circle in space, and then settled in a corner of Pangea. Such bizarre supernatural phenomena naturally caused huge panic among the masses. The network is cut off, the power is cut off, and even the water source is cut off. Some people choose to hide at home and do nothing. Some people also started looting supermarkets. Rice, fruits, and vegetables are all being robbed. Some people felt that mankind was about to perish and wanted to enjoy themselves before death. So they secretly opened the door of the landlady's room. In the face of disaster, everyone's choices are different. There were even young men and women who were confessing their love passionately, and the Civil Affairs Bureau was suddenly filled with registration queues. Even the civil servant on duty at the Civil Affairs Bureau looked confused. These staff just wanted to run away. Why do so many young people still need to register their marriage? Does the state still exist? Is there any point in registering? There is no power, the computer cannot start, and the database cannot be connected. But I don't know what happened, maybe because of his duty, or maybe he was a little stupid. This staff member still sat in his seat, issued marriage certificates to the young people, and then recorded the identity information of the registrants with pen and paper. Congratulations to everyone. I will give you a candy. Please go back to your home and wait for the government notification. Chapter 23: Changes in Human Civilization. The Yuan city government will fully protect the people's legitimate rights and interests in all aspects. The Ministry of Public Security strikes hard to crack down on all kinds of illegal crimes. An emergency announcement is played below. All veterans are summoned to gather at various sub-district offices. An announcement will be played below. Loudspeakers blared in every corner of the city. This is a great war, a war between the light and darkness of human nature, and also a major test of civilization. Many civilizations collapsed suddenly, fell into a state of doomsday carnival, and production was paralyzed overnight, never to recover. It may take decades for the remaining population to regain order, but there are also many civilizations that are only in chaos for a short time, or even have only a little disturbance. It seems to be night in Pangea now. The sun rises again and a day passes. The temperature was 25 degrees Celsius, which was quite comfortable. Yuan City is the capital city of a province in the Great East Country. The land area within the safe zone is about 12,000 square kilometers, and the total population is about 10 million. Faced with this major change, all major departments of the Yuan municipal government were paralyzed for a few hours, and then took action at an extremely fast speed. All satellite networks have been disconnected. We are truly unable to communicate with Earth. The earthquake rescue work is underway, and the casualties are not high. The current death toll is 7, and more than 100 people are buried. The Sheriff's Department reported that they had dealt a heavy blow to more than 500 criminals. What can be confirmed is that we have indeed lost contact with Earth. The entire Yuan City is located in a corner of the Panga continent, backed by a large lake with the area of Poyang Lake. The restoration of the power grid is still ongoing. It will take about 3 hours for power to be restored in the city, and about 12 days for power to be restored in remote areas. But we don't have much coal reserves in our power plants, and they will be used up in about 10 days. Let's save some money first. After the factory is shut down, we won't be able to use so much electricity. Several granaries and large logistics centers have been successfully controlled. If we follow the wartime rationing system and save a little, we can provide food rations for 10 million people for about a year. When will communications within the city be restored? The lowest level of network communication has been restored. If you want faster communication, you need more power. One message after another came to the government office. Heavy pressure weighed on the hearts of every participant. This emergency meeting is called the Unkai City Survival Meeting. In addition to officials from the city government, representatives from the military region, professors from universities, and outstanding figures from all walks of life attended the meeting. As a first-tier city, Yuan City's industrial capabilities are quite good. Many industrial chains, including electric vehicle factories and chip factories, are part of it. But all these factories were paralyzed overnight. Everyone has a confused emotion on their face, thinking about the unknown Pangea continent and the outside world, and what keywords such as civilized screening and safe zone are. It is simply confusing. After all, not everyone is familiar with online novels and can quickly accept this set of stories. It's simply baffling. The middle-aged man sitting on the rostrum is named Li Chunhong, the top leader in Yuan City. He tapped the table lightly and said in a serious tone, Comrades, whether you can accept it or not, we have already arrived in the new world. The Earth has really disappeared. Us. We must accept the cruel reality as soon as possible. The most important thing right now is to protect people's livelihood, calm people's panic, and restore social order. Looking at the silent crowd, Li Chunhong paused for a while and then said, "We can't provide much electricity, but we must provide some at regular intervals every day. The food rationing system must also be implemented properly. Only in this way can order be restored as soon as possible. The restoration of network communications is the most important thing at the moment, so that everyone can at least go online, send text messages, and watch the latest news. Only when information flows smoothly can people's panic be reduced. Severely crack down on criminal activities such as hoarding, vandalism, looting, and burning. In that Pangea continent, we also have to think of a way to investigate what happened. Until the facts are confirmed, I appeal to the public not to vote to revoke the safe zone indiscriminately." As Yunhai City entered Pangea continent, a mysterious button, "Confirm Cancel Safe Zone," appeared in every citizen's mind. As long as the number of voters exceeds 50%, the safe zone will be permanently revoked and the city will officially head towards Pangea. The emergence of voting rights made netizens ecstatic. Is this true democracy? It's not important. What's important is happiness? Soon some people who had fun pressed the "Confirm Evacuation of Safe Zone" button in their minds. The self-media, fearing that the world would be in chaos, began to fabricate stories. Even though WeChat, Douyin, etc. all disappeared, these guys still published articles written by themselves on their mobile phones in the newly opened online forum. Evidence of the existence of gods has emerged, and those who have no faith will eventually be eliminated. What happened this time can really only be described as miraculous. So some little black men were extremely excited, thinking that if they converted to God, they would be protected by God. Shit, then why are you going to another city? Why are you staying in our Yunhai city? We represent Daxia civilization. Go to other cities quickly and convert to God. Cerebral palsy stuff. Netizens are not used to it, especially now that they have nothing to do and even short videos are gone. They can only be trolls. As a result, the two sides exchange passion. 404 OT found. Sorry, the content you read has been deleted by the administrator. The United States shot itself in the foot by contacting aliens without authorization. The United States should be fully responsible for this. This account has been banned by the administrator for violating community rules. It must be an alien conspiracy. Never vote to leave the safe zone. Otherwise, it means that humans will participate in the civilization elimination game and shrink the poisonous circle. Actually, we are the protagonists in the novel. Remove the safe zone quickly. When will the troops be sent out? I want to join the army to attack Xiaoli. All kinds of weird remarks flooded the newly opened forums of the government, which once again verified that journalism is indeed a world-famous bad major. The staff of the government communications department were also confused. Since the forum was opened, hundreds of posts have been updated every second, and they cannot be deleted even if they are deleted. And why do you feel? The public reaction is a bit strange. Looks like you don't know the seriousness of the matter. The post about attacking Xiaoli has already received thousands of replies. What's the situation? It makes him afraid to delete it. Chapter 24. Being worse is indeed the norm in the world. Different from the reaction of the people, the high-level officials of the 17 human cities communicated with each other and shared information with each other at an unprecedented speed. The more you know, the more you don't know. Humanity could really go extinct. Mr. Lee, this is the meteorite that fell from the sky. It has been in my research center for 10 years. 10 years ago, a meteorite fell from the sky, ushering in a supernatural era. From that day on, a large number of people with superpowers were born. But in fact, these meteorites are not ordinary meteorites, but technological creations. Governments around the world have unanimously chosen to conceal the truth. Today, experts at the Institute have sufficient reason to suspect that these meteorites are related to Pangea to some extent. Li Chunhong, the top leader of Yunhai City, was extremely busy, but he still took some time out to come to the Supernatural Research Institute. The general manager of the Supernatural Research Institute is named Zhang Hui, 42 years old. He has been studying supernatural phenomena since the emergence of people with superpowers on Earth 10 years ago. The composition of this metal ball is actually very common, just iron, aluminum, copper, rhenium, and some titanium. But the manufacturing process is quite special and may have utilized supernatural phenomena that we cannot currently understand. This meteorite looks like a large spherical iron ball with a diameter of about 1 meter and a mass of about 2 tons. Its surface is also inlaid with crystal-like structures, which looks like screens. There are 20 screens on the metal ball. Next to the crystal screen, there are some button-like things. Li Chunhong said meaningfully. You mean it was this meteorite that brought our city to Panga continent? We don't know yet. Professor Zhang explained. There are more than 300 meteorites that fell from the sky, scattered all over the world, and they only passed through 17 cities. So there is not enough evidence to believe that these alien creations are sufficient conditions for us to travel through time. However, it seems to be a civilization communication device that can help us contact other branches of human civilization. Zhang Hui pressed several buttons on the big iron ball. A video call screen actually appeared on the crystal-like screen. The text in it is also magical. It is not Chinese, but people can understand it, which means that this may be some kind of supernatural effect that is incomprehensible to humans. Detecting your civilization. The first branch of human civilization. The civilization you are requesting to call is the 6th branch of human civilization. Ding, contact successful. Oh my God. Professor Zhang, my God. You have also been teleported here. Appearing on the screen was the famous American supernatural professor, Mr. Edward. The blonde old man forced a smile and said, according to the proverb of your great East Country, we really share the good and the bad. Is there any chaos in your city? Zhang Hui's eyebrows twitched, and he could faintly hear the sound of gunfire in the other party's video. It's chaos. Everything is in chaos. Fortunately, we have the army to protect us. Otherwise, the robbers would have rushed into our house. Professor Zhang said hurriedly. Oh, it seems everyone is the same. But don't you have gun control over your country? Sighed the blonde old man. We control guns, but we don't control axes. Li Chunhong, who was standing aside, almost couldn't contain his joy. After worrying about it all day, the best news I heard was that our fellow humans were messier than ourselves. What's even more amazing is that he is also a little gloating. The world is indeed a worse place. Ahem. Contact other cities. Li Chunhong cleared his throat heavily, took another sip of water, and tried to keep a straight face. Due to time constraints, most city leaders participated in this meeting through remote meetings. There are 2 other cities that I can't contact. Maybe it's because they don't even know how to use this alien creation. After a few casual pleasantries, the meeting officially began. Gentlemen and ladies, please be patient. First of all, let us understand what is happening in our world. Professor Edward from the United States published the latest research results in front of the screen. Actually, it is not a research result, but a small sharing. People with superpowers have appeared on Earth since 10 years ago. We have never known the origin of superpowers, and research has been progressing slowly. It wasn't until today that Pangea truly appeared, allowing us to get a glimpse of a small corner. God, of course, can also change his name to him. He spent a whole 10 years planning this supernatural event and pulling all the civilizations in the universe into Pangea. Next, a video was played on the big screen. It is a video taken from space during Wandering City. In our cities, the thickness of the Earth's crust is generally 2,040 kilometers. These crusts are all brought from the Earth. In other words, this unknown and powerful existence dug out our city and the Earth's crust from the surface of the Earth and very cleverly embedded it into Pangea. As for the area of Pangea, it is currently impossible to estimate. The part taken from space has exceeded 1 billion square kilometers. The images of this space odyssey are really shocking. What kind of majestic power can peel off the Earth's crust? The most important thing is that humans living in the city only felt a slight earthquake, and there were not many casualties. Only some dilapidated buildings collapsed, while others were basically undamaged, and even the roads were intact. If we talk about terms like the universe and dimensions, they are too far away from daily life, and people cannot have specific concepts. The terrible fact that the Earth's crust was dug out and the entire continent was embedded in Pangea once shocked the conference room. Professor Edward, where did the Earth go? Unfortunately, I don't know either. The Earth may be in another dimension, or it may just disappear. You should understand what I mean, right? We are unlucky, or we are lucky. Although there are many relatives left on Earth, we have to accept the reality and think at the best. Maybe the Earth still exists? Everyone fell silent. The internationally renowned professor pondered for a moment and then added, Then let me talk about the distribution of our 17 cities. Judging from previous space videos, the distribution distance of each city is more than 10,000 kilometers. Friends, take care of yourself. We can't help each other. At most, we can only share a little information. But the management of the city can only be done by yourself. This professor is quite internationalist. Li Chunhong sighed when he heard this. Here in Yinhai City, what should I say? Although there was some chaos at the beginning, at least social order is slowly returning to stability. In the midst of incomprehensible panic, the people want something simple. The first is that if you have something to eat, you won't starve to death. The second is to know the general truth. The most terrifying thing in the world is the unknown. As long as the unknown is transformed into the known, there will be less panic. As long as these 2 points can be achieved, the people will generally cooperate. But what about other cities? From Professor Edward's side, gunshots could be faintly heard. A large number of shootings are happening in New York City, where he lives. In some cities with a strong religious atmosphere, doomsday carnivals such as looting and smashing are also taking place. There are also some cities that are overthrowing the superiors and are repaying the grievances they suffered in the past double today. This is indeed the ultimate moment to test national character and civilization. But there is no other way. Yinhai City can only take care of itself. P.S. I will update one picture at midnight today, and the second chapter will be updated in the evening. I can't update too much during the new book period. Please forgive me. A new week has begun. Please give me some monthly tickets to get on the new book list. Monthly ticket requested. Chapter 25 Safety Statement and Abandonment of Development. Professor Edward continued. The so-called safe zone is located at the edge of the city and about 50 kilometers above the city. We can see a thin light curtain that protects us. This light curtain is like a protective shield. Except for electromagnetic waves, no substance can penetrate this light curtain. Professor Zhang Hui of Yinhai City pressed a button and interrupted. Let me add that, in fact, most substances can pass through the safe zone in the form of molecules. For example, water, oxygen, carbon dioxide, etc. Water from the lake can also enter the safe zone. Edward was stunned for a moment. That's true, but we need to test how big a molecule can pass through the safe zone. And the speed of time passing in Pangea is 100 times faster than that in the safe zone. Only by referendum and canceling the safe zone, this light curtain will disappear, and at the same time, the proportion of time passing will be normal. 100 times the time flow rate makes observing the outside world from a safe zone like watching a fast-forward movie. Plants grow crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Birds fly faster than the speed of sound, faster than intercontinental missiles. The insects are like missiles. We observed many ordinary plants and animals on Pangea, but a small number of extraordinary species have also been observed. Hearing this, Li Chunhong and Professor Zhang Hui looked at each other. In the room, a colonel from the military asked, Professor Zhang, how is the passage of time controlled? Professor Zhang smiled bitterly. This question is really beyond the current scientific understanding. I can only answer it from the perspective of science fiction. I once read a novel called The Three-Body Problem, and there was a concept in it called a safety statement, which is a low-light speed black hole. For civilizations in low-light black holes, the speed of light is reduced, and the proportion of time passing is different from that of the outside world. They protect themselves from threats by giving up development, and everything is left to fate. But is the safety statement really safe? Maybe not necessarily. When the universe is destroyed, the civilization in the safety statement will still be destroyed. We should be in a similar predicament. Li Chunhong understood, nodded slightly, and said, What are the risks in Pangea? Everyone, can you share it? This time, each participating civilization expressed its own opinions and participated in the discussion. Sharing information is the only way they can cooperate. Several photos appeared on the screen. One of the photos captured a dark cloud that covered the sky like a rotting black human head with its empty eye sockets quietly staring at the safe zone. This is not a real dark cloud or a human head, but an unknown supernatural phenomenon. It appeared in the 15th civilization branch near Buenos Aires. It seems to be contagious, dyeing the surrounding air gray and black, with a total area of more than 120 square kilometers. Because the time outside the safe zone is 100 times that of Earth, it watched Pangea for about 12 days and then left. 12 days, that's 2.88 hours. I want to ask, are there any cities with nuclear bombs? Buenos Aires is the capital of a large country in South America, and even the president has been teleported here. Although it is the capital, it does not have strong military capabilities due to its limited national strength. But no one answered this question. Did we bring it? Li Chunhong whispered. No, we only have some conventional weapons. There's no way nuclear bombs would be deployed in a coastal city. A colonel said with a sullen face. If we dig up uranium from Pangaea, can we make it? The construction of an atomic bomb is not difficult. We in Yunhai City still have some industrial capabilities, but not now. We have no electricity and no centrifuges. Everyone was silent, somewhat anxious. There was also a photo of a dandelion-like thing. A professor in the city said, "This mysterious dandelion is also contagious. Once fish and birds from the outside world are stuck with white hairs, they will be contaminated, and they will also grow a large amount of white hairs and appear zombie characteristics. Monsters and the like can be dealt with thermal weapons. But how to deal with these infectious things? At least from the current perspective, there is no solution. My friends, true democracy has finally emerged. If a city is really revoked as a safe zone due to a referendum, please share the information. We also want to know whether these wandering monsters will attack." Everyone in the conference room looked unhappy because the crowd was a mob and many fun-loving people were voting frantically to revoke the safe zone. This group of people will only know their regrets when they die. Everyone tacitly ignores the question of who God is. After all, everyone here is from the upper class and knows very well that religion is just a tool of rule. Moreover, God does not show any inclination. God is not an anthropomorphic being. He is the law that governs the world. Really use scriptures to debate? Hey, that's what you should do when facing reporters. Real closed-door talks never discuss such things. Next, Professor Zhang Hui from Yunhai City came to the stage and gave another message. Zhang Hui cleared his throat and said, "Hello, everyone. Since entering the Pangaea continent, the meteorites owned by various cities have opened up some new functions. This circular object may be a gift from God, or it may be the creation of an advanced civilization in the past few eras of Pangaea continent. For unknown reasons, it crashed into our Earth. One of the screens suddenly lit up a few hours ago, and a lot of information appeared on it. Everyone just needs to press these buttons in sequence to see this information. Civilization Auxiliary Management Device. Unable to detect the network. Restarting. Please wait. Time error. Proofreading time. Proofreading completed. The current time is the 9th era of Pangaea continent. This text is not in any human language, but it seems to act directly on the soul and can be understood by people. Civilization Auxiliary Management Device. The 9th era of Pangaea continent. Many leaders fell into deep thought, but it is undeniable that there is a lot of information in it. The text on the screen continued. Current civilization, the first branch of human civilization. Exploring the 9th era civilization milestones that can be displayed. Please wait. 1. End urban chaos and become a stable civilization. 2. Asterisk Yuan percent. 3. Cancel the safe zone and move towards Pangaea. Affected by unknown factors. The database is damaged and cannot be explored. Please explore by yourself. Behind the screen is a series of garbled characters. Chapter 26 Meta initiated a contact request for human civilization. Is it contact? Professor Zhang, what are the milestones of civilization? Someone asked. It's not clear yet. It may be something more important. This metal ball just displays these conditions, but it doesn't display much. Only 2 words. Is the metal ball a gift from God? Zhang Hui stroked the glasses on the bridge of his nose. I'm not sure. It may be a gift from God, but it may also be the creation of a certain prehistoric civilization. I just don't know why it landed on the Earth 10 years early. Because from the manufacturing process, although this thing is exquisite, it is beyond the scope of human imagination, and some functions seem to be damaged. The power of the God who created Pangaea is unimaginable. Would God really create something that was somewhat damaged from the start? Someone else said in a low voice. Have the first 8 eras all been destroyed? I'm sorry, I don't know either. Professor Zhang stroked his glasses on the bridge of his nose and shook his head gently. There are some auxiliary functions on this panel, so you can look at your own city. He motioned to a staff member to press a few buttons near the crystal screen. Detecting the first branch of human civilization. The detection range is 500 kilometers. Total population, 10, 987, 121. People with innate abilities, 836,400 people. This number is increasing at a rate of about 1,000 per hour, which means that after entering Panga continent, the number of people with superpowers is increasing rapidly and is almost approaching 1/10 of the total population. Number of extraordinary fires, 3 people. Richness, 131. Technology level, unknown. Number of people who agree to revoke the safe zone, 9.87%. Civilization level, level 1. Evaluation, a mediocre civilization that has not yet escaped its infancy. All the leaders in the room felt their scalps tingle. In Yuan City, 9.87% of lazy people have quietly voted out. I bought it. Not only Yuan City, but also Professor Edward from New York City couldn't help but exclaimed. There are actually 29.4% of people in New York City who want to revoke the safety zone. Invariably, leadership in each city is somewhat chaotic. These people are crazy. What a level of rabble. Fortunately, everyone's voting results can be changed at any time. Once the public opinion machine is turned on, the situation may be reversed. The conference room fell silent again. The existence of this metal ball has advantages and disadvantages. No one knows how this thing can spy on human civilization, even better than humans themselves. It's important to be wary of others, even if it does seem like a good thing. But what if it was sent by a powerful civilization with malicious intentions? Maybe, as soon as humans leave the safe zone, the other party will come and kill them. Professor Zhang, is there an artificial intelligence in the metal sphere? Perhaps. But with our current technological level, we cannot judge whether it exists or whether it is harmful. Please decide whether you want to destroy it. It's very simple to destroy it. The light curtain that transports it to the safe area should be able to destroy it. Everyone attending the meeting was in a dilemma. This big sphere was indeed a crystallization of wisdom far beyond the current technology of mankind. Even if only a few words were cracked, it would be enough for all of humanity to make a big step forward. Moreover, this thing seems to have a communication function. Human cities can communicate with each other using signal towers they have built, and radio communications can still be used over a distance of 10,000 kilometers. But what about other alien civilizations? There are many alien races in Panga continent. There are so many questions and so little information that it takes a while for anyone to make a decision. Let's keep it for now. We'll decide this issue when we want to leave the safe zone. Li Chunhong rubbed his temple and said slowly, "That's what I think. At least now is not the time to destroy it." Another senior military official nodded in agreement. "Nothing special. Let's leave first. There are still many things to do in Unkai City. Thank you for all the hard work." Just when everyone was about to leave the meeting, they discovered that a few more lines of text were popping up on the crystal screen in the center of the big ball. Discover the 8th era civilization, the Meteorites civilization. This civilization has initiated a contact request to human civilization. Do you want to contact us? The appearance of this scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Why did the Meteorites civilization suddenly come? What does it mean? Li Chunhong, who had already reached the door, looked at Zhang Hui and asked doubtfully, "Professor Zhang, has this picture popped up before? Is the meta-civilization a certain branch of humanity? The civilization of the 8th era?" Professor Zhang was stunned for a moment, with shock and confusion on his face. This smart man with an IQ of 160 seemed to have concentrated all his life's confusion on this day. Alien civilization contacted us? Wait, Professor Edward, are you still online? Who is the meta-civilization? Can you change your name? Who is the meta-civilization? Finally, after a series of serious consultations, all the senior executives in the meeting room stated that they were not meta-civilization. Then they agreed to contact each other. Even if they didn't agree, other human branches would definitely agree. Wouldn't they be missing a piece of information for nothing? Connecting, adjusting the time flow rate. Contacting aliens is so worth looking forward to. Li Chunhong felt his blood pressure soaring. He took a few deep breaths, took out the blood pressure medicine he carried with him, and took a pill. Something even weirder happened. A human male face appeared on the screen, his body covered in blood, as if he had experienced a bloody battle. The man muttered to himself, "What the hell is this? What? Civilization assistant manager. Human, can you contact humans? Hey, contact humans." The civilization numbers are 7812 HSKKJ 1 to 7812 HSKKJ 17. Contact me quickly. Now, it wasn't just the experts, scholars, and government officials in Yuan City. People from 16 other cities were also staring at the screen in amazement. Even though many of them didn't understand Chinese, they at least knew that this guy looked like a human being. The environment around this human seems to be an air raid shelter. It was very dark and dirty, with feces-like things everywhere. The human spoke in Chinese again. Why doesn't the screen light up? Damn it. I finally found a treasure. Damn, it stinks so much. Damn salamander, just poop in the house. What kind of hygienic practice are you doing? Professor Zhang Hui's eyes almost popped out of his head. Who is this guy? A citizen of meta-civilization? Can you still speak Chinese? When did the Dadong Kingdom unify Pangaea? There was an uproar in the conference room, and everyone felt confused. Chapter 27, you have been contacted. Professor Zhang, is someone playing a prank? Li Chunhong felt that his blood pressure was soaring. So he bit the bullet and asked kindly, is there a possibility that someone has hacked this thing? Let me confirm. Zhang Hui was sweating profusely. But this machine is a relic of aliens. It communicates through some supernatural method, not electromagnetic waves. If someone can really hack this thing, they will definitely have to find a way to provide this peerless genius. The human was still talking to himself. Why doesn't the screen light up? Is it broken? Crack, click, click. The suspiciously human creature stretched out a hand and pressed buttons randomly, causing the signal to be intermittent and the screen to turn off and on suddenly. The screen doesn't light up at all? I thought it was some kind of treasure, but I didn't expect it to be a piece of garbage. He kept speaking human language. What is displayed here is the time. It's somewhat useful. At least I don't have to remember the time every day. It's just that I don't know these numbers. It seems I need to study hard. Alas, in 100 days, the only piece of electronic waste I picked up that could be turned on could only be used as a clock. But it's not bad. The fun of picking up garbage, just like fishing, lies in the unexpected finds. Having too high expectations is often disappointing. The top executives of 17 cities were frightened by this guy and had no idea what was going on. What is he talking about? What 100 days picking up trash? Several smart staff members seemed to have thought of something and looked at each other, but no matter what they thought, it was a bit weird. Next, the humanoid creature turned around and started digging. Not long after, a fiery red crystal stone was dug out from deep underground. It was about the size of a fist and glowed brightly. The salamander is so powerful. It really has treasures. Haha, it's really developed this time. The humanoid is beaming. With this thing, I can cultivate my extraordinary fire faster. Extraordinary fire. This keyword made all the listeners prick up their ears, because there was also a prompt of extraordinary fire on the screen just now. It seems that there are 3 extraordinary fires in Yunhai City, but no one knows what extraordinary fire means. Professor Zhang Hui swallowed and asked his assistant privately, Xiao Guo, have unknown electromagnetic waves been detected? Are there any hackers? Professor Zhang, there are no electromagnetic waves. The picture is real, absolutely true. There can be no hackers. In the supernatural laboratory, a young doctoral student in charge of communications had incredible expression written all over his face. The playback speed of this instrument's picture is 100 times that of ours. We just used technical means to slow down the picture. Is he really from Pangaea? This situation was so weird, it completely exceeded their expectations. An alien with a big head, or an octopus man, or a lizard man would be fine too. Why did a human come and speak Chinese? They checked it 100 times, and even confirmed with their naked eyes that the image played on the crystal screen was of a human being. Could it be that the screen there is broken? Zhang Hui thought of a possibility. In fact, the 2 parties have been in contact, but there seems to be no response from his side. That's why this guy keeps talking to himself. Professor, we found the facial recognition data of this creature, and it seems to be from our Great East Country. Just in Yunhai City, Yutao District, my name is Lu Yuan, 24 years old, working as a programmer at New Century Technology Network Company Limited. When we reached this conclusion, the atmosphere in the office became even weirder. Li Chunhong, the top leader of Yunhai City, took a blood pressure pill and said, "Don't tell anyone yet. Keep it strictly confidential. Just treat him as an alien." On the big screen right in front, the young man was pushing the big iron ball with a grin on his face, and at the same time said to himself, "Let's get some sunshine, it's solar anyway. Maybe we can contact you after a quick charge. It's so heavy that it can't be pushed at all. After all, the metal ball has a mass of several tons. How can one person move it?" Several wolf-like creatures were running around happily around the big ball, howling "oh." In the communication conversations in 17 cities, some whispers finally appeared. Is that a wild animal from Pangaea? There is no such wolf on the earth. He tamed this wolf? The Pangaea gray wolf is bigger and stronger, and is indeed subtly different from wolves on earth. Among the 17 cities, there are actually no areas where wild wolves are found, except for zoos. It's impossible. The safe zone hasn't been canceled yet. Is he a human? How did he get out? Yes, the safe zone is insurmountable. Unless this guy turns himself into electromagnetic waves or into water molecules. But this is also impossible, because superpowers have limits, and the ability to completely change one's own material is impossible to appear in the current supernatural theory. Professor Zhang, can you try to communicate with him? At this moment, a military representative spoke. I'm trying. Hey, Mr. Meta-Civilization, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello. The staff kept trying to communicate with each other and pressing various buttons at the same time. But the other party's machine seems to really only have a sending function, not a receiving function. After calling for a long time, the other party remained unmoved. I thought of a good way to move it. On the screen, the young man smiled and stretched out a hand. The screen turned pure black. After a long time, when the screen reappeared, the instrument had been moved to the sun. He didn't know how he did it. The pupils of everyone in the conference room dilated. They actually saw a lizard creature as big as a hill. The lizard creature was covered in fiery red scales and had several spears on its abdomen. The blood flowing out of it had dried up. It seemed probably dead. Is this giant creature his prey? How? There were so many questions that for a moment, everyone's brains seemed to be stuck. All kinds of fantasies and speculations popped up one after another like soap bubbles. Let it bask in the sun and charge its battery first. Once it's fully charged, try again to see if you can contact humans. The suspicious humanoid creature stood in front of the screen and turned off the picture with a click. No, don't turn it off. We still need to watch. A young scholar shouted out in excitement. You've already been connected. Don't turn it off. However, the young man couldn't hear anything, and the image eventually disappeared. All of them were left standing there looking at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 28, Two Abilities at Once. Somewhere in Pangaea, the severe headache was like a string of steel needles, stirring wildly in the brain. Every muscle in the body felt like it was being bitten madly by thousands of ants. Yuan woke up from his coma and felt extremely weak. There was a bright sun hanging in the sky, and next to it was the corpse of a salamander as big as a hill. A few female wolves were not far away, licking it with their tongues. It's good that it didn't eat its owner. The sun is high in the sky and the time is 12 noon. Since I fell into a coma, I've slept for about 7 hours. It's impossible that I slept for a whole day, right? You've been watching over me. Thank you. This is what it feels like to be physically weak. This battle really hurt me. Yuan obviously wanted to move, but found that his body was not in control. His brain issued a command, and his body had to be delayed for a long time. All the cells in the body are sending a signal. I don't want to move, I want to go on strike. I just lie there like this until the end of time. The brain roars mercilessly. I want to pick up trash, adrenaline. Come on. Extraordinary fire. Give me some strength. And that eternal body, lend me some energy. Even though his whole body was in unbearable pain and he was exhausted to the extreme, the urge to pick up trash finally overcame his body's instinct when he thought about the great trophies waiting to be harvested. Yuan stretched out a hand, took out the dried spider meat from the storage space, and bit it hard. Take a bite. Chew it twice and swallow it directly into your stomach. I drank a few more mouthfuls of cold water. Suddenly, a burst of fiery energy burst out from his stomach. This energy traveled along the blood vessels and nourished every cell in the body. After resting for half an hour, his dazed mental state recovered a little, and his muscles were no longer so sore. It seems to have come to life. He took 2 gentle breaths. His lungs were burning, as if he had inhaled gasoline, which was not very comfortable. Away! Away! The old wolf limped to the scene. Yuan glanced at it. An old panga gray wolf with 2 broken ribs. If it were a wild animal and suffered such a serious injury, it would probably starve to death. You wouldn't leave such a good dog alone, right? Lie down and don't move. Yuan commanded it fiercely. The old wolf seemed to know that his bones were broken, and he lay on his side obediently. The pink tongue drooped, his chest rose and fell, his breathing was a little heavy, and there were some sounds. Yuan took out another large basin of water from the storage space. I took 2 sips first to moisturize my dry lips, then distributed to the wolves. The wolves were a little thirsty, and they quickly divided up the basin of water. Lu Yuan was still a little worried about Lao Lang, so he knelt down and checked for a while. This guy's mental state is not that bad. The one eye looks unconcerned. He should not be dead for a while. Lu Yuan remembered the saying, it takes 100 days to break a bone. In the case of a minor fracture, as long as you don't move it, the bone will slowly heal itself. However, if severe displacement occurs and the bones cause damage to surrounding tissues, this situation cannot heal itself. At least the bones must be moved back and spliced together before they can slowly recover. But he didn't have enough medical skills to confirm the old wolf's condition, so he had to temporarily give up the idea of tinkering with it. I owe you my life, old brother. When we get back, I'll look up the texts of the meta-civilization and find some medical supplies in the ruins to help you heal your fractures. Don't worry, I won't ignore you. The old wolf lay on the ground, making a grunting sound. It was just a little tired, so it closed its eyes, basked in the sun, and treated the pain as nothing more than a cloud. Wild animals are like weeds that can be found everywhere on the roadside. Their greatest advantage is that they are good at endurance. If a human's bones were broken, they would hum a few words. But wild animals often remain silent and patiently wait for recovery or eventual death. And its wives looked at the body of the salamander with cute expressions on their faces. They were cautious at first, fearing that the salamanders would suddenly burst out and swallow them. A certain female wolf boldly scratched it with her paw, then immediately retracted it. Then he bit it again with his teeth. The skin is too thick to bite through. Finally, it was discovered that the salamander was actually killed. How did it die? He turned his head and looked at Lu Yuan again, his eyes full of awe. In the past, they only regarded Lu Yuan as a rich Kaizi, and only Lao Lang regarded Lu Yuan as his master. But now they were just in awe. The flesh and blood of extraordinary life has great attraction to ordinary life. But this time, since Lu Yuan didn't give it to them proactively, they didn't dare to come forward at all. This is a fierce man who can kill a fire lizard alone. Be careful. Your life will be in danger. This is indeed a sign that Lu Yuan is regarded as the leader of the pack. They hope that after Lu Yuan has eaten, it will be their turn. At this moment, after eating the spider meat, Lu Yuan slowly recovered some of his strength and was in a state of excitement. A smile appeared on his face, because he felt the jumping supernatural spark in his mind and the milestone of God. Eternal body. 2 abilities at once. Become rich. Extraordinary fire needs no further explanation. It is an ability that can be practiced, which can continuously improve 3-dimensional attributes and break through human limits. If the attributes are not enough, no matter how many skills you have, it will be useless. Even a spear cannot break the monster's defense. As for the eternal body, it is even more powerful. Eternal body significantly increases personal lifespan, obtains a small amount of limb regeneration ability, allows personal abilities to remain at their peak for a long time, and will not age before the end of lifespan. God's milestone rewards are really powerful. It's hard to imagine the value of significantly increasing one's lifespan without aging. Moreover, it also has the function of limb regeneration. Let me tell you why my whole body feels so uncomfortable. It turns out it's because of regeneration. Of course, the eternal body does not mean eternal life, but only increases the lifespan. Maybe there really is such a thing as a birthday in Pangea, and he died suddenly as soon as his birthday came? However, Lu Yuan vaguely felt that a certain milestone that was extremely difficult to obtain might reward immortality-level abilities. Forget it. Why are you thinking so much? People can't be greedy. Maybe I will die in an accident tomorrow. While resting like this, his eye of explorer saw a rich golden color in the cave, and he struggled to get up from the ground. Is there any treasure in the lizard's lair? You go and take a look first, go quickly. He sent 2 female wolves to investigate. The salamander's excrement made the female wolf very nervous and did not dare to approach it at all. Lu Yuan cursed in his heart. It's a worthless thing, so he could only touch it carefully and bit by bit. Chapter 29, even if you have kidney failure, you still have to pick up garbage like crazy. This cave is very large. From outside the cave, you can see the reinforced concrete structure inside. The walls are black and covered with gray moss. Occasionally, there are rusty steel bars exposed. A smell of the passage of time comes to you. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. This seems to be a bomb shelter dug by the Meteorites civilization. Most of the materials have been eroded by time, such as cars and machines, and they have been turned into metal garbage by the salamanders. So this air raid shelter turned into a dirty monster lair. Yuan squatted down. Although he was exhausted, the trash man's heart was eager to try. I picked up a scrap metal door. I don't know what kind of alloy it is, but it looks very strong and not rusty yet. It's really too heavy, so I'll put it aside for now and pick it up later when I have time. Found more than 100 bundles of smelly and dirty cloth. The material is a bit like melt-blown cloth for masks, chemical fiber. Each roll has a width of 2 meters and is rolled together. It's just that a lot of cloth is contaminated by salamander excrement. Yuan didn't know if these things could be washed clean. If you can find clean cloth, you can also make clothes and pants. It will be very rewarding. If I can't wash it clean, well, I have to forget about it. Yuan covered his nose and shook his head at these chemical fibers. It's not that he is picky, but wearing smelly clothes will seriously affect his mental state. No normal person would wear clothes that smell of feces, right? When you are out, your mood is very important. Picked up a lot of gold, silver, and all kinds of miscellaneous metals. What is particularly eye-catching is the gold brick. Big chunks of gold bricks. The golden bricks were piled together randomly like building bricks, which dazzled Yuan's eyes. He even felt that this was a vault. Silver becomes rusty under the erosion of time. Only gold still retains its beautiful golden color. Could it be that this salamander likes shiny things? Is it a habit of the legendary dragon? Yuan moved the bricks and found that each brick might weigh 10 kilograms. The combined weight of these things may be several dozen tons. Based on the gold price of 700 yuan per gram, he has picked up billions at once? As long as it's a little bit useful, it's not completely useless. I also picked up a dozen shiny stones and pieces of metal, each of which weighed several tons. A steel ingot bitten by a salamander. Would you like to take a bite? Aluminum alloy licked by a salamander. It can almost be confirmed that this fire lizard has the habits of a dragon. A garbage man just took away another garbage man's gold coins. If the fire lizard had a spirit in heaven, it would surely roar in rage. Are you hunting me just to steal the garbage I have accumulated for hundreds of years? Why should the garbage man make things difficult for the garbage man? Oops, there seems to be something wrong with my brain. Yuan was extremely excited. He got dozens of tons of metal waste and was so excited that he almost lay down. He didn't understand his own abnormal psychology. There were clearly a bunch of useless things, but he just wanted to accept them all and move them all away. As the saying goes, a warrior who slays a dragon will eventually become a dragon. He is now evolving into a real dragon. Yuan, calm down. Find something useful and take it back to improve your life. Fluorite, a fluorine-containing mineral. It emits weak light when subjected to friction, heating, ultraviolet radiation, etc. It is an industrial raw material and is usually used to extract fluorine. Can this be used as toothpaste? He remembered that toothpaste seemed to contain fluoride. Apatite, a phosphorus-containing mineral, slowly releases energy and produces a weak glow when heated. I really don't know what use this thing has. Calcium uranium mica, under ultraviolet light, emits a light yellow-green fluorescence and has a high radioactivity. Are you sure you want to live with this thing for a long time? There is a very small probability of benign mutation, and the probability of various cancers increases by more than 1,000%. Yuan shuddered and subconsciously moved away from the green stone. Continuing to explore the deepest part of the cave, Yuan also found something like a big iron ball, one of which was buried in the soil, shining with silver light. There were crystal screens on the iron ball. It looks like unusual. Its surface was smeared with salamander fuel and had traces of dried spit. The Eye of the Pioneer explains this. It may be a civilization auxiliary management device developed by a powerful civilization. It can be used to detect various human resource data of this civilization, and also has certain remote contact functions. Whether this civilization has good intentions or bad intentions is still a mystery. However, due to Salamander's long-term play, part of this civilization management device seems to be damaged, and maybe a small part of its functions can still be used normally. The current energy reserve is seriously insufficient and can be recharged through solar energy. Yuan was startled. The muscles on his face twitched twice, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of ecstasy in my heart. What kind of good luck is this? He actually picked up a relic of a higher civilization. Could it be possible to use this thing to contact human civilization? Even if I can't go back physically, it's still good to make a phone call. That wandering heart suddenly started to tremble. Yuan pressed the button of the machine, and the indicator light next to it lit up, blinking. A strange electronic sound came from the big ball, a sizzling sound, and the speakers seemed to be broken. I wonder if there is artificial intelligence. With the idea of trying, Yuan shouted at the big ball. Human civilization, can you contact humans? Hey, contact humans quickly. The number. What are the human numbers? 7812 HSKKJ1 to 7812 HSKKJ17. It should be this number. Yuan entered a series of numbers on a bright secondary screen through the buttons on the surface of the big ball. A blurry screen appears on the secondary screen. But after waiting for a long time, the main screen did not light up. This big machine seemed to be frozen, with no response at all. Yuan was greatly disappointed and sighed for a long time. He wanted to move it out to dry it, but he refused to move it. The gap between the strength of the salamander and his was too big. But this disappointment only lasted for a short minute. After all, in the current environment, one cannot expect to just pick up a higher-end communicator and be able to contact human civilization who knows how many kilometers away. Forget it. No expectations, no disappointment. If humans don't have this kind of machine, I wouldn't be able to contact them. It's just like making a phone call. If humans don't have mobile phones, no matter how many times I dial the number, it will be useless. He comforted himself, but deep down he still couldn't help but feel disappointed. It's just that he encountered too many helpless things, not least of which were these two. He soon became optimistic again. After all, this time he was satisfied with just 2 abilities. Chapter 30. Return with a full load. 2 in 1, 4,000 words. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, followed the golden light emitted by the eye of the explorer, and dug heavily on the ground. After digging for about half a meter, I dug out an SSR-level super trophy. A metal box like a safe contained a fiery red crystal stone, emitting a faint light in the dim environment. The fiery red spirit crystal is a rare natural object that can absorb, purify, and slowly release spirit. It can be used to cultivate extraordinary fire and accelerate the speed of practice. You can also develop other abilities that can be practiced. The quality of this crystal is approximately B+ grade when looking at Pangea. Let me tell you why this golden light is so intense. It turns out that there is a super treasure in the cave. Yuan's calm mood just now became unstable again, and he was so excited that his body temperature rose a lot. He held the fiery red crystal and studied it for a long time. This palm-sized crystal was the biggest trophy he had ever found. A natural wonder. Combined with the environment inside the air raid shelter, the metal door and so on, he imagined a wonderful drama. This used to be a high-class warehouse. The scientists of the meta-civilization not only studied the fiery red spirit crystal, but also studied mutant monsters such as fire lizards. As a result, after a disaster, the meta-civilization became extinct, but the lizards survived and have continued to grow to this day. Now, this treasure has fallen into my hands. Besides, I also have the extraordinary fire, which is just right for me to practice. This feeling is just like someone giving you a pillow when you are sleepy, or suddenly winning the lottery when you are short of money. It's so refreshing. He looked around a few more times, and there was no more golden light, indicating that he had finished digging the treasure here. Salamander excrement was everywhere, so much so that his nose was almost useless. Yuan scolded this guy for not being hygienic and looked at the big iron ball again, civilized management device. He was still reluctant to abandon it. Although this instrument is broken, maybe one day in the future, I will learn the professional knowledge and repair it. This opportunity to contact human civilization, I really don't want to give up so easily. What's more, the timer of this big iron ball seems to be good. Even if it can be used as a clock, it is not bad. How can I move it out? He suddenly had an idea and touched the big iron ball directly with his hand and stuffed it into the storage space. Any inanimate object that can be touched by hand can be stuffed directly into the storage space. The volume is just right, and the storage space is filled up directly. After leaving the cave, he swaggered out the big iron ball from the storage space, placed it on the ground, and let it bask in the sun quietly. With so many superpowers, there are so many ways to do things. When he looked up at the body of the big lizard again, he found that flies were already flying around the wound. These flies swarmed forward, sucked the poisonous blood, and were poisoned to death one after another. The entire ground was littered with corpses, and it looked extremely miserable. a supernatural being that has shed a lot of blood and been poisoned by neurotoxins. Dead. This corpse is slowly decaying. It is estimated that after one day, most of the flesh and blood will be worthless. Lu Yuan sighed. This was a bad thing about using poison. It contaminated the entire spoils. He didn't dare to try how powerful the spider venom was. We need to deal with this thing as soon as possible. The fire salamander is still powerful now, and other creatures dare not approach it. If more time passes, other wild animals may come running over. Lu Yuan walked around the corpse, feeling like he had no idea where to start. He thought that this thick layer of scales might be a great treasure. If you take it back and tan it, you can make leather coats, leather pants, and leather shoes. At the very least, it is the leather of an extraordinary creature, so its warmth retention properties should be good. He lives here alone and only has one set of clothes, which will break sooner or later. He must learn to make his own clothes and shoes. If there is a winter here, buy some warm products so that you can get through it safely. As for the lizard meat, let's check again to see if there is any non-toxic part. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan took the axe and started chopping vigorously. To be honest, he is very tired now and his physical strength is too low. Every time he lifts the axe, he has to use all his strength. If he could not move, he would have stopped moving long ago. But as soon as he rested, opened and closed his eyes, maybe the lizard was rotten or a wild animal came over. This scene is such a pity and cannot be accepted by Garbage Man. I can only squeeze out a little bit of strength and force myself to work. A person's civilization is like this. When fighting, you can only rely on yourself. When I'm working, I have to do everything by myself. When you are tired, push yourself. Of course, the joy of harvest also belongs to oneself. Lu Yuan was quite happy and even hummed a tune. Starting from the soft belly, the axe was used to split the fire lizard's skin completely, exposing the red internal organs. The scene was truly bloody. If it was 100 days ago, Lu Yuan would definitely not be able to do this job. At that time, he was an urbanite who had never killed a chicken, and he was terrified to kill a fish. That was killing a life. It's so scary. But now, he has long been accustomed to this scene. It's not about killing indiscriminately, but about getting nutrients from nature that can keep you alive. This is how Pangea operates, natural selection, survival of the fittest. Control your emotions, and retain a little respect for everything in the world. This is the survival rule that Lu Yuan learned during his 100 days in nature. The strong smell of blood attracted the wolves. They wandered anxiously aside, calling out from time to time, "Ah, I really want to eat it. When can we start eating?" They are urging the alpha wolf, Lu Yuan, to eat quickly, so that they can enjoy it with peace of mind. However, these internal organs are not edible. The eye of the explorer gave the information. Meat contaminated by neurotoxins. Just look at the groups of flies that were poisoned to death, and you will know the consequences. Of course, during the skinning process, Lu Yuan still found some useful parts. For example, a certain gland contains some red, stone-like substances. Unique fuel crystals, salamander fuel, solidified after aging. A flammable substance. The temperature after ignition is as high as 3,000 degrees Celsius. Because of the unique idealistic elements it contains, plus the accumulation of old oil over the years, the energy density is very high. A small peanut-sized piece can burn for a whole day. It can be used to make ever-burning lamps and can also be used to kill enemies. This thing is so dangerous, but it also looks like it might be useful. As a qualified garbage collector, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and removed the stones from the glands one by one. It's like squeezing a blackhead, which is a bit gross. It seems a little relieved. The small ones were only the size of quail eggs, and the large ones were as big as fists. There were more than 300 pieces in total, packed in a plastic bucket. Keep it in a storage space, and it shouldn't spontaneously ignite. In his storage space, the internal time flow rate is almost zero, and basically no chemical reactions will occur. Found salamander rib asterisk 2. These two ribs are located on both sides of the spine. They're extremely elastic and 8 meters long, just like rubber bands. I found 4 hamstrings. Each leg has a tendon about 2 meters long. You can take it back to make bows, arrows, and ballistae. Then Lu Yuan was surprised to find that the meat on the salamander's back was not contaminated by venom. After identification, it was basically edible. This is really good news. Moreover, there are large chunks of tenderloin, bright red, with snowflake-like marble patterns, which make people full of appetite at first sight. Lu Yuan was full of energy. He carefully cut off several large pieces and stuffed them into his storage space. All of a sudden, the storage space was filled. This little bit of meat alone weighs nearly a ton. Lu Yuan sighed deeply that the storage space was too small. There's no room for anything. I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. With the extraordinary fire, as long as the attributes are improved, he can open up a larger space. Finally, I thought of something, cut a few pieces of tenderloin and fed it to the old wolf lying on the ground. The first piece is for you, old man. I really made a lot of money this time. Suddenly I had hope. Extraordinary the road home, has changed from an unclear future to a promising one. I'm the number one hero and got 99% of the spoils. Old wolf, the second hero, gets 1% of the loot. Seeing that his master had not given up on him, the old wolf burst into tears and felt a little grateful. He stuck out his tongue and ate the tenderloin. So delicious. In the wolf's mind, injury often equals death. Now I can still have a bite to eat? That one eye is full of tears. Woof, woof, woof. The next second, the old wolf was lying on the ground and barking. Give me more, you boy. You haven't eaten enough yet. Why are you leaving? I'll take care of your wife and daughter, but you can't eat too much. I'm afraid you'll die from eating them. Lu Yuan fed the female wolf who was jumping around and was so anxious that she was about to roll on the ground. After getting the promise from the alpha wolf, these guys immediately changed their expressions and wolfed down the food. After eating, stop. Eat more. You can't take the rest of the meat back with you. Lu Yuan kept cutting off pieces of meat and feeding them. The female wolves all ate until their bellies were round. In the end, they couldn't eat any more, and they all lay on the roadside almost vomiting. Even Lu Yuan himself carefully cut off a few pieces of meat and swallowed some raw. The taste of raw meat is really not that good. It has a strong smell of blood and a spicy taste. But after eating it, my whole body felt warm, as if there was a warmth flowing through my body. The grade of this lizard meat is much higher than that of spider meat. Lu Yuan felt it. The warmth brought by salamander meat was probably more than twice that of spider meat. The gap is quite big. Well, no matter how high the potential of a spider is, it's just a little spider. And the salamander has been practicing for a long time. So the potential really doesn't mean anything. He endured the jerky taste and felt a little bit after eating 2 small pieces. Full. The warm heat slightly made up for the huge deficit in physical strength. The flesh and blood of extraordinary beings contains unique spiritual elements, which are very beneficial to the growth, development, and even evolution of life. Scientists from the meta-civilization have done a lot of research in this area. They believe that even if a person does not have any superpowers and has very poor qualifications, as long as he consumes the flesh and blood of extraordinary beings for a long time, his physique can be slowly enhanced. And there is a certain probability of improving the qualifications of the next generation. To this end, meta-civilization has also established a large number of research groups to make full use of mutant organisms as much as possible. After all, civilizations that have not left the safe zone have relatively poor resources, and the cost of artificial breeding of mutant organisms is also very high. And the cities of Meta civilization are also full of messy propaganda, such as extraordinary DHA, extraordinary protein, spiritual elements, etc. As long as they are contaminated with these terms, the price of the product will soar tenfold and 100 times. The gap between the rich and the poor in the Meta civilization is actually quite large. With limited resources, the strong will always be strong and the weak will always be weak. All in all, there is nothing wrong with eating more meat. Next, Lu Yuan spent a whole day peeling off the thick lizard skin with an axe. Some parts that cannot be moved or cut can only be strategically abandoned. These skins alone weigh almost a ton. He looked at the pile of leather, and because the storage space was full, he could only cut the whole leather into more than a dozen pieces and carry them one by one. After doing all this, Lu Yuan was exhausted. He squatted on the rock and gasped for breath. But now is not a good time to rest. Lu Yuan can only force himself to stay awake and find the cart again. They moved the salamander skin and the old wolf with a broken bone onto a cart and slowly pushed it back to their camp. As for this civilization manager that looks like a big iron ball, it can only be placed here temporarily. After freeing up the storage space, pick it up again. Ouch! The female wolves exclaimed excitedly. They're always carefree. Lu Yuan also howled together. The brisk voice echoed in the mountains and fields, and he felt an inexplicable sense of joy deep in his heart. The clouds in the sky rolled like golden waves. The orange-yellow sunset reflected the towering mountains in the distance, and the green mountains thousands of miles away were dyed with a deep red color of roses. What kind of ending is worthy of today's displacement? Lu Yuan looked at this magnificent dusk scene and found that his mental state was different from before. When he arrived, he was lifeless and resentful, feeling that everything in his life had lost its meaning. When he left, he seemed to have found hope of living and expectations for the future, even though he was tired and looked like he would collapse at any moment. But a person can be destroyed, but not defeated. Damn God, I defeated everything. Lu Yuan stretched out a hand and grabbed the sky. After pushing the car all the way back to the camp, it was already nighttime. Opening the metal door, he pushed a cart full of trophies into the house, then carefully moved the old wolf down and placed it on his special bed. The old wolf opened his eyes and wagged his tail, indicating that he was in good condition. It's still comfortable in my old home. After returning to a safe place, Lu Yuan's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he suddenly lost his temper and fell to the ground. The adrenaline has long been exhausted. He's like a classic car that has run out of oil. Even the engine oil has burned out. That's it for today. 2 chapters in 1. Chapter 31, The Magical Use of Extraordinary Fire. Lu Yuan lay on the ground, paralyzed for a few minutes. He felt extremely tired. After killing a lizard and doing so much work, he really didn't even want to move his toes. But his whole body was covered with sticky liquid, and his sweat and blood were sour. In the end, he chose to brace himself and clean himself outside the camp. After taking a shower, I found that I had a slight fever, which was not a good sign. When illness comes to his door, Lu Yuan's only option is to fight it with his body and pray that it is not a serious illness. He took out some pieces of lizard meat and fed them to the female wolves. Except for the old wolves, other wolves were not allowed to enter the shelter. I'll bother you to keep vigil next time. I'll go inside and take a nap. I really need to get a good sleep. Maybe more than 10 hours. The female wolves wagged their tails happily. They are sincerely convinced and support the new Wolf King. With these guys guarding the outside, it shouldn't be a big problem. They will bark if there is danger. Lu Yuan was actually a little lucky that he still had companions. Even though these companions can't speak, have little IQ, and are still at the bottom of Pangea's world, they are still reliable at critical moments. He closed the metal door and took a little blue pill. Lying on the thatched bed, he fell into a deep sleep. I slept so soundly that I felt completely dark and deep, with fresh air rising up and turbid air descending, as if I had been sleeping since Pangu created the world and had been sleeping until the end of the world. Once upon a time, Lu Yuan had a great dream, to sleep until he wakes up naturally and count money until his hands cramp. Now these 2 dreams have really come true. He can sleep as long as he wants, and he has an endless supply of gold. If you have a soft girl, you'll be a winner in life. Lu Yuan stretched and found that it was already noon outside. After looking at the old wolf and finding that there was indeed nothing wrong with it, Lu Yuan began to worry about himself. His head was aching and his temples were throbbing as if they were exploding. The body temperature may be between 39 and 40 degrees Celsius, and the whole body feels extremely uncomfortable. First, he identified his own attributes. A boring human being who has experienced a bloody battle and is recovering from hidden wounds all over his body. Disease status: influenza, initial stage. Lu Yuan thought it didn't matter at first. He patted his chest and said to himself, "Fortunately, it's just the flu. It's not a big problem." What? Flu? My life is at risk. Don't think that flu is a minor illness. In ancient times, there was another term for influenza, which was called epidemic. Epidemic is a type of plague. It is not uncommon for villages to die one after another. Shape: 4.45.5. Chi: 3.44.6. God: 4.85.2. Extraordinary level: Level 1. Extraordinary abilities: different space, Pioneer's Eye, Explorer's Eye, Storage Space, Extraordinary Fire, Eternal Body. Evaluation: why should this boring human being have 6 abilities? But no matter what, this human being is still a fledgling rookie and has nothing to be proud of. The measurements have fluctuated, possibly due to illness. Lu Yuan always felt that the attitude of his eyes had improved a little bit. You have a lot of abilities. Let me ask you if you are convinced. I have to find a way to treat myself. Otherwise, without anyone to take care of me, the disease may get worse. The principle of the little blue pill is to enhance immunity. It has a good effect against bacteria. It should also have some effect against viruses. So, what else can be done? Lu Yuan thought of the extraordinary fire in his mind. Extraordinary fire, a very special ability that can be practiced. Since it can continuously enhance attributes, it can also be used to strengthen the immune system and fight against diseases. This knowledge is also recorded in the data of the Meida civilization. Lu Yuan quietly closed his eyes and rested his mind. Gradually, he saw a small group of dancing red sparks hidden in his mind, about the size of a finger, emitting a gentle light. This is extraordinary fire. When he saw it, Lu Yuan felt a sincere feeling of intimacy. Once the extraordinary fire is ignited, it will last a lifetime and will only be extinguished when the body dies. This confirms the saying, the light goes out when a person dies. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and began to visualize his body. Fortunately, he knew that the influenza virus mainly attacked the lungs, respiratory tract, nose, and other parts, so he slowly transferred the extraordinary fire to these organs. The fire emits a stream of warm power, constantly nourishing these cells. 3 hours passed before Lu Yuan opened his eyes again and let out a breath of turbid air in his chest. He was sweating all over. My headache is gone. My fever has turned from high to low, and I feel 100 times more relaxed. What an awesome ability. It only takes half a day to fully recover from the flu. In the past, it would have taken a week anyway. Lu Yuan clenched his fists in surprise. It's no wonder that only civilizations that have popularized extraordinary fire are qualified to explore Pangaea. Otherwise, if a plague continues, the army will be paralyzed. Next, he began to study the new ability of Eternal Body. This is a passive ability that cannot be used actively. It is the only milestone reward for hunting fire lizards across 5 levels. Its function is to greatly increase lifespan, gain limb regeneration ability, keep ability values at their peak forever, and not age before the end of lifespan. Human beings are creatures that strictly abide by the principle of use it or lose it. Progress is difficult and requires years of training. But it is very easy to regress, and it can even happen in just a few days. The saying, if you don't practice for 1 day, your hands and feet will be slow. If you don't practice for 2 days, your skills will be halved. And if you don't practice for 3 days, you will become a layman, refers to this use it or lose it effect. With the Eternal Body, the body's functions will remain at their peak for a long time. And as long as you keep training, there will not be much deterioration. With more passive abilities, it is possible to become a Superman. I have to admit that this is a very powerful ability that can save a lot of training time. In addition, Lu Yuan vaguely wondered whether his lifespan had increased a little. Is the appearance fixed? He is only 24 years old now and still very handsome. It would be so cool if my body shape was fixed. Even though he's 1,000 years old, he can still stand tall. The girls can't stand it. The headaches are gone, the depression is gone, but having too much energy always brings other troubles. Perhaps the duration of Sage Mode will also be shortened. My recovery ability has been enhanced, so I should... Lu Yuan showed a satisfied smile, and then thought of something and sighed sadly. But as long as I don't return to the earth, even if I'm 1,000 years old, I can still only live a miserable life. How miserable it is! Chapter 32, The First Practice in Life. Troubles and joy were mixed together, and Lu Yuan could only take advantage in the end and sighed obediently. Conflict is always a normal part of life. Am I really an old pervert? What's more, Lu Yuan secretly thought, since the ability of Eternal Body is effective for exercise and practice, is it also effective for learning? The brain is also a part of the body. Knowledge such as English and mathematics will be slowly forgotten if you don't practice it for a period of time. After having the Eternal Body, will I not forget it? At least I won't forget it so quickly. Let's not go too far. When Lu Yuan thought of this, he suddenly realized that there were still many areas that could be explored in these auxiliary abilities. But he didn't think of it for a while. God, why do you only give auxiliary abilities and not attack abilities at all? As for the extraordinary fire, he got it based on his ability, and it has nothing to do with the gift from God. In the next few days, for the sake of safety, Lu Yuan lay down peacefully except for eating and going to the toilet. That battle left him severely injured and physically depleted. This deficit is first reflected in not getting enough sleep no matter how hard it is, and secondly, the appetite is also reduced, and I feel full after eating only a few mouthfuls. The most important thing is that there is no desire and no motivation. Fortunately, with the auxiliary treatment of extraordinary fire and the energy-rich salamander meat, the body is recovering quickly. Leisure time is not that boring. It is quite pleasant to read the articles left by the Meda civilization, especially the knowledge about cultivation, bask in the sun, and drink some hot water. After all, this was the first time I got sick in Panga continent, so I couldn't say that I didn't take it lightly. By the 7th day, Yuan couldn't lie down anymore. Afraid of your uncle's flu. Practice officially starts today. Yuan closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and started practicing for the first time in his life. Gradually, in his mind, he saw a dark red flame, small and fragile. After several days of treatment, the small flame did not grow at all, but this thumb-sized thing was the source of personal power. The specific function of the extraordinary fire is very simple: to continuously enhance the 3 attributes of form, energy, and spirit. If the fire is strong enough, it can also release spiritual energy to the outside and evolve into various attack techniques. This is the first ability of civilization. At least that's what the meta-civilization thinks. The extraordinary fire may not be the strongest. There are indeed cultivation abilities in the world that are stronger than the extraordinary fire, as well as all kinds of strange and incomprehensible abilities. But for a civilization, it is the most meaningful, because it can be spread and popularized among the people. Yuan could not comment on this statement, because there is only one person in the 18th branch of human civilization. It does not matter even if it cannot spread. And he felt that the other 5 abilities were also awesome. If you choose one among the 6, of course, I want them all. Yuan was still a little happy. How could other civilizations produce such supermen? Thinking about it this way, God wasn't that bad to him. He landed in the center of a civilization ruins, and there was a lot of garbage to pick up. He was also given so many milestone rewards. The sounds of wild animals came from the forest, and the whistles of insects seemed a bit harsh. In this wild world, he had a small paradise. This was indeed an okay result. God is in a good mood and is caring for the believers. Yuan took out the fiery red crystal stone with some joy. The fire in his mind flickered slightly, and he sensed the majestic spiritual energy contained in the crystal. It was like a soundless and odorless air flowing around Yuan. The small red flame suddenly grew in size, swallowing up this energy like a whale. This is simply the best spiritual stone in a novel about cultivating immortals. But it has to be said that this fire-red crystal stone is still rare in Panga continent, and it is impossible to popularize it among all living beings. How will humans be distributed? The feeling of practicing is a bit refreshing. I close my eyes and fall into a meditative state, feeling the small flame beating continuously. Clarity and confusion are entangled together, turning into chaos. Only a point of clear red light hangs high in the sky, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, this luxurious and comfortable feeling is only possible because of the fiery red spirit crystal. Without spirit crystals, one can only cultivate slowly on one's own, and even after a year of cultivation, the fire may not grow any stronger. In order to speed up the practice, the meta-civilization also developed some practice techniques related to the supernatural fire. For example, when meditating, you can use a small flame to draw a lotus pattern. This is called the lotus visualization method. There is also the visualization of extraordinary creatures, that is, the image of the piranha plant. That's right. When the meta-civilization had not yet become extinct, the piranha plant was already the most powerful extraordinary creature in the local area, and it survived until the 9th era. There are also visualization of the Pisces pendant, visualization of the Tai Chi figure, etc. But the energy of the flaming red crystal stone far exceeds all kinds of cultivation techniques. It can simply reduce 10 levels with one force, allowing Yuan's fire to grow rapidly. This is like the difference between abacus mental arithmetic and computer. When there is no computer, abacus mental arithmetic is a very good choice, which can significantly speed up calculations. Once you have a computer, come on, let you calculate for an hour first, and I will type on the keyboard a few times. But for humans, these skills are extremely useful. Oh, why do I care about these? After practicing for about 2 hours, I felt a sense of fullness deep inside my heart. Yuan stopped swallowing the crystal energy. Take a look at the properties. Shape, 5.5 increased to 5.6. Qi, 4.6 increased to 4.7. God, 5.2 upgraded to 5.3. All attributes increased by 0.1. This is just the result of practicing once. Yuan was delighted and looked at the fiery red spirit crystal. The energy was still abundant and could support his practice for a very long time. I felt my stronger body again. I couldn't feel the zero point 0.1 change for a while, but I just felt a little hungry. He couldn't help but sigh. The ability to practice is really amazing. Today has come to a full stop, and the sun is once again setting in the west. What day is it today? 105th day or 106th day? Yuan made 2 strokes on the ground. The ground was filled with correct. After more than 3 months, the concept of time has gradually become blurred. Yuan frowned and realized that if he didn't get sick and wander around, he wouldn't die so easily. But how could he resist the long time? Sooner or later, the number of righteousness will be so densely packed all over the place that it will be impossible to count them. As a human being, it would be a bit sad if he could forget his own age. After thinking about it, plans like Hourglass are not reliable. He thought of the metal ball. It looks like we have to move that thing here soon. That thing is only partially damaged, and the timer can still be used. Chapter 33 Human Civilization looks for Yuan. When he thought of the metal ball, his heart beat faster than action. Yuan freed up the lizard meat in the storage space. He soaked a ton of tenderloin in water and simply washed it. Probably because of some spiritual elements, the flesh and blood of extraordinary beings decayed much slower than ordinary food. And his storage space has a slow flow of time and has the ability to preserve freshness. Fresh ones are always more delicious than dried ones. Old wolf, look after the house and don't run around. I'll be back as soon as I go. Returning to Salamander Canyon again, I found that there was only 1 skeleton left there. In just 7 days, all the salamander's meat and internal organs were eaten away by wild animals. In the end, there was only a cloud of flies flying around the bones. There were still traces of battle on the surrounding rocks, and all kinds of blood spattered all over the ground. Nature is so cruel. No matter how powerful a king you are in life, you will be nothing after death. Toxins and the like can always be tolerated by animals after being diluted. Yuan sighed softly and ignored the pile of remains. Instead, he entered the lizard cave and put the big ball into the storage space. When I went home, I also wanted to search for some medical supplies to help Lao Lang recover from his wounds quickly, or to use them when he was sick. But my luck was not good and I got nothing. The remaining medical supplies are really scarce. He only picked up some mushrooms and some herbs on the roadside, and found a pepper-like plant. Caprinus comatose is a mushroom that is most likely non-toxic and tastes like chicken drumsticks. Salvia miltioriza, the root of which is used as medicine, contains tanchinone, which is a strong emmenagogue and has the effects of removing blood stasis, regenerating new energy, activating blood circulation, and regulating menstruation. A plant that is suspected to be a chili pepper. It is spicy and non-toxic. Not many animals like to eat it. The spiciness level is about 4,000 Scoville units. Yuan saw these finger-sized green fruits with a satisfied smile on his face. Good stuff. We have the seasoning for stir-fried lizard meat. Go back and try the metal ball again to see if you can contact humans. Safe Zone, the first branch of human civilization, Yunhai City Supernatural Research Center. The original information exchange meeting lasted about an hour. Now something unexpected happened, and it had to be extended for a while. After the initial shock, many smart minds came up with some possible explanations. First, the creature is indeed a human, but for some reason, it left the safe zone alone. He happened to find this civilization management device of another civilization, that is, the meta-civilization, so he couldn't wait to contact us. But the communicator on his end was damaged. The screen wouldn't light up, and there was no sound. As a result, he didn't even realize that he had been contacted. Well, what are the chances for this to happen? Can you really survive in Panga Continent alone? Moreover, the ratio of time passing in the outside world to that in the safe zone is 100 to 1. 1 day in the safe zone, 100 days in the outside world. Even for the top special forces, it would be difficult to live alone in the primeval forests of the earth for 100 days. Also, why did the Meda civilization also have this kind of metal ball? Does every civilization have one? But no matter what, it is indeed a reasonable explanation. The top leader of Yunhai City, Li Chunhong, rubbed his temples in annoyance. He always feels that his nerves have become extremely thick, and any inexplicable thing. Everything has become acceptable. This is just a short day, no. The change of the next day. Perhaps everyone is changing at the fastest speed. If you don't change, you won't survive. Oh, there's a second reason. All civilizations in the outside world have the appearance of human beings. Maybe the language everyone speaks is a language on Earth? Like Chinese, English, Arabic, we just happened to meet someone who spoke Chinese. It's indeed possible. After all, the reason for the emergence of Pangea is unknown. Everyone has never seen so many alien civilizations participating in the screening. Maybe all civilizations are just parallel worlds of the Earth. It turns out that leaders of major cities are still considering whether to destroy these civilization management devices. Now that images that appear to be human beings suddenly appear, after careful consideration, they have decided not to destroy them for the time being. After all, there is still the possibility of contact in the future. Any bit of valid information is a huge wealth for human beings and can directly increase the chance of survival. Because the situation in each city was chaotic, the leaders of each city still had a lot to do. After reaching this conclusion, the meeting ended in an anticlimactic manner. Everyone agreed to share information with each other again after they had information. But the undercurrent in private has affected many people. As the communication link was disconnected, Professor Zhang Hui said worriedly, "Dear leaders, the facial recognition data has been found. We can confirm that it is a young man named Lu Yuan from Yunhai City. Should we disclose this matter to the international? Well, all branches of civilization? I think it's better not to make it public." An old leader who was over 60 years old thought for a moment and said, "Even if he is really from our Yunhai city, would it be too conspicuous to disclose this matter?" Li Chunhong said, "Even if it is not made public, other cities will still secretly suspect that he is from our Yunhai city, at least from our Dadong kingdom. And the cities are 10,000 kilometers apart from each other. Before leaving the safe zone, we can only make phone calls. So what's the point of being more alert?" The wrinkles on the old comrade's face wrinkled. "You mean to make it public directly?" Li Chunhong's voice lowered. "This is actually a big political bargaining chip. Information is of great value." Regardless of the 17 cities, the first information exchange meeting was enjoyable and very harmonious. But you must know that information, as a valuable asset, cannot be shared for free for a long time. I have developed supernatural technology, but you haven't. Should I share it with you for free? You can tell with your toes that it's impossible. In the end, it will definitely evolve into a one-on-one private transaction between the two cities. And this Lu Yuan, who escaped from the safe zone and entered the Pangea continent, is a very important bargaining chip. At least it can make other cities feel a sense of mystery about Yunhai City. During the transaction, the other cities will give in slightly, so Yunhai City will be in a long-term advantageous position. The old leader who had kept a low profile all his life fell silent. He admitted that what Li Chunhong said made some sense. In the current situation, keeping a low profile doesn't make much sense, and being open is more valuable. The words fellow human beings have some weight, but they are not enough. It is true that Yunhai City can only trust other human cities to a limited extent, but cannot give everything without reservation. I believe other cities think the same way. 17 cities are already 17 different civilizations. No one knows whether there will be competition in the future. Prisoner's game. The old leader sighed lowly. Chapter 34. The ability of different spaces is exposed. Where are Lu Yuan's family members? Have you inquired about them? Li Chunhong suddenly thought of something and asked, "Call and ask." A liaison officer immediately said, "We just found Lu Yuan's relative information. His parents are both doctors at Unkai City No. 3 Hospital and are quite famous. His younger sister is a high school student and is in her third year at Unkai Experimental Middle School. As for his grandparents, they stayed on Earth and were not transported here. This is his parents' phone number. Do you want us to call? The number is... Let me make a call." Li Chunhong picked up the phone and called. "Hello, 3rd Hospital, Department of Psychiatry. Who are you looking for?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other side. "This is Yunhai City, the government office. We are looking for Dr. Lu Qianghua. What's the matter?" The middle-aged man paused. Li Chunhong said, "Dr. Lu, we have a few questions to ask you. Is Lu Yuan your son?" "Yes. He didn't seem to come home yesterday. Have you found him? Or is he staying on Earth?" The other party seemed a little excited. "We sent you MMS. Are you sure the person in the photo is your son?" The other party was silent for a moment, breathing rapidly, and looked at the photo for a long time. After all, the human in the photo was covered in blood and was much thinner than the son in his impression. He was a little unsure. It should be him. What happened to him? Where is he now? Don't worry, I have another question. Has he awakened his superpower? Don't know. I haven't heard him talk about it. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't know. If you don't take the initiative to use your superpowers, it's really difficult for others to know about them. Then he called Lu Yuan's mother. Finally, he called his sister. My brother said that he awakened to another dimension. It's been a few days, and it hasn't been reported to the government yet. The young girl finally gave the answer. Sir, where did my brother go? Did he stay on Earth? Li Chunhong raised his eyebrows, feeling that the stories happening in this world were really bizarre. Lu Yuan went to the meta-civilization to be a diplomat. Do you believe it? We will send someone to explain it to you. Please be patient. After hanging up the phone, everyone started discussing it, and many young experts looked very excited. An ability from another dimension, very rare. Another dimension, according to his sister's description, is to form an independent small space and protect himself inside it. The outside world cannot observe or access this mysterious space. There are limits to the superpowers that appear in the human community. Most of them are physical abilities, including but not limited to giant strength, physical regeneration, clairvoyance, wind ears, etc. Only a few people can discharge electricity, breathe fire, or shine. As for those with space abilities, they are really extremely rare. In the Earth's public information, there are only two people in the world, namely short-distance teleportation and wall penetration. With the ability of different dimensions, he can be regarded as the third space ability user on the entire Earth. And it sounds more advanced than short-distance teleportation and wall penetration. If it's a different space, how he got out can barely be explained. A researcher slapped his head and thought of a possibility. I guess that when he was using the alien space, God launched this plan, and the Earth suddenly disappeared, causing him to enter the universe inexplicably. After the Panga continent appeared, he had no choice but to flee to the Panga continent in order to survive. Otherwise, he would just be waiting to die in the universe. How can this be possible? Li Chunhong's face trembled twice. God, would you make such a mistake? If God is indeed a programmed and rule-based existence, this is not a mistake, but a bypass of the mechanism. Professor Zhang Hui, a paranormal expert, also became excited. He drew two circles, one large and one small, on the table with his fingers and explained, the Earth is a huge space, including 7 continents for oceans, land, sea, and air. And the different space created by Lu Yuan is another space that does not belong to our dimension. So he was directly ignored by God, bypassed the safe zone settings, and entered Pangea. If this conjecture comes true, he is indeed from our Dadong kingdom, Unkai City. I am not here to lament. This is too unlucky. It's normal for young people to awaken their superpowers and play for a while. The whole Earth disappears while they play. Why does it feel so festive? Everyone felt the same and suddenly got goosebumps all over their bodies. Professor Zhang, you can't say that. Li Chunhong joked with an optimistic attitude. I was presiding over the opening ceremony of the Osmanthus Cultural Festival, and the whole city flew up. Isn't it also very festive? Another major in the military also said, it was really scary at that time. We were training to throw grenades. I thought the grenades blew up the Earth. Do you know how terrifying that scene was? The conference room was filled with cheerful air. Optimism is indeed a good thing. No matter what the environment, optimism is much better than pessimism. Zhang Hui licked his dry lips. What was he doing at that time? That's right, he was pinching off in the toilet. And then the Earth suddenly disappeared. Ahem. I think Lu Yuan's environment is still a bit difficult. We have to find a way to help. Think about it, there are 10 million of them, and they are still protected by the safe zone and dare not go out. What is the concept of a person falling into Pangea? Li Chunhong decided, let's find an opportunity to make it public. Lu Yuan is from our side so that the whole world can rest assured. Let them stop pretending to be their identities. They are either Chinese or from Yunhai City. Their parents are still alive. If there is no benefit in hiding something, but there are benefits in making it public, then there is no need to keep it secret. What's more, the machine at Lu Yuan's side seems to be broken. It can only send signals, but it can't receive them. How can we contact him? Let him send more data. Is there any superpower that can communicate, such as telepathy? No. Telepathy usually occurs between twins. He has a sister, but she is not a twin. His sister is currently incapable. The speed of time passing over him is 100 times faster than ours. He may die within a few days. It would be great if he could send more pictures. Hey, how can he survive in a primeval forest filled with monsters? It would be great if other cities had people with remote communication capabilities. People were worried, but there was nothing they could do to help. Yunhai City couldn't even send a message. Chapter 35 Yuan once again initiated a communication request. During the discussion, several older leaders really couldn't stand it any longer. He didn't sleep all day and night, his eyes were bloodshot, and he kept yawning. Everyone, you have been working for too long. Please take a rest for now. We can't help with Yuan's matter. The restoration of production in Yunhai City cannot be completed overnight. It requires a lot of hard work. Li Chunhong tapped the table with his fingernails. I also went to bed early. Professor Zhang, you are here to work hard, international exchanges and so on. Please worry a little more. No problem, don't worry, I have a lot of young people on duty here, and they all look like they've been injected with blood. Haha, you are indeed the most adaptable to the new world. I still have to rely on you young people in the future. As soon as these people left, Zhang Hui yawned. He felt that he should lie down on the table for a while and squint for a few minutes. But his brain is very excited. There are too many unknown supernatural phenomena, and the tasks are also very arduous. There is no sleepiness at all. In this new world, Newton's coffin board cannot hold it down. If any scientist is not excited, he can be directly expelled from the scientific community. First, the first major task: how to feed a population of 10 million. Although Yunhai City covers an area of 12,000 square kilometers, there is no way for a population of 10 million to have enough food, drink, and toilet. The area of grain-cultivated land is seriously insufficient. In the supernatural world, there are naturally more miracles and possibilities. If they can find a high-yielding plant, everything will be solved. This pressure has been weighing on their hearts. If it cannot be solved, a large number of people will starve to death. What a headache! Zhang Hui comforted his subordinates. We still have 1 year's worth of grain in stock here, which is pretty good. In other cities, maybe we don't have that much grain in stock, right? The next second, another phone rang. Zhang Hui quickly answered the call and found that it was his work team calling. What's the matter? The voice on the phone was urgent. Professor Zhang, the communicator screen is lit up again. Yuan has initiated a communication request. Hurry, let's go. The best fire salamander meat was cut into paper-thin slices, placed on an iron plate, and fried slightly to produce light yellow fat. The meat is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, exuding an intoxicating aroma. Sprinkle with a little bit of salt and add a small amount of shiitake mushrooms. The crispy skin and tender meat blend perfectly in your mouth, exuding an incomparable fragrance. Another bite of stir-fried chicken leg mushrooms. Delicious. After practicing to the point of being starving, eating extraordinary food to fill your stomach is truly a supreme enjoyment. Contact human civilization. Let me know you are safe. My old man, you have been in the sun for so long. The battery should be fully charged. Yuan enjoyed the delicious barbecue and then faced the metal ball that was brought here, pressing a series of buttons. He is a programmer. Well, he just randomly pressed the screen, then entered the code of human civilization and pressed randomly. As the machine started up again, his heart started beating wildly. Although he knew there was not much hope, he was still very much looking forward to it. What if his dream came true? Give me a chance to make contact and I will be able to leverage human civilization. Here, light it up. The screen was motionless, as if dead. Human, did you hear that? Yuan stood in front of the screen and ate a piece of meat. This meat-eating scene was sent to the meteorite instruments in various cities, making the researchers' pupils dilate and their hearts tremble with fear. How could he eat that big lizard's meat? A young doctoral student's eyes turned red with envy, and he couldn't help but make a pitiful sound. It should be used for research. It has been 10 years since the Earth entered the era of superpowers. A number of people with superpowers have appeared, but people with superpowers cannot eat it. So the government calls on people with superpowers to donate blood every day. And the number of mutated creatures is extremely rare. The flesh and blood of mutated creatures has extremely high scientific research value. For example, it can be used to extract some spiritual elements to treat cancer, ALS, and other difficult and complicated diseases. For example, it is used in various biological experiments such as cloning and organ regeneration. It is also used to cultivate special bacteria, produce super antibiotics, etc. It can even be used to cultivate seeds of various mutant plants. Maybe the food problem will be solved? It can be said that because of the emergence of mutant creatures, the 21st century is the real biological century. As for the benefits of eating it directly, of course there are some, The first is that you will feel full quickly after eating a few pieces of meat. The second is that long-term consumption may improve your physical condition. The third is that the probability of the offspring being superpowers may increase. Of course, this requires long-term consumption. That's why some foreign tycoons drink the blood of superpowers every day, and there are even rumors of cannibalism. Just when everyone was envious and discussing his wasteful use of natural resources, Yuan was so stubborn that he said on the screen, "Oh, I'm really tired of eating these things all the time. I really want to eat white rice, Ugh." Everyone was stunned and didn't know what to say. Top Versailles. Not only do I not sympathize with him now, but I feel that he is showing off. He ate up 1 million of our research funds in one bite, maybe 10 million in one bite, right? A female doctor was filled with sadness when she thought of the fussing and searching scenes during her research. Comparing people with each other makes people angry. There's no such thing as money now, senior sister. It will be fine. As long as we remove the safe zone, we will be able to hunt this creature easily. It's easy. Removing the safe zone, it won't take at least 10 or 8 years. It's unlikely. Also, as we enter Pangea, the probability of mutant creatures appearing in the city will increase. No, this is something you really need to be careful about. Once you cancel it, you can't go back on it. At this moment, the communicator rang again. Human civilization, the sixth branch, initiated a communication request. Do you want to answer it? Yes. In New York City, Professor Edward appeared on the screen. Although shootings occurred everywhere in New York City, they were limited to civilian areas. The public security in the wealthy area is still quite good. In addition, New York City has many internationally renowned universities, and its research capabilities cannot be underestimated. The blonde-haired old man solemnly asked, "Professor Zhang, let me get straight to the point. Is this guy from your Yunhai city? Did he escape to Panga continent through some method? This method is very important to all of us humans." Important? Zhang Hui paused, laughed, and said, "I can only answer you one question. This young man who accidentally entered Panga continent is indeed from our Yunhai city. The rest are our secrets. Are there people with telepathic abilities who can communicate remotely in your city?" Chapter 36, Methods of Contact. Professor Edward was stunned and understood the subtext. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry. We haven't found such an outstanding person yet. Then let's exchange chips. To show my sincerity, I can tell you an important piece of news first. Please tell me." Zan Yuno did. The blonde old man explained. "The other party's contact device must be partially damaged. The other party's screen cannot display, nor can it play sound. But the kernel is actually working normally, otherwise there would be no way to send the video. So we can communicate with him through other functions, such as a special vibration channel." He paused. "This is a special backup channel that can make the metal ball vibrate. It may still be used if the screen is damaged. Is there still such a function? We can demonstrate it to each other." With a buzz sound, the big iron ball placed in the room vibrated. There was also a beep alarm, which seemed to be a sound made by some hardware. After all, it is a creation of an alien civilization. It does not have any instructions. How many functions it has can only be explored by humans. Now in New York City, they have figured out this function first, which is considered normal. Edward asked again, "What do you think, Professor Zhang?" Zhang Hui is thinking about the feasibility of this plan. Edward added, "To show sincerity, it will be you who initiate the shock this time. After all, that gentleman's time has passed 100 times as long as ours. He might hang up the phone at some point. As for the information we want, please trade with each other without harming your interests. What I'm giving away now is a free message. There will be more cooperation in the future, right?" Professor Edward's attitude is not high. It's just a vibration method. After a while, Yunhai City will be able to figure it out on its own. So give it away. Smart people know that confrontation at this moment is of no benefit, and cooperation is a win-win option. What's more, the guy who ran to Panga continent is from Yunhai City. No matter from any angle, Yunhai City is one step ahead. This is a fact. Zhang Hui was also thinking silently. After all, New York City is full of talents and has excellent laboratory conditions. It is indeed a wise choice for both parties to strengthen cooperation. Pangea, Meda civilization. The indicator light of the machine came on, and the time on the electronic watch kept jumping. But there was still no picture coming out on the crystal screen. Yuan was a little annoyed, but he could do nothing about it. He cursed fiercely. Alas, I knew I shouldn't have any expectations. But deep down, he was really looking forward to it. The wolves thought he was calling them, and they came running over, shaking their heads and wagging their big tails, looking very cute. Some big wolves even deliberately swung their tails at Lu Yuan, as if they were hitting someone with a feather duster. Oh yes, there's also Little Wolf. During the week that Lu Yuan was recuperating, the female wolves finally gave birth to cubs. Each female wolf gave birth to an average of 4 cubs, so all of a sudden there were more than a dozen lively little cubs. As the Wolf King, Lu Yuan felt a great joy of harvest when seeing these little guys being born. Wolf cubs are very cute when they are young. They have small arms, short legs, and are so furry that you can't help but want to get close to them. This cuteness lies not only in its appearance, but also in its innocent and lively character. Seeing them biting each other, Lu Yuan always misses his childhood. Watching the scene of beating my sister, listening to my sister's screams, and bullying my sister, I was so happy. Woof, woof, woof. A little wolf cried out and jumped on Lu Yuan's body, acting like a licking dog. Lu Yuan showed a kind grandfather smile, couldn't help but take out a small dried fish, and cooked it for the licking dog. Eat some, eat some. The little wolf cub swung its tail, with round eyes, and ate the dried fish in one bite. Oh, why did I feed him again? Lu Yuan suddenly slapped his head, wanting to take the dried fish out of the wolf's mouth. Lu Yuan couldn't help but have a headache when he thought of the wild wolf army as he grew older. The soldiers and horses have not moved, but the food and grass have gone first. Although the army of wild wolves is majestic, there is only one person shoveling the shit. It is difficult for him to support an exponentially growing wolf pack with his own productivity. Therefore, we can only harden our hearts and not raise them. It's best to let nature take its course. We can't let them lose their wildness. Lu Yuan told himself. More wolf cubs gathered around, barking woof, 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 hugging Lu Yuan's thigh, wagging their tails, and their dog faces were extremely enthusiastic. He suddenly felt that he was surrounded by the vitality of youth and was very happy. Just like this fluffy feeling. Eat some, everyone. Lu Yuan threw out a handful of dried fish. Then he regretted. Oh my God, why did you feed me again? You must not encourage their lazy personality. They must learn to be independent. After all, Pangea is not the Earth. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, death, and reincarnation are the normal conditions here. He really can't afford much, so it's good to support himself. You really gave me a big trouble, old wolf. From now on, you can lead them to hunt. If you want to eat meat, go hunt on your own. Don't eat all day long. After 100 days of muscle and bone injuries, the old wolf still has not fully recovered from his injuries, and he walks with a limp. It cried out a little aggrievedly. Ow, ow, ow. The old wolf may be expressing that the wolf pack is a matriarchal society. So what does hunting have to do with me, the old wolf? It's none of my business that you, Lao Lu, fed it yourself. Lu Yuan kicked him unceremoniously. What a scumbag. All in all, Lu Yuan made up his mind to reduce the food rations for wolves in the future. Lose your dog nature and lose a lot. Lose your wolf nature and lose everything. Woof, woof, woof. The wolf cubs gathered around him again. Lu Yuan once again showed his kind grandfather smile and started the next round of psychological struggle. He went crazy. Why is my willpower so weak? Buzz, buzz. Suddenly the big ball vibrated twice. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly ran over to take a look and said happily, humans can't really contact me, right? The next second, the surprise turned into disappointment. The screen still didn't light up, and no human voice came out. Then, the big ball vibrated and made a beep sound, a long alarm tone. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously felt that this thing was broken. Is it going to explode? After all, normal people would become alert when they hear the alarm and see the big iron ball getting hot. He hesitated, wondering whether he should shut it down. Chapter 37, God's New Milestone. Yunhai City, Supernatural Research Institute. The first solution that everyone thought of was the famous Morse code. Information is transmitted through a short dot signal and a long signal that is maintained for a certain period of time. As a result, as soon as the first command was sent, the screen turned blue. The other party has disconnected. Do you want to reinitiate the communication request? There was an uproar in the conference room. He turned off the video chat. Reconnect. Please wait. Contacting the meta-civilization. After trying to contact him for a long time, the screen didn't light up again. The other party's communicator was indeed not working properly. The head of the institute, Professor Zhang Hui, slapped his forehead vigorously. feeling that he had done something bad with good intentions. I wanted to use vibration and alarm to let Lu Yuan know, you have contacted humans. You are not fighting alone. But think about it carefully. On the one hand, the other party probably doesn't understand Morse code, so your message will be in vain. On the other hand, the passage of time for both parties is different. 1 second in the safe zone is equivalent to 100 seconds for Lu Yuan. The frequency of the vibration signal is limited, and it is only sent once every 1 or 2 seconds. Therefore, it was equivalent to a very long time, and Lu Yuan only received 1 vibration. How could the other party not be confused and turn off the instrument? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Professor Zhanghui swallowed his saliva and took a deep breath. The good news is that the alarm vibration channel of the other party's machine is intact and can receive our signal and initiate vibration. The bad news is that the alarm channel can only send too little information, which caused Lu Yuan to misunderstand it directly. Can you still sound the alarm? No, you have to reinitiate contact with the other party. This thing is equivalent to the window shaking in QQ. If the other party is turned off, it will not shake. Zhanghui quickly contacted information experts from some universities and asked them to think about how to transmit more information through the alarm vibration channel. Professor Zhang, aren't you trying to make things difficult for others? The alarm can only make a beeping sound, which is determined by the physical structure. The person who answered the phone was the famous informatics expert, Professor Shang Xingwen, this bald professor a bit confused. Zhanghui said on the phone, the requirements are not too high. At least let him know that he has successfully connected to the human side, and let him not turn off his phone. Simpler signal than Morse code? It's a bit difficult to do. Well, let me discuss it with my colleagues for a while and come up with a solution. Soon, some experts sat in the discussion room and started a heated discussion. Built into a metal sphere, this buzzer-like alarm can emit 2 waveforms, square wave and triangle wave. These 2 simple waveforms are often used to sound alarms. But if they were combined, could they produce more complex syllables? These experts tried it near the big sphere. Hurry up! In a few hours, he might be gone. At this moment, people heard the voice from God again. The item attribute system has been generated. Extraordinary items will be divided into 8 levels. Inferior, ordinary, rare, excellent, legendary, epic, immortal, and mythical. After you have the relevant identification skills, you will be able to identify the level and corresponding effects of extraordinary items. Pangea. The mountain breeze blows the clouds and mist, the sun shines on the earth, and the gurgling waterfall in the distance can be vaguely heard. Lu Yuan was sitting on a big rock practicing seriously. The rolling of tumbleweeds, the chirping of insects, the howling of beasts, the friction between sand and gravel. These sounds were like ripples of water, vaguely transmitted to Lu Yuan's ears. This is a simple way to cultivate extraordinary fire. Suddenly, he heard the voice from God. The attribute system of items has been generated. Extraordinary items will be divided into 8 levels. Inferior, ordinary, sophisticated, outstanding, legendary, epic, immortal, and mythical. There was no big reaction in the quiet primeval forest, and the few wolves around him made no movement either. God opened the equipment system, but for the native animals of Pangea, nothing changed. They still lived freely. Is it possible that only intelligent life can hear this voice? The frequency of God's renewal seems to be getting lower and lower. Perhaps the real completion of Pangea continent is not far away. For Lu Yuan, God only updated the equipment system once in more than 3 months. But for the lives in the safe zone, God is renewing them almost every day. There are a total of 3 extraordinary items in Lu Yuan's hands. After identifying them separately for a while, I found out some more information. The pattern on the back of the young hell spider can cause mental shock to the enemy. Excellent grade, natural wonder. Fiery red crystal, excellent grade, natural wonder. Salamander leather, general grade, natural rare item. As for the fuel stone dug out from the gland of the salamander, it was not considered an extraordinary item and was not even of the lowest quality. It seems that this standard is not low. What a pity! If this hell demon spider grows up, this pattern on its back might be able to reach the legendary level or even higher. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan felt that artificially creating an extraordinary object was most likely a new milestone set by God. He was suddenly full of action. The conditions for achieving this milestone are not difficult, and it may be achieved through sewing, forging, carpentry, carving, and other means. It might even be snatched away by other civilizations because it is too simple. Maybe a certain civilization hiding in the safe zone is forging some extraordinary items. Or perhaps the forging is almost complete. As early as 10 years ago, the Earth had already entered the supernatural era, and superpowers appeared from that time. There are also some mutated animals and plants on the Earth. Even though the number is very rare, given the size of the entire Earth, it is normal for a few treasures to appear. The Earth is like this, and other civilizations may be like this too. Yuan's current advantage is only 100 times the time, several ready-made extraordinary items on hand, plus information advantage. He clearly knows that completing milestones will have good rewards, while other civilizations do not must know. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of urgency. The lizard leather has been soaked for several days. Let's start tanning the lizard skin. He walked over and turned on the switch of the big iron ball again. The indicator light started to flicker again, and the electronic watch also lit up. Fortunately, this time, there was no vibration and no warning. In fact, Yuan also wondered whether the last vibration and alarm represented some special signal. But then he patted his head and felt that he was really insane. A straw floating on the water could really be used as a swimming ring? Could humans really send messages to me? Even if it's a demonic barrier, there's no one else here. How about just treating it as a way to socialize and relax? Oh, the wolves yelled in unison. Quick, contact human civilization. Yuan shouted in front of the screen without giving up. Humans, whether you can see it or not, I will only demonstrate it once, a legendary milestone. Chapter 38, Making a Piece of Equipment. In fact, Yuan had never tanned leather or made equipment, which made him a little embarrassed. He only knew that if the leather was left in place, it would slowly deteriorate and turn into a dry lump of material. At that time, the salamander's leather would definitely be downgraded from normal grade. I still have to wear my own clothes and pants, so I still have to think of ways to make them more refined. As for leather tanning, he had seen the general process on TV a long time ago. Just remember the rough steps. The first step seems to be soaking and skimming. The purpose is to remove easily perishable things such as dirt and fat from the fur. Yuan had no idea what chemical agent to use, so he could only search for a long time in the ruins of the Meteorites civilization and found a bag of unknown powder that had been produced not long ago. I don't know when it was produced, but it seems to be washing powder. It has deteriorated, but the remaining sodium carbonate and sodium silicate still have a certain degree of decontamination effect. Pour the bucket of washing powder into the bucket, then soak a lot of lizard leather in it, stirring it every once in a while. This soaking step alone took 2 days. Use a knife to cut off the fat bit by bit. Stretch the leather and dry it in the sun. Salamander leather, general grade. Yuan's pupils were dilated and his heart was beating with fear. Why the hell is there a minus sign? Is this going to be downgraded? That's a bit too much. God, I am only one person. Can't you be more lenient? But he had no choice. A person's knowledge and strength could only take him so far. I couldn't even pick up the next bag of laundry detergent. Yuan calmed his mind and continued working. A salamander skin was chopped into more than 20 pieces by an axe. Some of the leather is 3 centimeters thick, and some is even 56 centimeters thick. After being soaked in water, it is really heavy. Yuan worked hard, but was happy. After all, these leathers would be his future pants, clothes, and shoes. He was still looking forward to a complete set of salamander suits. There are 3 types of lizard skin. The first is the scale layer on the back and buttocks. It is extremely hard and strong, making it almost invulnerable. Even if it is soaked in washing powder, it is still hard, harder than wood. The second type is the skin of the legs, which is relatively soft and highly flexible. The third type is the skin on the abdomen, which has short fluff, like a carpet. This type of skin is the softest. After soaking, rows of leather, like rolls of cloth, are left to dry on poles. The extraordinary biological leather that has undergone preliminary decontamination is currently in average condition. The tanner must be a granddad who is unwilling to even use a better decontamination agent. General level. The method of sun drying is also a bit rough, so it is best to use a dryer for drying. After drying, there are 2 minus signs. Yuan kept rubbing his head and sighed. His right eye gave a very kind hint. Tanning agents are also needed to further enhance the quality of the leather. The most common tanning agent is alum. During the tanning process, alum reacts chemically with the collagen in the leather, which helps to improve the elasticity and durability of the leather and has the advantages of being waterproof, anti-wrinkle, and antibacterial. Yuan was very sad, but he could only bite the bullet and praised. Thanks to the eye of the pioneer. Otherwise, there would be nothing we can do. Or can you give me a better way? Unfortunately, the eye of the pioneer is not artificial intelligence, and it will not change in any way with Lu Yuan's praise. With no other choice, Lu Yuan could only slap his head. Alum, I remember finding it somewhere. There seems to be some left in the ruins of the chemical plant. Let's go, old wolf. Let's go pick up some trash. He took the old wolf and walked towards the ruins of the city. Safe zone. Lu Yuan reconnected to the signal. This is a great thing. However, until a new transmission signal is invented, people will not dare to set off the alarm for a while, for fear that Lu Yuan will turn off the contact again. Due to the difference in time flow between the two parties, Lu Yuan worked for several days and left it in the safe area for just over an hour. So much information was transmitted in 1 hour that people simply couldn't read it. Therefore, the Institute can only increase manpower, and one person can read part of the content. Many graduate students, doctoral students, and professors were called together in front of computer desks. With the society at a standstill and industry and schools at a stagnation, everyone had nothing to do anyway, so it was easy to withdraw this part of the staff. These 100 people had the same joy as watching a wilderness survival program. It can be seen that this gentleman is still very lonely. He deliberately pointed the camera at his work area. Even though deep down he didn't believe that the camera could really transmit the images back, he still did it. Sharing personal updates is a social way to get rid of loneliness. A psychology expert analyzed and recorded these in a notebook. As the first person to explore the Panga continent, Lu Yuan's first-hand information is of self-evident value. Have you noticed that he seems to be stronger than ordinary people? Ordinary people would be paralyzed from exhaustion after doing so much physical work, right? That's true. Does he have a special ability, dual ability? Everyone was a little surprised. People with innate dual abilities were extremely rare. There were only a few people on the entire Earth. The leather is very tough. It's not easy to cut it open with an axe. The density should be quite high. Wait a minute, his location seems to be a ruins of a city? Indeed, in one corner of the screen, the ruins of a collapsed house were captured. Time has left many traces on the house, including peeling walls, rusty steel bars, collapsed columns and beams, and fungi growing in dark corners. The spreading vines cover up many traces. The time after the destruction of civilization is a vast sea, with only the withered leaves accumulated on the once wide road. This is the meta-civilization. He found this liaison device from the meta-civilization. While people were shocked, they also felt an inexplicable panic. Why is there a 9th era? What about the first 8 epochs? Where have those civilizations gone? What is the real purpose of God? No one can answer these questions. In the end, it turned into a sigh. After a long time, someone in the conference room started talking again. The way this leather is tanned, well, it's too rough, so it's barely usable. He should want to make clothes and survive in Pangea for a long time. But it seems like he wants to demonstrate something more important. If you think about it, if you don't have enough professional knowledge, you can tan the leather, which is already very good. Even a leather tanning master, alone and without chemical materials, can only do this rough work. Time passes 100 times faster, like fast-forwarding in a movie. As if it was just a matter of conversation, Lu Yuan came back from the ruins with several large buckets of things in high spirits, with the joy of a good harvest on his face. Chapter 39, I am the handmade immortal. Lu Yuan excitedly held a big plastic bucket. Here comes the alum. He poured the contents of the big plastic bucket into the water. Add some industrial salt and soak for a while. Salt is a deadly attraction to wild animals. The old wolf swung his butt and rushed over with a sly look, wanting to eat some salt, but was slapped away by Lu Yuan. Just kidding, this is industrial salt. It's going to kill the wolf. Oh, the material conditions are not good. So this is the only way it can be. Lu Yuan sat on a big rock, recalling the knowledge he saw on TV. The large bucket in front contains several tons of water, plus a large amount of leather. It has to be stirred from time to time to allow the leather to fully react with the chemicals. In the past, with such a heavy workload, he might have been paralyzed from exhaustion. After all, each piece of leather weighs 1 to 200 pounds. What's more, the physical work of stirring nonstop at that moment made his back ache and legs cramp, and he couldn't help but think of a text called Contracted Laborers. Lu Yuan modified it a bit and recited it with a smile. In the 9th era of Panga continent, at 4:15 in the morning, before dawn, old Lu, who was sleeping in a broken house, had been woken up by the wolves. A wolf shouted loudly. A wolf. Then, it shouted again, as if giving an order. Wolf, go to work? Damn it. You're still lying there, you pig. In short, with the blessing of supernatural fire and eternal body, as long as your vitality is not damaged, you could be a little tired, and you will recover the next day. His current personal attributes are shape, 7.4, air, 6.1, God, 6.2, extraordinary level, level 1. After these 2 weeks of hard training, his three-dimensional attributes generally exceeded 6 points. Perhaps because of eating too much lizard meat, the growth rate of the form attribute was significantly higher, actually exceeding 7 points and reaching 7.4. Initial properties were 5.4. Don't underestimate the gap between these two attributes. The muscle gap between men and women is only 30%, and the gap in strength between men and women is likely to double. Yuan vaguely felt that he might already be one of the strongest humans in the world. The final step of brewing the tanning liquid took another 2 days. After drying, this batch of leather is officially tanned. In his eyes, the color of the salamander's skin changed again, from the original fiery red to a brownish red color, giving it a rather quaint and dated feel. The strong salamander smell has also mostly disappeared, which is considered acceptable. Take a look with the eyes of a pioneer. The quality of extraordinary biological leather tan by local methods has declined due to poor and rough workmanship. Inferior quality, natural wonders. Hidden ability, high temperature resistance, not activated. When Yuan saw the 3 characters' low quality, he felt bad. He quickly ran forward and inspected it carefully. He found that such a thick pile of leather was all low quality. All had been downgraded. He stood there blankly, a little annoyed. The ups and downs of life may be like this. You must chase a certain goal, only to find that the goal is like sand, slipping through your fingers. After a long time, he patted his chest, accepted this tragic reality, raised his forehead and sighed. On Earth, assembly lines are worthless, and handicrafts are luxury goods. God, you know nothing. On Earth, there is a saying of XX immortal. Like ramen sage, yakiniku sage, rice cooker sage, sushi sage, etc. Once you have this name, you can make money. Big money. So a public intellectual wrote an article praising the immortal culture and trying to prove the importance of craftsmanship. However, in Panga continent, in the eyes of gods, handicraft products are simply not as good as the assembly line. Yuan's leather downgrade is the best proof. But no matter how much he lamented, it was impossible to restore the quality. Yuan took a long time to calm down and could only comfort himself. It's okay. The inferior grade is the lowest grade. As long as I can make equipment, I can still get milestone rewards. I am the handcrafting master. Next, he mustered up his confidence and carefully prepared the needle and thread. The needle is the spider's leg of the hell spider. It is extremely sharp and can penetrate the lizard's leather without any problem. Line is the vine skin of the big O carnivorous plant. Even the lord-level big O needs metabolism, and occasionally withered vines will fall to the ground and then be picked up and recycled by the garbage man who loves life. Just peel off the vine skin and rub it into strips, and you can make a very long thread. Of course, don't expect it to be too smooth and flat. After all, this is just the most ancient handicraft from primitive times. Yuan pulled hard, but the thread, which was several times thicker than a hair, could not be torn apart. This material is very high-end. After completing the preparations, Yuan began to sew seriously. In fact, he had never done needlework before, so it was extremely difficult for him to draw a flower. But you still know how to thread the needle back and forth and sew the 2 pieces of skin together. The whole process was quite pleasant, and there was a sense of joy of harvest. He first sewed the simplest and most needed item, a sleeping bag. Yes, he has no quilt. I keep covering my body with leaves, and I feel very insecure. With a sleeping bag, Yuan has been looking forward to having a good late night sleep for a long time. In order to increase comfort, Yuan specially selected the softest piece of skin on the salamander's belly. There are fine fluff on it, which feels very good and is as furry as a carpet. He even made a double sleeping bag for future comfort. A big bed is always good. When the old wolf heard his happy laughter, he rushed over and rolled around on the sleeping bag. He said, "You're such a nice guy. You even saved a place for me? You bastard, this is my bed." Old Lu kicked the bitch away. The dog thought he was playing with it and became even more excited. Woof! The little wolf also rushed over. A dozen little fur balls occupied the sleeping bag, biting each other, and their furry bodies looked like balls of cotton. Yuan couldn't bear to beat them, so he also lay on the sleeping bag. In an instant, more than a dozen young tongues licked it, making it wet. Yuan smiled like a grandfather, always feeling like he was receiving some bad service. The old wolf on the side, whined jealously. Ahem, let's get down to business. It took about 3 hours to sew a simple large sleeping bag. Yuan couldn't wait and took a closer look. Eye of the Pioneer, salamander sleeping bag. A sleeping bag sewn with inferior extraordinary creature leather. It has excellent thermal insulation function and is quite comfortable. However, it has not yet stimulated the inherent supernatural effect, so it cannot be classified as a man-made extraordinary object. If you want to classify this sleeping bag as a luxury product, you will find that its manufacturing process is so rough that it is simply unsightly. I don't know who is so wasteful of natural resources and actually uses extraordinary leather for hand training. What a huge waste. Chapter 40, How to Activate Hidden Abilities? It's not really an extraordinary item. What can I do? Yuan looked at the crooked stitching on the sleeping bag and felt a little embarrassed. For the first time, the food was a bit off. Yuan's hands-on skills have not been very good since he was a child. For example, when it comes to washing dishes, he has a high probability of breaking a plate and winning the couple's doubles match. As for carpentry, sewing, etc., he has never done it at all. But making extraordinary items seems to have little to do with craftsmanship, as long as the quality is passable. What's more important is to stimulate the inner supernatural effect. This question is important because without motivation, you can't achieve milestones. Yuan turned around and searched for information about the meta-civilization in the database. The related research content was so much and so complicated that it made him dizzy. Simply put, every natural supernatural object has its own intrinsic properties. The skin of a salamander, for example, has the ability to resist high temperatures. The best evidence is that the salamander did not burn itself when it breathed fire. The temperature of the flame was 3,000 degrees Celsius. When it is alive, the leather can always activate high-temperature resistance and will not burn itself. But with the death of this giant, the leather also became dead, and it was not easy to stimulate its ability again. Therefore, the supernatural effect of this layer of leather is hidden. In this inactive state, even if it has the ability to resist high temperatures, if it is thrown into a fire, it will still burn directly. Various means must be used to re-stimulate the inherent high-temperature resistance attribute. I see. Because of this difficulty, the experts and professors of meta-civilization have provided 3 methods. The first is physical harmony. Through means such as microcurrent, the inner abilities are forcibly activated. Salamanders also have nervous tissue, and when they are alive, the transmission of electrical signals between neurons can activate superpowers. Therefore, using microcurrent or certain chemical signals can mimic the original neurons to regulate the superpowers of leather. Of course, this method only works on biological materials. For Yuan, it was too difficult. He couldn't get any microcurrent at all. What a cyberpunk approach. The second method is catalytic blending, which uses materials with multiple properties to interact with each other to activate inner abilities. Like high-temperature resistance and low-temperature resistance. If put together, they might affect each other and activate each other. This is a huge subject, as complex as chemical reactions. The Meta civilization has been exploring for more than 300 years, but it has only just begun to get a glimpse of the door. If Yuan wants to be self-taught, it will be very difficult. At least it would take decades to learn. The third is spiritual attunement. Life is the real master of Pangea. There are some skilled craftsmen who are talented enough to follow their telepathy and create very powerful supernatural items. Don't ask them why they should be like this. These guys can't explain why. Just pure talent. After reading this information, Yuan looked at the salamander double sleeping bag he had made and was petrified. Why are there so many different doors? The most important thing is that the high-temperature resistance ability of lizard skin is useless even if it is activated. All he wanted to do was make a sleeping bag. But God, the set evaluation system, no matter how you explain it. This sleeping bag must have high-temperature resistance. Otherwise, it will not be an extraordinary item. The power of one person is really too small. Don't worry. The high difficulty means that other civilizations won't be able to complete it that easily. Yuan wanted God's milestone very much. He was stumped and racked his brains to think. Gradually, he focused his attention on another item. The pattern on the back of the young hell spider can cause mental shock to the enemy. Excellent grade, natural wonder. This pattern is like a pair of terrifying eyeballs filled with red, bloodshot eyes. As long as you stare at them, you will have a strong feeling of panic. Its superpowers are naturally activated. You don't need so many details. If you use this trophy to make a supernatural item, you can make it into a top-grade item. It is an outstanding natural wonder. If it is lowered by 2 levels, it can be considered a top-grade item. Lu Yuan's breathing became heavy. This was a gamble. There is only one outstanding natural wonder. Once he fails to complete the milestone, he will not be able to get better materials in a short period of time. Therefore, he was still somewhat cautious. The current level of craftsmanship is so lame. No matter how anxious you are, you can't be anxious for a while. So according to the initial plan, I first made an animal bed for the old wolf. The old wolf liked it very much, and so did the group of cubs. Then start with leather coats, then leather jackets, then leather pants. As time passed quickly, a complete salamander suit slowly appeared due to his hard work. There are many things that are difficult, but they are not as difficult as imagined. Lu Yuan has never done needlework, but if he pushes himself, it seems okay. Especially when you concentrate all your attention on this matter morning, noon and night, practice will make you perfect. Lu Yuan forgot all about food and sleep. Morning, noon, and night, apart from practicing, he also worked. He even forgot that the metal ball was still open. He remembered the college entrance examination in the Earth era, the era when thousands of troops crossed the single-plank bridge. In high school, he didn't actually work that hard. Although he goes to bed late and gets up early every day, he is actually just pretending to be working hard and spends a lot of time on his own in private. There are many students like this. There is a big difference between real effort and fake effort. So his scores in the college entrance examination were quite average. He just went to an ordinary university and lived an ordinary life. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan felt a little sad. If God can give me another chance, I will definitely. What will happen to me? Brain and second brother. They are both reborn. Why don't they fall in love quickly? Lu Yuan. Shouldn't I study hard and get admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University? Brain and second brother. What kind of shit are you studying, you idiot? After being reborn, I directly mine Bitcoin and Ethereum, fall in love, immigrate to Thailand to get 4 wives, and immigrate to Nigeria to get 400 wives. I am very horny now, and just want to fall in love. What the hell? Lu Yuan tilted his hand and almost inserted the spider's pointed legs into his own flesh. Don't make any mistake. I am a pure lover. Facts have proved that sewing is indeed a manual labor with little value. Even if he thinks about it randomly, it will not delay his craft work. The lines are neat and clean. Lu Yuan is already a skilled weaver. Chapter 41, The Extraordinary Craftsman Milestone, is reached. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 41, Extraordinary Craftsman Milestone, achieved. Please give me a monthly ticket. Lu Yuan moved his hands and feet. It may be because of the ability of Eternal Body, which will not regress as long as there is progress, or it may be due to the substantial improvement of various attributes. In short, he feels that he is making rapid progress. After more than a month, he made 5 leather shirts, 5 pairs of pants, 2 leather coats, 10 pairs of underwear, 20 pairs of socks, and 3 pairs of boots, and his hand gradually became hot. It is a pity that these made things are not extraordinary items because they have not activated the inner ability, and they are not even the lowest inferior quality. A pair of carefully sewn leather shoes have high durability because of the strong material. However, it has not yet stimulated the inherent supernatural effect and cannot be classified as a man-made wonder. Luxury goods? Even the eye of the pioneer can't find any major faults. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, feeling that he was awesome enough, and finally took out the carefully preserved pattern on the back of the young hell spider. Then, he selected the thickest piece of salamander leather, placed it on the ground, and made a few gestures. The real challenge begins. He wanted to make a leather shield. The toughest part of the salamander is the buttocks, where the leather is strong, tough, and thick, more than enough to make a leather shield. But if you want to perfectly integrate the spider's back pattern into the shield, you still need to do some tricks. The pattern on the back of the spider is only about the size of a palm, and its toughness is not high. If it is scratched a few times by something hard, it may be damaged. So sticking it directly on top of the leather shield is not a wise choice. But it must face the enemy head-on, and let the enemy's eyes see this thing in order to have a shocking effect. After much thought, Lu Yuan decided to dig a circular groove in the center of the leather shield. Then carefully sew the spider pattern in. Finally, take another piece of plexiglass and patiently fill in the groove to protect the pattern on the spider's back. He has plenty of this kind of impact-resistant glass. The glass doors in the data center are all made of high-strength, impact-resistant glass. Even with his current strength, it wouldn't break even if he hit it hard with a hammer. Fortunately, the melting point of these plexiglass is not high, and it can be softened at a temperature of about 200 degrees. After burning a hole with flame, slowly saw it with a saw to make a relatively perfect circle. This work is easier said than done. Especially when he wanted to achieve perfection, Lu Yuan spent a week and put a lot of effort into making this round shield. Its diameter is about 70 centimeters, and its mass is about 9.8 kilograms. It can be held directly in the left hand or hung on the arm. The spider eyeball pattern in the center can cause mental shock to the enemy. This is too perfect. A man is a young man until his death. Lu Yuan held a shield in his left hand and a long branch in his right hand, eager to attack the wolves. The growth rate of wolf cubs is really fast. They generally gain more than 10 pounds in more than a month. When the little wolves saw the shield in Lu Yuan's hand, they widened their eyes and looked surprised and suspicious. Next second, I don't know which ungrateful person took the lead, but they all started running away. Vuif, vuif, vuif. Even the female wolves were stunned. They looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously, then looked at the shield. In the end, the intense fear overcame the trust in the master. A wolf, wolf, wolf. The female wolf barked at him and ran away while screaming. Only the wily old wolf circled around his master with a look of disdain on his face. It had studied the pattern on the spider's back for a long time and had long known that it was a dead object. Although I feel scared every time I see it. Isn't it all over if I just don't look at it? You guys are still too naive. Lu Yuan laughed, then suppressed his excitement and used the pioneer's eye to identify the freshly made shield. Leather shield, a defensive weapon made of various materials. The eyeball-like pattern in the middle has the effect of shocking the enemy's spirit. Due to the rough processing methods, the full performance of the material has not been brought into play, but there are still some properties. Artificial wonder, low quality. I've used up all my best treasures, and it's still only of low quality. Lu Yuan was speechless. Fortunately, the pattern on the spider's back could be peeled off and recycled, so it was not a waste. What's more, his minimum goal has been achieved. The next second, that familiar yet cold voice echoed in his ears, making him ecstatic. Congratulations on reaching your only milestone, extraordinary craftsman. Achievement conditions. Be the first among all civilizations to create extraordinary items. Craftsmen are synonymous with superb skills. With excellent skills and unremitting efforts, you create amazing miracles. You are the leaders of innovation and development, constantly exploring new technologies and new processes and pushing civilization into a new supernatural world. Your civilization has obtained the only milestone reward, craftsman's talent and deadless sewing tools. Sure enough, I was right. A beam of white light came from nowhere and hit Lu Yuan's brain accurately. It was as if a mysterious knowledge had descended from the sky and poured into his soul, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. Even though Lu Yuan was delighted deep down in his heart, he won first place in the competition among countless civilizations and was the first to create extraordinary items. It's not easy, but this feeling, like a needle piercing my brain, is too unbearable. Your civilization. Get the only milestone points reward, 5,000 points. This function has not been enabled yet. Boom! Another bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The concrete fragments in front were instantly broken into pieces. A few hours later, Lu Yuan got up from the ground sweating profusely, picked up a nearby cup, and drank some water. He has another ability, and it's passive. Craftsman talent. Your spatial imagination has been greatly improved, and you are comfortable using any tool. Occasionally, inspiration will burst out, and a clue of order will be found in that endless supernatural world. Lu Yuan was silent for a moment, then picked up the needle and thread in his hand. A familiar feeling arose in his heart, as if he was a 60-year-old seamstress who could now easily sew a flower. This ability, how should I put it, was very strange. Suddenly, he had a talent, turning from a mediocre person to a genius, which made him a little uncomfortable. Moreover, it's too late. I've run out of materials, and now you're here. Forget it, it's better than nothing. And Lu Yuan also discovered that most of the specific rewards for milestones are related to content. Like the first pioneer to enter the Pangea continent, you'll be rewarded with the Eye of the Pioneer. The first one to discover the remains of civilization will be rewarded with an eye that can dig for treasures. The first person to make equipment will be rewarded with artisan talent and something like deadless sewing tools. God is always just the icing on the cake, not the icing on the cake. I want to see what Deadless's sewing tools are. Yuan swallowed and walked slowly towards the pit. His heart started beating wildly when he saw a large bronze box. When he opened it, there was a red box inside. Open the red box again. Is it a light blue box? Open the blue box again. Is it a gold box? Yuan is a little crazy. Russian Matryoshka doll, right? Finally, he opened 7 or 8 boxes and found a small crystal box as big as a pencil box. Inside were a pair of bronze scissors, a dagger, a ruler-like thing, 12 needles of different diameters, and a golden booklet. Deadless sewing tools. The Cretan civilization of the 7th era, a mysterious relic left by a sewing master named Deadless. This master committed a crime against civilization. Before being sentenced to death, he threw this set of things into a different space and claimed that from now on, no one can get my inheritance. But as time goes by, the different space will also be broken one day, and you were lucky enough to pick up this set of tools. Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the cloudless sky. He didn't know how to complain. It was obviously a milestone reward, but he said he picked it up, so he discovered a great secret. God doesn't actually produce anything. God is just a transporter of nature. Could it be that everything I got is left over from other civilizations? The main materials of this sewing tool are olive steel and fine gold, which have extremely high durability. A book of Deadless production process tips is included inside. Artificial wonder, excellent level. Excellent level tool? Excellent level. Yuan took a breath and suddenly felt even more happy. He guessed in his heart that craftsman talent should not be a particularly rare ability. Perhaps every civilization has a few artisan talents. Therefore, God gave an extra set of excellent tools as compensation. Excellent grade, not too high, just 1 level higher than rare. Above this, there are 4 more levels: legend, epic, immortal, and myth. But when you add in the craftsmanship, the value is quite good. It is now the beginning of the 9th era of Pangea continent. How many civilizations have such knowledge? What's more, for Yuan, excellent grade was really too exaggerated. He tried his best to make a low-quality equipment, and suddenly an excellent grade equipment came, which was really like manna from heaven. He picked up the scissors with a warm feeling of empathy, as if they were alive. Yuan couldn't explain what this magical living creature feeling was, but it gave him a kind of tactile feeling that made him use his arms and fingers. Moreover, there seemed to be a mysterious force that continuously resonated with his soul. Deadless's scissors, the resonance power of excellent equipment. When you focus on using it, form plus 8.1%, energy plus 3.3%. Can you add attributes? Yuan was greatly shocked. Isn't this the equipment in the game? As for the scissors, there are 2 abilities, namely Tearer and Flat Cut. Tearer, as the name suggests, can easily cut through most materials. Flat cutting means that the cut surface is almost smooth and leaves no burrs. Chapter 4251, please vote for me. Chapter 42 5.1, please vote for me. Asking for a monthly ticket. Monthly tickets can improve your ranking on the new book list. The new book list is very important for new books. There were so many great writers at the same time that this book didn't even stay in the top 9 for a few minutes. Eternal Donkey could only wallow in asking for monthly votes. The new book would be off the list in 10 days. To be honest, Donkey is rather thin-skinned and knows that he can't make updates, so he usually doesn't ask for much. I hope everyone can support me this time. Okay, it's okay if you don't support it, but don't scold me T to the power of T. Chapter 43. Humans, you see, this is the milestone reward. Yuan studied it over and over for a long time. But the key is, this pair of scissors is too small, only 10 centimeters long. That is, the kind of scissors used to cut cloth and leather, which are too small to be used as weapons. Moreover, only when you hold it and use it will there be a resonance bonus. It doesn't mean that if you just hide it in your pocket, there will be a resonance attribute bonus. Yuan picked up the dagger again and tried it a little. The dagger is about 25 centimeters long and has a bronze glow all over. The characteristic is also quite good, called Unstoppable, and its sharp edge can cut through most leather. Deadless's leather cutting knife, the resonance power of the excellent equipment. When you focus on using it, form plus 9.2%, chi plus 3.3%, spirit plus 4.5%. Lu Yuan waved it twice and found this thing to be quite handy and could be used as a real weapon. As for the ruler-like thing, it is actually the core of the whole set of tools. By pressing it against the leather, one can sense the veins of supernatural objects. Lu Yuan took a ruler and gently touched the leather shield he had just made. He indeed felt a mysterious beating sensation like a pulse. Many of the veins were destroyed by his rough production process, resulting in the material's characteristics not being fully utilized. Lu Yuan felt a little regretful, but he just made do with it. Daedalus's ruler, the resonance power of the excellent equipment, when you focus on using it, got plus 8.9%. Finally, what was left was a booklet-like thing filled with tiny sesame-sized characters and various strange patterns. The hint given by the eye of the pioneer is the manual left behind by Daedalus records some application knowledge of extraordinary materials and corresponding sewing techniques. But obviously, because you lack pre-knowledge, you currently cannot translate the text. Even the great pioneer's eyes cannot translate something that you have no idea about. Just like the paper proving gold box conjecture is placed in front of you, it is impossible for you to understand it. Lu Yuan was happy and a little annoyed at the same time, and finally sighed. Okay, it is indeed awesome and valuable. It's such a pity. For me, this dagger is the only one useful. How can I put it? This milestone reward is excellent for a serious civilization. The Cretan civilization of the 7th era is a civilization that can develop excellent level equipment. Its supernatural technology is definitely 100 times superior to humans, especially the power of resonance, which made the equipment seem alive, completely beyond Lu Yuan's understanding. Human scientists are fully capable of gaining a lot of knowledge through scientific research. Science is a way of understanding the world, not dogmatism. In the supernatural world, scientific research methods are still feasible. But for Lu Yuan, the use of it is really just that. He does not have the superpowers in forging, nor does he have enough knowledge to study these things. At most, you can only use a dagger as a weapon. What a waste! He got the advantage and still twisted his, but to show off. Moreover, Lu Yuan suspected that the first person to forge extraordinary items such as ordinary level, and excellent level would also receive new milestone rewards. But for him, it was a very distant thing. It is impossible for him to eat all the milestones by himself. He can still think of ways to achieve ordinary level extraordinary items. No matter how high level a rare item is, he cannot complete it without enough knowledge. Forget it, the dagger you gave me for free, don't let it go to waste. When I dig more ruins, maybe I can learn this knowledge. Lu Yuan said to himself he is still quite optimistic now. It can be said that he has completely solved the problem of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and then the next step is how to make himself comfortable. Suddenly, I saw the big metal ball, which had been on for almost 2 months, and the red indicator light was still flashing. Even though he knew it was a broken iron ball, he still pretended to be a wise man and said calmly, "Human, you see, this is the milestone reward. I am the first civilization to create extraordinary items. Therefore, God gave me a reward. One step ahead, one step ahead. God only adds icing on the cake, not timely help. A powerful civilization must be ahead of the curve." In his mind, it was just a relaxing way to socialize. No matter whether the signal is transmitted or not, as long as you are happy, that's all. During the 5 months that Lu Yuan stayed in Pangda Continent, he basically solved the 4 major problems of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. For the humans in the safe zone, it was just less than 2 days. The drastic environmental changes have changed almost everything in human society, and the complete collapse of the economic system has further exacerbated the unrest in the city. Currencies such as the US dollar, Eastern dollar, euro, and Japanese yen were reduced to waste paper overnight. I can't find any deposits in the bank. I have a question. Do I no longer have to pay back the mortgage? Yes, all bank data is lost. Of course you don't have to pay it back. I don't have to pay back last month's Aunt Flowers. But what about those of us who haven't bought a house? Today, the landlord notified me to get out of the rental house immediately because the money has become waste paper. Should I take a knife and chop that old thief? Kill that old thief's whole family? The world is in urgent need of help. The supermarket has closed down, and the family only has 2 days of food left. Give it to you. We don't have anything to eat ourselves. Who has fever-reducing medicine? Get first aid. The hospital is closed. The economic collapse triggered a series of chain reactions. The private economy collapsed, and personal safety became the most urgent issue. In response to these livelihood issues, the Yunhai municipal government urgently introduced a series of measures, which were widely publicized through television, radio, text messages, the internet, and other means. The government square in Yunhai City was packed with tens of thousands of people. Li Chunhong stood at the highest point, holding a loudspeaker, his face full of anxiety. He got up in a hurry after only 4 hours of sleep. There were so many things to do that he didn't even have time to get enough rest. Fellow villagers, don't worry. Let me explain the latest policy to you. First and foremost, we must protect the housing rights of all citizens. The first house belongs to the individual. No matter how big your house is or how much mortgage you have, it is your personal property. Although we have lost contact with Earth, the Unkai city government still protects the private property of residents. But we also have to look to the future. We won't be able to afford a second house. Any extra houses will be collectively owned. Chapter 44: The Choice of the First Branch of Human Civilization. In fact, leaders at all levels of the Yunhai municipal government have also seriously discussed that if all the houses are nationalized, it will save a lot of trouble. The loophole is so huge that it will take months just to wrestle with it. Therefore, we can only make a slight compromise and allow each family to keep a house for their own use. This part of private property is protected. Comrades, we are in a brand new era, and we must change our mindset. The world is no longer the same as it once was. We are no longer on Earth. You should also understand that some people have no houses to live in right now, and we must give them something to rely on. But we can't control too much now. Social stability is the most critical issue. Tenants can effectively build a sense of security by living in collectively owned houses without worrying about being evicted. There are many immigrants in Yunhai City, and most of the tenants are strong and young people. Their emotions must be stabilized before we can talk about the future. As for the landlord, after all, they have a big house of their own, so they can barely accept it. As long as they have a place to live, young people's emotions will be relatively stable. They can live in their own rental house without paying rent, and they can accept it even if the area is small. Li Chunhong couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw the dark, gloomy crowd all staring at him. These 10 million people represent the first branch of humankind, the Bactrian civilization. Now may be the moment to decide the fate of Daxia civilization. After a long time, seeing that the mood of the crowd was relatively stable, he shouted loudly through the loudspeaker again. Dear comrades, relatively large supermarkets and granaries have been compulsorily controlled by the government. Some criminals have also been arrested, and what awaits them is legal punishment. The network communication is now being restored quickly. If you have anything special, you can call the mayor's hotline. The police have also been put back on duty. As for the issue of food, please use your ID card to go to major communities to collect 1 week's rations. It may not be too good, but it will definitely satisfy everyone. There are also certain reserves of baby milk powder and diapers. Parents can receive certain supplies with their children's birth certificates. We have a year's worth of food reserves, so we won't have to worry about it in the short term. But in the long term, we must be self-sufficient, and resuming production as soon as possible is the key to survival. We call on everyone to grow some vegetables on their balconies and other places to increase the diversity of food. Li Chunhong paused for a moment. Everyone must understand that now is the time to show the national character of our Daxia civilization. We have no other way but to rely on ourselves. There will not be any external rescue. We must rely on ourselves. Once society is in chaos, the only thing waiting for us is destruction. Our soldiers will always protect the rights of the people. They are also our solid backing. A soldier shouted, "All of you, stand at attention. Salute." Wow! A row of soldiers formed a neat team. Everyone is here to distribute food to the masses. We are united. We will overcome this difficulty together. The soldiers saluted the people and shouted in unison. Immediately afterwards, they began to take out batches of supplies from the large trucks and distribute them to the people. After this series of combination punches, most people were quite satisfied. At least housing and food, the two most important things, are guaranteed. What's more, the image of soldiers is relatively positive in front of the people of Dadong Kingdom, and few people take the opportunity to cause trouble. Within a short while, a long queue formed in the square. People collected their daily necessities and went home. Li Chunhong breathed a long sigh of relief, and a big stone in his heart temporarily fell away. He heard several young staff members whispering, "I don't know how other cities are doing. Have they stabilized? They're probably having a shootout." and they're shopping for $0. I have always felt that the people here are quite reasonable. Other cities probably won't be able to maintain stability as quickly as we can, isn't it? It may be human nature to gloat over misfortune. When he thought about the $0 shopping activities that were happening in other cities, such as New York City, Li Chunhong felt a lot better inexplicably. This is indeed civilized competition. The fundamentals of each city are different, and the executable policies must also be different. What Yunhai City can do, can other cities do it? Li Chunhong said with a smile. Comrades, don't relax, there is still a lot of work to do next. We in Unkai City only have short-term stability. Most of the people are staying at home, and their skills are useless. We must provide more jobs as soon as possible and put people in. We also need to design a new monetary system to restore economic operation as soon as possible. Talk about ideals and contributions can be short-term, but not long-term. After all, we have passed the era when barefoot people are not afraid of wearing shoes. Everyone sighed. Today's young people are very smart. Wolf culture? Yes, but you have to give meat to the wolf. What is the wine table culture? Today I will let you know what it means to rectify the workplace. It pays attention to temporary contributions, and young people are very willing and enthusiastic. But if you just eat from a big pot, your enthusiasm will be extinguished sooner or later. Therefore, a set of qualified policies suitable for the current economic system can allow capable people to live a better life and effectively stimulate productivity. Have city communications been restored? Except for some corners, most areas are connected to the internet. Where's the electricity? The minimum power supply has been arranged, and we can charge everyone's mobile phones and so on. Well, being able to charge your phone is enough for now. As for a monthly ticket, for your convenience, items are divided into the following levels: poor, common, rare, excellent, legendary, epic, immortal, and mythic. Legend was changed to legendary. Chapter 45: The Shock Brought by Yuan. Someone else called. Mr. Li, do the medical drugs in the hospital need to be controlled in a timely manner? We can no longer produce many drugs. Li Chunhong was silent for a long time. Now the economy has collapsed and supplies are limited. It is equivalent to the government covering all the costs. The pressure is not to be underestimated. He sighed. We still have to use the necessary medicines. We have to save the people who need to be saved, especially pregnant women and children, who are our future. But we really can't afford unlimited health insurance. You should discuss a sustainable plan as soon as possible to cut down on expenses. When can the pharmaceutical factory start up? The person on the other side of the phone said, it's very difficult. Pharmaceutical factories must have raw materials to produce. But the supply of raw materials has been cut off, and it will take time to find substitutes. It is unlikely that we will be able to obtain raw materials within 3 to 5 years. Li Chunhong rubbed his temples. What to do? Times force us to be the bad guys. Focus on taking care of pregnant women and children. I'll sign the corresponding signatures. At this point in the discussion, everyone's morale is not very high. In the wave of the times, everyone is caught up in the times, unable to help themselves, with no time to stop and breathe. The only thing they can do is to move forward, regardless of the cost. In addition to various internal tasks, the exploration of Pangea and the supernatural world is equally important. Paranormal activity is rare in Earth's time. However, within 2 days of entering Pangea, there were more and more supernatural phenomena. In particular, some animals and plants undergo natural mutations. These mutant lives are the new hope for human development. There are more and more people with superpowers. Even if these people with superpowers are generally not very powerful, it is always easier for people with superpowers to commit crimes and be more worthy of control. What else is extraordinary fire? No one knows what the extraordinary fire is for. There is a serious shortage of human resources, and there is no ability to investigate this. Hello. At this moment, Li Chunhong received a call from the supernatural laboratory. He thought of the young man, Lu Yuan, who fell into Panga continent and calmed down. Is there any special information? It must have been a long time for Lu Yuan. Is he still alive? Professor Zhang Hui came from the other side of the phone, shouting in surprise. He's still alive. He conveyed important information. We are trying to find a way to contact him. Paranormal laboratory. Lu Yuan sent over more than 2 months of videos, most of which were about tanning leather and making clothes and pants. At first glance, it seems quite novel. It has a feeling of survival in the wilderness, and everyone is still making plans. Where are you? He's still making pants. The speed of making them is killing me. Where are you? Here is the video from 3 days later. He is already making fur coats. His sewing skills are improving very quickly. Well, it's really difficult for a person to live alone in Pangea continent and have to do everything by himself. Thinking about it this way, our current situation seems to be acceptable. At least we don't have to make clothes ourselves. But the more I watch them, the more they are sewing videos, and I gradually become numb. After all, these videos really don't have any special information. Therefore, many researchers have focused their attention on those wolves. The growth trajectory of the wolf cub over this month is still of some research value. How did he tame these wolves? An unsolved mystery. At the last moment, Yuan took out the spider back pattern and started. After making a shield, everyone's attention was focused again. A doctoral student commented, "Does this eyeball-shaped pattern have a special supernatural effect?" I stared at it for a while and felt a sense of panic. I also feel a little dizzy. Where did he get this thing? As a result, everyone routinely said some envious and jealous nonsense, such as, "It's a waste. It would be great to use it for research. How should I use it?" But deep down, many people feel that creating a shield is a wise choice. What a waste of research in the wilderness. And then in the next moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the screen, followed by an earth-shattering bang, and the entire ground trembled. Everyone in front of the screen was shocked. Yuan was rolling on the ground and was hit by a white light, looking in extreme pain. What's going on? After the smoke dissipated, everyone stared in front of the screen with their eyes wide open. Actually, a big brown box actually appeared out of thin air. What the hell? Magic? As Yuan regained consciousness from the ground, he walked up to the box as if it was natural, kept opening the box, and finally took out a series of tools such as scissors and daggers from a small crystal box. They looked confused. I don't understand what's going on at all. Wait, is this a supernatural interference phenomenon? A sharp-eyed researcher suddenly raised his voice. He paused the video as if he had made some extraordinary discovery. Look at this pair of scissors. He pointed a finger at the edge of the scissors on the screen. In this image, part of the background was subtly distorted. The light and shadow of the flowers and plants near the scissors seemed to have been photoshopped with a slight sense of refraction. Magnify it 10 times. An old professor held his breath and stroked his glasses on his nose. There is indeed light distortion. Obviously, this image cannot be photoshopped. All of a sudden, the laboratory, which was originally bustling, fell into silence. The old professor felt cold sweat pouring out of his back. This strange distortion of light is known in academic terms as paranormal interference. That is, some powerful supernatural rules interfere with the normal propagation of light. In the laboratory, paranormal interference is often microscopic. It can only be seen through a microscope. But now, there is a macro supernatural interference phenomenon. It can even be said that all the materials in the laboratory combined cannot produce such obvious macroscopic interference. Look at that dagger again. There is also supernatural interference. These researchers felt like they were going crazy. Those seemingly ordinary scissors and daggers were actually very powerful supernatural props, and it fell from the sky. Before they could react, Yuan stood in front of the screen and said the classic line, "Human, you see, this is the milestone reward. I was the first civilization to create extraordinary objects. So, God gave me a reward. One step ahead, one step ahead. God will only provide icing on the cake, not provide help when the time is right. A powerful civilization must lead every step of the way." Chapter 46, Milestones of Yanhai City. The amount of information in this incident is really huge. God actually gives away things? Everyone fell into confusion and did not recover for a long time. Only a few young people were discussing in a low voice. Milestone rewards? By the way, aren't there several milestones displayed on the screen? How to end urban chaos and stabilize civilization. Professor Zhang, you are here. Professor Zhang Hui, who was sleeping soundly, hurried to the scene with a buttered bun in his mouth. He had only been sleeping next door for 2 hours when someone woke him up. His eyes were bloodshot. What happens? Look at this. After all, Zhang Hui is an internationally renowned researcher. He realized the phenomenon of supernatural interference just by looking at the picture, and he almost lost his balance. The bread in his mouth fell to the ground with a snap. Immediately afterwards, the contactor rang. Human civilization, the 6th branch, has received a communication request. Do you want to contact me? New York City. Human civilization, the 7th branch, has received a communication request. Do you want to contact me? City of Bari. Human civilization, the 8th branch, has received a communication request. Do you want to contact me? London City. Confirm contact. Professor Zhang quickly tidied his messy hair, put on his glasses, and smiled. Oh my God. Look what he got. God gave him a box of treasures? Is he the son of God? A box of treasure fell from the sky. Professor Edward's tone was extremely exaggerated. The old man had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and his whole face was flushed. Ahem, Professor Edward. The sons of God are Jesus and Hong Xiuquan. I think he might be the son of the Jade Emperor. Zhang Hui picked up the bread, blew the dust off, and ate it with satisfaction. Edward pulled another young man on the screen. Let me introduce to you. This is my assistant, named Jacob, who is my best student. He has the ability of telepathy. Hello, Professor Zhang. Hello, Mr. Jacob. Can I contact you? The United States, as the superpower on Earth, can recruit talents from all over the world. It is normal for there to be more people with superpowers than Unkai City. No. Edward shook his head. The 2 parties have never met face to face, so telepathy cannot be effective. But if you can come into contact with his personal clothes, there may be a slight chance that you can sense him. Then both sides have to open the safe zone. It won't be possible in the short term. Zhang Hui also shook his head. The safe zone cannot be opened at will, otherwise everyone's lives will be endangered. In the next few minutes, chief scientists from each city came online and excitedly discussed what had just happened. Of course, there are also a few cities that are not online. If they can't even discover the phenomenon of supernatural interference, it is only natural that they will be eliminated by the whole world, and no one will take the initiative to contact them. Professor Zhang cleared his throat and said, Hello, friends. It seems that you have watched the video and discovered the phenomenon of supernatural interference. Now, the first question is, where did that box of stuff come from? Can we also learn from that and get the things in that box? Many smart minds quickly had a detailed discussion and came up with 2 possibilities. First, the treasure was left by the meta-civilization, and Lu Yuan was just performing a magic trick as a joke. As for the fancy things like lightning, they are probably from the meta-civilization. The meta-civilization is, after all, a technological civilization. Although they are extinct and their technological level is not necessarily much higher than that of humans, it is actually quite easy for them to create things like lightning. All you need is a generator and a Tesla coil to create lightning artificially. But we think this possibility is relatively low because from a psychological point of view, Lu Yuan is in a state of extreme loneliness. Many of his actions, including talking to himself and raising a pack of wolves, are meant to alleviate this loneliness. If he knew that we could really observe him, he would have come up and tried to communicate with us a long time ago. It is unlikely that he would make a big fuss and perform a magic trick for us first, analyzed the psychology expert. Motivation is very important. All human behavior is based on motivation. If Lu Yuan really discovered that the metal ball could communicate, he would not be able to bear it. So the second one is the more likely possibility. Especially when thinking of the cold words that were said not long ago. The attribute system of items has been generated. Extraordinary items will be divided into 8 levels. Inferior, ordinary, rare, excellent, legendary, epic, immortal, and mythical. Plus the milestones indicated by the big ball and Lu Yuan's words. The answer is already apparent. God will indeed actively reward some civilizations that perform outstandingly. The more outstanding you are, the more you can get. And those scissors, daggers, and other things are the rewards for completing milestones. To everyone who has, more will be given, and to make him rich. To everyone who does not have, even what he has will be taken away. That's how it is. Professor Edward was reciting some content from the Gospel of Matthew. This discovery is really important. This means that human beings can actively look for opportunities to trigger so-called milestones to accelerate their development. But what milestones can be accomplished quickly? Everyone looked at the big metal ball, a display on a crystal screen. Exploring the 9th era, civilization milestones that can be displayed. Please wait. 1. End urban chaos and become a stable civilization. 43%. A series of unknown garbled characters. 3. Cancel the safe zone and move towards Pangea. Affected by unknown factors? The database is damaged and cannot be explored. Please explore by yourself. This panel is full of garbled characters, as if a mysterious force has erased the database. But no matter what, there are still 2 items displayed. But what to say about these 2 items? Neither can be accomplished by the strength of a single person. How are you doing over there? Is the chaos in the city over? When Zhang Hui saw the first article, his heart suddenly started beating wildly, and he held his breath. Is Yunhai City going to complete the first one? I don't know what the judging criteria are. Can I get any rewards? Alas, the power hasn't been restored yet, and people all over the city are robbing shopping malls. The electricians are on complete strike, and the roads are blocked. A brown-skinned professor shrugged. I'm hiding in the research institute now. It's okay to have military protection here. Where are you? People hear him. The government is maintaining order, and everyone is having a hard time. Zhang Hui said with an expressionless face that the war was over. Chapter 47, What kind of civilization is stable? At this moment, Li Chunhong pushed open the door and walked in. Hearing their discussion, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. In the current situation, is it necessary to keep a low profile? Our side has completely collapsed, and the consortium has moved from behind the scenes to the front. Professor Edward from New York City said, now I serve several large consortiums, and there is really nothing I can do about ordinary people's lives. It's still relatively normal here, except that many people committed suicide by jumping off buildings. At least several thousand people committed suicide in one day. Professor Mitsui of the 11th Civilization, Togain City, said, His Majesty the Emperor is maintaining public order in the city, and the results are very good. The Emperor has come out. Is this the restoration of the dynasty? Zhang Hui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt that this world was too magical. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to be natural. With the world in chaos, the existence of the Emperor, like a parent, is at least a lifeline on a psychological level. We are still pretty normal. The sacrifices in the temple have appeased most of the people. Professor Amir Khan from the third branch of civilization, Old Delhi, said with a smile, Haha, it seems that our Indian civilization will soon be able to stabilize the city. A milestone in civilization. For the sake of our former fellow humans, we will share the information about whether we have been rewarded. When they said this, Zhang Hui felt a little nervous and didn't know if this guy was bragging. All in all, different civilizations have made different choices. There is order and stability. There are warlords in power. There are oligarchy, plutocracy, restoration of monarchy, theocracy. There was nothing left. It was chaos. And it turned into a doomsday carnival. Zhang Hui finally understood why certain cities were not online. The research institute has been taken over by mobs. Can it still go online? Maybe the experts inside were all shot. Of course, these cities will not be destroyed by the riots, as a small number of people will survive. They may establish a new regime, but the lost talents cannot be revived. You should know that all the scientists here are elites nurtured by a civilization and cultivated by a great earth. Can a city full of riots still cultivate the next generation? It's very difficult if we can't even restore education. Therefore, the time lost is difficult to make up. They can only stay in the safe zone. Another professor said, Professor Zhang, is your Yunhai city also in chaos? I remember that you maintained good stability during the pandemic. You should be able to complete the stable city soon. Zhang Hui immediately said, human nature is universal. Compared with the current disaster, the pandemic is nothing. Everything that is happening now is too sudden. The people in the city are in a state of panic, and chaos is inevitable. Everyone deeply agreed, especially the sentence, human nature is universal, which really touched their hearts. Everyone was in chaos, and it was impossible for our Yunhai city to be harmonious. Zhang Hui cleared his throat. Ahem, let's change the subject. The order of the city is determined by all the people, and it is not something we can easily change. Indeed. Beyond that, some possible milestones have been discussed. For example, forging extraordinary objects is a known milestone that Yuan has completed. Is it possible to propose supernatural theories, expand the population to 100 million, cultivate more masters, hunt powerful supernatural creatures, etc.? Scientists have much more creative ideas than science fiction writers. It is foreseeable that most milestones are relatively difficult, and God is unlikely to set things too easy. In comparison, maintaining urban stability is a milestone that is relatively easy to achieve. Whether it is sending soldiers to suppress the rebellion by force or providing food to appease the rebellion, as long as the rulers of the city are willing to pay the cost, there is always a way to quickly stabilize the city. The international conference started in a hurry and ended in a hurry. Everyone wanted to report this important news as soon as possible so that their city could gain an advantage in the competition. Li Chunhong, who was listening on the sidelines, asked, Professor Zhang, what are the conditions needed to stabilize the city? Are we generally stable now? Why are there no milestone rewards? If water, electricity, and communications are to be restored to their original levels, they will be considered stable. It will be impossible in the short term. Zhang Hui thought for a moment. I think water and electricity are not that important. Maybe there are civilizations that are much worse than ours and don't even have technology. Could it be that these civilizations can't complete the milestones? For a civilization, what state is stable? We must be lacking something. This question is quite difficult. Food? Do we need to open up enough farmland? Or per capita meat consumption? Birth rate? Average lifespan? Maybe it's the unemployment rate? The unemployment rate is very high right now. The minimum number of births every year is less than a few thousand. Will it become extinct? Scientists have rich associations, but Li Chunhong always feels that these guys are talking nonsense and have not found the correct answer. Inherited? As long as a civilization can be passed down, I think it is considered stable. Everything else is not that important. Inheritance is the most important. A young doctor muttered. Many ancient civilizations once led the world. But without stable inheritance, it disappeared into the long river of history. There are also many civilizations where the bloodline still exists, but the cultural heritage has been cut off. Li Chunhong's eyes lit up. That's it. He subconsciously felt that this answer was excellent. So, how to inherit civilization? In addition to stable food, clothing, housing, and transportation, there's also educate. Without education, where will the next generation come from? The absence of the next generation means the end of civilization. The education system in Yunhai City has indeed not been restored yet, and it seems that arrangements must be made as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Li Chunhong became anxious and made several calls in a row. What? Arrange for the children to go to school as soon as possible? The secretary's office was stunned. Is this important? At what age are you still going to school? Of course you have to go to school. Aren't all the original teachers still there? Let them take up their jobs as soon as possible. Only by going to school, well, can we free up more people and do more things. When people see that their children can go to school, won't they feel more at ease? It seems to make sense. The secretary was quite speechless, and then thought about his daughter, who was celebrating the holiday. Children are always careless. What does Pangea, monsters, etc. have to do with them? As a result, I haven't even had 2 days off yet, so I have to go back to study. This is good, and it can save a lot of effort in managing children. The smile will only transfer from the child's face to the adult's face. Chapter 48, we have reached the milestone. When is it expected to be completed? If we have to do it as soon as possible. If we send the notice tonight, we can go to school tomorrow, but everyone will be more resentful, haha. Many teachers don't want to go to work. After all, such a big thing has happened and people are panicked. People are lazy and want to take advantage of the opportunity to waste a few days. They are definitely not willing to take responsibility. And with our current traffic conditions, it's a bit difficult to pick up and drop off children. Gasoline is already a controlled substance. Use less supplies, and you must use them wisely. As for electric vehicles, the current power grid simply cannot afford the load of electric vehicles. The only solution is bicycles, tricycles, and more public transportation. But the production of these things also takes time, at least a few months. Then let's send out a notice first, let the teachers register, take a roll call, etc., and teach safety lessons in the supernatural era through the internet. Just send the notice now. Is there any problem with remote classes? The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment. If there is only audio, our current network is still sufficient. When will classes officially start? The official start of classes is early. Now it's just temporary. Li Chunhong always felt that his mind had become more active. In the words of young people, this is called a bug. Let's get the milestone first. After arranging these matters, Li Chunhong asked Xiang Zhonghui, how did you go about contacting Lu Yuan? Every message he sends gives us a lot of knowledge, especially since he is located in the ruins of a technological civilization. He must have a lot of knowledge and can provide us with convenience. Zhonghui was a little embarrassed and took a sip of hot water. The last time I used alarm communication, he was so scared that he shut down his phone. For a while, we dare not use the alarm communication anymore. Yunhai University has set up an emergency public relations team, but less than half a day is not enough. There is a telepath in New West City, but the two parties have never met and cannot contact each other. Alas, I also understand your difficulties. I'm just worried that Lu Yuan died suddenly, or that he was too depressed to think clearly and committed suicide in the forest. After all, 1 day here is more than 3 months there. These days are very torturous. Li Chunhong was silent for a moment and sent a few text messages to the working group. Newsletters from the education department were also sent to him in a timely manner. Welcome to the new era and look forward to a new future. This is the first lesson for all primary and secondary schools and universities. Dear teachers, a new era has arrived. In order to further improve education in the supernatural era, enhance students' safety awareness and self-protection ability, and understand the new world, we now forward the relevant matters according to the notice of as follows. Not only students, but parents can also listen to the latest first lesson of the school year. There is also another subtext. Don't worry, school will reopen soon. Well, soon, maybe in a few months. The class teacher will notify everyone of the information and take a head count of the students. This is actually a test of organizational ability. If most of the class teachers are too lazy to notify, or even think that there is no need to go to school these days, then the first lesson of the school year will naturally be a failure, and there will be no talk of so-called civilization inheritance. However, Li Chunhong believes that the problem is not big. He still has this little bit of confidence. The broad masses of the people are also happy to hear it. After all, education is rooted in the genes of Daxia civilization. How many parents are there for chickens? Baby, are you so worried? Schools have reopened in line with everyone's living habits. No matter what era, you must learn. There were also many children who were depressed and shouted in unison, Baba, Mama, I don't want to go to school. But their objections were ineffective. Time passed by minute. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the first lesson of school composed of a host and several experts officially began. If you don't have enough preparation, just give some impromptu speeches, and there is no need for any profound content. Just talk about future life, the government's response measures when facing various difficulties, plus some touching stories, etc. Within a civilization, there are thugs, criminals, urban heroes, and countless living beings. The combination of everyone's actions is a true civilization. I have to admit that the effect of this impromptu education class was unexpectedly good. Even many parents listened carefully. Dad, what are you doing? A young girl asked a middle-aged man in a residential building. Send some fever-reducing medicine to your next-door neighbor. Nothing's wrong. Mom, what are you doing? In another apartment building, the boy was asking his mother. I'm going to recycle the garbage, right? I'm sorting out the materials that can be donated. Sometimes life is like a stream, and sometimes it is like a river. Many times, drops of rain and streams will eventually flow into rivers, and then eventually flow into the sea. There is no need to do those great things. Just do your duty and don't do evil, which is enough for a civilization. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that a voice suddenly sounded over the city. This sound comes from all directions, and everyone can hear it. Congratulations to your civilization for completing the milestone. Stable civilization. Achievement conditions. Among all civilizations, the top 100,000 will calm down the internal chaos and form a stable civilization inheritance. The first branch of human civilization, the current ranking is 789. If history is a Yangtze River, then civilization represents the strongest mainstream of history. A stable civilization can allow history to travel further and further. Today, you calmed down the chaos, restarted the inheritance of civilization, and laid a solid foundation for future development. Everyone in the laboratory suddenly had their pupils dilated and were filled with surprise. We have completed the milestone. Several younger doctors couldn't help cheering. The calmer ones were also flushed and trembling all over. Where's the reward? Where's the reward? There won't be any reward for the 789th place, right? The mysterious voice continued. Your civilization has obtained the 789th milestone reward. Medium extraordinary plant *1, low extraordinary plant *12. Random plants in the civilization mutate. Your civilization receives a milestone point reward, 3,300 points. This feature has not been turned on yet. Several rays of white light fell from the sky and escaped into all directions of the city. Where did that white light come from? I don't know. It seems like it appeared out of nowhere. Professor Zhang Hui is already beaming with joy. There are 13 extraordinary plants. And what are the medium extraordinary plants? What kind of concept is this? Maybe many difficulties can be solved. As long as there is an extraordinary plant inside that is related to food, the food problem may be solved once and for all. Chapter 49. The giant peach tree showing carnivorous tendencies. Those few rays of light crossed the sky and disappeared around the city. Zhang said extremely anxiously. Mr. Li, we have to find these plants quickly. Otherwise, this milestone will be in vain. Maybe some important plants have been eaten by dogs. Li Chunhong finally came to his senses and couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, I will contact the militia now. We are indeed one step ahead. However, how come Unkai City is ranked 789th? It's only the second day after entering the safe zone. We only forced this scene after getting the information. There is still some distance before the school can actually restart. Then 788 civilizations are so fast. This ranking was beyond his comprehension. Yunhai City moved really quickly, restoring order and resuming education the next day. In fact, the conditions were still very immature, and students were not sent to school at all, but distance education is also education after all. Zhang Hui thought for a while and explained, after all, it is an alien civilization. No one can guarantee what it will be like. Maybe some civilization just left the safe zone. Or there are some civilizations whose technological level is much higher than ours, and there is no chaos at all. It's also possible that they also got more information in advance. Or maybe it's a civilization with an extremely sparse population. The world is so big and full of wonders, so the ranking of 789 is pretty good. Well, that's true. We can't get carried away or belittle ourselves. Li Chunhong nodded. Let's go and see what the so-called extraordinary plants are. There were many witnesses to the 13 white light groups that fell from the sky, and the militia group also conducted a vigorous search. These extraordinary plants were quickly found and carefully protected. Just kidding. They are the wealth of the entire Yunhai City and cannot be lost. The so-called gods seem to be selected at random. The 13 plants were mostly weeds, such as foxtail grass, morning glories, goose grass, as well as sycamore trees, pine trees, and other woody plants. Even if these plants mutate, I don't know what they will be used for a while. I can only say, there is hope for the future. Only 2 plants attracted the highest level of attention. The first is the rice plant, which is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rice grains are like small green beans and are extremely plump. Does this rice have the ability to reproduce? Quick, identify it. The appraiser was a young girl with a pair of big eyes, and her whole face was flushed red. After a long time, a voice sounded in her ear, as if someone was whispering in her ear, telling her the real answer. Yes, it has the ability to reproduce. The yield and growth rate of this rice are much higher than normal rice. It also contains a small amount of protein and is very nutritious. The girl sat on the stool dizzy and almost fainted. Identification. A rather rare but useful ability. In the entire Yunhai City, there are only 3 people who have awakened this ability. Every time you use appraisal, you have to consume a lot of mental energy, so a person can only use it once a day. But this time, the appraisal was definitely worth the money, which made everyone very excited. Once this kind of rice is popularized, there is a high probability that the food crisis in Yunhai City will be solved. Thank you for your hard work. Have a good rest. Professor Zhang, we led the people to the next scene. The second interesting plant is a large peach tree. Its small emerald green peaches are verdant and exude an alluring fragrance. What's even more amazing is that the giant peach tree appears to be aggressive like an animal. Those branches strangled a cat that was passing by the roadside and wanted to eat a peach to death. This poor cat's blood was drained by the big peach tree and turned into a mummy hanging on the peach tree, which looked extremely horrifying. This should be the so-called medium variant plant. Although the peach tree is dangerous, its fruit appears to be extremely nutritious, the specific properties of which are still being studied. They worked like this until dawn, and many researchers had red eyes. The soldiers who were searching for plants were also exhausted. Another appraiser with special abilities sat on a chair with a pale face. This is an urban white-collar worker who initiated an appraisal of the giant peach tree, but failed due to insufficient mental strength. Maybe the peach tree's level is higher than yours, which is why you failed the appraisal. Don't worry, just have a good rest. Sir, we have found all 13 plants. Please give us your instructions. We will find a way to transplant these plants into the greenhouse as soon as possible, but please keep an eye on them for the next few days. Especially this big peach tree, don't let children get close to it. That's easy. We'll assign someone to be on duty. Anyway, everyone has nothing to do, so it's easy to guard a tree. They were tired but happy at the same time, and their hearty laughter and lively conversations echoed along the roadside. Will this peach turn into a peach tree? The kind that can extend your life if you eat one. It's not impossible, but I think its most important use is to make medicine. This is optimism about the future and destiny, as well as confidence in future development. Heavy snow was falling from the sky. The mountains in the distance and the trees nearby were all covered with white snow, as if the whole world was covered with a white velvet blanket. Every step made a deep hole in the snow. Before anyone knew it, winter had arrived on Panga continent. Yuan exhaled, and in the bitter cold winter, this breath quickly turned into a puff of white frost. He was on a high slope, looking at the huge, hideous plants in the distance. Advanced extraordinary plant, giant man-eating plant. A giant extraordinary plant that has grown for at least 1,000 years. It seems to have been carefully cultivated by the meta-civilization and has grown to this day. Years of growth have led to multiple evolutions. The fruit is very beneficial to the evolution of life. Because the current ambient temperature is low, the piranha is in a semi-dormant state, and its predatory efforts on external organisms are greatly reduced. However, if you rush over aggressively, you will still be eaten. Property? Semi-dormant state seems like a good time. How can I get over there and get some fruit to eat? Yuan wrapped his fur coat tightly around him and racked his brains to think. He didn't know whether Pangaea had a southern hemisphere and a northern hemisphere, nor did he know how long winter lasted. He was just secretly glad that he had made this set of warm clothes before the cold wave arrived. Otherwise, he might freeze to death. This weather is too damn cold. 20 degrees below zero, 30 degrees below zero. Old wolf, come here. With a strange smile on his face, he stretched his hand towards the old wolf's abdomen. In order to adapt to the environment, the old wolf's hair is now very long and feels quite comfortable. Chapter 50: Hunting in Winter. The fur coat on my body is still very warm, but the air in the forest is relatively humid, causing the cold to have a penetrating effect, and the constant cold air penetrates into the pores along the gaps in the clothes. If he didn't have to, he really just wanted to hide in the house and warm himself by the fire and read. The reason why I ran out was to take advantage of the good opportunity when everything is hibernating to make a big profit. In winter, there are no nasty bugs, venomous snakes, or poisonous thorns everywhere. Isn't it the best time to pick up trash? When he thought of picking up garbage, Yuan became energetic, his eyes sparkled, and he walked faster. Everything was quiet except for the rustling sound of boots on the snow. Holding a shield in his left hand and a dagger in his right hand, Yuan felt a sense of heroism, as if he was conquering nature. But then again, even the group of wolves he raised had begun hibernating. Wolves on Earth actually do not hibernate, but the wolves in the Panga world evolved the skill of hibernation in order to cope with the harsh environment. Before winter comes, these guys eat like crazy, even chewing the grass, to make themselves fat and strong. Their hair also grows longer and longer. When the heavy snow came, the wolves dug a mud hole with their claws, and all the big and small wolves huddled together to keep each other warm. Now the snow is getting thicker and thicker, just serving as a thick blanket for them. "Whoa!" The old wolf following Yuan called out. It was very confused and wondered why you came out in the middle of winter. The wolf is frozen to death. The old wolf did not hibernate like the other wolves. After all, hibernation is just a way to reduce energy consumption. Now that it's a dog and has enough food, it naturally doesn't hibernate. "Hey, look ahead!" Yuan squinted his eyes and saw a large bulging hill. A huge plant 200 meters high stood on the hill, and on the big tree were cobs similar to corn. Medium extraordinary plant, Gramineae. Giant corn has grown for at least 1,000 years, evolving from an herb to a perennial woody plant, and its fruits and seeds are rich in nutrients. Yuan has been coveting this thing for a long time, but where there are treasures, there must be guardians. This corn is not as aggressive as the piranha plant. If it had no guardian, it would have been eaten by wild animals long ago. In the city ruins of the meta-civilization, in addition to Big O and Little O, there are naturally some extraordinary creatures at the minion level. In the hole of the corn tree, there is a sleeping giant bear guarding this huge corn. The strong Panga grizzly bear is 2.8 meters tall and weighs nearly 1 ton. Bears are known for their thick skin and great strength. They can kill a wolf with one slap. The brown bear has evolved extraordinary talents due to long-term consumption of corn, so it can be considered an extraordinary life. Shape: 17.819.2. Chi: 6.98.2. God: 1.11.4. Ability: supernatural power, greatly increased strength in a short period of time. Extraordinary level: Level 1. Look at that exaggerated shape attribute of nearly 20 points. It's really abnormal. The bear's extraordinary level is similar to his own, and Lu Yuan is unwilling to fight it head-on. Getting massaged by that bear paw is no joke. You go up and lure it away. I'll go steal the corn. Lu Yuan turned around and formulated a battle plan. The old wolf's keen beast instinct sensed the danger, and his legs trembled, almost wanting to run away first. Look at how cowardly you look. You're just a level 1 extraordinary creature. Lu Yuan patted its butt and urged it to come forward. The old wolf had a look of despair on his face, staring at him helplessly with one eye. Bro, I'm level 0. It is not impossible to use the trap method for dealing with salamanders for safe hunting. But Lu Yuan had been obsessed with spiritual practice recently and couldn't help himself. It was really unnecessary for him to spend half a month preparing traps just to hunt a stupid bear. And he had plenty of salamander meat. If he ate 1 pound a day, it would last him 1,800 days. The quality was also much higher than first-grade bear meat. On the other hand, it was a mother bear with 2 cubs. One is a brown bear cub, and the other is a yellow bear cub. Although survival of the fittest is the norm in this land, as a human being, Lu Yuan still doesn't want to see Big Bear and Little Bear lose their mother. Steal some corn while they sleep, that's all. As for his 3-dimensional attributes, he has naturally made great progress after several months of diligent practice. Shape, 10.4. Air, 8.3. God, 7.9. Extraordinary level, level 1. He bent his arms slightly, clenched his fists, and his biceps bulged into a powerful arc. The abundant strength made Lu Yuan full of confidence. No one would have thought that 7 months ago, he was just an ordinary person. But 7 months later, he is already a little Superman. Whether it is jumping ability, strength, or running speed, they all far exceed the limits of human beings. The extraordinary level is still level 1. But according to the meta-civilization, as long as one practices to a certain level and the extraordinary fire undergoes transformation, one can be promoted to level 2. He had a hunch that this stage was not far away. Of course, Lu Yuan discovered that his cultivation speed seemed to have slowed down a bit. The first improvement in all attributes took 2 weeks. Now, the second improvement in all attributes took 4 weeks. The third point, the improvement of all attributes, took 6 weeks. This is normal. The difficulty will increase with each attribute improvement. For ordinary civilians in the meta-civilization, it takes a year or even 10 years to improve one attribute. There are only a few geniuses measured in months. Only when Lu Yuan had the fire-red crystal and lizard meat did he use weeks as the unit. If you think about it carefully, he is just average in the ability of supernormal fire. Without the help of external resources, his level is just mediocre and he will not be able to make any waves even if he practices for his whole life. Fortunately, there are enough external resources, so even if it is waste, it can be piled up. The flesh of the fire lizard can increase the growth rate of the form attribute, so my form attribute is much higher than the other 2 attributes. Other extraordinary ingredients should be able to increase the growth rate of qi and shun. We really need to think of a way to find other extraordinary ingredients. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan asked the old wolf to be alert to the surrounding environment, and he himself gently moved towards the place where Pangu Grizzly Bear was sleeping. The earth-shaking snoring could be heard from a long distance away. It seems that this female bear is also a local bully. She hides in her den and sleeps. She is so heartless. Lu Yuan carefully climbed up the corn tree, broke off a few corn cobs, and stuffed them into his storage space. Good guy, you can't tell from a distance, but when you look closer, you realize that this corn is actually huge. Each one is half a meter long and weighs dozens of kilograms. One corn cob lasted him half a month. Chapter 51, not only did he steal corn, he also stole honey. Roar! Panga Bear sensed the crisis and woke up from his sleep. When it saw Lu Yuan stealing corn cobs, it became furious and quickly climbed up the tree, trying to beat the damn thief to death. Woof, woof, woof! The old wolf yelled guiltily in the distance. I don't know if his voice was broken or something, but it had no effect at all on attracting fire. This shit is really unreliable. With the substantial improvement in attributes, Lu Yuan's skills are now much better than before. He is satisfied with more than 20 corn cobs stored in the storage space. He jumped onto the snow with a slight leap. Brother, if you have something to say, please tell me. I didn't steal anything from you, not at all. Lu Yuan raised his shield high, intimidating the opponent with eyeball patterns, and at the same time stepped back step by step. Roar! The big brown bear also jumped down from the tree and was slightly frightened when he saw the pattern. He looked back at the corn tree and then at Lu Yuan. Its brain is not working very well, and it always feels like there is less corn. Looking again, there seemed to be no corn in Lu Yuan's hand. I didn't steal it. I really didn't. Lao Lu argued loudly, trying to fool the bear. Oh! The big brown bear became more and more violent, and its broad paws slapped the snow. Bears are not so easy to deceive. Pay with your life, boy. When the brown bear was about to attack, the supernatural fire in Lu Yuan's mind jumped slightly, exuding its own aura. The excellent dagger in his hand emitted a dim golden light under the sunlight. Mother bear, if you come any closer, I will have to eat your paws. Don't blame me for not warning you. The big brown bear hesitated again. Its beast instinct was quite sharp, and it sensed the sharpness of the dagger, which might be able to cut through its bare skin in one go. It had a confrontation with Lu Yuan. Ah! Ah! Lu Yuan kept yelling, opened his arms, and slowly backed away. When confronting a wild beast, the most important thing is momentum. Let it know that you are not to be trifled with. But don't make too big movements, otherwise the beast may be frightened and attack immediately. Ah! Two little bear cubs popped their heads out of the snow, watching their mother fighting with this unidentified strange creature and standing by watching foolishly. The dark eyes stared at Lu Yuan curiously. Big bear, little bear, come and play with me. Uncle Bald Chong will give you some delicious food, Lu Yuan said in a strange voice. The mother bear became more cautious and used her huge body to protect the two curious cubs. Then, it was discovered that when Lu Yuan reached out with his right hand, a fish appeared like magic. The big brown bear's black eyes were stunned. Where did this fish come from? Lu Yuan nodded and said majestically, Mother bear, this time it's my treat. Come back next time. I'll treat you again. With a wave of his hand, the big fish drew an elegant parabola and was thrown into the mouth of the big brown bear very accurately. Huh? Roar! The big brown bear roared and spit out the fish in fear. He smelled it and felt it was quite fresh. It suddenly felt happy. Damn, it hadn't eaten fish for a long time. Now that it was sleepy, someone gave it a pillow. You're a nice person. Then, Lu Yuan took out 2 egg yolk pies and threw them over. There were a small amount of bird eggs and a small amount of salamander meat mixed in them, which was very attractive to wild animals. The 2 little bears smelled the scent and rushed to grab it. The big brown bear was angry. He roared and slapped the 2 children away with his broad paws. Didn't Mom tell you that you should give anything thrown to you by strangers to Mom first? When I looked up again, I found that the damn guy had disappeared. Got the corn. You see, Jianghu is not a place for fighting. Fighting and killing is the way of the world. Today, I have established a good relationship with them. Tomorrow, we won't have to steal or rob, and we'll be able to eat corn. Lu Yuan taught Old Wolf this on the way back. Although the old wolf did not understand a word, it still admired its wise and powerful master, who could actually play with the big female bear at his will. In the past, the wolves didn't dare to get close to the bear. It's still more fun to follow the master. Next, Lu Yuan came to the territory of the poisonous bee queen. The journey of picking up garbage will obviously not end easily. I got the mutant corn. Let me give you some mutant honey. Lu Yuan has been looking forward to the taste of honey corn pancakes for a long time. This group of terrifying bees is associated with piranha flowers. Piranhas don't prey on them. Bees have evolved rapidly due to long-term collection of nectar. Each bee is about the size of a fist, and its sharp-tailed stinger can easily pierce delicate human skin. The strength of the poisonous queen has even reached the Xiao-O level. There is even more than one poisonous queen bee in a hive, maybe 3 or 5. But cold winter is still their mortal enemy. No matter how much bees evolve, they are not warm-blooded animals. When winter comes, they all hide in their nests and huddle together for warmth. The nest was also surprisingly large, perhaps 30 meters in diameter and 20 meters in height. It was simply a big house made of beeswax. This swarm of bees was much more difficult to deal with than the giant bear. As soon as Lu Yuan approached, bees flew out buzzing to drive away the surrounding creatures. As soon as Lu Yuan moved away, the bees flew back to huddle together for warmth. How did it detect me? Infrared. There's no way to get close. Fortunately, the cold still weakened the flight and perception abilities of these bees, and the snow became thicker and thicker, directly burying part of the hive. There is a way. Lu Yuan's heart moved. He took a shovel and dug a long secret tunnel in the thick snow, all the way to the bottom of the hive. Holding the deadless skin knife, he poked the bottom of the hive lightly. Whoosh! The bronze dagger penetrated into the thick honeycomb like a piece of tofu. Excellent level weapons are indeed powerful. Yuan rubbed his hands and quickly pulled out the dagger, bringing out a handful of waxy yellow juice. I took a sip with the tip of my tongue, and it wasn't honey, but had a fishy smell like royal jelly. It might be a bee's egg, pierced by a dagger. Yuan took out a pair of chopsticks from the storage space, picked out the bee eggs, and stuffed them into the old wolf's mouth. The wolf in the secret passage made faces and swung its tail, wanting to howl with joy. You go first. I'll take some eggs back. Each bee egg is the size of a cherry. He was not greedy and used chopsticks to pick up a small bottle and stopped when he was ahead. He then used beeswax to carefully seal the crack created by the dagger. He slowly moved a few meters and continued to stab upwards with the dagger. He secretly felt lucky that he had this magical weapon. The hardness of the honeycomb was still very high. If he wanted to destroy it, he would have to make a huge noise. Luck is coming. On the second try, bright yellow honey flowed down the dagger. Yuan licked the dagger with the tip of his tongue. The pure taste was like silky satin. Every drop was naturally sweet, with a perfect balance of sweetness and freshness, which made people intoxicated. This honey also carries a mysterious warm current that nourishes every cell in the human body, making it warm and comfortable. Chapter 52. Stealing the piranha plant. This winter is really a blessing. I like winter. Yuan took out a glass jar and quietly took a large bucket. The amber honey is packed in a transparent jar, like a large gem. The honey is thick and thick, exuding an alluring fragrance. He is a person who pays attention to sustainable development. After filling a few glass jars, he used beeswax to reseal the wounds of the bee nest, and then quietly retreated through the secret passage in the snow. He picked up a few more leaves from the ground and wiped the dagger clean very carefully. The magical costume that cannot be made in 100 years must be well maintained. Huge corn, nectar brewed by mutated bees. Today's harvest is already huge. Other extraordinary plants are far away, and it takes more than 10 kilometers to walk there. In fact, many mutated plants have been wiped out by surrounding animals. The ones that remain now either have extremely high reproductive capabilities but low nutritional value, causing them to be seen everywhere. Either it has the ability to defend itself, or there are some guardians around it like the big brown bear, guarding its treasures. However, Yuan was still not satisfied. He still wanted to eat the fruits of the large piranha. That fruit has been tempting him for months. When I think of the pitaya-like fruit that is full of elegance, the corn and honey suddenly lose their fragrance. Once winter is over, there is no chance anymore. Even if his extraordinary level rises to level 2 or level 3, it will be difficult to defeat piranha head-on. Thinking like this, Yuan made up his mind to get some fruits to try. The solution he came up with was simple. Dig a tunnel. Since digging a tunnel hid it from the bees, maybe it could also hide it from the piranha plant? Anyway, Yuan had the ability to save his life, so it was more than enough for him to escape. Old wolf, go back and eat some fish first. I want to make a big deal, so I won't be going home today. After receiving the order, the old wolf left without looking back. It has already eaten the royal jelly and has long been fed up with the ice and snow, so it wants to go back to its nest and lie down. What an ungrateful person. Yuan picked up a shovel and slowly dug a tunnel in the snow. The territory of the piranha plant is a full kilometer in size, so Yuan has to dig at least a 1 kilometer long snow tunnel, which is a long journey. He was very patient and deliberately looked for a good location. On the branch of that tree, there were dozens of heavy, shiny fruits. Then he waited until dark before taking any serious action. Dark clouds blocked the full moon in the sky. The snow fell heavier and heavier. The bottom layer of snow was slowly compacted and became harder, like gravel. Yuan was so cold that he couldn't stand it anymore. He took a breath of hot air and ate some honey to warm himself up. Then he picked up a shovel and started digging in the snow. He found that he had indeed become awesome. His willpower was countless times stronger than when he first arrived in Panga continent. Is a 1 kilometer tunnel very long? It was indeed very long, and he would have to dig slowly for several days. Once he was discovered by the piranha plant, all his efforts would be wasted. So try to dig at night when the temperature is lower. During the day, it buried itself in the snow and remained motionless. If it were my previous self, I wouldn't even dare to think about this huge psychological pressure. But compared to the uncertain and almost endless journey ahead, this is just a small and insignificant difficulty. I have to leave here sooner or later. Yuan suddenly had an idea. Whether it's a god's milestone or an improvement in strength, it's all about returning to the homeland of mankind. Why do you want to go back to your hometown? Isn't it good to stay here? The information left by the Meda civilization can allow you to study for a lifetime. Can you go back to your hometown? Do you know how many levels of extraordinary levels there are? Who stipulated that only level 10? Maybe it's level 100 or level 1000. You're a little ant. Can you go back? Yuan suddenly felt a touch of melancholy. No matter how strong he is, he really doesn't have enough confidence. In the end, his brain and dick made a deafening sound. He must go home. That was a quiet and elegant girl from the next class. One sunny morning, the girl was running and trotting down the corridor. She was wearing a pink sweater, a slightly raised chest, a white neck, and a smiling mouth, like a happy deer. The bold girl in pink bumped into Yuan's arms, leaving a deep impression on him. Brain and second brother. What's that girl's name? Of course I remember. Her name was... Yuan was embarrassed. What was his name? Brain and second brother. It's okay if I can't remember. I really want to see the super sexy one. I can see the super sexy one when I get back. Yuan. He immediately strengthened his will. No matter what, he would go home. Fallen leaves return to their roots, which is the tradition of Daxia civilization. As a result, there were even more distracting thoughts in my mind. Why don't you hurry up, and you're still here taking your time? Hurry up. Go home quickly. Get on the road and go home now. How much time have you wasted? This terrible, distracting thought occupied Yuan's mind, spreading like ants. Nameless ravings spread everywhere. The blood vessels on the surface of his body bulged one by one, and his whole body began to lose control. The extraordinary fire in Yuan's mind jumped suddenly. He immediately noticed something was wrong with him and bit the tip of his tongue viciously. Stimulated by the severe pain, he regained consciousness slightly. Status: hypothermia, mild, hay fever, poisoning. Yuan was shocked and quickly activated the alien space to protect himself. Pollen poisoning. He gasped for breath, and the extraordinary fire in his mind kept beating, clearing the toxins from his lungs and brain. The piranha plant is indeed a regional-level big boss. Yuan used to think that it only had the ability of vines, and its attack range was a little too large. I didn't expect that a small amount of pollen floating in the air almost killed me. This is winter pollen. If it were spring, I would be in trouble even if I inhaled a little bit. It wasn't until 5 hours later that the pollen poisoning doof disappeared. Hey, keep working. After gaining experience, Yuan became more careful. He dug in the snow for an hour and then hid in a different space to rest for a while to remove pollen. When daylight came, he simply hid in the cave and slept for a few hours. It was hard work, and the hours were much longer than expected because of the pollen. A few days later, Yuan heard the howl of the old wolf. Ouch! Ouch! Under the moonlight, the wolves howled on the high slope, one wave after another. In the quiet jungle, it spread far and wide. Chapter 53, Piranha Fruit. Get it? Yuan was buried in the snow and did not dare to agree. After all, the old wolf didn't dare to break into the piranha's territory, howled for a while, and then left. White-eyed wolf. Yuan was actually a little moved, but he cursed, picked up the shovel, and continued digging the tunnel. As a result, the next day it came again, still standing on the high slope and howling like a wolf. This time it howled all day long. On the third day it came again. Animal emotions are very simple and pure, and Lao Lang indeed regards Yuan as a very important person. Now that Yuan is missing, it is very anxious. It is just an ordinary panga gray wolf. It has no ability to break in and can only howl on the high slope. If one day I really die and a wolf howls for me for a few days, it doesn't seem to be unacceptable. Yuan accelerated the progress in his hands. It wasn't until the 7th day that Yuan finally dug to his destination. The branches and leaves of the piranha covered the sky, and there was not much snow on the ground. He had to be more careful not to be discovered. The thick tree is tall and tall, with lines like dragons and snakes spreading on the trunk. Occasionally, leaves fell off, and each leaf looked like a piece of iron, so Yuan specially selected a place with thick fallen leaves to dig. Not long after, he felt a powerful aura. This aura was indeed much stronger than that of a salamander. No one could figure out why a plant could grow to such an extent, but this is still just a corner of Pangea. The Meda civilization is definitely not a powerful civilization, and the piranha cannot be the most powerful creature in Pangea. The water in this world is much deeper than imagined. Lu Yuan slowly dug out the snow with a dagger and saw the heavy fruits, like sparkling gems under the moonlight. The closest one was hanging high in the sky, at a height of about 50 meters. Strange fruits rich in life force generally take more than 300 years to grow. The largest fruit may have taken nearly 1,000 years to grow, accompanying the growth and extinction of the meta-civilization. Countless creatures turned into dirt at the root of the piranha plant just to eat this bite. Rare, natural wonder. Usage. Direct consumption may also have medicinal uses. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. The key words rare and natural treasure showed that this adventure of his was worth it. He calmed down, exhaled a few times through his mouth, warmed his fingers that were frozen like carrots, and placed them under his armpits to keep warm. Over the past few months, he had practiced the use of darts. The no-regression effect brought by the eternal body is indeed amazing. When practicing darts, Lu Yuan mastered the muscle force techniques in just a few hours. After just 2 days of training, he could almost hit the target every time within 50 meters. However, there are always some differences between real combat and training. He tried hard to recall the force-generating techniques he had learned at that time, and used the extraordinary fire to slowly warm up his body. It has to hit the target. This excellent level deadlifts his leather knife. Once thrown into some corners of the piranha plant and stuck on the tree trunk, means permanent loss. Lu Yuan tied the bronze dagger with a thin rope. Concentrate the spiritual energy of the extraordinary fire to a certain extent on your eyes and the fingers of your right hand. After finding the target, you silently say in your heart, "Hit." The fingers suddenly exerted force, and the dagger was thrown out of the hole like lightning, rushing straight towards the sky. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. Bang! The dagger accurately hit the root of a certain branch, cutting out a gap. As if being stimulated by something, the branch trembled, and a large amount of mucus and venom was secreted from the wound. Lu Yuan gently pulled the rope, and the dagger fell from the sky and fell on the snow. Not bad, come again. The reason why Lu Yuan chose to cut off a branch instead of cutting the fruit directly was because there were too many leaves at the fruit. He was worried that the rope would catch the leaves and the dagger would never be retrieved. On the contrary, there are no leaves at the base of the branches. If you can cut off this big branch, you can get all the fruits at once. Densely packed, there are 40 or 50. Whoosh! The dagger was thrown accurately again and hit the root of the branch. The branch trembled again. Plants are not animals after all. If an animal was injured like this, it would have jumped up and looked for the enemy. But for plants, there seems to be no stress mechanism to deal with such wounds, and it is impossible to find where the enemy is. In other words, this branch, like hair, is just insignificant. After half a day's work, the root of the branch was pierced with numerous holes by the dagger. These wounds formed a line, and the branch's load-bearing capacity dropped significantly and began to shake. The mucus secreted by the piranha plant is frozen hard at low temperatures, and its adhesive ability is greatly reduced. Even if it recovered barely, Lu Yuan could use the dagger to destroy the mucus layer again. Finally, after a precise throw, the branch's load-bearing capacity reached the critical point. In addition, the accumulated snow has weight. As the snow on the leaves gradually thickened, there was a slight crash sound and the entire branch broke. The branch and the thick snow fell heavily to the ground. There was even a crystal-clear fruit that fell in front of Lu Yuan. It worked. Lu Yuan's heart started beating wildly, but he didn't dare to let his guard down because the carnivorous plant was vibrating. Another space. This time the commotion was really big. Those pockets full of jagged spikes were opening up, and a large number of vines were trembling slightly. The piranha plant is frantically searching for possible enemies nearby. Lu Yuan first hid in the different space for 6 hours. Even the god could not discover the different space in the first place, and the piranha plant was also powerless to do anything. Not finding any enemy, the piranha plant's rage stopped. Then he lay in the underground cave for the whole day. It was not until late at night the next day that Lu Yuan dug a tunnel again and collected the fruits scattered on the ground one by one. Lu Yuan was extremely excited. Rare natural wonders. These fruits feel like hard crystals and are difficult to open. The small one is as big as a pineapple, and the largest one is as big as a watermelon. The fresh fragrance penetrates into the nose, causing saliva to secrete wildly, and I can't wait to eat it immediately. A total of 42. Lu Yuan didn't dare mess around here and stuffed them all into the storage space. He mustered up the courage, held his breath, and moved a flower bone into the storage space. The hallucinogenic pollen may come in handy in the future. Just like that, after getting the fruits and flowers, all the goals were successfully completed. It's time to eat and drink. Chapter 54: Rare Fruits and Inferior Fruits. Yuan dug out along the original tunnel again. After so many days, many places collapsed, but the snow after the collapse was always softer, and the digging speed was very fast. One day later, Yuan left Piranha's territory. Full of joy, rush home. Glory and ambition filled the chest. Not only the huge harvest, but also a wonderful sense of pride. He actually defeated the piranha. This may be the power of so-called wisdom. Go home and eat some fruit. The old wolf heard Yuan's footsteps a kilometer away and rushed out with a "oh." This guy was so excited that he kept slipping and falling in the snow. Finally, it bounced high and almost hit Yuan. It thought its master was dead and was about to inherit Yuan's legacy, but it didn't expect its master to be resurrected again. Its joy was not fake. "Let's have a good meal today, brothers," Yuan said with a beaming smile. The next second he started cursing again. "Tongue! Take away your dog-licking tongue." The flying snow turns the mountains into a furnace, melting all things into silver. The cold wind is like a knife, treating the earth as a chopping board, turning all things into withered. A man and a dog walked farther and farther away in the snow, leaving behind only a series of lonely footprints. It's dinner time. Yuan City, Center for Paranormal Research. A large group of researchers were gathering in the cafeteria to eat and enthusiastically discussing their latest milestone rewards. The mutated rice and the mutated peach trees have received the highest level of attention. If there were a Nobel Prize in the world, the economic effect brought about by this mutated plant would be enough to create 10 Nobel Prizes in biology. According to the evaluation of those experts, the growth rate of that mutant rice is about twice that of ordinary rice, and the yield per mu is 2.5 times that of ordinary rice. This means that the grain yield has increased 5 times. Once this is popularized in Yuan City, the food problem will be completely solved. An old professor with gray hair was sighing while eating fried noodles on a plate. This achievement would be unimaginable if it were put into the Earth era. It can definitely change the pattern of human civilization. Grain can not only be used to feed livestock, but also to brew alcohol, which can give rise to an industrial chain. U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger once said, "Whoever controls food controls humanity." This is no joke. I didn't expect that in Pangea, this kind of mutant rice would appear so easily, or even appear for no reason. This fact is really embarrassing. Of course, food is just the most basic lifeline. Looking at the supernatural era, what is more critical is the big peach tree. Let me put it this way. This big peach tree is 100 times more precious than rice. After all, rice can be replaced by high-yielding staple foods such as corn and sweet potatoes. But there is no way to replace peaches. Just the smell of those peaches has a certain degree of ability. The old professor suddenly couldn't think of a specific adjective, and his old face turned red. Ability. Many young researchers gathered around with plates in hand. The little girl who had the ability to identify said softly, "The biggest peach is a natural wonder of the inferior grade. The rest of the small peaches are not. Inferior level." Everyone's faces were filled with joy, yet also a little strange, as they felt that this term was not right. It's just like the legendary 1,000-year-old ginseng. Just the smell of it can make people full of vitality. We let a seriously injured dying ant smell the scent of peaches and found that the ant lived a long time longer. The old professor stroked his glasses. If I have to describe it, it's like there is a stream of vitality was absorbed by the ants. The bigger the peach, the more life energy it contains. The largest one is an inferior natural wonder. A medical expert with bright eyes. Is the smell just like this? Isn't the real peach flesh turned into a flat peach? What kind of effect does a higher-level natural wonder have? I don't know. There is no relevant material yet. What is the specific principle of peach? The old professor shook his head. I don't know for the moment, but in the age of supernatural beings, anything can happen. We can make it into medicine. One peach can at least extract the active ingredients of thousands of medicines. Many difficult and complicated diseases can be cured. Can this big peach tree reproduce? The identification ability cannot detect all the information, but I don't think it can. The crowd burst in a heated discussion. From this perspective, this milestone in civilization is really important. By completing just one milestone, Yuan City solved 2 major problems. food, and some medicine. The other branches of humanity haven't completed the milestone yet, right? I guess not. How can they be like us? When talking about this, everyone is still very proud. The old professor raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, "A protective layer like a shell appeared on the surface of those peaches." The peach tree seems to have deliberately preserved its fruits. Apparently, its productivity is not very high. It can only produce a few fruits a year, about a dozen at most. So, we have to find a way to make the most of it. Whether the mutated peach trees are willing or not, humans have a way to pick the peaches. But if you keep the peaches and don't pick them, they seem to grow indefinitely. 100 years, 1,000 years later, they will become truly extraordinary objects. By then, one peach will be as effective as 100 or 1,000 peaches now. This is a difficult decision. After some heated discussions, the scientists decided to pick the peaches in a step-by-step manner, leaving at least one peach from each batch as a foundation for future civilization. Don't pick the largest peaches. You need to observe how big they can grow. What if these peaches really take 1,000 years to turn into ordinary-level extraordinary items? We won't be around by then. Alas, human lifespan is too limited. A young female doctor said, sentimentally. The old professor was full of ambition. As long as the great Xia civilization exists, this experimental topic will still exist. Don't you think this research spanning 1,000 years is romantic? This can be considered as an important legacy we leave to future generations. It is said that we should trust the wisdom of those who come after us, but as the predecessors, we cannot consume all the resources. Recommending a new book. This top streamer is dedicated to progress. With a brief introduction and link below, if you are interested, you can take a look. Introduction. Good news, good news. After traveling through time, Yu, the top star who has been famous for 3 years because of his looks, finally received an invitation to cooperate in the cultural and tourism industry that is most suitable for his personal development. After 3 years of cooperation, you will not only be able to earn a pension sufficient for your retirement, but you will also be able to receive career allowances. No longer need to worry about going along with the crowd, or living in fear that one day you will have to operate a sewing machine. Now, Yu's latest life goal is to stop when he earns 300 million. The bad news is that after 3 years without any representative works, Yu had to find a way to develop some talents to continue to increase his popularity. So, it's time to pick up the copywriting job that I failed before. Chapter 55, is Lu Yuan dead? Chapter 55, Lu Yuan? Is he dead? Everyone hurriedly ate breakfast and rushed to the laboratory. Zhang Hui, the general manager, had 2 dark circles under his eyes. He was so excited all night, but he didn't actually sleep much. Everyone, good morning. Don't just study peaches and rice. There are also weeds and trees. They're also mutated and have research value. Well, let's divide the research topics first and arrange the manpower. Who wants to study that big peach tree? Nearly everyone raised their hands. Where's the rice? Half the people raised their hands. Zhang Hui smiled in his heart. Who doesn't want to study the easiest way to produce results? Well, actually he also wanted to study peaches. Ahem, everyone, there is no Nobel Prize now. All our research results belong to Yunhai City and collectively. So you can only let me be the bad guy and just designate the researchers. He selected a few more authoritative professors and divided up the major topics, especially the 2 major topics of medicine and food, which are the current top priorities. Everyone is quite cooperative. How can I put it? No matter what, it's an extraordinary plant. It's better than other cities where I didn't have to study it. After assigning the work, Zhang Hui asked casually, "How is Lu Yuan? Are you still staring?" After all, Lu Yuan wasn't completely crazy yet. He just used the big ball as a clock, and he didn't think about contacting human civilization all day long. He placed the metal ball in a room filled with garbage. All the things that can be captured by the camera are gold, silver, and all kinds of miscellaneous garbage. It is difficult for researchers to derive more valid information. In this case, all the PhD students stopped watching, and it was the turn of the master students with lower academic qualifications to watch. It seems like it's winter over there. There's been a lot of snow. A young female student raised her hand. Judging from the speed of freezing, it's at least minus 20 degrees Celsius, and the air humidity is relatively high. For people in the safe zone, Lu Yuan has already passed through 3 seasons: summer, autumn, and winter in just 3 days. How can people not feel emotional? To be fair, most people probably won't survive this long. It's so difficult. Fortunately, he made a fur coat. Zhang Hui shook his head and sighed. I hope he can survive the winter safely. Even if he has no more information, he is still alive. Professor Zhang. He hasn't been home for several days. The girl said weakly, as if she was a little embarrassed. His wolf dog often runs out and seems to be in a hurry. But the owner was not found. Yuan still hasn't come back yet. Although we haven't been here long, I estimate that he's been missing for a week. The conference room suddenly fell into silence from the bustle, and the only thing that could be heard was everyone's breathing and rapid heartbeat. Zhang Hui began to sweat on his forehead. What is the concept of disappearing in an environment of minus 20 degrees Celsius? Frozen into ice cubes, that's for sure. Not just him, but everyone who knew about it felt an icy chill in their hearts. In this icy and snowy environment, after being missing for more than a week, if you still think that Yuan can survive, you are deceiving yourself. Zhang Hui quickly came to the room where the metal ball was. The picture on the screen is motionless. At first glance, it seems that, because it's a garbage room, gold, silver, steel, and other metal waste are piled together with a large amount of firewood. This garbage dump is really luxurious and high-end. We have to admit that even in most of the current human cities, gold and silver are still valuable. As long as humans do not think that they will perish tomorrow, then the value of gold will already be strong. And the large amount of gold owned by Yuan might be able to cause the price to collapse. This scene is motionless. It has been going on for a long time. The female student was a little nervous facing so many bosses. Luckily, I could see the snow outside the window. Otherwise, I would have thought the machine had crashed. Yuan comes to this room at least several times a day, about 3 times on average, but he hasn't come once this week. Everyone was silent, staring at the screen for a few minutes, and then began a moment of silence. Yuan deserves the credit for Yunhai City receiving this milestone award. Otherwise, even if the milestone is achieved, the ranking will drop significantly. Even squeezed out of the top 100,000, there was no reward. At this moment, the contact request from other civilizations came at the right time. Professor, please answer it. Professor Zhang, Mr. Liu, who is living in Yunhai City, has not been seen for a long time. I wonder what happened. The spokesperson of Dongjinqing said straight to the point. Standing next to him was the current emperor of Togain City. He has wider cheekbones, a pointed chin, and a flatter face. He looks like an ordinary person. The old man's eyes were drooped. He didn't know whether it was because he was listless or because he was a political puppet. Zhang Hui actually knew that these little days were a bit gloating, but on the surface he still said politely, "Unfortunately, I don't know the specific situation." Presumably, he has his own ideas and confidence in daring to go out in the cold winter months. Alas, after not being able to go home for so many days, our first explorer of mankind has probably passed away. We must be mentally prepared for this. Spokesperson of the third branch of mankind, Old Delhi said. This person's name is Demo. He is an old man with gray hair and a medium build. He usually wears traditional national costumes. He is a prestigious leader of the third branch. Dear friends, from now on we must rely on ourselves to explore Pangaea. Any information discovered is hoped to be shared by everyone, which can effectively improve our chances of survival. Zhang Hui frowned. The subtext of this sentence is that Yuan on your side has indeed made a lot of contributions, and everyone is very disappointed. But from now on, Unkai City will no longer be a maverick, and everyone will communicate on an equal footing. He sighed slightly. Politics is indeed cold and cruel. Of course, the other party's request is not too much. Yuan is dead. How can you, Yunhai City, be considered the boss of mankind? This gentleman was buried in Panga continent like this. It is really regrettable. Leaders from many cities sent their condolences. Not even an Eskimo can bear it, being in a world of ice and snow for 10 days. May his soul return to the embrace of God. Amen. How much sincerity there is, no one can tell. After all, human beings do have diversity. They are also human civilizations and have different nationalities. However, everyone still does a good job in superficial skills. Chapter 56. 3 minutes of silence for our heroes. My friends, the information Mr. Liu provided us is indeed of great value. He has made a great contribution to all of humanity. The spokesperson for the 15th Civilization Branch, Buenos Aires, gave a suggestion. As a pioneer of mankind, his sudden death is a common loss for us all. I propose that we all observe 3 minutes of silence in his memory. This city from South America has several universities, But as an agricultural country, its industrial capacity is really poor and its social organization ability is even worse. At this moment, a large crowd of people are crowding in the city square, holding national flags and marching and demonstrating. Although marching and demonstrating have no meaning in this era. Well, these cities that are neither up nor down really hope that Yuan can be alive and provide more free information. Now that Yuan has suddenly passed away, they're still very sorry even though they are standing on a neutral ground. This proposal was widely accepted. Everyone was still very considerate of the situation, so the leaders of all the cities expressed their condolences in silence. Professor Zhang, should we notify his parents? For now, let's not do that. There's no definite answer to this kind of thing, so it's better to keep it a secret. The eyes of the young people behind Professor Zhang suddenly became moist. The bright future of Yunhai City had just begun. Yunhai City had achieved a milestone the next day. As a result, this human pioneer who provided the information suddenly died, sacrificing his life for all mankind. 3 days in the safe zone is equivalent to 300 days in Panga continent. This feeling of nothingness and uncertainty in the world made them feel a shocking sense of powerlessness. After all, these young people grew up in peaceful times and had not experienced too many life, separation, and death, so they all fell silent. Everyone, why don't you have a moment of silence for our heroes? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, %*%. Suddenly, a fast-forwarding sound came from a crystal screen on the big ball. Everyone looked up. Professor Zhang's face was stagnant. After seeing that scene, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. His face turned green and red for a while. He couldn't help but said loudly, "Slow down the playback speed to 1%. Don't fast forward. Go back and see what he said." The voice just now was actually, "Old Wolf, we found a good treasure. Let's eat it to our heart's content today." Oh God, he's still alive. Incredible. This is unbelievable. This amazing guy, where did he go? I really thought he was dead. The sounds on the communicator came one after another. I was just praying. Did God hear my prayer? The beards of several old men fluttered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that they were really excited and kept saying, "Oh my God." Quiet, everyone be quiet. Should we send an alert? Don't worry. After a period of silence, laughter suddenly broke out in the conference room of Yunhai City. Haha, even Comrade Zhang Hui, who had always been steady, couldn't help but laugh. Damn, this guy's not dead. They suddenly appeared at a critical moment, as if they were deliberately trying to slap these leaders of civilization in the face. Old Wolf, find a good treasure. Come on, let's have a good time today. The young man on the screen said excitedly. Damn it. You have to dig in the snow for so long to get this good treasure. You will never be able to eat it in your life. You still have to rely on me, Lao Lu. How long does it take to cultivate humans? Is 1,000 years enough? Oh, the old wolf was extremely excited. His wolf face looked evil and wild, and his tail was raised to the sky. It is also celebrating the return of its owner. When Professor Zhang came to his senses, he felt his heart beating faster, and his whole body felt indescribably comfortable. Look at those old guys. The shock and astonishment on their faces are as if they were frozen, letting you gloat over their misfortune. He asked the graduate student in charge of this matter. Is this a real-time video? It should be real-time, right? The graduate student was also confused. No, it is definitely real-time. So Zhang Hui cleared his throat and said, Everyone, let me tell you, he dared to go out in the cold winter, and he had his own ideas and confidence. Why are you so anxious to offer condolences? Mr. Zhang, we just want to express our respect and regret. We have no other intentions. The spokesperson of Buenos Aires hastily made his identity clear. Just kidding. Now Yunhai City has become the hidden boss again. They even thought that if Yunhai City opened a safe zone, they might as well follow it and defect to it. After all, the Big Brother's appearance in history was not too ugly. The other Big Brother's eating appearance is actually not very good looking. People who don't understand are often deceived, but everyone who understands understands. As for the 15th branch of human civilization, there are also ancient civilizations in South America, including the Inca, Aztec, and Mayan civilizations. But these civilizations have long lost their inheritance, so they do not attach too much importance to their own civilizations. People in the liaison room are scheming. The people on the screen were extremely happy. After all, it was such a big harvest, and the happiness overflowed from the screen. Don't worry, find my pot first. I'll make some honey-glazed barbecued pork today for you to enjoy. Yuan began to rummage through the trash heap, accumulating hundreds of days' worth of trash. The amount was not huge. Covered, there are some all kinds of messy things. You must have never tasted fine honey. By the way, those bears must also like to eat honey, right? I'll make some honey buns in the next 2 days to seduce them. I want to pet the bears. That little bear is really fat. After a while, the man on the screen finally found what he wanted and then glanced at the time on the big iron ball. It has been outside for 10 days. This thing hasn't been exposed to the sun for a long time, right? Just move it. Go out to get some sunshine and recharge your batteries. And then try to contact human civilization. Maybe one day it suddenly gets better. The third civilization, Mr. Demo, the spokesman of Old Delhi, was stunned for a long time and then showed a smiling face. Great! Our human explorers are back again. This is really lucky for all of us. He did not die, but won a great victory in the battle. He also moved this machine out. Let's see what trophies he got. The third brother is indeed as thick-skinned as a city wall, as if nothing has happened. He added later, any information discovered, I hope everyone can share it, which can effectively improve our survival probability. The words are still the same, but the subtext is slightly different. The subtext of this sentence is, Yuan over there is alive again, and you are still a unique existence. If you have any information you want, you can set a price, and we can sell it at a low price. From now on, when the safe zone is lifted, you will also be the boss, so don't attack us. It's the last day of double bonus. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 57, Milestone of the Completion of the Third Human Branch. Zhang Hui frowned slightly. From what the old man said, it seemed that he really had important information that he wanted to exchange. However, Yunhai City also has an important bargaining chip, the condition for achieving a civilization milestone. This chip is enough to trade many things. The next second, a private call came from the 11th Civilization Branch, New US City. There was also private contact from the 3rd Civilization Branch, Jadari. Smart people always make the same decision. Professor Zhang, we want to make a deal. We can exchange any supernatural knowledge from the Earth period that you want, said Professor Edward from New US City. After all, it was once a superpower. It is normal for it to be able to monopolize resources and supernatural sciences from all over the world and be one step ahead of others. We also want to make a deal. Our bargaining chip is a civilization milestone. We have achieved a civilization milestone. The white-haired old man in Jadeli said the same thing. Zhang Hui was shocked. It seemed that every city should not be underestimated. We have also reached a civilization milestone. Let us exchange information. The third branch, the milestone achieved by Jadeli, is taming extraordinary life. That's right, they actually tamed a supernatural life form. To be exact, it was a cow in the temple which suddenly mutated and turned into a supernatural life form. The cow still identified with the monks in the temple and did not run away. So the city inexplicably reached a milestone, domesticating extraordinary beings. As for the rewards they received, well, I don't want to reveal it yet. This isn't right. Professor Edward was stunned and shouted with a red face. We also have living organisms with mutated life in our laboratory. Why haven't we reached this milestone? This is a mutant lion captured from the African savanna in the past. DMO said, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that the extraordinary level is not enough, and it must be at least a level 1 extraordinary creature. Ordinary experimental specimens should not be level 1. You should also have talents with identification capabilities, right? There are indeed a few. The second is to tame them. If they are simply locked up in a cage, it is not considered tamed. That makes sense. Edward nodded. Thank you for the information you provided. We will deal with it honestly. We will provide you with whatever papers you want. Zhang Hui seemed to have thought of something and asked again. Professor, can you reveal your ranking of that milestone? After a moment of silence, the other party replied, more than 50,000. Zhang Hui is a little puzzled. More than 50,000 civilizations have domesticated extraordinary life forms as soon as they came out. What kind of luck is this? Why don't we in Yunhai City have such luck? Where's the reward? This issue is our secret and does not fall within the scope of this transaction. But I can tell you that these rewards will indeed help the development of civilization. Well, actually I suspect that the higher the ranking, the better the reward. Professor Zhang picked up a rice grain with tweezers and showed it to the camera. After all, this is a private transaction. The more information you give, the more the other party will get back. Integrity is still very important, especially when there is a lot of cooperation in the future. The heads of the other two cities couldn't help but hold their breath. Because when the picture of the rice was enlarged, there was a very slight phenomenon of supernatural interference. The leader of the third branch said, "We also got plants. One of them could be used to make curry. How many plant mutations do you have?" 4 types of mutations, much stronger than those on Earth. We have 13 types here. Professor Edward, who was listening on the side, was not to mention how depressed he was. They had not reached a milestone and could not even engage in conversation. Behind, completely behind. Especially being overtaken by his third brother made him feel very uncomfortable. New York City is lagging behind now. If it doesn't take a more proactive approach, it will become the 4th child. After all, there are other cities that have not experienced social chaos. Moreover, this information is not for nothing. You have to provide a lot of information chips, otherwise you won't take him to plane next time. There is rice over there in Unkai City. There is curry in Katoka. We have nothing. Hey, let the consortium move faster. Don't worry about the wealth. Give out what needs to be paid. The city must be stabilized. Otherwise, it will be too late. Suddenly, the conversation stopped, as if something had attracted everyone's attention. Edward looked at the screen on Lu Yuan's side again, and was even more stunned. Oh God, what is he eating? He is indeed the son of God. This corn is really big. It just looks a bit old. I don't know if it tastes good or not. These are quite tender. Have a taste. The sunshine is good today. Lu Yuan moved out the big metal ball and placed it on the snow to charge it. He excitedly raised the flame, cut off a fifth of a big corn, scraped off the corn kernels with a knife quickly, added a small amount of oil and salt, and began to stir-fry. Opened 2 more bird eggs from the tree. With a soft splash sound, when the bird eggs and corn meet in the pot, they are fully integrated under the stimulation of hot oil, while retaining each other's characteristics. In just a short while, the aroma of coarse grains filled the entire pot. At this time, sprinkle a handful of chopped green onions, which not only increases the color of the dish, but also adds a refreshing aroma. With a gentle flip of the pan, the whole plate of corn fell onto the plate. He picked up one with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. These bird eggs taste good. The corn kernels are just SOSO. They are indeed a bit old, but you'll have to eat them as is. Lu Yuan became more and more picky, because each corn kernel is like a peanut. It tastes a bit old, but the old wolf was eating happily and couldn't stop at all. A faint warm current originated from the stomach and flowed to every part of the body, which meant that the corn also contained a small amount of extraordinary elements. Considering its huge yield, if there is enough corn to feed a few bears and still have some left over, we should be content. Grind some cornmeal when you have time. Next comes the highlight of this feast, honey-glazed barbecued pork. Lu Yuan was only 30% full and took out half a skinned wild boar from the storage space. Well, these are the animal cubs that the wolves hunted before hibernation and have been kept in the storage space. This little wild boar has not grown up yet, and its meat is tender and fresh, without the fishy smell that is unique to wild animals. When Lu Yuan started eating it, he was so amazed that he almost swallowed his tongue. The taste is very similar to the castrated pork of human civilization, so I specially preserved the half of the little wild boar until now. Anyway, the storage space has its own freshness preservation function, so even if it is placed for 100 years, it will not deteriorate. What lizard meat? That thing has a high muscle fiber content, and to be honest, it's not very tasty. Chapter 58, Lu Yuan's Fairy Banquet. Human, I'm live streaming my meal now. Is anyone watching? Boom, boom, boom. Lu Yuan hummed a tune and patted the metal ball randomly. The screen still didn't light up, but he didn't care. It was just a relaxing social ritual. First, I carefully selected a strip of pork belly, put it on the cutting board, cut it into small pieces, and then added a small amount of seasonings, including salt, green onions, ginger, and garlic for marinating. In fact, as of today, Lu Yuan no longer lacks food. But seasonings are still in short supply, especially in winter when they cannot be grown, and onions, ginger, and garlic are used even less. Lu Yuan could only find some smelly tree bark and grass roots as substitutes. You know what? There are always more solutions than problems, and he really found quite a few. After marinating, wait for a while until the meat is frozen into hard blocks, then apply a thin layer of honey on them. Finally, wrap it with leaves and place it over the flame to roast. Well, the process cuts some corners, but the ingredients are good. Honey is an extraordinary ingredient. Poor quality level dash, with 2 minus signs at the end. Even if a fool cooks it, the final taste will not be too bad. Soon, a white mist emanated from the leaves, and under the refraction of the sunlight, a colorful rainbow was formed. This was not simply water vapor, but something similar to life force. All extraordinary ingredients had similar phenomena to a certain extent, and you would get used to it after seeing it many times. Awah! The old wolf swayed left and right, unable to wait any longer. After a while, the leaves exuded a mixture of honey and pork aroma. It's boiling, it's boiling. Gently peel off the hot leaves. The honey-glazed barbecued pork is bright red in color, exuding an enticing aroma that will make you salivate. With every bite, you can feel the sweetness of honey and the salty fragrance of barbecued pork intertwined together. The pork is fat and lean, and every bite is full of juicy meat. The taste is rich and makes people want to eat one bite after another. It's delicious. Wong wong. The old wolf howled sadly at the side. It's very painful. I just ate too much corn, and I can't eat it. Is there any way to digest it quickly? The old wolf is very irritable. Yuan laughed and threw a few pieces of meat to it. The old wolf struggled on the ground for a long time, fighting for his life to swallow these pieces of meat with a satisfied expression on his face. Even if he vomited after eating, the wolf would still eat it. Yunhai City, inside the supernatural laboratory. Everyone swallowed hard, and even Professor Zhang Hui, who was exchanging information with foreign friends, stopped the discussion for a while. Because they saw the steaming white mist on the screen blooming with a faint light, just like the fairy energy in the legendary Heavenly Palace. Even after an unknown number of kilometers, the people in the monitoring room couldn't help but start drooling. This is actually also a phenomenon of spiritual interference. Some unique spiritual elements cause slight interference to the light, causing the fog to look like a rainbow. An old professor murmured there. The smell emitted by the big peach tree in our laboratory can also cause a similar phenomenon. Professor, it can only cause 1% of the damage. It's so faint that it's almost invisible. The doctor under him said weakly, "Don't belittle yourself. If we cook the whole peach, we can make it look like a rainbow." The old professor said this, but he was thinking in his heart that Yunhai City should simply cancel the safe zone as soon as possible. The outside world is indeed full of natural resources and treasures. Unfortunately, this idea is unrealistic. Civilization and individuals are different after all. It is indeed a great life to have one person well-fed and the whole family not worried about life like Yuan. But death is just a matter of minutes. You might die from a disease or a sneak attack from a wild monster. For civilization, one has to consider the worst-case scenario. Humans really don't know much about Pangea. If the safe zone is abolished, once a crisis occurs, it will be irreversible. A normal civilization must think carefully before considering the abolition of a safe zone. What's more, Yunhai City hasn't even resumed its industrial production yet. It can't even survive such severe weather conditions as heavy rain and snow. How can they have the courage to do that? The army is short of guns and ammunition. If a monster sneaks into the city to eat people, no one will be able to defeat it. It will take at least several years to fully restore order. Sigh. It's not over yet. There's something even better. After finishing a bowl of honey-glazed barbecued pork, Yuan patted his stomach with satisfaction. He felt his whole body was hot and full of strength. The extraordinary fire in his mind was beating fiercely, showing signs of a breakthrough. Yes, he was not far away from the extraordinary level of level 2. The final show is here. He took out a mysterious fruit that looked like a dragon fruit from the storage space. The surface was hard, like a layer of crystal shell. This thing looks really good, like a large crystal sparkling in the sun. All of a sudden, the old wolf lying on the ground became energetic and circled the fruit, wagging its tail left and right. He took 2 more bites secretly and almost broke his teeth. This shell is very hard. After it is cut open, it can be used as 2 bowls. Yuan muttered to himself and picked up the deadless's skinning knife. An amazing thing happened. When performing dissection with an excellent dagger, one actually felt very strong resistance. This is the first time. How much do you not want to be eaten by others? Aren't fruits meant to be eaten? Yuan was reluctant to see his dagger worn out, so he took an iron saw and slowly sawed the large crystal in half with a crunching sound. An indescribable fragrance, no vitality, rushes into the nose, making people feel relaxed and happy and indescribably comfortable. The old wolf was rolling around on the ground like crazy, and the one-eyed wolf was almost going crazy. His stomach was so bloated that he couldn't eat anything. Why did I just eat that piece of meat? The old wolf almost shed bitter tears. You don't have extraordinary fire. Why do you eat so much? Do you still want to evolve? It's probably impossible for you, an old dog, but your descendants are a bit possible. Yuan sneered, and with a force of both hands, he completely cut open the shell. Open! Unexpectedly, the fruits inside turned out to be one by one, like rubies, extremely full. Yuan couldn't help but wonder, is the essence of the piranha a pomegranate tree? Picking up a pomegranate and taking a bite, it felt like a rich life force flowed directly into your mouth. Yuan's whole soul started to fly along with it. He has never eaten something so delicious. It could be described as nectar and ambrosia. No wonder this fragrance has seduced me for so long. Wang Wang Wang, the old wolf, howled very aggrievedly. It was not even an extraordinary creature, but it still ate 2 pomegranates, and its whole belly was about to explode. So I kept running around on the side, and there were plum blossom footprints on the snow. Yuan was enjoying the delicious food alone. After eating only 1/5 of it, he felt full. A massive amount of life force gathered in his body, like a huge volcano that might explode at any time. Chapter 59, Extraordinary Level, Level 2. After eating and drinking enough, Yuan patted his belly with satisfaction and deeply lamented that his appetite was too small. If you continue to be greedy, it will be counterproductive. It is said that the human brain can automatically identify the quality of food. Sometimes, if you really want to eat a certain food, don't doubt it and eat it right away. The reason is probably that the body lacks certain trace elements. Yuan suddenly felt a mysterious sense of enlightenment. His whole body was extremely hot, and he could break through the extraordinary level, probably today. Thinking of this, he returned to the house and started practicing. By the way, he also rolled the metal ball back to the garbage room. This thing was not broken after being played with by the salamander for so long. It had rough skin and thick flesh. Yuan didn't care much. He pushed it hard, and there was a gurgling sound. It rolled back into its corner. Take another look at your personal status. Abundant vitality state. Due to the ingestion of high-grade extraordinary food, life energy fills the whole body. All attributes are increased by 10 to 20%, and the recovery speed of physical strength is greatly increased. Good guy, after eating so much food, there's actually a positive buff. It seems that I will have to take a bite of pomegranate before fighting monsters in the future. After calming down, Yuan felt the extraordinary fire burning in his mind. After so long of training, it is still just a small flame the size of a finger, and its size has not increased much. But the color changed from the original red to the current golden color, and the energy it exuded was several times stronger than at the beginning. There was an inexplicable mania in the little flame today. The flame beat at a frequency of up to 200 times per minute, which was a sign of a breakthrough. Yuan took a few deep breaths, picked up the fiery red spiritual crystal, and channeled the spiritual energy in it. Meteorites civilization has been developing for more than 300 years. Extraordinary fire has spread to all civilians, with a total population of hundreds of millions. But there are only more than 50,000 people who have achieved Level 2 Extraordinary Power. There are only a handful of 105 people who have achieved the 3rd level of Extraordinary Achievement. I will soon be one of the 50,000 people. The spiritual energy from the spirit crystal entered the body, and the moment it came into contact with the extraordinary fire, a wonderful chemical reaction occurred. The flame absorbed this energy and continued to grow, while also releasing some of its vitality, which circulated throughout the body through the blood. Yuan finally understood why the experts of the meta-civilization attributed the attribute of qi to an invisible thing in the human body, because he actually felt that part of the life energy was actually transformed into something like qi and blood. Qi and blood flow throughout the body, strengthening the muscles, internal organs, 5 senses, and nerves wherever they pass. His ability to control his body is greatly improving. Originally, his perception of various organs was quite vague, but now he can truly feel the beating of the heart and lungs, the flow of blood in the blood, the contraction of muscles, and the peristalsis of the stomach and intestines. Every minute his body is getting stronger. It was not until more than 3 hours later that the growth of the extraordinary fire slowly stopped. At this moment, the extraordinary fire is like a solid ball. Its light is a little dim, but the energy from the outside world is still constantly replenishing it. Yuan gritted his teeth and continued to attack the solid ball. Suddenly, he heard a boom in his mind. The invisible barrier outside the flame was broken. The original shackles of life were opened, and he was freed from the shackles. At this moment, The extraordinary fire that broke through the ground and was reborn was finally no longer the size of a finger. Its diameter more than doubled, to about the size of a billiard ball, and its color once again changed from gold to red. Yuan was already sweating profusely. Feeling the upgraded fire, he felt indescribable excitement in his heart. Success! According to the paper of Meta-Civilization, a first-level extraordinary fire must concentrate on meditation to have certain healing, and detoxification effects. But the second-level fire emits more energy, so even if you don't concentrate, it still has a certain passive healing effect. This is a fundamental gap. It would be an understatement to call it the evolution of life. No wonder the salamander's vitality is so powerful, because its extraordinary fire level is very high and its passive healing ability is so strong. As long as the injury is not serious, it can recover immediately. Even if it's a fatal wound, if you focus on healing it, you might be able to force yourself to live again. Let's take a look at the personal attributes. Shape, 12.5, originally 10.4. Air, 10.3, originally 8.3. God, 10.1, originally 7.9. Extraordinary level, level 2. Innate abilities, different space, pioneer's eye, explorer's eye, storage space, eternal body, extraordinary fire, craftsman's talent. Evaluation, this person has finally taken a small step on the road to transcendence, evolving from the bottom of the world to a small shrimp in the world, but he has 7 innate abilities, which is really rare in the world, the only one in the world. Could he be the son of God? I haven't had any new abilities for a long time. Yuan raised his eyebrows and exhaled the foul air in his chest. After a breakthrough, all attributes increased by more than 2 points, which is really surprising. In the past, these 2 attributes might have taken several months of hard work. Oh, it would be great if I could break through every day. Well, this is indeed a pipe dream. In fact, not everyone's level breakthrough can increase so many attributes. Like most of the geniuses in the meta-civilization, they have already been exhausted from breaking through from level 1 to level 2. How can they still increase their attributes? It's good if you don't fail. Only Yuan had a lot of resources. He had enjoyed high-grade extraordinary food in advance, had extremely abundant life energy, and had the energy supplement of the fiery red spiritual crystal. He took advantage of the momentum of the breakthrough and gained 2 points in one go. Property. He clenched his fists and bent his arms slightly. The sudden increase in strength made Yuan feel a little overwhelmed. An increase of 2 points in all attributes at once was indeed a bit too much. He squatted slightly and jumped up, and his head hit the ceiling easily with a bang. The ability to perceive the outside world, which he had never experienced before, made him unable to describe the feeling. The outside world suddenly became noisy, and the rustling sound of snowflakes became unusually clear in his ears. It seemed as if the whole world had changed. Yuan's vision and hearing were greatly enhanced, and even his sixth sense was enhanced. In other words, his chi attribute is now higher than that of Old Wolf. Old Wolf, you have to work harder. Your master has become stronger again. He patted the dog lying on the sleeping bag. The Old Wolf was photographed so hard that he started to howl loudly, looking ferocious and grinning. Only then did Yuan realize that he had not controlled the strength well and hit it hard, causing it to hurt. He quickly took out some pomegranates and appeased the Old Wolf. It seems I have to adapt to my new power as soon as possible. Chapter 60, I want to rob the little bear. Yuan was very satisfied with today's gains. He ran out of the room like the wind and took a series of steps in the snow. Then I started working out, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run. He wanted to get familiar with a stronger body as soon as possible, and then challenge the female bear near the corn tree. Of course, it is unwise to compete directly with the mother bear in strength. The growth rate of the human species is relatively balanced, with the 3 attributes of form, energy, and spirit growing almost equally. This is not the case with beasts. For example, the growth rate of the bear is mostly focused on the form attribute, while the chi attribute is relatively low. The growth rate of wolves is mainly based on form and chi. The growth rate of piranha should also be based on form. In other words, the growth rate of the god attribute of the beast is not high, and it is very biased. Only the god attribute of intelligent life can keep up with the other 2 attributes. This is a very special attribute. But no matter what, he is now a second-level extraordinary life, and the female bear is only a first-level one. In a few days, I'm going to rob the bear. Lu Yuan worked hard to achieve this great goal. For the 17 human cities in the safe zone, the scenes sent by Lu Yuan were another scene. Especially when he brings out the crystal fruit. The entire laboratory fell silent. The voices in the communicator also disappeared. A question arises in everyone's mind. What is that? To be honest, corn and honey, these two extraordinary ingredients are rare in the laboratory, but you can do it if you work hard. It really can be done. It's just a matter of how much it costs. It has been 10 years since the emergence of supernatural phenomena on the Earth, and the people on Earth are not without accumulation. In particular, some Western laboratories with deep pockets extract the blood of superpowers every day and use it to cultivate various mutant plants. People with superpowers are also mutated creatures. Their blood contains various idealistic ingredients, and the plants they cultivate are more robust. This kind of biological research once triggered a capital frenzy around the world. World-class tycoons such as Joel Gates, Neo Fight, Neo Xian, and Neo Yuan have invested heavily in order to extend their lives. The total global investment in 10 years has even reached trillions. But this crystal-like mysterious fruit is really beyond their knowledge. No matter how hard the laboratory tries, it can't do it. Oh my God, what is this? A gem. An edible fruit. Next, Lu Yuan worked hard to cut open the shell with a saw. It can be heard that the shell is very hard, and every crunch sound makes everyone jump with fear. No one is talking nonsense like waste anymore. Everyone just wants to broaden their horizons. You should get rid of it quickly. In the next moment, the crystal fruit was sawed open. The dense spiritual energy that surged out in an instant was like a faint stream of light, like a colorful cloud flowing in the air. Then, Lu Yuan picked up a red pomegranate and took a delicious bite. Ah! Professor Edward from New York City sat down on the ground. His heart started to cramp. He took out the nitroglycerin from his pocket and put it in his mouth. He seemed to witness his highest pursuit in life, to cultivate extraordinary plants that can cure all diseases. The vitality of life must be the vitality of life. Yes, the highest pursuit does exist, he personally. I have witnessed with my own eyes how wonderful the result is. Professor, wake up! Many researchers scrambled to put the old professor, who had a heart attack, on a stretcher. The same is true here in Yinhai City. This is fruit. The old professor's face turned red and he felt like he was going crazy. No matter how shameless he is, he still can't say that peach can have such aura after being boiled. If I must say it, in 300 years, our peaches might have such a role. It won't work in 300 years, but it will definitely work in 1,000 years. Even Professor Zhang Hui was trembling all over, thinking, can we revoke the safe zone immediately? Outside, there are treasures everywhere. We just got mutant rice and mutant peach trees. But compared to Lu Yuan, we are as poor as primitive people. What's the point of studying this? I have no motivation at all. An academician-level boss complained with a wry smile. Another soldier who was calmer said quickly, No. You are all wrong. Don't think that the outside world is full of treasures. It's because he received the legacy of the meta-civilization that he created the illusion that Pangea is full of treasures. This crystal-like fruit must be a legacy of the meta-civilization. Nowadays, the meta-civilization is extinct, but the big fruit tree is not extinct. After so many years, it has naturally become a great tonic. Just like our big peach tree, if it grows for 1,000 years, won't it become a treasure? Everyone was silent again. Yes, teachers, please stay calm. Treasures around the safe zone are rare. At least, this extraordinary fruit cannot be found within hundreds of kilometers or even thousands of kilometers. Even if we cancel the safe zone, it is impossible to penetrate into Pangea in the current state of the city. We haven't even opened the production line for guns and ammunition yet. Unless we find the relics of other civilizations, we can't find the corresponding treasures. Without relics, even if we cancel the safe zone, we are still headless. Several soldiers finally comforted the frantic professors. Yes, this is true too. 17 cities have communicated with each other. Are there any supernatural treasures nearby? In addition to black clouds with human faces, white-haired monsters, and contagious dandelions, these inexplicable supernatural phenomena are not necessarily treasures, but they are very difficult to mess with. But no matter what, everyone really wants a pomegranate. Taste it, no, study it. Especially when they saw Lu Yuan throwing a few pellets to feed his wolf. Everyone's hearts were squeezed even more, even though they knew that Lu Yuan and the wolf depended on each other. And the wolf was like a relative. They still couldn't help but feel, this guy deserves to die. Finally, Professor Zhang Hui came to his senses and didn't want to look at the scene anymore. Oh, we must speed up the progress and leave the safe zone. If we want to develop, we must leave our comfort zone. Even if you complete a milestone, this reward is just a drop in the bucket compared to external resources. You must leave the safe zone as soon as possible. Every researcher has such an idea in his mind. The impact of this scene is very far-reaching, directly affecting the historical process of many human cities. Recommend a new book? Let Me Go on a Blind Date with Bai Sujin. How Do You Conquer My Sister-in-Law? If you are interested, you can read it. Recommend a book. Nahi Xiao Wanchuan's new book. After 10 years of dating, De Shang is back. If you're interested, you can take a look. Chapter 61 Powerful Combat Skills. Naturally, Lu Yuan didn't know that the people in the safe zone were envious and jealous. He just spent a month honestly to become familiar with the powerful physique brought by extraordinary level 2. He also diligently practiced the method of using the supernatural fire left behind by the meta-civilization. This is the benefit of owning a civilization heritage. You don't need to study it hard yourself. You can use it directly. Even though the body structure of the Medaka and humans is very different, many principles are actually the same. The meta-civilization has developed for more than 300 years and has a complete talent education system and scientific research system. These materials are enough for Lu Yuan to study for a long time. The level 2 supernatural fire is more powerful and can release spiritual energy to a certain extent, so more application techniques have evolved. Lu Yuan discovered that his talent for cultivation was mediocre, but when it came to learning and applying techniques, he was simply at the level of a genius. Most of these simple tricks can be learned in just a few hours. Some of the more complex ones can be learned in 3 to 5 days. This may be the influence of the eternal body. The potential benefits brought by the ability of not regressing are too great. While the memory is greatly improved, the muscle memory is also improved. Like Kurt, the flames in Lu Yuan's mind jump slightly. A thin layer of light rises from the surface of the skin. This is a combat technique called light screen. The general principle is to use the power of extraordinary fire to temporarily strengthen the muscles and bones in the light area, increasing strength and resistance to blows. Bang! This punch hit a big tree hard, crash, and large swaths of snowflakes fell down. Ouch! Old Wolf looked at it dumbfounded. Doesn't your fist hurt? It bit the tree trunk with its teeth and found that its teeth were almost broken. Lu Yuan laughed. He just felt a little numb in his fist, but there was really no pain. This was the benefit of the temporary strengthening of the ability to resist blows. Flying kicks in the air. In an instant, Lu Yuan jumped 10 meters from the snow. His body was extremely light, like a big bird flying across the sky. This scene stunned the old wolf, and the saliva on his tongue dripped on the snow. In fact, his 12-point form attribute cannot jump 10 meters high, but with the temporary increase of extraordinary fire, he can explode with power that exceeds the original attribute. Overwhelming. Lu Yuan got excited about his practice and roared again, pushing a large stone weighing several tons. The big rock was overturned, and there was a small snake hibernating underneath. In the cold winter, the little snake couldn't open its eyes, so Lu Yuan added a meal today. Jack! Lu Yuan stretched out his hand again, trying to lift the stone, but failed this time. He had not yet cultivated to that level, and the big stone almost crushed him. All in all, this temporary strengthening technique is not a superpower, but it is better than a superpower. This also made him secretly sigh that the power of a civilization is indeed strong. They have made full use of the extraordinary fire, which can attack and defend at the same time. It is simply an omnipotent ability. Only by popularizing the extraordinary fire and everyone learning the skills will we be qualified to explore the Panga continent. If the Earthlings and the Meda people meet, the Earthlings will definitely be ruthlessly slaughtered. Especially in street fighting. Even if the Meda people use cold weapons and the Earthlings use hot weapons, the Earthlings will still be defeated miserably because the combat levels of the two sides are too different. As he was thinking about this, Lu Yuan suddenly smelled a sweet fragrance. He immediately stopped practicing, ran to the kitchen, and opened the lid of the steamer. Mist was floating in the air. It merged into a thin sea of fog. A pot of corn and honey steamed buns, ready. Especially in the cold winter, steaming steamed buns are particularly attractive. After taking a light bite, the steamed bun has a soft texture, and the honey mixed in it makes it feel as light as a cloud. Next year's Wolfpack reward is guaranteed. He took great pains to make this steam bun. Corn and honey are easy to deal with, as they are all stolen from other animals. You can just steal more when you run out of them. But the most troublesome thing is extracting yeast. Without the fermentation of yeast, the steamed buns will only become a solid lump of dough, which is difficult to swallow. As for the extraction of yeast, it's very simple. Just mix flour and water together and place the flour dough in a place with suitable temperature. After a period of time, colorful mold will appear on the surface of some flour balls. These are failures and can only be thrown away. There are also some white or gray film-like substances appearing on the surface of the flour dough. These substances are the famous yeast. If you can smell alcohol after breaking it open, you can be completely sure that it is yeast. After all, only the anaerobic respiration of yeast can metabolize alcohol, and other microorganisms cannot produce alcohol. Yuan would not say that his pioneer eyes can directly identify the presence of yeast. These flours can be used as yeast powder for steaming steamed buns. You can also make wine? Yuan was a little excited. Yes, winemaking. I don't know what the wine brewed from rare natural fruits is like. What a luxury. But the weather is too cold now. Let's wait until spring next year. After all this busy work, Yuan put away the steamed buns, took his salamander shield, and set off boldly. The old wolf hurriedly followed, running forward for a while and wagging his tail for a while. Are you going to steal corn again? Haven't you finished eating the corn yet? Yuan enthusiastically squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Beat the bear. I've wanted to beat up that mother bear for a long time. The extraordinary fire in his mind burned fiercely, emitting his own aura and majesty. Level 2 extraordinary creatures are indeed different from before. He wanted to fight with the bear and gain some practical experience at the same time. Soon, we arrived at our destination. Winter has not yet passed, and the 3 mother bears are still sleeping near the giant corn tree, and their huge snoring is shaking the earth. Because Yuan was releasing the power of fire unscrupulously, the mother bear was awakened from a distance. It crawled out of its den, stood upright, and roared at Yuan. Roar! Panga Grizzly. Shape 14.819.2. Chi. 6.98.2. God. 1.11.4. Ability. Supernatural power. Greatly increased strength in a short period of time. Roar! The bear was very angry, and his hair stood up. It's you again, kid. Are you annoying? You come here every now and then? If you want to compete with me, I will give you food as a reward. Yuan looked arrogant and fearless. He held a shield in his left hand and a wooden stick in his right hand, and slowly approached step by step. There is no need for an excellent level dagger, as it is too harsh on the bear. He didn't want to kill the bear. Chapter 62. Bear penis soaked in wine is very nutritious. The female bear seemed to be frightened by Yuan's momentum and actually took a step back. Its beast instinct could sense the risk posed by that guy. Seeing Yuan moving towards its territory, it roared angrily and slapped Yuan's head with its bare paws viciously. Yuan almost immediately used his left hand to block the shield and swung forward with the wooden stick in his right hand. Snap! The wooden stick hit the mother bear's waist. A lot of wood chips flew everywhere. At the same time, the mother bear's paws hit the shield fiercely, making a dull impact sound. This guy is really strong. Yuan cursed and took a horse stance with his feet as if rooted in the ground, unloading the force. He then hit the mother bear on the shoulder with another stick. The mother bear was hit twice in succession. Even though she had thick skin and flesh, she felt the pain and anger emanated from her eyes. It was tall and condescending. Its thick bare paws struck Yuan like a storm, and then it stretched out its head trying to bite someone. It's okay to hit people, but it's not okay to bite them. Yuan quickly moved the shield upward, and the she-bear bit hard on the leather shield. Taking advantage of the gap between the opponent's attacks, Yuan exerted force on his legs and waist, jumped high, and launched a flying kick. This flying kick used the flying kick technique. It was powerful and heavy, and the leather boot hit the female bear directly on the chin. The female bear shook her head hard and took a few steps back. She was a little stunned and kept roaring from her mouth. The old wolf was watching not far away, and he was also howling excitedly. Ouch! The two sides faced off against each other, testing each other from time to time. Facts have proved that with the shield's defensive capabilities, Yuan was able to fight Panga Bear head-on. For example, Tyson's punch can reach 800 pounds, and few ordinary people can withstand it. But what if the punch hit the shield? Most normal people can handle it. As a level 2 extraordinary being, Lu Yuan's strength was still no match for this giant bear. But with the temporary increase of extraordinary fire and the defensive ability of the shield, he could move easily. On the other hand, the eyeball pattern on the shield constantly scares the giant bear. After only 10 rounds of fighting, the female bear was so nervous that she felt that she might not be an opponent. She even forgot to activate her strange power ability, so she turned around and started running away. It escaped. There were only 2 cubs left, hiding in the cave and looking at their mother, who was running away in bewilderment. Those eyes are full of clear stupidity. Then the little bear was shocked. His mother ran away. What should we do? Roar! Ouch! The little bears roared sadly, watching the strange uncle rush into the hole and huddle up in a ball. I finally caught a bear, haha. Uncle Chong will give you something delicious to eat. Lu Yuan quickly rushed over, and before the bears could react, he ruffled their fur and slapped their butts. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. This little bear was really fat. This little one weighed dozens of pounds. The hair color is also perfect. It's shiny, fluffy, and soft, as if it was grown on mutated corn. What's more, he is still thinking about the milestones of civilization. Domesticating extraordinary creatures is definitely one of the milestones of civilization. Take a closer look. The Panga grizzly bear cub is slightly stronger than other grizzly bear cubs due to its high-quality diet, but it is still just a cub. Shape, 4.6. Chi, 4.1. God, 1.1. Extraordinary level, 0. Why is it level 0? Lu Yuan was immediately embarrassed. He dared not believe that these 2 little guys were not extraordinary creatures. In this case, even if you tame these 2 bears, you still won't get a milestone in civilization. You're cheating me, Lu Yuan. Can extraordinary characteristics be inherited? Or is it just a small probability of inheritance? Or maybe they will become extraordinary creatures when they grow up? The 2 little fat bears became even more nervous when they saw the unknown creature in front of them change their expressions. Although the steamed buns are really delicious, your life might be in danger. The 2 little fat bears huddled together in the corner, trying to push their brother out. Lu Yuan was embarrassed for a moment. Then he became more cheerful again, with a teasing smile on his face. This shiny fur is so beautiful. It would be a pity not to make a bear fur coat out of it. This bear paw looks really delicious. The little bear's body was stiff, suppressed by the superior creature, and he didn't have the courage to resist at all. You are 2 little male bears, Big Bear and Little Bear. Look at your bear penises. They are very nutritious if you use them to soak in wine. Lu Yuan turned the little bears over, touched them all over, and even flicked their balls. He was in a good mood and didn't want to kill them, but he was also on guard against them biting people. The light curtain defense brought by the extraordinary fire was always covering his hands. On the other hand, the old wolf on the side was howling wildly, and it was unclear whether he wanted to eat the little bear or was jealous. Lu Yuan quickly stroked the old wolf's head, muttering, "This wolf's skin is so beautiful. It would be a pity if it is not made into a wolfskin coat. This dog meat is so delicious. This dog leg and this dog penis are so beautiful." The old wolf was so pleased with the pampering that he drooled. Then, the cunning wolf sensed the danger and immediately fled from the cave. Roar! The mother bear finally recovered from her fright and ran back. When it saw Lu Yuan playing with its child's whip, it became anxious and rushed forward angrily again and slapped him hard. This time I used some super strength. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he keenly sensed a powerful chi emerging from the giant bear's body and rushing to the bear's paws. He knew that the other party had used his full strength, so he did not dare to be careless. He quickly rolled over and avoided the giant bear's violent attack. Roar! Bang! The mother bear's paws hit the wall fiercely, and a large amount of stones flew everywhere. Oh, the old wolf watching outside the cave was a little anxious and was calling for his master to run away quickly. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. In the past, he could only use the different space to avoid this violent attack, but now he dodged it through fighting skills. This is proof that he has become stronger. Whether it is reaction speed, fighting skills, courage, or self-confidence, there is a great improvement. Only in this way can he cross the almost endless journey and return to his hometown. The brown bear was extremely strong. He slapped the wall and hurt himself, leaving him in a state of stiffness. How could Lu Yuan miss the opportunity? He suddenly jumped up from the ground, took a big step forward with his left foot, and kicked the ground with his right foot like a spring and pounced on the giant bear again. The giant bear just turned around, only to find that the opponent was rushing straight towards him. Shield strike. The leather shield hit the mother bear right in the head, causing her neck to tilt back and a stream of warm blood to spurt out of her nose. Even with Panga Grizzly's ability to withstand blows, after being hit head-on like this, it became a little unconscious for a while and sat limply on the ground. The mother bear struggled hard and tried to get up many times, but the tremendous pain made her see stars and she couldn't get up. Chapter 63: A Cool and Comfortable Winter. Lu Yuan decided to stop when he saw that the situation was going well and stopped making things difficult for the mother bear. Instead, he threw out a few steamed buns. This is a treat for you guys as a reward for your hard work in the fight. Roar! The mother bear roared fiercely but weakly, and suddenly found that there was a steamed bun stuffed in her mouth. I took 2 bites, and it was quite delicious. So delicious. There is a unique taste brewing in your mouth, and a sense of happiness rises continuously from the bottom of your heart. The mother bear's black eyes widened, and she stood there in a daze. Could this be the legendary? What is a bear's favorite food? What is it called? The female bear, who has never eaten honey in her life, is immersed in an ocean of happiness. There were only 2 little bears left, with a hint of confusion in their clear eyes. What's going on? Wasn't there a fight just now? What is Mom eating? We also want to eat. Lu Yuan had a good fight, and all the muscles and bones in his body were stretched out. He was in a good mood, and he led the old wolf away quickly. I'll fight with you again in 2 days. The bear's memory seems to be only 7 seconds. The mother bear has been completely conquered by the honey-steamed buns. She doesn't even bother to care about the nosebleeds on her nose. She is fighting for food with her 2 cubs. After eating, I still wanted to take a look at the footprints on the snow. So delicious. The next morning, Lu Yuan arrived under the corn tree on time and fought with the mother bear. Roar! The mother bear was furious, but she did not rush over. There was no other choice but for Lu Yuan to rush up and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Once again, a great victory. This time the victory was even easier because he already knew the mother bear's moves. A pounce, a slap, and a bite. These 3 tricks are enough to deal with most animals. But for Lu Yuan, it was too straightforward and easy to predict. In addition, Lu Yuan's agility far exceeds that of the bear. As long as the mother bear pays attention to dodging that super powerful attack, it will be difficult for her to defeat Lu Yuan. But this time Lu Yuan didn't hit it on the head. He felt embarrassed to beat it until its head was bleeding every day. He just kept using his shield to attack the opponent's least vulnerable parts. I fought with the mother bear for several hours. It was really exciting and all the muscles in my body were stretched. In the end, the mother bear abandoned her cubs and ran away. Eat some steamed buns first and have a good rest. I'll come back tomorrow. The mother bear had a complicated look in her eyes and lowered her head to enjoy the delicious steamed bun. If you taste it carefully, you can actually smell the aroma of corn. So delicious. Did this guy really not steal the corn? It looked at the drifting snowflakes again, its eyes shining, and wanted to eat the big steamed bun again. On the 3rd day, Lu Yuan came to fight again. There was no way around it. The only one around that was suitable for fighting was this bear. The others either couldn't be beaten or were too weak. They ran away when they saw him. The animals living in Pangaea had their own way of life. As a result, halfway through the beating, the female bear cowered and started waiting for food. It didn't launch an attack, it just sat on the ground and watched. Lu Yuan hit it with his shield, and it turned around and ran away. Anyway, don't launch an attack. Just run away. Who can withstand being beaten every day? The 2 little bears also rushed up, circled around him, and kept scattering. So charming and adorable. There was no other way, so Lu Yuan could only take out the steamed buns that he had prepared a long time ago and share them with the 3 bears. Damn, they're all cunning. This is normal. Lu Yuan was already at a higher level than the female bear. Coupled with the learning ability brought by his eternal body, he quickly adapted to fighting with this bear, and his actual combat experience skyrocketed. Woof, the old wolf howled on the side. He once thought that by taming this female bear, he should be able to complete the milestone of taming extraordinary creatures. Female bears are truly extraordinary beings. But obviously, the female bear and the old wolf are not the same. It is very wild and is not on the verge of extinction. It just likes to eat honey steamed buns. With its appetite, this steamed bun can only be eaten as a snack. It will not completely surrender to Lu Yuan just because of one bite. As a solitary creature, Bears have no social division of labor. There is no such option as obey in its innate thinking. The little bear will live with his mother for another 23 years, and then he will basically have to go out and survive on his own. For these reasons, it is undoubtedly more difficult to domesticate a female bear, which may take several months or even years. What's more, Yuan seriously doubted that the milestone of taming extraordinary life has been completed by other civilizations. With so many civilizations and so many safe zones, there are always some captive creatures that have mutated after entering Pangea. After these animals mutate, as long as their temperament does not change drastically, they should be in a domesticated state. Therefore, taming extraordinary life is probably a relatively simple milestone that has been completed by civilization long ago. Maybe one of the 17 civilizations on Earth has been completed. Therefore, Yuan just tried it casually. Even if he couldn't tame the female bear and couldn't complete the milestone, he had nothing to lose. He is not so narcissistic that he has taken over all the milestones of civilization. What's more, competing with a female bear in martial arts can also provide valuable emotional value. So why not? Just like that, time passed day by day. This winter, Yuan was studying hard every day. The extraordinary fire after the breakthrough is indeed different from the small flame at level 1. It has many skills that can be practiced, such as strengthening, healing, and detoxification, which all fall into the category of skills. And he also discovered a key point. As the level increases, other abilities also increase slightly. For example, different dimensions can last longer. Originally, it would take 3 hours to cause coma. Now it can last for 12 hours. If you eat pomegranates while maintaining a different dimension, it can last up to 30 hours. You cannot activate different spaces while sleeping. The diameter of the storage space has also been expanded to 2 meters. That is 8 cubic meters. Originally, there was only 1 cubic meter. 8 cubic meters is a quite large volume, as big as a small utility room, and can hold a lot of supplies. Yuan neatly put key resources, such as extraordinary food and deadless tool set, into the storage space. As for other abilities, Explorer's Eye and Pioneer's Eye, there doesn't seem to be much change. In my spare time, I'm still thinking of ways to make new clothes, pants, and shoes. After all, he has the ability of artisan talent, and sewing has become a breeze. It's just that the activation of this ability requires the so-called inspiration. Yuan never knew where the inspiration came from. All in all, this winter is indeed chic and pleasant. Chapter 64, a good way to communicate. In comparison, the flow of time on the human side is much slower. 2 months have passed since Yuan was here, and the safe zone has only been in for less than a day. Scientists are still there frantically discussing the scenes transmitted in the video. In the supernatural world, anything can happen. Yes, but we can't dream of reaching the sky in one fell swoop. After all, there are no traces of civilization around us. Adventurism will only bring risks. Is there any new trend over there at Yuan? There is none left. What drove the scientists crazy was that Yuan threw the metal ball into the utility room again, and the scene that could be observed turned into a mess of gold. It was only by chance that Yuan got a glimpse and was able to get very little information when he came to this utility room. He's back from picking up trash again. He's really sticking to his principle of picking up trash in spite of the wind and snow. When I visited poor areas before, I saw that some houses of elderly people were full of garbage, and even the corridors were filled with garbage. Asking them to clean it up is like asking them to die. This is called hoarding disorder, or it could be obsessive-compulsive disorder, a psychological phenomenon caused by drastic changes in the environment. And have you noticed that he has become much stronger? Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door, and Li Chunhong and several military officers arrived at the scene. Because of the generous rewards brought by reaching a civilization milestone, everyone was in a good mood, talking and laughing, and discussing what the next milestone might be. These rewards may not be of much use to Yuan, but they are really useful to a rookie civilization, especially a civilization that is new to Pangea. After thinking for a long time, everyone discussed and came up with the easiest milestone to achieve: making equipment. There are still some inferior materials in the laboratory, but how to activate the inherent abilities of inferior materials is another problem that scientists are troubled by. Li Chunhong smiled and said, "Teachers, we are discussing so enthusiastically. Have you made any major discoveries?" We're just chatting casually. Look at him. He is stronger than a cow, and the sack of metal on his back weighs hundreds of kilograms, right? Professor Zhang, we played some scenes on the screen. It's really amazing. Is it because of the food? A colonel praised him when he saw the meat on his body. The effect of those extraordinary foods is indeed very good, but it does not increase the strength several times. Professor Zhang patted a strong man next to him, named Guo Weiqiang, who was born with the ability of giant strength. Guo Weiqiang, do you have his strength? The strong man said in a deep voice. Yes, yes, but such heavy physical work cannot be sustained for a long time. Zhang Hui explained. The vitality brought by extraordinary food is equivalent to nutrients. If eaten in large quantities without scientific training, it may not necessarily bring benefits. This vitality will only accumulate into useless fat or be lost directly. Now he is like Superman. He can beat up an entire company by himself. There is a high probability that he has some kind of ability that can be cultivated. Zhang Hui was very puzzled, but he had no answer and was puzzled. The officers were also moved. If the soldiers in Yunhai City have such strength, the cancellation of the safety zone will be guaranteed. All in all, the top priority now is to contact Lu Yuan. As long as we can get in touch, all difficulties will be solved. But how to contact? The other party's screen is broken, and the other party's speaker is also broken. Is it to be used again? Alarm vibration? But what if Lu Yuan misunderstands again and turns off the communication function of the metal ball? As long as something like this happens, they won't even have this little video. This is a common problem for all mankind. Not only in High City, but also experts from other cities are also working hard to think of solutions. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the next room, and several young doctors yelled, as if they had thought of some earth-shattering idea. We figured it out. We found a good way to communicate. Pangea, the ruins of the Meda civilization. As winter passes and spring comes, all things revive, and the sleeping earth gradually exudes vitality and vitality as the temperature gradually rises. A winter passed quietly with hard study and practice. The hibernating wolves also woke up from the snow. One by one, they poked their heads and shook their big tails to say hello to Lu Yuan. Hey, are you awake? Happy spring. I've lost a lot of weight. Woof! A little wolf launched a fierce offensive, hugging Lu Yuan's thigh affectionately, twisting his buttocks and making indecent movements. Lu Yuan was shocked. Could this be Teddy's reincarnation? There's also a little wolf, jumping up and down, turning over to expose its belly, and looking like it's coming to touch it. Could it be a husky? There was also a large group of wolf cubs, running wildly through the ruins of the city, leaving a series of small footprints on the remaining snow. Lu Yuan was not stingy with these friends, and shared all his spoils this winter. Things like honey bread and magical pomegranates. He can't finish them all by himself, so he might as well share some. But not much was given. Just a taste. On the one hand, the life energy of extraordinary food was too much, and the little wolf ate too much and was exhausted. On the other hand, he could not let these wolves lose their wild nature. Most of the food has to be found by the wolves themselves, because he will leave one day. Once they develop the habit of laziness, the day he leaves may be the end of the world for this group of wolves. Lu Yuan looked at the bustling yard, and suddenly felt inexplicably sad when he thought about leaving. He knew where this faint sadness came from, but he could only force himself not to think too much. Practice. Practice makes people happy. Shape. 13.4, originally 12.5. Air. 11.2, originally 10.3. God. 11.0, originally 10.1. The progress over the past month or so has been quite good. With the help of a large amount of resources, Lu Yuan's growth rate far exceeds that of the strongest genius of the meta-civilization. The meat of the fire lizard can increase the growth rate of the shape attribute. Honey can increase the growth rate of qi. And the mysterious pomegranate fruit can increase the growth rate of all attributes. There's still a lot of food left, enough to last for several years. These extraordinary ingredients, together with the wild game offered by the wolves from time to time, and the potatoes and vegetables grown in the botanical garden, fully satisfy the food diversity. Apart from God's milestones, I really can't think of anything else worth trying. But what other milestones are there for God? I can't think of them. Chapter 65, Hidden Crisis. Lu Yuan, who had nothing to do, was quite satisfied at the moment. He sat on a big rock, looked at the sun, and yawned. I can't think of more milestones of God, so I don't bother to think about them. The pace of life suddenly slowed down. A cup of hot tea, a book about alien civilization, and reading slowly all afternoon. Although most of these books are academic papers, which are boring to death, they can still pass the boring time. The Great Fleet in Deep Space and his liver properties in Pangea are the only novels written by meta people. Not to mention, they are quite interesting. Looking at the author again, Yongheng Chu, he should be a civil servant working in a data center who secretly hid his masterpiece here. Lu Yuan carefully remembered this failed author who provided him with spiritual nourishment. He suddenly felt that his short-term goal seemed to have been achieved, and his life began to become comfortable. There are food, clothes, pets to pet, and if you feel like it, you can even hit a bear. Even the harsh winter cannot take me away. Watching the little wolf cubs grow up day by day, watching them bite each other and play with each other, I feel a sense of joy of growth and harvest. One of the little wolves lost a fight and came running over to seek comfort and ask for snacks. Lu Yuan bared his teeth and shouted, "Are you a wolf? Boy, you can't really turn into a dog in this place." He took out the lizard shield and intimidated the opponent. When the little wolf cub saw the pattern on the shield, he was so scared that he almost peed himself. Ouch! It spread its legs and ran away. Lu Yuan laughed out loud, feeling even happier. He called this law the law of conservation of smiles. There are only a limited number of smiles in the world, and they only transfer from one animal to another. Lu Yuan raised his head and saw the rustling sunlight shining through layers of leaves and hitting his face like a copper coin. If, let him live here forever, until the day he dies of old age. Is he willing? It seems a little unwilling. He will always miss the busy steel jungle. I miss the braised chicken and rice downstairs. Missing the busy subway and the bad-tempered leader. Well, now he can beat the leader and steal his smile. I miss my mom's dinner. I miss my sister who made me explode with gold coins. Missing what? The blind date girl who smelled of garlic in her mouth. The girl on the blind date, now that I think about it, is quite pleasing to the eye, but she ate too much garlic and her breath was too loud, which was really unbearable. Speaking of the blind date, Lu Yuan's thoughts became more complicated. He simply lay on the stone and looked at the white clouds floating in the sky. His parents were both doctors in the hospital and knew a lot of people, so he started dating when he was 23 years old and after graduating from college. To be honest, if there is a girl who is compatible with her and has an okay personality, he is quite willing to do it. But I don't know why, but the girls introduced by my parents are a bit magical. The first girl is a girl who eats garlic crazily, without much explanation. The second girl turned out to be a lesbian, and she said she was going to have a hidden marriage. After you get married, you can each play your own way without interfering with each other. Lu Yuan was completely confused. What is physical marriage? This is the first time I heard about it. There are many routines in the city. I want to go back to the countryside. The third girl is a primary school teacher. Maybe she is busy with her career, but this girl is quite authoritative and speaks the truth. As soon as she refuted her, she frowned and regarded Lu Yuan as her student. Think about it now. If God gives me another chance, I will choose. I choose. It's better to be single. Alas. Oh. Old Wolf suddenly ran over, waking up the daydreaming philosopher Lu Yuan, and grabbed his trouser leg and started pulling it. What are you doing? Today is a day off, so we're not going to hunt bears. Lu Yuan kicked it in annoyance. Oh. A strange sound came from the old wolf's throat. It has a major discovery. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, ran after it for 8 kilometers, and stood on a high slope. He was surprised to find that a gray fog had appeared in the former Salamander Canyon. And when he looked at this layer of fog, he actually felt a faint feeling of panic deep in his heart. This weird sixth sense was very unsettling, as if it had dragged him from a peaceful lake into a dangerous sea. In just a moment, cold sweat broke out from Lu Yuan's body. He twitched his nose slightly and smelled a rotten smell. Uluru, uluru. The old wolf jumped twice in the withered grass, then took small steps and jumped onto a big rock, grinning his teeth viciously. It seems to express that there are unimaginable risks out there. What is this? The miasma caused by the donkey-headed monster? What's it doing here? Among the 5 small bosses with a radius of 50 kilometers, Lu Yuan only defeated 1 salamander. The Big O Piranha is still not an invincible target. All we can do is take advantage of the cold winter months to sneak around and get some fruits. In addition, King Snake, Scorpion, and Poisonous Bee Queen, these 3 little bosses are all social creatures. Lu Yuan really can't afford to offend countless confused younger brothers. Moreover, killing these monsters would bring no benefit to him personally. If it's just to eat some meat, the risk is too great. There is still a donkey-headed monster living alone, which Lu Yuan considers to be the mini-boss. But this guy is really weird, not like normal life. It's a bit like the incomprehensible supernatural phenomenon described in the Meida civilization paper. In addition, it is relatively far away, so Lu Yuan has not investigated it. Unexpectedly, this time the donkey-headed monster migrated a long distance and broke into the territory of the salamander. An inexplicable sense of alertness arose in Lu Yuan's heart, and an uneasy sixth sense began to brew slowly. The Salamander Valley was only about 10 kilometers away from his refuge, and it would only take half an hour of jogging to get there. It would be quite dangerous if the opponent launched a sudden attack. If it keeps migrating towards me, it might pass by my shelter. After Lu Yuan made up his mind, he nimbly climbed up a big tree and quietly looked at the scene in the valley. With a significant improvement of his energy and spirit, his eyesight has become quite excellent. It is said that on the African grasslands, the Maasai people have a vision of up to 6.0, which is 20 times better than that of ordinary people. I don't know if they're bragging. Lu Yuan estimated that his eyesight was not much worse than that of the Maasai. The weather today is also very good, with extremely high air transparency. The valley was shrouded in black fog and was extremely quiet, without even the sound of insects. The early spring sunshine shone obliquely into the quiet canyon, and he saw a strange darkness. It was obviously a very bright environment, but Lu Yuan always felt that he could not see clearly. This mysterious darkness is not in the physical sense, but on the spiritual level. Squinting his eyes, he saw another humanoid creature standing in front of the dried bones of the salamander. Its entire body was rotten, with every bone exposed. Chapter 66: The Real Risk of Panga Continent. The uneasiness in his heart intensified once again. Lu Yuan concentrated the energy of the extraordinary fire on his eyes to enhance his vision. He saw large numbers of maggots crawling out of the rotting flesh and dying at an extremely fast speed. Globs of viscous liquid flowed from the surface of the skin, like snot, blocking the holes the bugs had made. Is this a fucking living thing? Lu Yuan took a breath. Trace after trace of black energy emerged from the donkey-headed monster's carrion, forming a rich, mercury-like darkness that continued to spread to the outside world. I want to see what you are? Lu Yuan suppressed his deep uneasiness and activated the eye of the pioneer. Soon, an uneasy message came from the eyes. The corrupted and fallen creature that initially woke up from its slumber is suspected to be a type of demon. Most of the civilizations that encountered them may have perished. Only extremely powerful civilizations can survive. No one knows how they came into being. They just existed in Pangea. Fortunately, this demon has only awakened initially, and its current strength is not too strong. The rest of the information is unknown. Property? Devil, what is it? Lu Yuan frowned, hid in the grass, and held the excellent dagger tightly. His knowledge of Pangea was limited to information on the Meida civilization. But the Meida civilization actually didn't know much about Pangea. After all, the Meida civilization is just a rookie civilization that has never left the safe zone. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. I saw the humanoid creature slowly turning its body, and its entire head rotated 180 degrees. Gray, dead, and unfocused eyes looked at Lu Yuan's location. At this moment, Lu Yuan's heart suddenly beat faster. It noticed me? When I accidentally looked into those eyes, an extreme fear rose along the coccyx and straight to the top of my head. Nameless mumblings penetrated into my mind. The mouth of the donkey-headed monster began to crack open little by little. It is laughing. This seems to be a superpower for spreading panic. The extraordinary fire beat wildly, suppressing the emotion. Lu Yuan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and no longer looked at the damn donkey-headed monster. He swallowed and quietly looked around the donkey-headed monster through the gaps in the grass. There was darkness around the humanoid creature, and the nearby grass was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This withering does not mean that the water has been evaporated, but that the vitality is passing away. The buds in early spring are the time when they are most vigorous, but now they are all withered. A dark and decadent atmosphere is spreading in the valley. Lu Yuan's muscles all over his body tensed subconsciously. This was indeed a supernatural phenomenon beyond imagination and something beyond his knowledge. He suddenly discovered that Pangea's worldview might be more sinister than imagined. Are there really any fools who think that Pangea, a continent full of civilizational ruins, is a place full of wealth? Why does the Meida civilization, which has been observing the outside world for more than 300 years, dare not cancel the safe zone? Are all the meta-civilization fools? Obviously not. They were just frightened and thought they would die if they canceled the safe zone, so they didn't withdraw. This damn thing has discovered me and needs to retreat first. Yuan got down from the tree at an extremely fast speed, no longer fighting against this ghost thing. The extraordinary fire keeps beating, as if facing a powerful enemy. This was the first time he had such a terrible feeling after receiving the extraordinary fire. The fire was trembling, and strong uneasiness kept flooding into his heart. Yuan calmed down and thought while walking. Could it be that the salamander is its natural enemy? Now that the salamander is dead, will this thing become bigger? He doesn't understand what corrupted and fallen creatures are and what devils are. These terms obviously do not exist in the data of the Meta civilization. Taking a deep breath, he squatted down, picked up a branch, and drew a horizontal line on the edge of sensing the crisis. He wanted to find out whether the monster's territory was spreading. If you dare to spread it to me, I will have no choice but to kill you without mercy. Yuan took a few deep breaths and encouraged himself. Anyway, you have just woken up. He decided to go back and check the information first, and then think of a solution. By the way, I raised it from the small boss level to the big boss level. When returning to base camp, I thought about many possibilities along the way. If I want to avoid risks, I can only move the camp to a more distant place. Pangea is so big, there is always a place for me. However, Yuan has not yet fully explored the knowledge left behind by the Meta civilization. Not to mention those miscellaneous scientific papers, the ability of super fire alone has a lot of application techniques. Hundreds, even thousands. How long will it take for a person to develop these skills with his wisdom? On the other hand, his ability to find the remains of one civilization does not mean that he can find a second one in the short term. The city in the sky is 17,000 kilometers away from here. That's not a short distance. If he leaves the shelter, his future quality of life will decline significantly. And the wolves will obviously suffer as well. Wolves have their own territory and comfort zone. If they move to other places, they will come into direct competition with native creatures. During the migration, I wonder how many of those wolf cubs can survive. Besides, he only has the extraordinary level 2. Can he really travel the world? Yuan doesn't have that confidence. Maybe you will encounter this kind of demon again on the road? He couldn't keep running away. You have to have contact with it before you can have the corresponding understanding. The system left by the meta-civilization can at least raise the level of transcendence to level 3. Level 3 and now level 2 are two different realms. It's not that I choose comfort, but right now I really have no choice but to stay here. There are still many treasures here, such as honey, corn, pomegranates. I'm not ready yet. Besides, the other party is only in the initial stage of awakening. If I escape, it may be difficult to encounter these things in the future. After making up my mind, I felt relaxed. His brain is highly active, thinking about various possibilities. If the salamander is really the natural enemy of this donkey-headed monster, what should I do now that the salamander is dead? The first is that the ability of extraordinary fire and the donkey-headed monster restrain each other. The salamander is at least a level 6 extraordinary creature, so it can suppress this monster. But I only have level 2, which is obviously not enough. The second possibility is that the fire-breathing ability of the salamander can kill the donkey-headed monster in one breath. I still have fuel crystals and an excellent skin-cutting knife on hand. As long as I am prepared, I may not be unable to fight. Recommend a book, Rekindling the Green Age. If you are interested, you can read it. The link is below. Rebirth, high school, campus, daily, light entertainment. Li Luo is a 35-year-old unemployed, flexibly employed person. After graduation, I wrote novels, filmed short plays, played music, delivered takeaways, sold roadside food stalls, and even worked as a customer service officer for a Taobao underwear store. And now, Li Luo was reborn and returned to the early summer when he was 15 years old. What's most important in reviving your life? Make money, make money, make money. But now that the high school entrance examination is just around the corner, let's study hard first. Chapter 67. Human, have you really contacted me? It is obviously the environment of early spring, the season of birds singing and flowers fragrant, but it seems to be back to the coldest month of winter. This might be the so-called late spring cold. Yuan always felt cold all over his body. He just wanted to go home quickly and warm up around the fire. He realized something was wrong with him and smiled. Easiness and laziness are indeed the enemies of civilization. It only took less than a year for me, the strongest civilization of mankind, the 18th civilization, to stand upright from the horror of killing salamanders alone. The ape degenerated into a homeless dog that trembles at the sight of monsters. Everyone laughs at the meta-civilization, but everyone is a meta-civilization. Lu Yuan was a little scared, but also faintly excited, his heart beating strongly. He was frightened after being stared at by the monster. This got his adrenaline pumping like crazy. Not knowing what his mentality was, Lu Yuan laughed softly. He didn't know why he was laughing. He couldn't describe this mentality. The old wolf following behind sniffed his nose and found that his master had undergone inexplicable changes. This mental state is a bit similar to when the owner hunted the salamander, making it feel inexplicably fearful. The old wolf shook out his fur and gnawed on the spring turf. He was carefree after all. Lu Yuan laughed while playing with the excellence dagger, and the stones under his feet made a clatter sound. While thinking about it, the shelter finally arrived. He piled the firewood he picked up casually into the utility room. Even though he encountered some risks, he still subconsciously picked up a lot of garbage. I have no choice but to get used to it. Going home empty-handed is not my style. Buzz, the moment he turned around and was about to leave, the big iron ball actually started to vibrate. Hey, are you sick again? In fact, after so long, Lu Yuan gradually lost interest in this big metal ball and only used it as a clock. He still needed to know what time it was. Just when I was about to turn it off, the big iron ball actually made a weird alarm sound. Dig! Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. This sound is very strange. Really weird. It's like the sound of the villain jumping in the Super Mario game. Because the sound was too strange, Lu Yuan's hand that was halfway out to turn off the phone suddenly froze in place. He frowned and waited for a long time. The hope that had been lost long ago slowly resurfaced in my heart. What's going on? After about 10 minutes, the big metal ball made a ding-ding-ding sound again. It's a bit crisp, a bit like a telephone ringtone, but not quite standard. He waited for a long time again, looking left and right at the metal ball. About half an hour. The metal ball made a beeping sound, very similar to the sound of eating gold coins in the Super Mario game. If it happens once, it is a coincidence. If it happens twice, it may also be a coincidence. But if it happens 3 times, it is a necessity. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated, and he thought of a possibility, and his body began to heat up. What's going on? Human, have you really contacted me? He finally understood what we wanted to say. He didn't close it. Seeing that Lu Yuan did not close the big iron ball, everyone in the institute cheered in surprise. The essence of sound is actually waves. The waveforms that can be emitted by the alarm vibration channel are limited, only triangle waves and square waves, and the sounds that can be fitted are also limited. The frequency of vibration is also limited and can only send 1 to 2 syllables, so it is not realistic to send music or something like that. Scientists conducted hundreds and thousands of attempts before they were able to use these 2 sound waves to create the sound of a Super Mario jumping. After all, that sound is so classic. With a deg sound, the little man jumped up on the TV with his butt raised. The picture is full of visual sense. It is something that every young person in the 21st century has heard. Moreover, it is definitely an artificial sound made by humans, almost non-existent in nature. What's more, the staff of Yanhai City even specially investigated and found out that Lu Yuan has a game console at home, and there is a Mario game in it. It is absolutely guaranteed that Lu Yuan has heard of it. The message conveyed by this sound is, it is a human being who sends the signal, so don't turn off your phone. Using one sound to convey so much information, and the hardware of alien civilizations is different from humans, it really took a lot of energy to make this sound. Next, the ringing of the phone and the sound of eating gold coins were transmitted, once again reinforcing the message of human being signals. In this way, Lu Yuan can know the fact that he has contacted humans. Why do humans also have metal balls like this? How is it possible? Why is there such a voice? Are you really contacting me? Lu Yuan was suspicious and groped around at the metal ball. His heart was full of fire, but now he was worried about gains and losses. Because he had experienced too many difficulties, lowering his expectations was not a bad thing. If his expectations were too high, he would be easily disappointed. At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly had an idea and thought of a document he had read. Since 8 years ago, 8 years before the meta-civilization came to Panga continent, meteorites fell from the sky, and the meta-civilization opened a supernatural era. There are similar news reports on Earth, but on Earth 10 years ago, meteorites fell from the sky, ushering in the era of supernatural beings, and all kinds of superpowers appeared like mushrooms after a rain. Lu Yuan didn't think too much at the beginning, thinking that meteorites falling from the sky was an inevitable phenomenon before the opening of Pangea. Now, like lightning, these clues are connected together in my mind. What kind of meteorite fell from the sky? What fell from the sky was actually this big metal ball. It's just that the government concealed the information and studied it secretly. After all, what country would advertise the existence of aliens? Even if there are some comments on the internet, they are just regarded as rumors. No one believed it. Therefore, humans actually have this kind of metal ball, and humans are actually contacting themselves. That's right. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Yuan jumped up from the ground in shock, his heart beating wildly. The hair on his whole body trembled, and he stood in front of a crystal screen with a passionate mood and yelled, "Humans, can you see this? Hurry up and contact human civilization. The number is, what is the number? 7812 HSKKJ1 to 7812 HSKKJ17. If you can hear it, please make that gold coin sound again. Breathe deeply, breathe deeply. The waiting time is anxious. Time passes slowly on the human side, and you have to wait. The ups and downs of mood are more likely to cause people to feel anxious." Lu Yuan felt that his mood at the moment was like the moment before the results of the college entrance examination were announced. He always thought that he could perform exceptionally well, but the actual results, Lu's college entrance examination results, were not ideal. "I can accept it even if I can't contact you. Please don't contact me. It's just a piece of junk that can only tell time. All other functions are useless. It must be a scam." A Yuan kept feeding himself poisonous milk. Chapter 68 today is a big miracle day. Time passes by every second. Expectations begin to lower, and there is always an indescribable expectation before things are settled. More than 10 minutes passed, and suddenly, the big metal ball made a beeping sound again. Lu Yuan stood there, somewhat unbelievably, listening to the sound, which was quite crisp and brought a new hope. It really is the sound of eating gold coins. Humans are really contacting me. The humans were able to receive my signal. It was just that the screen on my side was broken. After being stunned for a few seconds, Lu Yuan's face turned red, and he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat, as if there was a flame burning in his blood vessels. Deep inside, he was rejoicing. "Oh my God, today is a great miracle day. God, today I am your loyal believer." "Oh, oh." The lackey saw his master excited and howled wildly. "One more time," the sound of Mario jumping. "One more time, you guys." Lu Yuan kept confirming this fact and bit his tongue fiercely. Damn, it hurts so much. This is not a dream. His mood at this moment was like the tide, rising and falling back and forth, and he was afraid that his joy would be in vain. Stop acting like a lunatic. It's embarrassing." After all, Lu Yuan had level 2 extraordinary fire. While waiting, the extraordinary fire suppressed his violent thoughts and made him calm down. He subconsciously began to think about whether he had exposed a bad image in front of the camera or made any indecent actions. In the few months after I picked up the big ball, I've been making leather clothes and leather pants. It shouldn't be a big problem. The next few months will be a confused winter, and the problem isn't that big. That is, I cook and show off my ingredients in front of the camera. The rest of the time, this metal ball was left in the garbage room, and nothing was photographed. As for his toilet, it is also far away, and he has never done anything bad in front of the camera. It's good that nothing happened. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, very satisfied with his performance. As for the lines I once spoke about in the second grade, it's not a big deal. I, Lao Lu, am only 24 years old, no, 25, still a child. And after making the shield himself, he did give out the message milestone of civilization. He is definitely a hero of mankind. After the big ball made a sound, there was no sound. It is almost impossible to transmit Morse code. The two sides have different time elapse ratios, 1 second in the safe zone and 100 seconds on Lu Yuan's side. This caused Lu Yuan to wait for a long time before he responded, making communication between the two parties very inconvenient. And what are the humans in the safe zone doing? Maybe in a shootout? Buying at 0 yuan? Or are you completing a civilizational milestone? But no matter what, it is lively. At least there are compatriots. On Lu Yuan's side, he was alone. All he could hear and receive was the ding-dong sound of Mario eating coins. It is difficult for humans to transmit more complex sounds. But it was just a sound, but it gave him a heartfelt sense of satisfaction. It's like a dream, not quite real, but it is actually happening. Lu Yuan suddenly felt sad and a little aggrieved. So he turned his head and pinched the flesh on the back of his hand hard to suppress the tears in his eyes. He didn't want others to see how miserable he was. He should and must be a strong man. He is the 18th branch of human civilization. Who knows, he might be the strongest among humans. The extraordinary fire in my mind jumped slightly and directly suppressed this part of the complicated emotions. This can also be considered a little trick for using the supernatural fire, which can effectively suppress emotions and keep oneself calm in various environments. He pondered for a moment, then slowly said to the metal ball, "Ahem, I don't know who contacted me, but it must be someone high up in human civilization. If you can contact my parents, tell them I'm safe for me. Just tell them I'm alive. My life is okay now. Anyway, time passes at a different speed. Just treat it as a long journey. If I can't get in touch with you, that's fine." After waiting for a long time, the metal ball made a ding-ling sound again, which might mean it agreed. Yuan took a few deep breaths. There were thousands of words in his heart, but he didn't know where to start. He was silent, and his mind was a little confused. The safe zone hasn't been revoked yet, right? It's only been a few days. My parents are doctors. No matter what environment they are in, they have a place to survive. My sister is still in school, so I don't have to worry about it. As for my grandparents, they're not in Yinhai City. Hey, I don't need to worry too much. I hope the government can take care of it, now that I have provided some information. How can I describe this feeling of one-sided communication? It's like posting a friend circle, but actually I don't have any friends. Only the legendary internet police can see this circle of friends. Well, cyber police are human beings too. It can be considered a bit of communication. Yuan didn't know who were the people listening to him. Are they scientists? Is it a government official? Or a soldier? What do they look like, and what do they think? But the other party is really the only one he communicates with. At least he can make a ding sound, which is equivalent to giving a like to the circle of friends. Well, it's not impossible to make friends with likes. In the end, Yuan chose to move the big ball from the utility room to a relatively large room. He shaved off his beard at an extremely fast speed, cut off the messy hair, and changed into the same set of clothes he wore when he just traveled to Panga Continent. People rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. I took a small bench and sat in front of the camera. Ahem, you must have observed a lot, and you may have many things you want to ask. Let me think about what important content I can share with you. He paused and said a series of words in one breath. The first piece of content is about what God, or the great being who created Panga Continent, wants to do. Actually, I don't know the answer. I only know that I am located on the ruins of a civilization. This civilization is called the meta-civilization. The meta-civilization left a lot of papers speculating on this aspect. This civilization has stayed in the safe zone for more than 300 years and has observed its surroundings for at least 30,000 years. They discovered many, many strange and supernatural phenomena. If they had to describe it, they believe that Pangea's worldview may be biased toward the Chinese Cthulhu. It is very scary, and there are monsters that are incomprehensible. Yes, I'm right, it's very scary. If you don't encounter it, forget it. If you encounter it, you may be wiped out. Speaking of this, Yuan was actually a little nervous. Despite his past few months, he has lived a happy life, hunting bears, petting dogs, collecting honey, and eating corn every day. But you must know that it is only the beginning of the 9th era. Calmness is normal, and the ruins of the Meda civilization, where he lived, was just an inconspicuous little corner. What's more, he met a demon who had just awakened. How to deal with this thing is still unknown. Chapter 69 remarks on the launch. After more than a month of new book period, it's finally time to put it on the shelves. It will be available tomorrow at 12 o'clock. The Eternal Donkey was quite calm this time. Maybe it was because he was relying on his past achievements and knew the result wouldn't be too bad. Living off old capital makes people look down on me. Every day people say that I am a good-for-nothing, a loser, and I have run out of ideas. Ahem, mentioning this book, we have to talk about another book about dying before achieving success. In fact, at the beginning I was thinking about innovation, thinking that I had become stronger and could write about topics that I had never written before. After all, the performance of the previous book was indeed okay. So during the Chinese New Year, I read novels by other great writers and wrote in a notebook, recording various new ideas. Adding them up bit by bit, I wrote 100,000 words of the beginning draft and worked hard to write a beginning. Urban weird type. I sent it to the operation group, and everyone said it didn't look good. It was simply a replica of the popular book, keeping a house full of obsessions. Donkey is very angry. You guys have no vision. I sent it to the editor, who said it wasn't very good, and he was afraid that it would be thrown into the street. Oh my God! Donkey became even more angry and wrote tens of thousands more words for the follow-up, wanting to prove his strength. The editor continued to say that it was not very good. You can publish it if you want, but the risk is high and it would be difficult to go further. Facts have proved that on the new track, the Eternal Donkey is completely uncompetitive. It is just a grinder, no different from an ordinary street donkey. After spending so long, I got a big piece of garbage and it lay flat. I threw away all the writing techniques that I had worked so hard to learn from the great writers and randomly typed the beginning of this book. I sent it to the group, and everyone thought it was good. I sent it to the editor, and the editor said it was better than the previous introduction. So, on the old track, the donkey seemed to be the brightest cub. Although the track is small, I walked out of it by myself. I galloped all the way at lightning speed, with my donkey's hooves running fast without any obstacles. New track. Degree, Sahel tired. Orudo toraku. Okay, back to the topic. Regarding the issue of high repetition, I have actually asked some old readers. Many readers think that if they didn't read enough of the previous book, they will still follow you if you write another one. In the last book, there were indeed many things that were not well written, which caused many readers to give up halfway. I really feel sorry for everyone's love. I haven't seen enough. It's a market demand. There are many types of books, forming a relatively large category, such as entertainment, writers, games, esports, rebirth to make mobile phones, stock trading, etc. This kind of readers cannot just read one book and then stop reading it. They will find similar books. Even major categories such as fantasy and immortality are actually quite repetitive. With the development of online literature now, it is difficult to make major innovations. It's good to put old wine in new bottles and stay out of the ordinary. The eternal writing style of Pujia is actually quite unique. Wandering, exploring the unknown and civilization cannot be said to be unique, but it can also be regarded as a leader in this small track. To be honest, it's not easy to imitate me. In fact, no one imitates me at all. It would be a pity to abandon our own advantages and go to a bigger, but more crowded track. There is a small probability that it will go further, but the greater possibility is that it will fail again. Therefore, I think the repetition rate of this book will not be too high, because there are really not many books of this type, but there are many readers who like them. Although there are always readers who say that I have run out of ideas, it's okay. Let you criticize me. But don't criticize me every day. If you fill up the book review area, I will delete it. Normally I don't ban people from speaking, but there are always some freeloaders who think I owe them courtesy, so I'm sorry to have to ban you all. Another thing is the worldview of this book. The first hundreds of thousands of words are purely fast-paced and pretentious, with not much of the worldview presented. Everyone feels that Panga Continent is like a game, but it is not. The worldview of Pangaea has not yet been revealed, and only in the few chapters before it is released, there is only a hint of it. This world is terrifying and civilization will become extinct. Therefore, there is greater innate conflict than in the previous book. Some readers read the beginning and think that the best option is to cancel the safe zone quickly. This is wrong. Why are so many civilizations gone? About. The setting of the world has always been what I am good at, but I have to admit that the setting is actually useless. How to fill in the story is a more difficult problem. The previous book still had big flaws. The concept of demons was really empty, not specific enough, and had no real sense. Coupled with some structural problems, the sense of crisis is more or less lost, which is also one of the reasons why the later stage is not good looking. For this book, I learned from my mistakes and stitched in some settings from other excellent books, while adding some of my own settings to make the combat power as substantial as possible. At the same time, compared with the previous book, you will witness more civilizations and pick up more garbage. After all, the protagonist doesn't even know which direction humans are in, so he has no idea where to go if he wants to go home. Pick up the trash. Of course, showing off is also essential for online writing. The Eternal Donkey will think of a way to make the pretense more rounded. Of course, it is not possible at the moment. There are only some declining civilizations, and most of the civilizations have not come out yet. Finally, there is the issue of issuing stabbings. As I promised at the end of my previous book, I would write a story that was as enjoyable as possible for everyone, so I will never issue stabbings in this book. My relatives and friends will not die of old age, and I will also think of a way to deal with the wolf, which has a limited life cycle. Therefore, students who have questions in this regard, don't worry, we won't do anything fancy this time. The tragedy is that it has a profound impact on people, but the comedy is forgotten after reading it. I think the family love in the previous book was still very well written, but it is a bit regretful that I will not write it in this book, but I hope everyone likes it. Finally, let me explain the issue of science fiction again. Readers always ask me when I will write science fiction. You are so depraved. Eternal donkey. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to write. There are many reasons. In the era of fragmented reading, readers are actually becoming more and more impetuous. They often put it down after reading the beginning and seeing nothing interesting. This trend is quite obvious, which is also the main reason why many book titles are getting longer and more gimmicky. Our book is relatively restrained. And now the starting point is the PK system, which depends entirely on follow-up reading. For a new book, no matter whether it is written by a great writer or a newcomer, all of them will have to compete. Under the premise of equal exposure, whoever has better data will advance to the next round and continue the competition. If the data is not good, I'm sorry, you didn't get exposed and you failed. The science fiction genre is inherently bad at attracting a lot of traffic. My wife is not at home, so my sister-in-law will sleep at my house tonight, and the Big Bang will happen tomorrow. Which of these two topics do you prefer? Don't tell me you choose the latter one. More people choose the former. That's the reality. Moreover, the difficulty of the former story is much lower than that of the latter. Anyone can write about the sister-in-law, but how many people can make up a story about the Big Bang? Therefore, the Sci-Fi Channel is indeed becoming more and more popular. Its traffic is entirely supported by a few masters. Once the masters finish it, it will become really popular. Not to mention that the Science Fiction Channel is all fantasy. With this little traffic, it can water the serious seedlings. If there is no traffic brought by fantasy books, then the Science Fiction Channel will be no different from suspense reality, and it will be a stagnant water. On the other hand, the interstellar science fiction I wrote before was, to put it bluntly, a political book mixed with a lot of private material and with a strong personal style. Let me write this thing about key politics again. I still have the same point of view, which seems very boring. Unlike adventure stories can at least create more monsters, more powerful enemies, and some new ideas. If you export your thoughts and concepts again, they'll be exactly the same. I have created what I think is the best society based on imagination, so there is no need to create another one that is exactly the same. Unless I find a better and more perfect society, I will write the next book. If not, it is better not to write it. Okay, so much verbosity, that's pretty much it. The road travels thousands of miles, and the current launch is just a starting point, and the end is far away. In the middle process, you must be careful and do not make a wrong step. But no matter what, Eternal Donkey also wants to have a good starting point. I hope everyone can subscribe and support me. Those who have been whoring for a year in vain. Definitely, and definitely next time. The Eternal Donkey. You ride on me for free. But how many years have you not fed me carrots? I'll kick you to death. Finally, please give me a monthly ticket, subscription, recommendation ticket. Thank you. The author's previous book, if you like this type of book, you can read it. Chapter 70 Humans. What information do you want? Yuan sighed softly. If you want to know the content of this part, just ask me once within half an hour. Don't ask me more than once. Anyway, I don't recommend that you cancel the safe zone without any preparation. He took a deep breath, and as his desire to express himself grew, his speech became more fluent. Damn, talking to humans is just more refreshing than talking to dogs. Old Wolf looked at Yuan with a puzzled look on his face. You've been talking to a piece of iron for a long time. Are you crazy? Yuan tried hard to maintain his image as a Taoist master and did not kick him. The second piece of content is superpowers. What is the most important ability for a civilization? Of course, extraordinary fire. A small red flame suddenly appeared in the palm of Yuan's right hand. This was his extraordinary fire. Of course, it's only about 1/2 of the total. There was no way he could take out all the fire. This small flame kept jumping, blooming with gentle light and heat. This thing emits idealistic energy and cannot directly ignite objects. Instead, it mostly affects oneself. With a thought in Yuan's mind, it turned into a thin light curtain covering the surface of the human body. This layer of skin was instantly greatly strengthened and became as tough as lizard skin. Pick up a knife and slash hard. An ordinary metal knife, not an excellent dagger. It just left a white mark, no bleeding. The main purpose of the extraordinary fire is to increase attributes, enhance physical fitness and lifespan. Form, chi, and spirit. These 3 attributes. I think someone among you should be able to identify them The power of the extraordinary fire lies in its spreadability. A small flame like mine can be passed on to many people. This way, everyone can have this ability. It's hard to explain this matter in a short time. If you want to know the details, just ask twice. Yuan punched out, causing friction between his clothes and the air, making a clear crash sound. With another slight jump, he was as flexible as a gecko and walked along the ceiling and over the eaves. Yuan estimated that the strongest man with the best talent among humans could reach a form of about 8 points through exercise without having superpowers. The crushing of attributes is not a matter of course. To beat 13 points to 8 points, you don't need any combat skills, you can just crush them. The third important piece of content is the milestone of civilization. Oh, I seem to have demonstrated it directly. In addition to the single milestone, there should be many ordinary milestones. I remember the meta-civilization once completed several ordinary milestones, and it seems that it also received some rewards such as mutant plants. But no matter what, there should be a quota limit for ordinary milestones. I don't know which of the 17 cities is Yunhai City. Anyway, I hope everyone can be safe. From the perspective of human beings, we should strive for as many milestones as possible. One step ahead, every step ahead. Yuan paused for a moment, feeling that he had too strong a desire to express himself, like an old woman who kept talking endlessly. But it feels really good to discuss this with fellow countrymen. It's completely different from talking to oneself, and also different from the conversation with Lao Lang. The other person is a human being who can understand what I say, and can even make a ding sound to express agreement. Talking is actually such a joyful thing. If he wasn't concerned about his image, he would have talked about it all day and all night. Yuan used his skills for a bit and shrugged his shoulders. I know this is difficult, but if we are afraid of danger and stay in the safe zone for a long time, we may only be able to survive for more than 300 years. In any case, it is unlikely to exceed 400 years. 400 years from now, there may be only ruins left. For a civilization, 400 years is very short. It seems to have passed in the blink of an eye. If we leave the safe zone, it would be a very long time if it were magnified to 40,000 years. So, this matter requires everyone to make their own choices. The world outside is terrifying. If you encounter powerful monsters, you could be destroyed at any time. But those who choose comfort will eventually perish. Yuan recalled the final outcome of the meta-civilization and sighed in his heart. Civilization is made up of individuals. As long as there are individuals, there are selfish desires. Personal interests often conflict with civilizational interests. Therefore, from many directions, even though we know they are correct, it is still difficult to move forward steadily. This feeling of being powerless is like the cyclical law of dynasties. Did the ancients know about the periodic law? Obviously knew. Were the ancients smart? Who among those who can stand at the top of the pyramid is not smart? Who is not a shrewd person? But the human elites could not control the direction of civilization, and the dynasty eventually fell. The most shrewd human elites were dragged out and beheaded one by one. Therefore, civilization is different from individuals. Civilization is not rational, and the development of civilization has its own laws. But for Yuan, he has already occupied the moral high ground. He has done everything he can. What happens to human beings is not something he can decide. Even if they die, it is not his fault. This is called the great spirit of internationalism. Yuan touched his chin, wondering if he was too moral. It's not a problem that this speech won this year's Nobel Peace Prize, right? Although this prize is gone, it is not important anymore. Oh, by the way, there's a fourth option. There are many, many, many scientific and technological materials left behind by the meta-civilization. There may be hundreds of thousands of them. They are not a particularly powerful civilization. Since arriving in Pangaea, physical research has almost stagnated. But there is still a lot of accumulation in supernatural science. However, my knowledge level is limited, and I can't figure out which papers are important and which are not. I can't understand most of the knowledge. I can only put the paper in front of the camera and let you translate it yourself. So, dear human friends, which one do you prefer among these 1, 2, 3, and 4? As the 18th branch of human civilization, I will give it to you for free. You're welcome. Yuan finished speaking in one breath, looking forward to the human reaction. He felt like an amiable river god. Guys, which one do you want? Gold axe, silver axe, copper axe, iron axe? What? Want it all? If I have nothing to do, I might consider it. But I had to deal with that monster first. Damn it. There was a donkey-headed monster staring at him. and Lu Yuan suddenly felt a little bit troubled. Yunhai City, Supernatural Laboratory. In a large conference room with hundreds of people, all the experts were discussing excitedly. The big room was as lively as a vegetable market, for options are before people's eyes. This is the benefit of contacting Lu Yuan. Other cities also exploded. Lu Yuan only introduced a few words, which was enough to bring about profound reverie. Even what the extraordinary fire type is has an explanation. This information is so important. Extraordinary fire, an ability that can be practiced and spread. With this information, we are ahead of other civilizations. Quickly search the database to see if anyone has reported similar abilities. Yunhai City's top official, Li Chunhong, blushed and knocked on the table hard. Ha ha, no need to look. I know who possesses the extraordinary fire. A colonel's face was filled with a rich smile, and he slammed the table heavily. Just 3 days ago, when we first entered Panga Continent, a young man from the 7th Company awakened an ability similar to a small flame. This little flame is hidden in his mind, and it seems useless. Only by concentrating and meditating can you see it. It turns out to be an extraordinary fire. Li Chunhong immediately said, "Protect him and think of a way to spread the fire. If there are other seeds of extraordinary fire, look for them immediately. This matter is very important and must be given top priority." Yes, I have a hunch that a certain civilization milestone is related to the number of transmissions of extraordinary fire. The person in charge of the laboratory, Professor Zhang Hui, nodded and said, "For example, let's say 100,000, 200,000, etc. Exponential spread is actually quite fast." The colonel frowned slightly. Maybe it can't be done so quickly. At least the fire must be cultivated to a certain level before it can be spread. The fire of the young man from the 7th Company is a bit weak now. Compared with Lu Yuan's fire, it's worse. How can he spread it after traveling thousands of miles? Li Chunhong was stunned. Then provide some additional resources. There should be some supernatural resources in the laboratory. Isn't it possible to speed up his cultivation? Or give him a peach? Professor Zhang Hui immediately frowned. "Mr. Li, even the laboratory does not have many resources. After using these, we will no longer conduct experiments." "Mr. Li, that's not possible. Isn't the first peach used to make medicine?" Li Chunhong was caught in a dilemma. Which is more important, the popularization of supernatural fire or supernatural experiments in the lives of patients? It is indeed a difficult decision. Not only the leaders of Yunhai City, but also other cities have been discussing the magical power of superfire. An ability that can be cultivated, spread to others, and make people stronger while also increasing their lifespan. Who doesn't want it? It is indeed the most important ability in a civilization. It's a pity that each city has different levels of control over its citizens. Residents in some cities do report the incidents proactively. There are also riots happening in many cities. Even if someone has awakened the super fire, they will just hide it. All these people are hiding at home. Others pay more attention to privacy rights and do not trust the government at all. They even describe the guns in their hands. In this situation, it is not an easy task to select the extraordinary fire from the general public. Chapter 71. All major civilizations show their magical powers. The third branch of human civilization, the old city of Duri. Akshardham Temple, which can accommodate 100,000 devotees every day, has seen the number increase to 1 million in the past few days. Countless believers were crawling on the ground, like a group of black ants. They recited scriptures and listened to the high priest's prayers. With the drastic changes in the external environment, the panicked people are in urgent need of spiritual comfort. Religion exerted a powerful force at this moment. Local officials, tycoons, and religious forces quickly banded together to provide a stable supply of food to settle the believers. Jadeli is not an industrially developed megacity, but it has a lot of fertile land, and the local rulers are not stupid. They believe that only stability can bring a future. Even the statue of Mahatma Gandhi was placed in the temple. Anyway, anything that can provide a stable source of faith is good. High Priest, new news. New news from the university. In the distance, a young man came hurriedly on a rumbling motorcycle, and you could see that he looked very anxious. Until now, basic communications have not been restored in Jadeli, and communication can only be carried out through telegrams and city broadcasts. But there were only a few telegraph machines in that era, and most of them were owned by the military, which did not have enough for their own use. So we can only rely on motorcycles to transmit information. There is no way. When it comes to infrastructure, few cities can compare with Yunhai City. Don't be impatient, speak slowly. The high priest with gray hair fluttered in the wind. He wore a white cloth robe, and his rough and thick beard was like a dense scroll painting. As a Brahmin with a distinguished family background, this immortal appearance is indeed very good. Professor Amir Khan at the university asked us to find an ability called super fire. It's very important, extremely important. This super fire is roughly like this. The young man described it haltingly. I see. That is indeed very important. The high priest walked in front of the crowd, singing and dancing. I am a poet, my father is a doctor, my mother is busy grinding the mill. We are all working hard for happiness like oxen. Soma, please flow out for Indra. Horses want to pull easy chariots. Merry men laugh and shout. Men want women to be by their side. Frogs long for floods. Oh, Soma, flow out for Indra. After attracting the attention of all the believers, he suddenly changed his tone and said loudly, Superb fire. The gift of Indra. It is a magical flame, hidden in our hearts, but it can burn with a raging fire and bloom with bright sparks. Child of the gods, do not hide it any longer. Soma, let it flow out for Indra. Children of the gods, do not be afraid. Together with the sacred cows, work hard for happiness and light up the road ahead. Behind the high priest followed the mutated big ox, majestic and extraordinary in appearance. Its size is more than double that of an ordinary large buffalo. Even though this big buffalo has mutated, it still has a docile character. The tail on its butt is wagging to drive away the flies around it. Its ability is blood can detoxify. Its bezoar can detoxify hundreds of poisons. This is indeed a very powerful ability. A drop of cow's blood, comparable to the best antibiotics, provides ample convenience for the temple to appease the poor. The dark crowd was lying on the ground, not knowing what the high priest was talking about. But then I saw a pale and skinny child standing up from the ground in a daze. He was the owner of the extraordinary fire. New U.S. City, the sixth branch of mankind. The slums and the rich areas are clearly divided. The wealthy areas have basically stabilized, but the riots in the slums are still continuing, and it is unknown how long the various gun battles will last. An emergency call was made to Professor Edward at the paranormal laboratory. The two sides had a close conversation. The old professor conveyed the importance of the matter in earnest words. Extraordinary fire. Can it increase lifespan? Professor, find the person who possesses the extraordinary fire as soon as possible. Edward did not dare to neglect because he was facing the largest tycoon in the city, the controller of the army, and the real ruler of the city today. But he was very embarrassed. Sir, how should we search? The outside world is so chaotic now. What can I do? The voice on the other side of the phone was slightly gloomy. Publish it on the radio and give him the best treatment, and he will come out on his own. Edward frowned and said, in this situation, no matter how good the treatment is, it will be difficult for him to show up. Why should that extraordinary fire kindling trust us? Sir, you must consider this issue objectively and factually. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a while. We will send troops to stabilize the city as soon as possible so that the poor can have a bite to eat. But it's not enough. Far from it. Edward sighed. The other person on the phone said again, then make him a real city hero. New York City needs superheroes now. Yes, the superhero plan. What do you think? We can first let other people with superpowers become superheroes, give them superior treatment, and claim that they have extraordinary fire. Anyone with extraordinary fire will enjoy special rights. Then, fish out the true holder of the extraordinary fire, just like fishing. Edward was silent. This plan seemed feasible. Politics is indeed a dark drama. The fourth branch of human civilization, the city of Rome. Dear Abba Father, dear God, the living God, Jehovah God, dear Lord, the power of religion comforts people's hearts. I have to admit that many cities with strong religious atmospheres stabilize faster. The gods of Pangaea are ruthless and neutral. But most sentient beings don't think about this. They just think that they have witnessed a miracle and believe it. In churches, red archbishops listened to the Pope's edicts. And in the squares, they were crowded with believers. How to say, because there are more educated people, they are not as pious as in Old Delhi. But after all, it's of some use. After all, faith is a way of life. I want to cry out to God and ask Him to bless you. Extraordinary fire. This is a gift from God. May the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ flow into you equally like a river. Amen. Every city has different culture, fundamentals, and status. However, faced with the huge benefits brought by the superfire, they still acted as quickly as possible. The 14th branch of human civilization, Cape Town, once the richest civilization in Africa, it has been plagued by controversy in recent years. With the decline of industry and a sharp economic decline, Cape Town has not had an easy time in recent years. Gangster culture is even more prevalent. This time, the drastic turbulence in the environment naturally plunged the city of Cape Town into serious turmoil, with crimes such as looting, smashing, and burning emerging one after another. At this moment, several major warlords in the city were sitting in a conference room holding a meeting. Also sitting around the round table were several university professors and several former government heads. Find him, and I will marry my daughter to him. The biggest warlord was smoking a cigar and flicking the cigarette. He is very important. He is related to the future of all of us. What if that one is a woman? If it's a girl, I will recognize her as my daughter and give her everything. In short, find her as soon as possible. Several university professors trembled in fear. Sir, even if you say so, it is still difficult to find. We currently have no method to identify superpowers. We must have a stable urban environment so that the owner of the extraordinary fire will be able to trust us. Otherwise, even if you shoot me, I really can't do anything about it. All these warlords have fallen silent. This is big trouble. This is the diversity of civilizations. Some civilizations can rely on luck, while others can rely on strong organizational capabilities to find the holders of extraordinary fire. There are many more civilizations, and even if they know about the existence of transcendent fire, they still can't find this person. Of course, there are civilizations that have good luck, and there are civilizations that have very bad luck. When they learned the truth, they found that the owner of the extraordinary fire was dead. Baga, extraordinary fire type. Why did you die? Human civilization, branch 11. Dongjin City. A group of soldiers and a large group of leaders in suits were facing a student corpse and all doubted life. It's simply more uncomfortable than losing your own life. To be honest, compared with Western cities, the social unrest in Dongjin City is not that big. The three countries in East Asia are influenced by Confucian culture. People are generally conservative and obey authority, and will not have collective doomsday carnivals like Westerners. But their extraordinary fire suddenly died? Dead. Displayed on the screen of the big ball. Number of extraordinary fire types, 0. Yes, it was 1 just now, and just last hour, it suddenly became 0. How did he die? Tell me. The officer excitedly grabbed his subordinate's collar and lifted him up. The subordinate quickly reported, "This student, because of long-term campus violence. I was bullied by a bad boy just now and committed suicide by jumping off a building. Someone saw something like a small flame coming out of his body. The small flame burned on the surface of his skin for a minute and then disappeared. Silence and anger filled the air. Those bad boys are really beasts. Catch them, a bunch of bastards. Whether they are military officers or government leaders, their faces are pale and gray. But no matter how much they yell and curse, people cannot be resurrected, and their extraordinary fire is gone. The sun still rises in the east and sets in the west. The clouds in the sky are still peaceful. The mountains are still towering, and the lakes are still quiet. Pangaea has never lacked civilization, just as this land has witnessed the life and death of countless civilizations. It never cares about them. Chapter 72, Limited Number of Divine Skills. Yunhai City immediately found out who the extraordinary fire was, and the room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The most worrying thing in the institute is 1, 2, 3, for which one should I choose? Mr. Lee, we all want to know, what should we do? I'll just pick one. 1 minute of hesitation here will mean 100 minutes of waiting for Lu Yuan. Li Chunhong said with a smile. He should be very anxious to communicate. Anyway, he can choose anyone to satisfy his desire for communication. Communication across time and space is really troublesome. Humanity's decision-making is still as ink-printed as ever. Are you going to hold a seminar and make me wait for a year? Damn it, you're a bunch of grassroots people. Lu Yuan waited for a long time, but didn't get a reply. He was really bored, so he picked up a file and started reading it. Statistical report on superpowers of meta-civilization. The probability of a superpower appearing in the meta-civilization is about 1 in 10. Most superpowers are pretty good, which means they are at a slightly higher level than ordinary people. But it is worth noting that abilities that may seem incompetent can sometimes be developed. Physical abilities such as giant strength, eagle eye, and rapid reaction all have a lot of room for development. So, what kind of abilities can be developed and what kind of abilities are difficult to develop? What kind of ability is powerful? In this regard, experts from Meta-Civilization divided superpowers into three categories. The first type is abilities based on the form attribute, which are called form techniques. Great strength, eagle eyes, regeneration, these kinds of abilities that rely on the physical body are basically form skills. For example, the strange strength of Panga Bear is a kind of shape skill. The second category is abilities based on the Qi attribute called Qi skills, which can enable people to strengthen their immune systems and perception systems. Typical abilities are quick reaction and sixth sense. In theory, both the physical skills and the Qi skills can be developed. It's just that everyone is rushing to develop the extraordinary fire that can be passed on to each other. After all, the growth potential of this thing is much stronger than most abilities. Other abilities cannot be passed on to each other. How can one person's development compare to the development of the entire civilization together? Since there are skills of form and skills of Qi, there are naturally skills of spirit. Divine skills are extremely rare and basically cannot be developed. They can only be enhanced as their attributes grow. However, the various functions of the divine skills are extremely powerful, such as detection and identification. The detection ability that can be seen in the attribute panel is a kind of divine skill. There are also spatial abilities, predictive abilities, etc., all of which fall into the category of God skills. These people are the true treasures of a civilization. The value of skills of spirit is far higher than skills of form and skills of Qi. According to internal statistics of the meta-civilization, the probability of the first generation of population and the longer the history of the civilization, the higher the probability of the emergence of divine skills, which can even be as high as 1 in 10,000. The meta-civilization also has 13 branches, and naturally there are internal connections. This conclusion seems magical. The following generations will decrease year by year, and in the end there will not be a single owner of the God skill among the 10 million newborns. We believe that even if a conflict of civilizations occurs, the owner of the God skill can still receive amnesty. Because the number of such people is too small, and the number of divine skills that a civilization can produce may be limited. Reading these papers made Yuan dizzy, and he felt like a knife stabbed but his eyes were opened. Except for the extraordinary fire, all my abilities are divine skills. But why is the quantity limited? This is really weird. But the next second, he saw the next sentence. All weird creatures that can destroy civilization are suspected of possessing divine skills. Determining what their divine skills are and finding ways to avoid them is the key to defeating them. The meta-civilization has never fought against strange creatures, but its rhetoric is quite impressive. Yuan rubbed his nose and felt that it made sense. While reading, he deliberately put the paper in front of the camera and shook it twice. Humans can't understand the writings of the meta-civilization anyway. Are you in a hurry? If you're in a hurry, just translate it yourself. Damn it, how long have I been waiting here? It is not easy to decipher the characters. It is said that there are still many characters in the oracle bones that cannot be translated, and it took 300 years to decipher the cuneiform characters. As for the writing of the Meda civilization, without the help of some superpowers, it would take at least several decades, right? After waiting for a long time, I heard 3 sounds of ding, ding, and ding from the big metal ball. A smile appeared on his face. Human beings really wanted to give priority to knowledge related to transcendent fire, an expected result. He is the best at this piece of content. Compared with reading out the paper, he taught by words and deeds, which was more efficient. After pondering for a moment, his fingers, a small flame was released, constantly changing in the air. Since everyone wants to know the relevant knowledge of the extraordinary seed, then I will tell you briefly. This ability is very important and is the top priority for the development of civilization. The method of cultivating extraordinary fire is still very particular. First of all, what I want to teach you is the ignition method. It is the communication technique that meta-civilization spent 10 years developing. Extraordinary fire is an ability that can be taught to each other, but in the process of teaching, some energy loss will inevitably occur. If the loss is too large, it will cause the problem of reduced strength. Especially in the early stages of practice, the power of fire is not enough. Once there is a small loss, maybe a few weeks or a month of hard work will be in vain. Therefore, This ignition method can reduce energy loss to an extremely low level and increase the propagation speed of extraordinary fire extremely quickly. In fact, Yuan had never seriously practiced the ignition pose. He is just one person, so there is no point in cultivating this. However, with his level 2 extraordinary fire, coupled with more than 10 points of measurement attributes and innate abilities such as artisan talent and eternal body, he could easily reproduce this technique. The lighting method is also called the lotus lighting method. First, we need to visualize and outline a delicate and exquisite lotus in our mind. It's not easy to do this. It requires a lot of mental strength and concentration. It takes a lot of practice. But if you want to spread this ability with minimal loss, you need to be meticulous and focused. Once we are able to completely outline the lotus, we can separate a small petal. This small petal will be used to transmit fire. The small flame at Yuan's fingertips changed in a complex form and soon formed a beautiful red lotus. The lotus blooms with a faint light and keeps spinning on the fingertips. He thought for a while and continued. According to the research of the meta-civilization, peeling off one petal a day will not cause much harm to oneself. However, humans are not meta people. There may be physical differences between the two parties. What happens is up to you. Do your own research. It's almost like this pattern. You can study it yourself. There is no need to completely plagiarize it. What the meta-civilization does not control is the final truth. Human beings can also improve it themselves. He peeled off a petal and threw it on the old wolf's head. Ouch! The old wolf felt a little burning. His eyes widened, and he stretched out his tongue to lick it, as if he had eaten a ball of warm air. Yuan tried many times to pass on the transcendent fire to Lao Lang. It's a pity that the old wolf is not an intelligent life, and it can never learn this ability. The essence of the extraordinary fire is actually the skill of Qi, not the skill of God. The number of God skills that can be born in a civilization is limited. Everyone must pay attention to this, and don't let these people die. Yuan cleared his throat. In addition, the fire transmission also has a certain success rate. According to the research of the meta-civilization, healthy adults have a higher chance of transmitting fire, with a success rate of over 80%. The success rate for the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled is relatively low. But as long as you pass it a few more times, you will succeed eventually. Yuan City. A soldier in military uniform and an urban white-collar worker are learning the skills taught by Yuan in front of the screen. This is too difficult. I can only draw one petal. I can't draw any more. The soldier's name is Wang Junhao, an ordinary engineering soldier. Suddenly taking on the important task of spreading the fire, the pressure in my heart cannot be overshadowed. Stop talking nonsense and do more. Brothers are counting on you to spread the flames. The company commander scolded rudely. Don't hold yourself back. Company commander, what is this teacher's name? Can I ask him some questions? There are some steps that are very difficult, and I don't know how to do them. Wang Junhao kept scratching his scalp. He just tried it again, but the extraordinary fire in his mind couldn't sustain it until he could draw only 2 petals. The requirement of the strategy is at least a complete lotus flower. His fire is too weak. I'll learn from you. I can't ask, this is just a video. Company commander, what does he mean by this? I don't understand. How the hell do I know? Hurry up and practice. Another urban white-collar worker, an ordinary programmer, was even more confused. The guy on the screen was playing with the lotus in his hand, as if by magic. Can extraordinary fire really be used like this? Really fake? Could it be that humans actually have a backstage? Don't think about it. This is a secret. The person on the screen, just think of him as the teacher who teaches you. His surname is Liu. The two took the time to meditate, trying to make the fire change into more shapes. As for the third extraordinary fire type owned by Yuan City, it's a pity that we won't be able to find it for a while. But 2 people are enough. As long as they can learn the method of passing on fire, the number of people who possess extraordinary fire will soon increase exponentially. Chapter 73, Yuan's teaching. Apart from Yuan City, there are not many people who follow Yuan to learn in real time. Even if the major cities act faster, it will still take some time to find the owner of the extraordinary fire. Only the 3rd civilization branch, Jadeli, who was extremely lucky, kept up with the pace. In the brightly lit inner hall, wisps of incense rise from the magnificent and majestic statues of gods and Buddhas. And in the square outside the main hall, there are millions of believers worshiping. A brown-skinned young man was squatting in front of the screen, studying the corresponding courses with Yuan. This young man dropped out of middle school and worked in a nearby handicraft factory. He suddenly became the son of God. He was frightened and a little elated at the same time. His name was Churu, and he had a low level of education. He asked with great confusion, "High priest, if I am a child of God, who is he? Why should I learn from him?" The high priest thought for a long time and couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. He could only pretend to be mysterious and said, "Churu, even if you are a child of God, you can't know everything. You need to learn all kinds of knowledge humbly. What's more, the person in front of you is God's appointed leader. Learning from a leader is a blessing. Do you understand?" "God, I understand." The 11th branch of humanity. A group of young people were looking at Professor Yuan with wide eyes. The room was filled with shouts of Baga Baga. Their extraordinary fire is gone. But with a bit of luck, they still recorded this method, especially after hearing what Yuan said. Hunting some powerful extraordinary creatures, there is a chance that you can obtain extraordinary fire. Radical thoughts are taking root in the minds of this group of people. "Sir, we don't have extraordinary fire. Should we cancel the safe zone earlier? Otherwise, our development will become weaker and weaker." How can a group of Heisei, abandoned houses, and Raiwa transvestites who are hiding at home cancel the safe zone? Bow. And as I said, it's dangerous out there. Bow. Each city that attended the course had its own reaction. However, Yuan didn't know all this. After explaining the lotus ignition method, he took a sip of water. He also explained some techniques to speed up the practice. This method is called the acupoint resonance method. Super fire is a very important ability, but the growth of the fire requires spiritual energy. As long as we humans are alive, our thoughts, our loves, our hates, our emotions will all generate spiritual energy. This thing is very unique and is quite different from the energy in the physical world. However, the spiritual energy generated by a person is too little, and the enhancement it brings every day is quite limited. Under normal circumstances, only 10% of the psychic energy absorbed by fire is lost, and the rest is lost. The utilization rate of those with extraordinary talents is about 20%. The higher the utilization rate, the faster the attribute growth. In order to absorb precious spiritual energy to the greatest extent, Metasivilization has developed a method called acupoint resonance, which can greatly increase the energy utilization rate. Those with the highest talent can increase it to about 90%. Those with the lowest talent can also have certain use. The specific method is this: use fire to stimulate these areas. Yuan also practiced this method seriously. In the end, I discovered that my qualifications were indeed not very good. No matter how much he resonated with the acupuncture points, there was still a lot of spiritual energy escaping. That's what the qualifications are. Fortunately, he had the fire red crystal, which provided him with unlimited spiritual energy every day, so he didn't have to worry about his qualifications for cultivation. This stone has been used for nearly half a year, and the red energy has only faded slightly, but it can still supply energy for a long time. You should have seen this stone, right? This is the external spiritual energy. I picked up this stone from the ruins of the Metasivilization. According to the information of the Metasivilization, it will automatically absorb the free spiritual energy in the air, but the absorption is very slow, and it will take hundreds of years to be fully charged. If you have something similar in your city, please make good use of it. It may be the original resource used for cultivation. The method of distinguishing it is very simple. It feels a little warm, just like jade, and it can resonate with the extraordinary fire. The color doesn't have to be red. If there is a faint light, it means the quality is higher. If there is no light, the quality will be lower. Do we have this kind of crystal? Li Chunhong couldn't help but swallowed in Yunhai City. Yuan revealed a lot of information. Haha, yes. There are a few small pieces, transformed from a few pieces of jade in the museum. We never knew what it was used for. Zhang Hui quickly turned around and took out a box from a safe, which contained several pieces of milky white jade. Take it to those two talents with extraordinary seeds to identify it. The results came quickly. It does contain a small amount of psychic energy. Professor Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of a possibility. So-called mutations and supernatural things are closely related to history and culture. The jade pendants just now were tiger talismans used by a famous general in history, and there was also the Emperor's jade seal. In the third branch of civilization, a cow mutated and luckily completed a civilization milestone. They're a civilization that worships cows. The masses regard cows as sacred objects. Cows have a high status and can run around in the streets. We don't have this tradition here, so the cattle haven't mutated. This conjecture makes sense. Li Chunhong was stunned for a moment, then sighed. It's a pity. We are not the capital, so there are not many cultural relics preserved here. Of course, there is too little evidence to support this statement, so it can only be a guess. Everyone sighed and found that there was no way to pursue it, so they had no choice but to give up. These things are indeed resources used to snowball, and they must be used wisely. Lu Yuan said so much in one breath. His desire for expression gradually weakened. When he looked at the time, he had been talking nonsense for several hours. He was going to get some food to refresh himself. Okay, have you received what I said? If you have received it, just ding, I'm going to rest. Let's talk again when we have time. Soon, the big iron ball vibrated and made a soft ding sound. The sun gradually went down, and another ordinary day passed like this in Pangaea. But for Lu Yuan, it was an epic and memorable day. He actually contacted human civilization. He also shared his knowledge. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of spiritual satisfaction. Even because he got in touch with human civilization, he thought that he could no longer be as crazy as before and said righteously to the old wolf, "From today on, be a civilized person and live a beautiful life with a sense of ritual." Ouch! The old wolf ran out, picked up a small fish, presented it to the female wolf, and then the great harmony of life began again. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. You just turned on me when I made up my mind, right? The sense of ritual is such an important thing. The important difference between animals and humans lies in ritual. Human beings will sacrifice, remember, and commemorate some important dates. These rituals form religions, form beliefs, and also bring organizational capabilities. Lu Yuan, the 18th civilization of mankind, although there is only one person, he still wants to pursue the unique sense of ritual belonging to mankind. For example, when drawing out paper, you must draw 2 sheets. If you draw only 1 sheet, it will cause a sense of uneasiness. For another example, check your phone before going to bed, and check your phone after waking up. Don't unplug it when it's charged to 99%. It must be charged to 100%. Or before the top student sister takes the exam, you will routinely say a few derogatory words. If she does well in the exam, you will pretend to be dead. If she does not do well in the exam, you will immediately gloat. I know you didn't study hard, so let's study hard. Also, when talking to your parents, if keywords such as so-and-so's daughter or dad is old come up, be mentally prepared for a blind date immediately. Lu Yuan shook his head heavily. What the hell is this? But at this moment, he had no way to make up for his regrets. The cracking fire sounded, and his thoughts were brought back to reality. How do you describe this sense of ritual? Oh, let's just do it. Lu Yuan suddenly lost that enthusiasm. Time will really erase a lot. In less than a year, he found that he had forgotten a lot of things, especially the details of life. The whole family is busy eating at the table. They go to work in the morning and get off work in the evening, and they have to squeeze into the subway. It is not easy to squeeze in the crowded scene. He lived almost the same life every day, but it was the first half of his life. Those days are like an old photo that has been colored and washed away, bringing a sense of passage of time. They are like red maple leaves, falling from the trees and slowly rotting in the soil. Even if you have to recall it, you can still recall it. But the past living habits and various details of the past are becoming blurred. This is not a good thing, but it is not a bad thing either. It means that Lu Yuan is adapting to life in Panga continent. When I return to the human world, will others view me the same way they view a caveman? Look at that guy. He's such a coward. Then the leader of civilization saluted me. Comrade Lu Yuan, welcome home. Fire the salute. Play the ceremonial music. Passers-by were shocked. Completed a beautiful wave of pretending to be slapped in the face. The premise is that we can come back alive. Human beings still exist. Lu Yuan laughed, entertained himself, and fantasized for a while. After eating, we went to the various archives in the data center to search for information. He remembered something very important. The donkey-headed monster is a potential threat. Don't take it lightly just because you have contacted a human. Maybe the donkey-headed monster will attack tomorrow, and he will die immediately. Chapter 74, The Water in Pangaea, is deeper than imagined. Let's look for it. If we have no choice but to run away. Lu Yuan rummaged through the box and took out a pile of old documents. Nothing can withstand the erosion of time, and the lifespan of acid-free paper is only 200 years. The lower the files are, the more susceptible they are to moisture, and many handwritings are blurred. He could only pick out a few that were barely watchable. Incomprehensible supernatural phenomena. Meda Civilization Top Secret File number 109709. Author Guang Chagawei. On month day, a large-scale serial disappearance incident. People continue to disappear on the edge of the city, suspected to be the interference of unknown superpowers from the outside world. The final number of missing persons is 44. Yuan's eyes can help with translation, so his reading speed is quite good. File 1, the post published by the first missing person. The specific content of this post is as follows. Hello everyone, I am a farmer near the city. I've been farming on the farm on the edge of the city to provide food for you. As you know, there are always monsters watching outside the safe zone. Some of them are weird and scary. The safe zone seems to be hidden in space. As long as we ignore them, they can't do anything to us. But a very scary thing happened these days. I found that part of the soil was oozing red liquid, just like blood, forming a small blood pit. Photo. Comments from a bunch of netizens. The photo is blurry, probably because it has been specially processed. In fact, this kind of thing happens all the time. You are not farmers, so you don't know it at all. In our circle, there is a jargon that is not made public called living sacrifice. Panga continent sometimes wants to devour flesh and blood. Just buy some livestock and bury them there to satisfy this land. Next year's harvest will be exceptionally good. This is common knowledge in the industry, so don't make a fuss. Recently, there are more and more blood pits that need to be sacrificed alive. If there is no sacrifice, these pits will become bigger. Yuan frowned when he saw this. He confirmed several times that this was indeed a top secret file and not some folktale. In the comments below from some netizens, most of the made-up people are scolding the farmers for being superstitious, and some are questioning that their food is grown from this kind of soil and can still be eaten by people. Anyway, I bought some meat and threw it into the red pit. A strange thing happened. The lump of flesh slowly turned into my face. Photo. Once again, this photo has been specially processed. Only 2 eyes are clear, empty, without focus, with a cold, dead silence. Those eyes were staring at him. There was no bloody and terrifying scene, but it made people's scalp numb and cold sweat broke out. The extraordinary spark in Yuan's mind flashed, and only then did he suppress this inexplicable panic. But the post ends here. The following is the text added by the investigator himself. Subsequent investigation. The poster was found buried in a dirt pit, and his facial expressions and movements were exactly the same as in the photo. At the same time, the 43 forum members who saw the photo were all buried in the nearby soil. According to surveillance footage, they buried themselves and lost their vitality. Only one person with level 2 supernatural fire resisted this fear and survived. Post-event analysis. This unknown ability is suspected to be spread through photos and has the ability to manipulate the mind, allowing the farmer to post the post. Follow-up treatment method. All the soil on the farm is burned at high temperature and covered with concrete. Life sacrifice is strictly prohibited. The original photo has been destroyed, and the remaining copies have been processed and no longer have the ability to be disseminated. In the end, Meta-Civilization did not figure out what was going on in this case. Therefore, it is classified as an incomprehensible, mysterious phenomenon. Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. In other words, there were some abilities that could actually transcend the safe zone. Of course, the monster's body still can't get in. It may be quite difficult to transcend this ability, otherwise it would be impossible to burn it once and pour a little concrete to clean it up. Damn, just looking at the photo could be spread. It seems that you can't read the papers here. What surprised him even more was that the water in Panga continent was indeed deeper than he had imagined. The safe zone doesn't seem to be absolutely safe. Of course, God doesn't seem to guarantee absolute safety either. It just gave it this name. Anyone who believes in it is an idiot. Yuan mustered up his courage and read the next few reports. Incomprehensible supernatural phenomena. Meta-Civilization Top Secret File number 109711. Auteur, Guanshaku. On month day, the cat-faced old lady incident. In a residential building, an elderly person turned into a cat-faced old lady, completely lost her mind, and attacked single males at night. The number of missing persons was 2 in the end. The specific content is as follows. Cause of formation, unknown. Processing method. After capturing it, pass through the light curtain in the safe area and physically destroy it. What kind of mysterious file is this? There are also various deaths. The resurrection case and the underground giant rat case made him feel embarrassed. Fortunately, most of these strange things happened in the middle to late 8th era, that is 10,000 years later. The frequency of occurrence in the early stage is actually not high, or almost nothing. Hey, I just found some ghost stories, but I still haven't found any information about the donkey-headed monster. Yuan simply moved several cabinets of papers into the storage space, then went to the room where the big metal ball was and watched it slowly. Every time a paper is viewed, it is passed through in front of the camera, which is equivalent to being received by humans. Hello everyone, these things are special events encountered by the meta-civilization, which make me a little nervous. Yuan deliberately showed the photo of dead eyes in front of the camera for a while. Everyone, please read it with me. It's all valid information and very valuable. According to the law of conservation of smiles, the smiles on countless people's faces disappear. These smiles obviously transferred to Yuan's face. He was indeed very happy. The writing system of the Meda civilization is different from the mainstream human languages such as Chinese, English, and Spanish, so Yuan specially translated some of the papers in Chinese. But that's all. There are at least 100,000 articles here, and it would take him dozens or even hundreds of years to translate them all. Therefore, he did not translate the rest and was happy enough to be able to go through it once in front of the camera. Humans must decipher the writing system of the meta-civilization based on the translation he just made, and then read these articles by replaying the video. As for whether it can be deciphered, this is not something Yuan should worry about. Please, I can handle the translation problem by myself. You can't do it, right? He was busy like this until midnight. Yuan yawned. He read a lot of ghost stories, but still couldn't find what he was looking for. There is no information on the donkey-headed monster, nor on the demon. Alas, the meta-civilization has never fought against outside creatures. Perhaps they have observed demons, but they cannot tell them apart. In essence, all ghost stories are just the ability of a powerful being. The later the era, the more powerful beings there are, and the more ghost stories there will naturally be. With this thought, Yuan had nothing to worry about. The most frightening thing in the world was the unknown. Now that it had become known, there was nothing to be afraid of. If he could survive until the later stages of the era, he might be even stronger than those ghosts. So he waved to the big metal ball. Good night, go to sleep. Let's talk tomorrow. He returned to his bedroom and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yuan routinely got up with the sun. But there is one more thing today, saying hello to the big metal ball. Good morning, it's a new day. The leisure life was gone forever, and he went out early in the morning. Yuan still has his own things to do. The plan for the year is spring. He has to sow those potatoes, as well as onions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings. He even planted a few pomegranates in an attempt to grow a new pomegranate tree. Well, he was indeed a bit greedy. By the way, he also wanted to build a fence near the farmland to prevent the crops from being damaged by wild animals. Dadong people's farming genes allow them to enjoy and be happy in the farming process. What is more worth looking forward to than being able to get a stable harvest after hard work? There's another more important thing. Yuan has to patrol the surroundings. Panga gray wolf is not a powerful species, but it has its own territory. If you see footprints, smells, or feces of unknown creatures, you must be careful. Many wild animals will attack at night, so you must take precautions. But a very strange thing happened today. After he climbed up a big tree, he saw the migration of a large army of scorpions. Looking down from the high slope, the largest scorpion king is 20 meters long and moves like a large armored tank. The carapace of its entire body was purple, and the barb on its tail, which contained a deadly poison, glowed with a lavender light. Scorpio, a mutant scorpion that has lived for at least 400 years. It has a wealth of combat abilities. Due to years of evolution, it may be smarter than other scorpions. It likes insects with soft and juicy bodies and occasionally feeds on some plants. Note, the barb on its tail contains highly toxic substances. Shape, 28.330.1. Chi, 14.619.2. God, 1.82.1. Ability? Extraordinary level. There is a high probability that it is level 4. Yuan squinted his eyes. Good guy, he has nearly 30 points of physical attributes and only 2 points of divine attributes. The distribution of this three-dimensional attribute is too scientific. This vast army, composed of tens of thousands of scorpions, is heading south. I don't know where their final destination is. That's it for today's updates. 5 updates. Chapter 75 picked up a batch of treasures in vain. Watching these animals leave en masse, Lu Yuan had a not-so-good premonition. The valley where scorpions live has a large number of acacia trees. The trees are densely packed with beetles, a kind of green bug, that are the main food of scorpions. Wild animals are not very intelligent, but they often have their own survival instincts. Why do scorpions migrate? They abandon their territory. Where can they find so many bugs to eat? Lu Yuan plucked up the courage, went to Scorpion's lair, searched for a while, and found a piece of black ore weighing more than 200 kilograms. Dark iron ore. Iron ore has a small probability of turning into black iron in some unknown environments, and the material properties are greatly improved. Inferior quality, natural wonders. Ability, perseverance. The idealistic nature is relatively stable and can isolate other idealistic abilities to a certain extent. Garbage man Lu Yuan didn't know whether he should be excited or worried. He didn't have to fight monsters to get the treasure here. You clearly want to play the dungeon, but find out that O is on a business trip? After jogging for another 20 kilometers, we arrived at the territory of another small boss, the King Cobra. This is a huge cave, and the sound of gurgling water can be heard from far away. The geographical environment in the cave is winding and complex, with fast-flowing water leading to a dark underground world. Lu Yuan was allergic to snakes, so he just watched from a distance. As expected, the huge king cobra and its large number of quantum offspring had long since left here, leaving only snake sloughs and snake feces all over the ground. Lu Yuan was not in a very good mood. Then he couldn't control his hands and picked up the garbage in the cave. King Snake Slew. What's left after a giant python changes its skin. As a medicine, it can improve immunity and enhance cell activity. Made into clothes, the innate smell it emits can repel mosquito bites. Inferior quality, natural wonders. This thick snake slew is the real deal. The most terrifying creatures in the forest are not jackals, tigers, leopards, or piranha, but poisonous insects that are everywhere. Although extraordinary fire has therapeutic uses, it can't help being bitten by insects all the time. And some bugs, maybe superpowered bugs, can fill up a bowl in one bite. Viper's tooth. The fallen teeth of the king snake are very hard and are the best material for bone knives. Inferior quality, natural wonders. Ability, strong, it is harder than normal material. But Lu Yuan couldn't be happy after picking up the treasure in vain. They probably sensed the danger, so they left. The answer is obvious. It was the donkey-headed monster that scared the animals away. The huge stone in his heart slowly lifted up, and Lu Yuan felt a little heavy. Oh shit! When I looked back, I saw that the mother bear and her two cubs had not left. The stupid mother bear was still guarding her corn tree and looked alert when she saw Lu Yuan. Roar! Seeing that the stupid bear did not leave, his mood improved. I'm very busy today and don't have the time to fight with it. He left a piece of steam bun and went away. Hurrying again, he arrived at the bees' territory. The swarm of bees didn't leave either. But the bee swarm was obviously more restless than before. Many worker bees took the wrong medicine. Lu Yuan flapped his wings and attacked before he even got close. As for the piranha, well, this guy doesn't have the ability to leave even if he wants to. Only the stupid bear didn't respond. Its extraordinary level is still too low, only level 1. Or maybe it sensed the crisis and just couldn't bear to part with its corn tree. Lu Yuan's confidence was once again shaken by this crazy situation of impending disaster. He may have encountered an incomprehensible supernatural disaster described by the meta-civilization, and it's not too late to escape now. But where did he escape to? The city in the sky 17,000 kilometers away? What if there are similar monsters in that place? When the time comes, what should we do? Returned to his camp and looked up more information. Meta civilization has been observing the outside world for 30,000 years, and there must be some words about it. But I didn't find it. Even the contact with humans was no longer good. He put the metal ball next to him, and whatever he looked up, the metal ball looked at. The communicator occasionally made a ding sound, which seemed to express gratitude. After searching for a long time, I really found something useful. Incomprehensible paranormal phenomena, inductive and integrated investigation report. Investigator, Guangcha Yu. In Pangea, there are too many weird and incomprehensible life forms. They are eager to enter the safe zone and linger around for a long time. We believe that using life to describe them is not appropriate because they do not seem to require energy at the material level, only spiritual energy. In other words, these species do not require normal feeding. Where does spiritual energy come from? It's very simple. The higher the God attribute of a species, the higher the idealistic energy that bursts out under extreme emotions. At the same time, the extraordinary fire is the sky, a collection of natural idealistic energy. They are hunting civilization. Hunting ordinary creatures does not make much sense to them. Yuan cursed in his heart. Why do you feel that the extraordinary fire has turned into a trap? We have observed many similar spiritual life forms. The most powerful ones often have a common characteristic. They can produce extremely large-scale, field-like abilities. We do not yet know what changes will occur in the field. Photo. Some experts believe that spiritual creatures also have physical entities. Without entities, it would be much more difficult for them to interfere with physical reality. Therefore, as long as heavy weapons are used to blow up their entities, the idealistic creatures will also weaken and even die. We think this statement is reasonable. Because they occur in a safe zone, most unknown supernatural events can be solved using high temperature, high pressure, physical isolation, nuclear radiation, etc. This also proves that supernatural power has its own limits. They absolutely cannot be invincible. Otherwise, the civilizations operating in the outside world would have been hunted down by them long ago. Yuan felt a little more at ease and patted his forehead. It would be nice if there was a way to solve it. Observe these photos carefully. You will see monsters one after another, such as black figures, sphinxes, and chicken heads and tails. The most typical feature is that the light around them is greatly distorted, just like black holes. In addition, these photos can also cause special psychological fears in people. The extraordinary fire in the mind beats involuntarily, or flinches, or is full of fighting spirit, just depends on the holder's thoughts. If you observe carefully, you will find that the monster photographed by meta-civilization is much stronger than the donkey-headed monster you encountered. Those black domains are simply airtight, which makes people feel frightened and breathless when they look at them. As for the donkey-headed monster, although Yuan's sixth sense was a little frightening, he felt that as long as he planned well, he would have a chance of victory. This was an innate intuition. After all, the donkey-headed monster just woke up. His whole body was rotten, and he didn't even have any strength. And these monsters in the photos are all very powerful and show no signs of decay. Idealistic rules are complex and vast, but physical laws also govern the world. A loose, rotten bone is certainly not as strong as a healthy, fresh bone. Yuan suddenly realized what the donkey-headed monster was trying to do by squatting near the salamander's bones. Could it be using the salamander's bones to perform surgery on itself? Let's see if there is any information. He turned the page lightly. Incomprehensible supernatural phenomena. Top secret file number 112397. Investigator. Guang Cheikyu. In Panga continent, the danger is not only those idealistic monsters, but also civilization. We have observed more than once that foreign civilizations have been at war with each other. In a very distant place, a huge explosion occurred, which was probably caused by a nuclear weapon. According to our scientists' speculation, the benefits of two civilizations meeting each other, communicating on an equal footing, and trading with each other are greater than plundering each other. War is risky after all. Civilized wars are life and death struggles. Once a war starts, it is difficult to hold back. There may be reasons we don't know. Of course, it is also possible that the gap between the two sides is too great, resulting in the strong civilization being able to easily plunder the weak civilization. And we have been in the safe zone for too long, and we are obviously the weakest civilization. What should we do? The investigator named Guang Chaju also included some private information in the report, calling for the safe zone to be withdrawn as soon as possible and to enter Pangaea. Yuan looked at the time when comrade Guang Chago wrote the report. It was probably the 150th year after the meta-civilization entered Pangaea. That is 15,000 years of Pangaea time. But what comrade Guang Chago must not have expected is that even after 200 years, the meta-civilization still has not revoked the safe zone. What a tragedy! However, Yuan understood why meta-civilization was so cautious. Because the outside world is really dangerous. Fortunately, civilized wars will only happen in 10,000 years. What I need to consider now is, should I run away or fight? Killing that donkey-headed monster is definitely a huge milestone for civilization, and it can nip this danger in the bud. As long as we kill it, there shouldn't be much risk around the meta-civilization. However, the information on the meta-civilization is still too poor. They have never fought against these idealistic beings and only have some simple speculations. There are no clear standards for how to kill and to what extent it needs to be done, so you need to make your own decision. You have to bear the risks yourself. As the night grew darker, Yuan leaned against the window, looking at the distant stars, feeling the vastness of the universe, the pride of life, the preciousness of time, and the proximity of death. Old wolf, I'm beginning to be scared to death. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. If I seek comfort, many opportunities will slip away. Chapter 76. The craftsman's talent and inspiration burst forth. Chapter 76. Craftsman's talent. Inspiration bursts. Yuan said softly. If I was only thinking about avoiding risks, I would not be able to cross the Pangda continent and return to my hometown. Everyone laughs at the meta-civilization. But who is not a meta-civilization? The old wolf lay on the ground leisurely, watching his master fall into a faint sadness. It is always carefree. It is a wolf with a strong desire to survive. It is very old and only wants to pick up beautiful girls. However, if the owner wants to do something dangerous, it will not object too much because it doesn't understand anyway. Yuan also lay on the ground and touched the dog's head. Whether life is good or not, it is just like this. You have to get used to the twists and turns in life. No matter what the environment is, a person's destiny is always in his own hands. Just thinking about it, suddenly, a faint inspiration arose in his heart. This inspiration came from nowhere, as if there was a warm current running up the spine, completely filling the entire brain. His mind seemed to be blocked by something and needed to be released in some way. Yuan took a deep breath. It feels strange. What happened? Yuan rubbed his temples with his fingers, opened his eyes again, and found that everything in his field of vision became extremely clear. I still couldn't figure out what was going on for a while, so I quickly checked myself and found that I had an extra positive explosion of inspiration. Due to the pressure in life, you are currently in a state of inspiration. Make a piece of equipment quickly. Almost 100% able to make a good piece of equipment. It's hard to describe this feeling of overwhelming inspiration. It was as if his entire nerve endings had grown outside his brain and were connected to everything in the universe. Everything in the world seemed to be beating like a pulse. Yuan was speechless. He remembered the craftsman's talent he had received a few days ago. Craftsman talent. Your spatial imagination has been greatly improved, and you are comfortable using any tool. Occasionally, inspiration will burst out, and a clue of order will be found in that endless supernatural world. He never knew what the so-called outbreak of inspiration was. Now, I finally understand. It turns out that he is a breakdown artist who can generate inspiration whenever he is under great pressure. Am I such a person? Yuan was surprised and happy. But he didn't have any good extraordinary materials on hand. Salamander skin, king cobra slough, and black iron were all inferior natural wonders. The king cobra's slough had not yet been tanned, and the black iron had not yet been smelted. Only the salamander skin was left to be used. Old wolf, watch the gate. Call me if anything happens. He took a deep breath, lit an oil lamp, sat at the table, and focused most of his attention on the leather. Then he took out the deadless sewing tools. He felt the veins and heartbeat of the leather. This feeling is very strange. Most of the veins are disorganized, influencing and neutralizing each other. If you want to stimulate the inherent capabilities of leather, you must sort these things out. Yuan's inspiration lies in sorting out these connections. A faint light burst out from his fingers, which was the ironing of the extraordinary fire and also a necessary process to re-stimulate his abilities. Immersed in a state of inspiration, he suddenly found that the originally vague context seemed to have some clues, to the point of completely forgetting about time and risks. I'm addicted to it and can't extricate myself. His fingers were rough, with calluses on his joints and palms, but they were extremely flexible. Every needle and thread was inserted between the veins, trying not to destroy the original properties. This method is impossible for traditional industries to achieve. One night passed, and Yuan sewed a pair of trousers, a leather coat, and a pair of shoes. That indescribable burst of inspiration also completely left him, as if he had fallen back from heaven to the mortal world, and he could no longer feel those veins. Yuan came back to his senses, his boiling brain gradually calmed down. He was a little tired, but extremely excited. Yuan's salamander suit, inferior grade man-made extraordinary item, +++. A man-made wonder made by sewing master Yuan. which embodies Lu Yuan's inspiration and hard work. I have to admit that the poor leather tanning technology drags down this item. This equipment can resonate with your extraordinary fire, thereby activating inner abilities. Ability 1. High temperature resistance. This equipment can at least temporarily resist temperatures of 2000 degrees Celsius and has excellent heat insulation effect. Ability 2. Strong. It is much stronger than normal leather, and its durability is greatly improved. This is the real equipment. The previous ones were just rotten fish and shrimps. He excitedly put on this set of equipment and took a look in the mirror. A simple and luxurious aristocratic feeling comes to you. Its color is brown-red. Its texture is beautiful. Its color is soft. And it also has a deep oriental charm. During the Yellow Emperor's period in the ancient Bactrian civilization, people would peel off the skins of tigers and leopards to make pullovers because of their admiration for them. During the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, leather could not be worn casually and was mainly used to make armors and combat boots for the army. The set of clothes Lu Yuan is currently making is combat clothing, which is flexible and light, slightly activating the extraordinary fire. The equipment resonated with the fire and turned into a deep red color, while also gaining the ability to resist high temperatures and become strong. The clothes and pants I had sewn before were like the ugly duckling facing the white swan. The inherent capabilities of these leathers have been pushed almost to the limit. After all, the quality of the leather itself is only of inferior quality, and it is extremely difficult to exceed the limit. In addition, Lu Yuan's own extraordinary knowledge is not rich enough. Even if he is full of inspiration, knowledge is still important. Just like the mathematical genius Ramanujan, he had to go to Cambridge University for further studies in order to better display his talents. Without a lot of knowledge, you can only equip yourself to this extent. Lu Yuan stretched and went to the bucket to wash his face. He felt like he was crazy. It was obviously a dangerous environment, but he was concentrating on making equipment for the whole night without any distractions. There is only a group of wolves guarding him, but he was extremely excited and delighted to the extreme. It was like seeing a loved one, admiring one's creation over and over again. The suffix Lu Yuan's makes people inexplicably proud. Even if someone else gets this set of equipment, after identification, the term Lu Yuan's will still appear. This is the naming right. When creating, Lu Yuan already knew about the naming rights, which seemed to be a kind of idealistic rule in the dark. At that time, he could also choose to give up the naming rights. But how many artists would abandon their own children? The +++ above should be a mark of level improvement. Among low-quality items, it is almost the highest level. Without extraordinary inspiration, it was almost impossible for Lu Yuan to make another piece of the same equipment. It seems that the talent of artisan talent is quite awesome. But with an extra set of equipment, can I beat the donkey-headed monster? I'm going to die. I need more. Give me strength. Give me inspiration. I'm about to take part in an impossible battle. Lu Yuan Yu'd himself crazily, wanting to collapse the artist again. But in fact, he was so happy that no matter how much he suggested himself, he had no inspiration. In the end, he could only sigh in embarrassment. The most helpless thing in the world is that you can't catch it. The more you act like a licking dog, the more you will get nothing. After making this piece of equipment, Lu Yuan was still very satisfied with the harvest results. He slept for a few hours first and chatted with the humans for a few minutes about his experience in making equipment. Then patrol around, thinking about the possible battle that may happen next. His spider venom glands have been used up, leaving only a bottle of vegetable oil soaked in the venom glands. There is still some spider toxin in this bottle of grease. Smeared on a dagger, it can be considered a killer weapon. But whether the toxin is useful to the donkey-headed monster is a big question. The flesh of that thing is inherently rotten. In addition, he also has salamander fuel crystals, which can produce intense high temperatures up to 3000 degrees Celsius. Lu Yuan looked at the set of equipment with high temperature resistance ability and fell into deep thought. Due to the unqualified tanning method, the leather was downgraded from general grade to inferior grade, and its high-temperature resistance can only withstand about 2000 degrees Celsius. In addition, this protection is only short-term and not unlimited. No matter how good the insulation is, heat will always be transferred in. Within these constraints, several simple ideas came to his mind. Use fire attack. I don't know if it's due to psychological factors, but the quiet city ruins seem even quieter at this moment, and the only sound is the rustling footsteps. In the early spring, all kinds of insects come out in nests, making people feel a little irritated. Ouch! The old wolf suddenly roared, spread his legs, and rushed towards the corner of a collapsed house. Lift your neck forward, kick your feet back, and make a gesture of smelling the air. What's wrong? Lu Yuan also stretched his neck and smelled it for a long time. Although he is a level 2 extraordinary creature, his sense of smell is still not as sensitive as a level 0 old wolf. Direct the energy of supernatural fire to the tip of your nose to temporarily enhance your sense of smell. Suddenly, the whole world's sense of smell seemed to become colorful. Having a strong sense of smell is actually not a good thing. It means that you can smell all kinds of naturally occurring odors in nature. For example, the dog in front of him was secretly releasing his urine in the corner. The stench, amplified 100 times, immediately made Lu Yuan's head dizzy. He subconsciously stretched out his foot and kicked the urinating dog away. But gradually, Lu Yuan's heart sank. He smelled a faint rancid smell, which was very unique and obvious. The other odors are fresh, but this rancid smell is like old bacon, mixed in like a touch of black among the colorful. As long as you try hard to distinguish, you can still smell it. Chapter 77: A Smart Opponent. Lu Yuan licked his dry lips and suppressed the nervousness in his heart. This place is only 3 kilometers away from my camp. Fortunately, they didn't attack me at night. I was making equipment at that time. Damn, this damn thing. Lu Yuan felt a little scared and walked forward for a while. Under the corn tree, 2 little bears were spinning in circles. When they saw Lu Yuan, they ran over happily, hugged Lu Yuan's thighs for comfort, and their dark eyes were about to cry. Are you hungry? Lu Yuan squatted down and started petting the little bear. This fat bear has soft fur and feels like a plush toy. I found that the 2 little bears were full of nervousness and anxiety. The smaller yellow-haired bear collapsed to the ground, crying ah. Even though Lu Yuan kept comforting it, it kept shaking with fear. Where's your mother? Lu Yuan asked, with a bad feeling rising in his heart. Could she run away? That mother bear has a history of abandoning her cubs and running away alone. Her moral character is absolutely corrupt. The 2 little bears couldn't speak. They were just very scared and didn't even dare to go back to their cave. In desperation, Lu Yuan could only feed them some pomegranates. Under the temptation of the rare delicacy, the 2 little bears finally stopped trembling and enjoyed it wholeheartedly. Lao Lan, watch them and don't let them eat the little bears. Lu Yuan waved his hand and instructed the old wolf. I'll go to their house and take a look. The old wolf raised his head proudly and jumped onto a big rock. The most important thing for a qualified sheepdog is not its fighting ability, but its concentration and the ability to understand commands. In this regard, Lao Lang is quite qualified. Roar, roar. Wait, why are you robbing pomegranates? Don't be such a loser, my brother. Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly when he saw the old wolf looking careless and bullying the little bear. He carefully entered Panga Bear's cave. The female bear was indeed not in the cave. He groped around here, but there were no signs of fighting or so-called bloodstains. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, he smelled a faint rancid smell again. Just for a moment, Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and he became energetic. Is it the smell of the donkey-headed monster again? Did it attack a female bear? Lu Yuan and Shi Xiong had a fighting acquaintance. It was not possible to say how deep their relationship was. The female bear is wild and untamable, and has always been wary of him, Lao Lu, and she would roar when she saw him. After a long period of fruitless domestication, Lu Yuan was also a little annoyed, let alone licking the female bear. Think about it. Even if it is a cute orange cat that bites its owner when it sees it, it is impossible for people to like it. On the contrary, he had a good relationship with the 2 cubs. After all, the cubs were less vigilant. They had a round body and belly full of fat. They ran over as soon as they saw Lu Yuan. She bear. Life in Panga Continent was cruel, and even Lu Yuan himself could barely make a living. But out of human sympathy, he still felt some pity. After walking out of the cave, he touched the little bear and said, "What should you 2 do after losing your mother? Or follow me?" There are so many things like this in nature. It is normal for more powerful creatures to hunt weaker creatures. Obviously, the donkey-headed monster has already taken action, and there is not much time for Lu Yuan to make a decision. After returning to the camp, temporarily settling down the 2 homeless cubs, and watching them fall into sweet dreams, Lu Yuan cautiously headed to the Salamander Valley. When approaching that area, Lu Yuan clearly felt that his extraordinary fire was beating again. as if he had encountered some natural enemy. This is an innate instinct derived from extraordinary fire. The old wolf next to him was obviously getting nervous. If Lu Yuan hadn't been by his side, it would have taken enchanting little steps and started running away. Breathe deeply, breathe deeply. This strange psychological state is a little different from when facing the big O piranha. Piranha is indeed very strong, so strong that Lu Yuan has no capital to challenge it. But as long as you don't provoke it, it won't provoke you. The power of the piranha can be predicted and understood, and the rotting donkey-headed monster can only be described as weird. When he thought of that thing, coupled with the descriptions in the treatises on meta-civilization, Lu Yuan's pores were shrinking, adrenaline began to surge, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. He had no idea how strong the opponent was. What am I afraid of? No matter what it is, as long as I live in Panga Continent, I will face it sooner or later. Lu Yuan smiled mockingly to himself, and was even prepared for his worldview to be subverted. He could accept all Cthulhu, monsters, and monsters. Come on, let me see what you are. Lu Yuan restrained his breath and prepared himself mentally. Even if it's a ghost, it's a good thing to recognize it early. Can't beat him? There's nothing you can do about it. Lu Yuan actually has a more open-minded attitude towards death. If he can live, he hopes to live well and always. Live until the day you return to the human homeland. If I try my best but still die in battle, that's not unacceptable. After all, a person's power is too limited. If you insist on thinking that you can fight against heaven and earth, it would be too naive. Half an hour later, he came to the place where he had scratched with the branch. He twitched his nose twice and smelled a rotten stench. That gray-black miasma has indeed spread a little more than it did 2 days ago. The weeds in the black miasma became even more withered and yellow. The toxicity of these miasma is not very strong and will not kill people instantly. Lu Yuan climbed up the hill, gently lay down in the grass, took out a picked-up telescope from his pocket, and secretly looked at the other party out of the corner of his eye. Things like glass actually have a lifespan similar to that of stone and basically won't age when buried in the soil. Instead, the metal on the surface of the telescope was all rusted and aged. So Lu Yuan took out 2 lenses, one convex and one concave, and used wood as the outer shell to make a simple telescope. Since he acquired the talent of a craftsman, his skills in making things have indeed become more and more advanced, and a simple manual work is not difficult for him at all. The donkey-headed monster was still standing near the remains of the salamander. Near the donkey-headed monster, about 5 meters away, is the female bear. The female bear is very large. Even sitting there, she is taller than the donkey-headed monster. It had a look of intense fear on its face. Its mouth was open, and it wanted to howl, but couldn't. The unparalleled fear actually paralyzed a bear in place, without even the desire to attack. A female Panga grizzly bear seems to be still alive, but is cowering due to intense panic. Its vitality is slowly draining away. The female bear is still alive. Lu Yuan suppressed his racing heart and tapped the ground gently. For a while, he didn't have any special ideas. It would not be wise to rush into the miasma and fight this monster one-on-one. Unless the opponent rushes out directly and falls into the trap I have prepared, I can be sure of defeating it. But what is this guy doing squatting over the remains of the salamander? He squinted his eyes and looked at it for a long time. It seems like eating bones? No, it's not about eating bones. It's about forcefully stuffing bones into one's body. The whole process is very slow because most of the salamander's bones are so big that they look like pillars and beams. The donkey-headed monster is only human-sized, about 2 meters tall. It must carefully select and polish each bone before it can be forced into its body. The scene of inserting bones into carrion made people feel physically uncomfortable. The smelly and yellow corpse water kept splashing out from its body. The female bear was paralyzed with fear. The donkey-headed monster ignored it and just slowly inserted the bones. Lu Yuan's scalp was numb, and thoughts were running through his mind. What is it doing? Seizing the body? Skeleton clan? Undead clan? Reshaping the body, resurrecting from the dead. Although I already had some psychological expectations, when I actually saw this scene, it was still difficult to describe my mood at the moment. The extraordinary fire source continuously transmits a mysterious thought. Kill the opponent. Kill the opponent as quickly as possible. Once the opponent repairs his body, he will no longer be his opponent. Lu Yuan scratched the hair on his head, calmed his heartbeat, and calmed himself down a little. The female bear also has bones on her body, which may be a spare tire for her to repair her body. Is it because she doesn't kill the female bear? Cold sweat crept up my back, and my brain was running rapidly. In just a moment, all kinds of thoughts came to me. No, 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 it also has a better spare tire. And that is me. I am a second-level extraordinary being, one level higher than the female bear. I'm about the same size as it, and my bones are obviously more suitable, but it didn't hunt me. Why didn't it find me? The only possibility is that I have the strength to kill it. I have extraordinary fire, but the she-bear doesn't. Until it regains its vitality, the donkey-headed monster has no certainty of victory. If we analyze it according to this situation, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated, thinking of a more terrifying possibility. It might have intelligence. Scientists from the meta-civilization once speculated that some weird spiritual creatures seem to possess extremely cunning wisdom. This is actually the focus of the discussion on meta-civilization. Monsters are already difficult to fight, but with wisdom, the level of terror skyrockets. The intelligence gap between intelligent life and animals is that intelligent creatures plan in the long term, while animals can only see the immediate future. Now, this donkey-headed monster can endure temptation. If this is not wisdom, what is it? This terrifying conclusion troubled Lu Yuan's scalp and made his pores shrink. Deep in his heart, he once again raised the risk level of the donkey-headed monster by several levels. Although it is possible that he is just imagining things, it is always right to show leniency to the enemy. I want to kill it, and I have to kill it as soon as possible. It already knows my existence. I will die when it develops. Chapter 78, The Cunning Derived from the Devil. Lu Yuan clenched his fists and finally made up his mind to fight. He estimated with the naked eye that the distance between the two sides was about 7 kilometers. It was basically impossible to throw the spear across with physical strength. Even if he stands on the hillside and throws down from high, it is still too far. Unless I enter the miasma and throw it, there is a chance of success. But entering this layer of miasma is too dangerous. This gray miasma is not black in the physical sense, but a fear on the spiritual level, the loss of vitality. It is also the domain described in the meta-civilization paper, something that only high-level extraordinary beings can produce. How about making a crossbow by hand? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. The most important material for the crossbow is the highly elastic bowstring, which he happened to have on hand, 2 salamander spinal tendons. That long tendon requires tremendous strength to be stretched open. Yes, even with Lu Yuan's current strength, he could only stretch it about halfway. But if used to make bows and arrows, it is better to throw your own spear. Therefore, the tendon has been used. After I made the ballista, I fired the fuel crystals of the salamanders over there and burned those damn bones. Lu Yuan used his physics knowledge, which he hadn't used for 10 years, to calculate the trajectory of the crossbow. No, even if we make a high-quality ballista, it still won't work. If you think about it with your toes, you will know that it is almost unrealistic for this kind of projectile weapon to hit a target several kilometers away based solely on ballistics, not even a sniper rifle. Even a cannon, based on ballistics alone, would have to fire several shells to hit it accurately. The best way is to fight head-on. However, head-on fighting is really dangerous and may not be possible. Lu Yuan thought about it over and over, sweating profusely, but still couldn't find a good way. Deep down in his heart, he still wanted to save the female bear. No matter what, she was a wild animal who had a fighting relationship and was the mother of the 2 chubby bears. If you don't have the strength of the savior, don't ask for too much, Lu Yuan told himself. At this moment, the old wolf beside him suddenly became anxious and growled a few words. Its hair stood up one by one. It was obvious that it had encountered something extremely frightening and was suppressing its emotions. What happened again? The old wolf led Lu Yuan towards the west for a while, then stopped anxiously. Lu Yuan stood on the cliff and looked into the distance. An even stranger thing happened. He actually saw a group of wolves entering the Salamander Valley from another route. There were 3 female wolves in total and a dozen chubby little wolves. Then isn't that our wolf pack? Lu Yuan's face condensed and his voice trembled. They were now standing on the cliff, unable to stop them, watching helplessly as the group of wolves walked into the miasma. His heart beat faster all of a sudden. If he was a little annoyed that the female bear was captured, these wolves being captured here were holding his lifeline, causing unbearable anger to burst out in his mind. Ouch! The old wolf also recognized that these were his wife and children. He showed his sharp teeth and kept digging the soil with his 2 hind legs. Lu Yuan is now almost certain that the damned donkey-headed monster has wisdom. The situation suddenly became critical. What's it doing catching these wolves? What's the use of these wolves? They're not even extraordinary creatures. What's even stranger is that he didn't see any physical creature driving away the wolves. It was as if these wolves walked in on their own. The old wolf's wife and children were all killed. He was eager to jump off the cliff, but the drop was more than 100 meters and he would die immediately if he jumped. He was not stupid enough to do that. The animal side of it is fear. The old Pangu gray wolf, whose desire to survive was fully exerted, was trembling with fear. The opponent was too terrifying, and it was an existence that it could never defeat. But its wolf nature is urging it to fight. Even if it dies on the battlefield, it is better than being a stupid wolf hiding here. So it bared its teeth and couldn't help raising its head, wanting to roar like a wolf to wake up the wolf pack. Lu Yuan was still somewhat rational. He immediately covered the guy's mouth and said to him in a soothing tone, "I understand. Your wife and children are its hostages. Its ultimate goal must be to hunt me. Your wife and children will not die so easily. They will be worthless if they die." He threw out a few pomegranates, and the old wolf temporarily stopped being anxious for the sake of food. No matter how smart the old wolf is, he is just an animal, and his attention will be distracted. The one who is even more creepy is actually Lu Yuan. As the panic spread, he became more and more sober. The other party's purpose is to hunt me. Under normal circumstances, if he finds that the wolves are missing, he will definitely search everywhere and be exhausted mentally and physically. If you continue to search near the Salamander Valley and find the kidnapped wolves, they will probably rush in with rage and kill you to the death. Because the wolves are what he depends on for his life. At least he has someone to accompany him now. Once he is alone again, Lu Yuan really cannot bear the endless loneliness. At this moment, a cry of fear came from afar. Ouch! Ouch! A dozen wolves arrived near the body of the salamander and huddled together, howling one after another. They were so frightened that they were paralyzed on the spot, not even daring to run away, but just howling wildly. The donkey-headed monster on the side ignored everything and continued to busy himself with piecing together the bones. Salamanders are high-level extraordinary creatures, and their bones are several times tougher than those of bears and wolves, so the value of bears and wolves is indeed not high. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan became more certain while searching. The paper of the meta-civilization describes that idealistic creatures are not very interested in ordinary animals. This is because ordinary animals have too little spiritual energy. So the target of its hunting must be me. It deliberately made them howl to lure me over. This guess made Lu Yuan tremble all over. So fucking scary. The objects he fought against in the past were just a group of beasts without intelligence. Now suddenly a smart thing appears, and he can actually kidnap hostages. Calling it a ghost is an understatement. It's so cunning, it must have hunted a lot of civilizations. It wants to hunt me, okay, good. At this moment, Lu Yuan really became nervous. An unspeakable panic followed his blood vessels like the Yangtze River, filling every corner of his body. He was fighting against the unknown alone, without anyone to rely on. Even his extraordinary fire was trembling. It was just a level 2 fire. What could he do in front of a civilization-level hunter? Lu Yuan angrily picked up a stone and knocked it viciously on his thigh. The severe pain was like a dam rising out of thin air, blocking the torrent of panic. It's just a token of milestone. What am I afraid of? The limitations of destiny may last forever, but the unyielding challenge is indispensable. Now is the time to challenge destiny. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, listened to his heartbeat, laughed, and touched the head of the old man next to him. Old man, I know you are very angry and anxious, but I have to go back first and make some preparations for the battle. If you rush in now, you will fall into the opponent's trap. I will definitely help you rescue your wife and children. Lu Yuan started his journey home, and Old Wolf followed closely behind him. If we talk about giving up, Lao Lang's trash attribute is actually more than 100 times that of Lu Yuan. After all, there are plenty of animals in the primeval forest. If it kidnaps a few female wolves and gives birth to a group of cubs, it will be a majestic hero again in a year. The gestation period of a wolf is only 3 months. It forgets things very quickly. As long as you give it something delicious, it will forget all its troubles. However, Lu Yuan will not give up easily. He is a human being with feelings. There is no way he will just give up like that. I rushed back home as quickly as possible and checked the surrounding situation. Sure enough, he smelled a rotten smell in a dark corner. It smells quite strong and seems to have just appeared. Can the monster be mentally controlled? Otherwise, those wolves would not be able to run into the canyon on their own. Its body is obviously in the canyon. How did it do this? Using a clone or some other ability? Parasite. Yuan squatted down and checked carefully, but found no footprints or hair of abnormal creatures. In terms of pure fighting ability, he is probably no match. Some wisdom must be relied upon. But the other party is also smart and is not so easy to fall into. Since the other party didn't take the initiative to come to the door, it means that it is actually not sure of victory. It once looked at me and only knew that I had extraordinary fire. But it doesn't know about my other abilities, nor does it know about the superior weapons I possess. At the same time, I don't know its abilities. I only know that it might be able to control my mind and release that gray miasma. In this case, it wants to lure me into its territory. I'm obviously at a disadvantage in this battle on my home turf. There is still too little information. The key to fighting is to test the opponent's divine skills and hide your own divine skills. Yuan kept breathing in and out, but he couldn't calm down at all. His mind was full of messy thoughts. He clearly had enough resources for cultivation, as well as the information provided by the meta-civilization. As long as he followed the steps, he could cultivate the third-level extraordinary fire. At that time, he would have enough confidence to launch an expedition to find more treasures. What is waiting for him in the Sky City 17,000 kilometers away? Maybe there is a greater civilization there. Maybe there is intelligent life alive. Who said that civilization will definitely become extinct? Even God didn't say that all the civilizations in the 8th era were dead, right? He will definitely be able to cultivate to a higher level in the Sky City, and maybe he can also complete a few civilizational milestones. Thanks to my friends for subscribing. The first 24-hour subscription is about 8,600, which is a little short of the first 10,000, but it is still a good result. Leaders will pay back, slowly one by one. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket for 12,000 words. Chapter 79, Yuan. Go to war. Oh, by the way, Yuan is now in contact with human civilization. You can obviously show off every day and enjoy the happiness of Grandmaster. It is very pleasant to preach, receive karma, and solve doubts. Don't talk about benefits and disinterests. Completing self-realization is the highest need in Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory. As a result, the donkey-headed monster destroyed everything. Yuan was furious, and even the extraordinary fire in his mind was burning. There is no room for turning things around. Even if you retreat, where can you escape? He took a deep breath and shouted, "Very good. You took the initiative to provoke me." Finally arriving at the shelter 10 kilometers away, he searched for some information in the data center as quickly as possible. Soon, a thick book was dug out from an ancient cabinet. It contains a map of the city and some structural diagrams of major buildings. As time goes by, most of the buildings are buried in the ground, but the layout of many buildings has not changed. According to the map, the large air raid shelter in Salamander Valley is located in the center of the city and is connected to the extensive subway system. At this moment, his brain cells were extremely active, and he memorized the distribution of several entrances and exits of the subway station at an extremely fast speed. The air raid shelter in the valley is actually very large. Part of it is within the miasma of the donkey-headed monster, but there is also a part that is just outside the miasma. This is a great location. It's the main battlefield I carefully selected. It could also be my grave. If I die, all these stories will be treated as if they never happened. Afterwards, Yuan had another hearty meal, giving himself enough of full of vitality. He carefully prepared some high-temperature torches. These torches are made of lizard fuel crystals and are very burn-resistant. Then he moved the storage space around, poured out all the clothes and pants inside, and threw most of the torches into the storage space. The storage space just cannot carry life consciousness, but it can carry anything as long as it is matter, whether it is a burning torch or a moving dart. I have 5 divine skills. They are all auxiliary abilities, but who said that auxiliary abilities can't be used? Yuan looked at the setting sun in the distance. Now his storage space was a sea of fire. Also, because the flow rate of time inside the storage space is almost zero, this ball of fire looks like a fixed photo. Yuan lit a few more braziers and placed some pieces of metal on them. The flames burned fiercely, emitting a high temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius. Soon, the entire iron basin was melted into molten steel. Touch the iron basin lightly with your fingers. With a slight whoosh sound, a blister immediately formed on the finger. The molten steel was also stored in the storage space, and it solidified and remained motionless just like the photo. It must be touched physically to be stored in the storage space. It would be great if I could use my mind to put things in. Yuan rinsed his burned fingers with cold water and slowly repaired the wound with the super fire. Finally, he saw the metal ball again, which was the communication device with humans. The storage space is filled with flames. Although the time flow rate is almost zero, it is not zero after all. Yuan was worried that after putting the metal ball in, it would be burned by the high temperature inside. What's more, he must hide his god skills in front of the donkey-headed monster. This thing can't be stored in the storage space. So he simply used a pulley to hoist the metal ball, put it on a small cart, and pushed it slowly. With his current physique, it didn't take much effort. Use it to shoot the battle scene. Even if I die, I will teach mankind the last lesson. Oh, that's it. After making these preparations, Yuan hit the road again. The setting sun slanted down, and it was a sunny day with the ice and snow melting and the spring breeze bringing warmth. Nothing should have happened on this day, but instead there was an invisible murderous intention. The breeze makes the ancient trees sway. Occasionally, there are old yellow leaves withering in the wind, like fluttering butterflies. This old leaf that persisted through a winter finally saw the bright spring. Yuan listened to the clicking sound of the tires rubbing against the stones, and suddenly realized that his mentality had undergone subtle changes. The incomparable fear and anger turned into the surface of a windless lake, like a mirror, without a single ripple. He was going to fight the unknown. The old wolf was relatively frightened. He thought of his wife and children, and his hair stood on end. But he was also afraid of the donkey-headed monster. He was extremely scared, so he wandered back and forth between anxiety and panic. This is where wolves are inferior to humans. Once you make up your mind, you just have to do it. The strength of man lies in his courage to resist. But the wolf hesitated and hesitated. Of course, if the wolf was stronger than humans, Yuan would call it Brother Werewolf instead. Brother, please stop, this is it. Ouch! Wolf! Brother Mies shook his tail. Don't scream so loudly. If I charge head-on into that canyon and fight in such a spacious place, wouldn't I be courting death? There is a small passage here. You can take a shortcut. Yuan held an excellent level dagger and lightly scratched a large vine. Whoosh! The bronze dagger was inserted into the vine like a piece of tofu with almost no resistance, splashing out milky white juice. After cutting away the vines, a building like a subway entrance was exposed on the wall behind. Large air raid shelters extend in all directions and are connected to various subway stations. And here is an entrance to the subway station. Going down is a dark staircase. Being illuminated by the light, a large group of bats flew out of the subway entrance with a clatter. Yuan moved a few more stones blocking the road and glanced inside. As the most important shelter for civilization, the air raid shelter is indeed not a shoddy project, and the structure inside is generally preserved. Over the past few hundred years, the interior of the subway station has become a small ecological circle. The damp walls are covered with moss, snails and slugs are everywhere, bugs are flying in the sky, and the droppings of rats, weasels, and bats can be seen everywhere. Maybe there are some mutant creatures with even higher strength? Yuan didn't want to waste his energy here, so he released his aura. Combined with the salamander suit and spider shield, he was able to intimidate most creatures. Push the metal ball gently. The ball rolled down with a bang along a flat path specially designed for carts. As a soldier who was ready to die bravely, he was still carrying a camera and broadcasting live before he died. Yuan laughed at himself and slowly walked into the cave. He suddenly saw a cement statue carved on the wall of the subway station. The dog-headed men on the statue, one big, one medium, and one small, raised their hands high and smiled, as if looking forward to a bright future. There was just a big crack in the wall, and it looked like these three members of the meta-civilization had been cut in half. Tragedy is always more impressive than comedy. Tragedy is like a lion on the grassland, reminding the sheep that just eat grass. On a whim, Yuan picked up a piece of charcoal and wrote a few big characters on the wall. Humanity's 18th civilization, Yuan. Thank you, Meta civilization. He really needs to thank Meta civilization. Without this relic, he wouldn't be alive today. But now that humanity's 18th civilization is in danger, let this be the last mark I leave. The statue was silent, It just looked at it silently, just like it witnessed the decline of the meta-civilization. It had witnessed everything, and it didn't care to witness it one more time. Yuan hoisted the metal ball back onto the cart and slowly walked along the subway tracks towards the Salamander Canyon. The dilapidated city rails and the aluminum alloy cabin have become a large rat's nest. Pairs of green eyes, hiding in the shadows, stare at Yuan passing by. There were some landslides in the subway tunnel, but fortunately, they were not completely blocked. Yuan held the torch high and walked for half an hour. The narrow tunnel suddenly became bright, and we arrived at the large air raid shelter. Yuan used the high-temperature flame of the torch to burn through the lock of a security door and pushed it open heavily. The air was filled with thick dust, as if years had settled in it, leaving traces of the past briefly in the air. A few hundred meters further ahead, he saw a layer of gray miasma. In fact, it can't be regarded as a miasma, but an idealistic realm, and the light becomes darker inexplicably. Silent, gloomy, and full of crisis. The battlefield for the duel is just ahead. The old wolf looked a little timid when he saw the black domain. Yuan fell into a state of cold silence. He first observed the surrounding terrain and thought about the battle plan in his mind. He has been thinking about how to kill a being who was suspected of having intelligence and a higher combat power than himself. Traps, only traps. Not long after, Yuan found a thick warehouse nearby. The floors and walls are made of high-strength reinforced concrete, and a dusty gold brick remains in the corner. He finally understood why Salamander possessed a large number of gold bricks. It turned out that they were obtained from this vault. The vault is almost sealed. There is not even a vent. It is really a perfect tomb. Yuan pushed it and found that the door was very thick. It was a heavy metal door that might have a mass of several tons. There were several tires under the gate, and the pulleys were rusty. When pushed hard, they made a horrible squeaking sound. So he used all his strength and pushed the door hard, leaving only one body. After this heavy door is closed, it is almost impossible to reopen it. This is a good place, a place for fire attacks. Yuan's eyes lit up, and he became excited. What we have to do now is how to trick the donkey-headed monster into coming. Chapter 80 Human Friends. This is the final information. Chapter 80 Human Friends. This is the final information. It's difficult. It seems to be intelligent and has taken someone hostage. My combat power is much lower than its, but I must trick it into this vault. I can't make any mistakes. It will definitely try to test my fighting ability. I have to reveal some of my fighting power, or it will kill me soon. Yuan racked his brains to think. He still doesn't have a winning strategy. Since ancient times, stories of the weak defeating the strong have all been based on the opponent's mistakes. As long as the strong ones don't make mistakes, it will be a fair crush. So he placed a metal ball in a corner. Facing the end, he showed a bright smile. Human friends, things have changed. I can't send you information anymore. The knowledge of extraordinary fire has been passed on, and I think it's enough. You can figure out the rest by yourself. It just takes a while. Now, I want to challenge a strong enemy. Very strong. But I have to challenge. How I died may be helpful to everyone. Of course, I won't necessarily die. I will win. He laughed, took out some fuel crystals, put them in a small bowl, and lit them one by one, illuminating the entire cave. Striding forward, he entered the thick gray miasma. The torch in his hand suddenly became dim. Visibility became very low. Yuan subconsciously tensed his nerves and examined himself. Field attribute absorption. Your vitality is being slowly absorbed, and your three-dimensional attributes are constantly decreasing. Oh shit! This loss of vitality is almost inevitable. The ability of the extraordinary fire can reduce the rate of loss, but it cannot completely isolate it. Is this the field-level ability? It's too overbearing. I now admit that the donkey-headed monster is the strongest here. As long as you give you time, you will be 100 times more powerful than the piranha plant. Old wolf, you go back first. This is not a battle you can get involved in. I can't take care of you. The ungrateful wolf, frightened out of his wits, ran away with his butt sticking up and his tail hanging down. It stood at the edge of the field, watching quietly. That single eye, in the midst of the flames, glowed green. Soon, Yuan walked from the large air raid shelter to the entrance of the Salamander Cave. He saw the huge remains, and the donkey-headed monster performing surgery on himself in front of the remains. He saw wolves and a mother bear. In the face of attribute absorption, the wolves and the mother bear could hardly stand. The monster turned its head. It was indeed the remains of a dead body. The stiff body was turning in a mechanical manner, and the rotten eyes seemed to have no focus, looking at Lu Yuan coldly. A fishy-smelling liquid continuously flows out from the surface of the skin. It is simply corpse water. It didn't seem to expect that Lu Yuan would suddenly emerge from the cave. Of course, whether it thinks about this action and how intelligent it is an unsolved mystery for Lu Yuan. The donkey-headed monster was unmoved, slowly turned its head, and continued to piece together its own bones. Attribute absorption is very overbearing. The longer Lu Yuan stays here, the more he will be eaten alive. What's more, it controls the hostages. Terrible cunning. Lu Yuan sighed in his heart. But he didn't rush. He sat at the entrance of the cave and took off the salamander tendons wrapped around his waistband. With the help of a few metal plates, he began to make a ballista. There was no conversation, only action. It's a chicken's game. Although the donkey-headed monster has hostages, its ultimate goal is most likely to kill Lu Yuan and take his body. Once the hostage is killed, Lu Yuan might escape, which is something it doesn't want to see. As for Lu Yuan, he also had his own concerns. If he rushed forward for a head-on fight, there was a high probability that he would be defeated. And if you stay here, your attributes will be constantly absorbed. As time goes by, the balance of power between the two sides will continue to tilt. So, he began to make crossbows openly, on the one hand to test the opponent's intelligence, whether they could understand that it was a crossbow. On the other hand, he had to gamble. The gambling donkey-headed monster has a strong possessiveness of his own body, which is far more important than the lives of several wolves or a bear. When I become weak enough, you will definitely take the initiative to attack. I'm going to lead you into the vault. Only with wisdom can you understand the risks involved. In a real chicken game, whoever values his own goals more will lose. Lu Yuan had no way out. He entered a state of complete concentration. He just tried to save as much as he could. Just like in TV shows, because the criminals have hostages, they just hesitate to use force. And then a policeman proposes to exchange hostages, and the criminals miraculously agree. This kind of situation is impossible in reality. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the shadows of both parties into extremely long and oblique shapes. Come on, come and fight your grandfather. Lu Yuan's attributes were constantly being lost. He roared like a beast, but his mind was as calm as the sea. He exuded his aura as much as possible, and the extraordinary fire burned fiercely, resisting the attribute drain. The wolves lay on the ground and howled a few times, trying to call upon the Wolf King, Lu Yuan, to save them. But it was obvious that Wolf King, Lu Yuan, did not dare to approach rashly. Momentum is something that will slowly fade away as long as you don't launch an attack. As the sun gradually set, Lu Yuan's extraordinary fire could no longer hold on. At the same time, he took a step back calmly. A very natural step. So natural. In fact, it's not an act, it's just a manifestation of the decline of momentum. But this thing is too cunning, and only wants to consume Lu Yuan through attribute absorption. Then there is only one way Lu Yuan can think of escape. I don't want any more hostages. My momentum is weakening. I want to escape. Do you want to chase me? If you don't chase me, I will run away. He began to back away, his momentum fading. Can you fool this damn thing? The sun finally sets, and the bright stars hang in the sky, shining with cold light. They hang motionless, as if to make the night more peaceful. The two sides in the canyon were still facing off. Lu Yuan's ballista was ready, and he tried to flick the rubber band. Unfortunately, this simple ejection tool made of rubber bands and a few metal plates is not very accurate. The crossbow arrow was probably several hundred meters away from the target. Lu Yuan found that the crossbow was ineffective, so he turned around and started to run away. I really escaped this time. As Lu Yuan broke the balance on the battlefield, a strange sound of gears rotating suddenly came from the donkey-headed monster's body. Da, da, da. In this quiet canyon, it sounds particularly harsh. You finally can't wait any longer, come on. There was a hint of murderous intent in Lu Yuan's eyes, and he ran towards the direction of the vault like a wild beast out of a cage. He put the dagger on his belt with his right hand and picked up the shield with his left hand. There is a small mirror on the shield, which can be used to observe the enemy behind you. Next moment, Lu Yuan felt his scalp tingling and his whole body was cold. The donkey-headed monster disappeared from near the salamander's corpse. The darkness around us suddenly became thicker and visibility became extremely low. Even the blazing fuel flames beside him could not dispel the eerie darkness. A dark shadow appeared behind him. In the thick darkness, A rotten hand reached out and grabbed Lu Yuan's neck tightly. An unimaginable strange force came from the cold and rotten palm, penetrated into the skin, and began to suppress the extraordinary fire. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Teleportation? Shit, spatial ability. Lu Yuan noticed the huge gap in strength. One move. The opponent subdued him with just one move. An angry roar broke out from Lu Yuan's throat, and his hanging right hand suddenly exerted force and swiped behind him. The bronze dagger tore through the thick darkness like lightning, and the blade reflected the blazing torch not far away, forming a sharp edge in the air. The excellent grade dagger cut into something that looked like plasticine, which was somewhat soft and extremely cold. It could be the rotten flesh of the donkey-headed monster, or it could be the thick darkness. The fishy juice splashed out. Taking advantage of the relaxation of the strength on his neck, Lu Yuan turned around suddenly, used his left foot as a fulcrum, and kicked out an explosive flying dragon in the sky with his right foot. Strengthened by the extraordinary fire, the kick was fast and fierce, and the rapid friction between the boots and the air produced a tiger-like roar. Pa! The protruding toe of the shoe viciously kicked the donkey-headed monster in the jaw. After all, the opponent is not a giant beast. His body is about the same as that of a human being, and his weight is slightly lighter than Lu Yuan. After the kick hit, his neck tilted back, and something like bone fragments flew out. Immediately afterwards, the monster knocked over an oil lamp on the ground, and the hot fuel splashed everywhere, turning into a sea of fire in an instant. A few drops of fuel splashed onto Lu Yuan's pants, which also burned. But Lu Yuan couldn't care so much. The clothes were fire-resistant after all, so the flame was nothing. On the other hand, he saw that the fire on the donkey's body was being extinguished by a strange darkness. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Are you going to take this opportunity to splash molten steel in his face? Lu Yuan only hesitated for half a second before resisting the temptation of quick victory. Because the act of throwing molten steel will expose one's storage space ability. The darkness came again,